When the young man suddenly opened his eyes in a place called the Sappo Plains next to the novice village, he froze in a daze. Others get transported to another world and become kings or heroes, but Wei Dongdong had turned into the lowest level trash mob. After a period of frustration, he accepted his fate and decided to level up by hunting monsters. However, Wei Dongdong failed his challenge against a slime and was crushed by a goblin. Even when he took on a skeleton mob like himself, he couldn't land a single hit and just got beaten up. Wei Dongdong was utterly dejected, feeling that being transported to this world was completely meaningless for him. The only upside was that his revival time after dying was faster. Leveling up was an incredibly difficult task because Wei Dongdong was the lowest level mob at the very bottom of this world's social ladder. To overcome this difficult situation, Wei Dongdong came up with an underhanded scheme. In this world, monsters always had a hatred state. When mobs entered this state, they would frantically attack nearby players. However, if defeated, the experience points were evenly distributed among everyone who had dealt damage to the mob. Wei Dongdong decided to take advantage of the novices who came here to hunt mobs. He would deal a small amount of damage to each skeleton monster, then trigger their hatred state and make them fight the newbies. Sure enough, it wasn't long before Wei Dongdong received his share of experience and leveled up to 2. He vowed that the first thing he'd do upon reaching level 3 was get revenge on the level 2 slimes that had tormented him before. A few days later, a rumor spread like wildfire among the novice users that a level 5 skeleton mob had appeared in Sappo. What's more, it was constantly picking fights with the newbies. Some even lamented that they had been defeated by the mob 3 times and had all their equipment stolen. They all agreed that this mob must have become a spirit. Sappo, the level 20 god of war, was furious when he heard the news. He believed it was his destiny to defeat the mob and bring peace to the new players. The mob, completely unaware of the approaching danger, was leisurely sunbathing. Wei Dongdong had now become the overlord of the mobs in the Sappo region. Fortunately, the small monsters here had some intelligence. Only after being thoroughly beaten and trained by him for half a day did they learn to follow simple commands. As Wei Dongdong was idly napping, Sappo appeared like a god and suddenly struck him down. Wei Dongdong collapsed, his face slamming into the ground, and wondered if the pain was because his whole body was made of bones. Sappo pointed his sword at him with a cold expression. Then he recited a typical line often used by heroes. "So you're the one causing trouble in the village and tormenting the newbies. Today you will surrender your life." Wei Dongdong was killed instantly with a single sword strike. Fortunately, as a mob, his life was restored, but his level was cut in half. It seemed a low-level monster like him shouldn't be so arrogant. Wei Dongdong vowed not to mess with newbies anymore. However, he swore he would never forget Sappo, the god of war. Wei Dongdong vowed that one day he would turn Sappo into a squishy slime. In the blink of an eye, 8 days had passed. It had been 8 days since he was transported to this world, which was equivalent to almost 2 days in real-world time. Wei Dongdong was extremely anxious, worried that his parents would be concerned, but in reality his parents were enjoying a happy second honeymoon in Hawaii in their 50s, not giving a single thought to their precious son. They even felt relieved they hadn't brought Wei Dongdong along, thinking he would have ruined the romantic atmosphere. Meanwhile, Wei Dongdong in the game, the complete opposite of his parents, was utterly listless and exhausted. He wanted to quickly level up to 20 so he could transform and gain a human body. And so Wei Dongdong began to grind levels like a madman, hunting everything from small frogs to hordes of goblins. After a period of frantic grinding, he finally reached level 20. Now he could go to the main city to undergo his transformation. Wei Dongdong leisurely headed towards Unveiled city. The result was that he was killed by a guard the moment he arrived at the city gate, and the levels he had risked his life to gain instantly dropped to 10. Wei Dongdong felt he was the most pathetic person in the world. He was just a mob, how could he ever be a protagonist? Wei Dongdong decided to change his hunting grounds to the den of a wild wolf pack. For newbies, these wolves were tough monsters. Unless they went to the academy to change their class, they were fundamentally unable to defeat them. The difficult part, however, was that changing classes required wild wolf fur. This created a dead-end vicious cycle. Hunting wolves was also extremely difficult. Not only did you have to attack the head, but you also had to attack the tail simultaneously. But they weren't fast enough, nor were they agile enough. When a wild wolf's HP dropped below 200, it would enter a berserk state, making it even harder to deal with. After entering that enraged state, its attack and defense would increase significantly, and it could only be defeated by attacking its tail. The party of 3 was exhausted when suddenly the blue-haired young man witnessed an unprecedented sight. A group of skeleton mobs swarming and hunting a wild wolf monster. Moreover, their teamwork was far more skilled than that of the players themselves. Eventually, the wild wolf was defeated and dragged away, surrounded by 7 skeletons. Wild monsters fighting wild monsters. Since when was this added to the game? Pinch me, am I dreaming? The blue-haired young man with the bow nudged his friend, who without hesitation immediately pulled out a massive 100-pound hammer. Is this enough? Today, another new user was guided to the Sappo Plains next to the novice village. He strode in triumphantly, only to see a group of skeleton mobs, the highest at level 20 and the lowest at level 7. As the young man was only level 1, he was naturally powerless when the mobs ambushed and ganged up on him. Like many other unlucky players, he was defeated, and all his equipment was taken by Wei Dongdong's subordinates. The skeleton mob excitedly brought the equipment and skill books they had taken from the newbie to report to Wei Dongdong. However, he said he didn't need them and instructed them to divide the gear evenly among themselves. Wei Dongdong even wrote a book himself to teach this skeleton mob how to level up. He laid out a few key principles for their survival in Philippo. The first was, if you can't win a fight, run. If a player was more than 5 levels higher than them after attacking one member of a party of 10, they were to flee immediately. And there was a specific lesson plan for how to escape. Each skeleton had to choose a different direction to run in. The skeleton mobs were the fastest among all monsters, therefore if they scattered and fled at full speed, ordinary players wouldn't be able to catch them. Second, they were to write down the ID of any high-level player they couldn't beat, then run to the goblin horde's territory and trigger their berserk state. When the goblins became agitated and started attacking the player, they could use that opening to escape and even get a little express. When it came to such cunning tricks, Wei Dongdong was the absolute master. But these skeletons were not people from another world like him. Although they possessed some intelligence, they naturally couldn't be as clever. And the very first problem they ran into was that they couldn't read. The lesson plan that Wei Dongdong had painstakingly written became nothing more than trash. Thus he had no choice but to begin a new career as a literacy teacher and teach them how to read. After much hardship, the skeleton mobs finally memorized all the strategies Wei Dongdong had taught them. He had to teach them how to survive as he himself was about to depart on a long journey. Wei Dongdong realized he couldn't return to reality right away, and that the world inside the game was also vast. He didn't want to be stuck in the small Silippo plains for the rest of his life. Lingering among these newbies and mobs, out there countless professions, events, and outstanding individuals existed within intersecting civilizations. Wei Dongdong wanted to see it all for himself, so even though he had grown fond of the skeleton mob over the past few days, he had to say goodbye today. Live well according to what I've taught you. Wait for the day I return to visit. On his journey to wander the world, Wei Dongdong immediately met the first person upon whom he would reveal his wicked nature. It was a girl with a magician class. She was chasing a white rabbit, trying to make it her pet with a taming spell. But just as the taming spell was being cast, Wei Dongdong seized the perfect opportunity and leaped out from the bushes. The taming spell's magic circle was cast on him instead of the rabbit, and thus Wei Dongdong became the magical girl's first pet instead of the rabbit. The girl collapsed in a daze, while Wei Dongdong was extremely pleased with his achievement. Success, just as I expected, becoming a pet doesn't make you lose consciousness. But before he could even celebrate, the magical girl burst into tears. Wei Dongdong feared a woman's tears more than anything in the world. He froze for a moment, then tried to speak with the most flattering expression he could muster. "My esteemed master, what is it that makes you so sad? I wanted a pretty pink rabbit as a pet. You're so ugly, I'm so sad," the girl sobbed. Wei Dongdong was furious, feeling like he'd been kicked in the teeth. To think that the first time he sought a master, he'd run into someone so focused on appearances. She should have noticed that even though he was just a skeleton mob, he was level 34. Wei Dongdong cleared his throat a few times and continued to spin his tall tail. "My esteemed master, there is actually a reason why I kicked away the rabbit you were trying to make your pet." The girl stopped crying for a moment, seemingly waiting for Wei Dongdong to continue. Seeing his chance, he concocted a story about how he was actually a handsome prince who lived in a kingdom under constant threat from hostile forces. However, he and the enemy kingdom's princess were in a romantic relationship. They had always wanted to break the shackles of their time and be together, but ultimately, they couldn't overcome the judgment of the world, and no one would approve of their love. So the two could only convey their feelings by exchanging letters through his attendant. Unexpectedly, because of this, the princess soon developed feelings for his attendant and even tried to run away with him. But Wei Dongdong's attendant was unwaveringly loyal, and so, even though the princess tried everything to keep him, he eventually found his way back to Wei Dongdong. Unfortunately, when the attendant returned, he was already dying, and the princess, jealous that the prince had won the attendant's loyalty, placed a curse on the final letter. From that day on, the prince was forced to live in the form of a skeleton, hated by all. So now he said he was determined to break the curse, find that evil princess, and avenge his loyal attendant. This absurd, nonsensical story ridiculously managed to move the young magician. She passionately grabbed Wei Dongdong's bony hand. "I'll be your master. I will definitely find your attendant brother for you, so you two can be together happily. He died a long time ago, so there's probably no chance of us being together. Ha ha." Since Wei Dongdong was a pure heterosexual, he found an excuse. Seeing this, the young magician immediately lost interest. "You can't be together anymore? Then never mind, I guess I won't help you." No, that's not necessarily true. If a skeleton like me can exist, he can probably be resurrected too." Only after hearing this did the young magician feel reassured, finally agreeing to accept him as her pet. She introduced herself as Bao Bao. From that day on, Wei Dongdong had a companion. The main reason Wei Dongdong sought a master was so he could enter Niep City. As soon as he saw the soldier who had beheaded him before, he lifted his face high and said, "Now I can enter the city, right?" Through the narrow slit of the armored helmet, Wei Dongdong could still feel the soldier looking at him with a gaze full of contempt. Annoyed, he didn't even bother speaking to Wei Dongdong, instead turning to the magician girl and saying, "Miss, this skeleton mob can only be brought into the city on a leash. It was truly an inescapable fate. I'm a proud core player from another world with 10 years of experience, and now I have to be led around on a leash like a dog by a little kid. Wei Dongdong was furious, but it seemed there was no other way to enter the city besides agreeing. Niep City was very bustling, and Bao Bao's eyes sparkled everywhere she went. Usually, players who reach level 20 come here after completing their next quest. But Wei Dongdong was desperate to change his form, so he came here immediately. By the way, this Niep City was located at the center of the waterway border. Because it had a port, all sorts of commercial activities from various regions converged here. This was the most prosperous hub in this other world. Just then, Bao Bao spotted a bubble tea shop. She excitedly ran over to buy a cup, but unfortunately Bao Bao was dirt poor and didn't have a single coin. Wei Dongdong seized this opportunity to show off to his young master. He placed a heavy coin purse in her hand and said coolly, "I am a prince, so this much money is nothing." In reality, back in Philippo, this fellow had specialized in looting newbies, which was how he had amassed so much gold. Bao Bao bought bubble tea with his money, and perhaps because it was a treat from someone else, it tasted much better than if she'd bought it herself. As the two were happily walking down the street, they suddenly heard someone shout loudly, "Are your eyes just for decoration?" Bao Bao had a meddlesome personality, so she immediately rushed over to the crowd. A blonde girl had just fallen to the ground with fruit scattered all over the floor, and the person shouting looked somehow familiar. It was the same party of three that had seen Wei Dongdong at the wild wolf hunting grounds. Though they had seen him, he didn't know them. The man with the scar looked very stubborn, not content with just scolding her. He even stomped on the girl's oranges. This was clearly just venting his frustration. Eventually, the girl with the healer class from his party stepped in to stop him. "That's enough, just calm down. We've had bad luck for the past few days. We even went out to get wild wolf materials only to have them snatched by a skeleton mob. Let's just go." As soon as Wei Dongdong heard their conversation, he immediately realized they were talking about him. This seemed to be an unavoidable fate. He didn't want to get involved with this group, so he grabbed Bao Bao and turned to walk away first. But when he looked back, his young master was nowhere to be seen. Startled, Wei Dongdong turned his head and saw that Bao Bao was already playing the hero. She was helping the girl up while constantly berating the party. "You can say you both bumped into each other because you weren't looking, but you didn't even apologize. And you even stomped on and ruined someone's fruit. Are you even a man?" Bao Bao demanded that the scar-faced man apologize to the girl, but he thought she was just crazy. The orange-selling girl was just an insignificant NPC, and besides, Bao Bao was only a level 10 player, so he wasn't afraid of her threats at all. "I'm not apologizing. What are you going to do about it?" The young man crushed another orange in front of Bao Bao, taunting her at the same time. Bao Bao was so angry her face turned green, but the other party just turned and left. Before leaving, he didn't forget to gesture to his companions and say, "Let's go, we just ran into some stupid bitch." Although Bao Bao was a bit of a meddler, Wei Dongdong couldn't just stand by and watch these thugs bully his master. He ran from a distance and slammed his dry skull into the man's stomach with great force. The impact sent him flying and tumbling several times, feeling as if his insides were all jumbled up. "Oh, my apologies. I wasn't looking where I was going just now and carelessly bumped into you a little." Wei Dongdong deliberately apologized in a mocking tone. "According to your logic, if your level is high, you can do whatever you want, right? Well, I'm sorry, but it seems my level is a bit higher than yours." The blue-haired archer and the healer girl rushed to their companion's side. The three of them stared at Wei Dongdong, their jaws dropping in unison. "What? A skeleton mob at level 34, is this a bug?" Wei Dongdong was about to teach the scar-faced man another lesson, but someone suddenly grabbed his shoulder, forcing him to move aside. "Are you all treating me like I'm invisible? My God, who said that orange-selling girl was weak? Look at that imposing aura." Wei Dongdong looked several leagues below her. She walked towards the scar-faced man step by step, uttering a menacing word with each footfall. "I haven't even said anything yet and you're already running your mouth. How dare a mere level 19 like you stomp on my fruit and act all high and mighty here?" Her face was filled with murderous intent. As if a homicide was about to occur, she demanded that the scar-faced man pay 100 gold coins per orange and apologize. However, 100 gold coins for one orange was an unimaginable price. The scar-faced man had no intention of paying, and in truth he didn't have the money anyway. Realizing she couldn't negotiate with him, the orange-selling girl gave him a beating he wouldn't forget. Wei Dongdong and Bao Bao could only hug each other from the sidelines, praying endlessly. "This NPC is too ferocious." A few minutes later, the man's face was disfigured and he was handcuffed and dragged away to the magistrate's office. The orange-selling girl then casually went for coffee with Bao Bao and Wei Dongdong. At this point, the young magician was very curious. "Big sister, why do the city officials only arrest players? We merchants in the city are basically acquainted with them. Besides, I grew up with that official, so there's no way he'd arrest me." Wei Dongdong silently gave her a thumbs up from the side. He had never seen such a bizarrely powerful NPC like her. Her speech and actions made her seem even more like a transmigrator from another world than he was. In the middle of their conversation, the orange-selling girl turned the topic to Wei Dongdong. "A skeleton mob like you is also quite strange. How did you get to level 34? That's definitely not normal." "Actually, I'm an NPC too. I've already told Bao Bao the specific story." As Wei Dongdong mumbled an explanation, she waved her hand indicating she wasn't interested in his story. Then she handed a business card to the two of them. "I'm Kuan Yichu. This is the address of my fruit shop. I've lived here since I was a child, so I have some connections with the officials. If you two need anything, just come find me." The three said their goodbyes. Bao Bao held Kuan Yiqi's business card and kept looking at it. The experienced Wei Dongdong thought that after the unexpected event today, Bao Bao would soon encounter a hidden quest, therefore they had to be careful with any NPC now. But hidden quests were what players always longed for. Maybe it would provide an important clue. In the past, someone had accidentally helped an old man and obtained a skill book, later becoming a master assassin. The two continued walking and finally arrived at the place Wei Dongdong wanted to go. This was the class change hall. There he could be reborn with a human appearance. The class change hall was very crowded, so much so that they even had to take a number and wait in line. While the two were chatting, it was Wei Dongdong's turn. The staff member was very professional. He showed no surprise or disgust at his appearance. "Hello, how may I help you? I want to change my class. Here is my class change portfolio." Wei Dongdong placed a bundle on the table. These were all things he had looted from newbies and then sorted through for items useful to himself. After accepting Wei Dongdong's request, the staff member guided him to the next room to proceed with the class change. As Bao Bao was watching him intently, someone suddenly tapped her shoulder a few times. She turned around to see a squirrel spirit. "Is that skeleton your pet? Don't be fooled." Bao Bao looked the other person over a few times with a suspicious gaze, then replied firmly, "No, he's the hidden quest I've taken on." The squirrel spirit burst out laughing. "It seems this person is an experienced player as well. But in all these years I've never seen a skeleton mob be the key to a hidden quest. Hidden quests are rare to begin with, and if there is one, it should be initiated by a super intelligent monster. A's storyline is very profoundly designed. Mob becoming a pet, entering Niep City, and changing classes, you're being used and you don't even know it. Maybe this is the starting point for this year's event." The squirrel spirit sent Bao Bao a friend request. He advised her to trust other players more than wild monsters and didn't forget to tell her to contact him if she ran into any difficulties. As the squirrel spirit left, the young magician Bao Bao's mind was in turmoil. She replayed every detail from the moment she met Wei Dongdong until now and felt that the story she had just heard didn't seem entirely absurd. While she was lost in thought, Wei Dongdong had already come out. But this time he was not in his skeleton form. "See, I wasn't lying, was I? I really am a handsome prince." The moment Bao Bao saw him, her eyes welled up with tears. Wei Dongdong was flustered. This girl was happy just a moment ago. Why is she suddenly crying? Bao Bao clutched the hem of her dress tightly, stammering and unable to speak properly. Just now a squirrel came and said a lot of strange things. Seeing her cry, Wei Dongdong grew anxious and didn't have the patience to hear what the squirrel had said. He suggested taking Bao Bao to eat something delicious, and of course he would be paying. As soon as she heard that, the young magician immediately stopped crying. Her two eyes sparkled like coins. A delicious meal could solve all problems. Bao Bao quickly declined the squirrel's friend request. At this moment the squirrel was drinking at a nearby tavern. When Bao Bao rejected him, the squirrel spirit was very displeased. "HMPH, I originally wanted to scare that newbie a little, to see just where that wild monster came from, but she didn't fall for it. But when a wild monster enters the city, it will definitely attract the attention of many people. The days are still long, we'll see." The only silver lining was that Bao Bao had been bought over by food and hadn't been fooled by the villain. Wei Dongdong treated her to all sorts of delicacies. This young magician may have a small body, but her appetite was enormous. After the meal, he intended to level her up, help her change classes, and get her into the Divine Spirit Academy. There were 3 major universities in A, and they only admitted new students once a year. Only players below level 40 had the opportunity to participate. Moreover, the top-scoring admittee would also have the chance to obtain clues for the main quest. Additionally, the effectiveness of learning skills at the academy was far better than players leveling up on their own. If Bao Bao got in, she could be taught directly by high-level NPCs, and most importantly, if Bao Bao completed the main quest, Wei Dongdong would also get a chance to return to the real world. This was because after he had just changed his class to a bloodkin, he received an anonymous message. The content was roughly as follows. "You trash mob, I didn't expect you to succeed in your class change so quickly. Do you know why you were transported here? Want to go back to reality? Go complete this main quest. The answer you're looking for is in there. Good luck, I'll be watching you more." Wei Dongdong hated people challenging him the most, but since he had been transported into the body of a wild monster, he was different from official players. So he had no choice but to support this young magician so she could continue fighting in the game world. If she completed the main quest, he could also find clues. Bao Bao listened to him the whole time and nodded, then heartily ordered 2 more servings of spicy hot pot. Wei Dongdong felt that if he continued to stay with Bao Bao, he would be crushed by financial pressure before he could find the answer. "Miss, please eat slowly. I'm almost out of money." Even after leaving the restaurant, Bao Bao was still full of energy and swept through several skewer stalls in the town. Wei Dongdong felt that even if he were a second-generation chaebol, he wouldn't be able to feed this little monster. "Alright, no more food for now. What should we do now?" Wei Dongdong planned to take the kid to level up. They had stopped by the Divine Spirit Academy earlier to register. With Bao Bao's current level of 10, plus a level 34 pet like him, the second round of exams should be a breeze. The next round of exams was scheduled for 10 days later, so Wei Dongdong wanted to quickly level up this little monster so she wouldn't fail. The most suitable place for newbies to level up was of course the Sappo Plains. But it had only been 3 days since Wei Dongdong left and the former plains had already turned into a military camp. Not only that, the skeleton mobs had even dragged the goblins over to help them build houses. Wei Dongdong thought the lesson plan he left behind was very valuable, but this was beyond his expectations. Seeing him return, a skeleton and 2 goblins rushed over with their weapons. Wei Dongdong dodged by leaning to the side and simultaneously punched him. These guys were still so stupid they didn't even recognize him after he changed his appearance. But the difference in strength between the 2 sides was too great. Even if all the skeleton mobs rushed him, they were no match for Wei Dongdong. Seeing that the situation was not good, they immediately sounded the retreat alarm. The bustling military camp from a moment ago instantly turned into an empty house. Are these the docile wild monsters you were talking about? They just followed my orders well. If you can't win a fight, run. They're really docile and obedient. These guys were really good at hiding. Wei Dongdong couldn't let them run away without even recognizing their own kind, so he shouted loudly, "Hey, I'm your boss, stop hiding and come out quickly." It was still quiet all around, only the grass under Wei Dongdong's feet suddenly moved. The fat skeleton Pang Pong, who used to be closest to him, popped up from the ground. "Boss, how did you change so much? I couldn't even recognize you." Wei Dongdong swaggered into their military camp. Pang Pong knew that Bao Bao was the boss's master and took very good care of her, preparing both tea and pastries. Taking this opportunity, Wei Dongdong asked him how they had developed so much in just 3 days. As soon as the question was asked, Pang Pang's face filled with pride. After Wei Dongdong left, they discovered that the goblins had more stamina and strength than them, so they tricked a few of them over. After forcing them to join, they were able to attack players below level 30. But also found that running away was not effective in the long run, so they started building a camp. In fact, it was just a hiding place. Covered with grass, they could quickly retreat underground. It was difficult for players to discover, and even if they did, there was no need to worry too much. The underground shelter system was very complex and intertwined. If a player unfamiliar with the underground terrain rashly went down, they would be ambushed. Wei Dongdong was very puzzled listening to Pang Pong ramble on. "Are you guys really monsters? Why have you suddenly become so smart?" "Boss, you're a monster too. We just learned the good things from you." It had only been 3 days and they had even learned how to flatter. Wei Dongdong got to the main point. He told Pang Pong that the main purpose of his return this time was to bring this young magician to level up and prepare for the Divine Spirit Academy exam. Pang Pong immediately gave a thumbs up after hearing this. "That's simple. Sister Bao Bao can just join us in ambushing players." Wei Dongdong gave him a knock on the head and said, "Who taught you to bring a player to attack other players?" He clarified once more. Pang Pong and the other skeleton mobs would take Bao Bao to attack the other low-level monsters in this area. At the same time, he needed time to get used to his new body and skills after the class change. The goal was to raise Bao Bao from level 10 to level 39 before the second exam. Days passed like this, and the skeletons and Bao Bao continuously improved. Even Sappo, the god of war, was now being defeated by them. Finally, the day of the exam arrived, and Bao Bao went to register with great excitement. Wei Dongdong glanced at the applicant ranking list brought by a pigeon. It seemed there were truly many masters in this exam. In the real world, Wei Dongdong's female colleagues at the office began to find it strange that he hadn't come to work for several days. But their boss said that headquarters had assigned him to a scientific project a few days ago. He also said he had informed Wei Dongdong's parents, who were traveling the world. It's unknown if this boss is related to Wei Dongdong's transmigration to another world, but since his parents weren't worried about their son, no one else cared anymore. Meanwhile, Bao Bao's house had a guest today, her best friend Xuanyi. As soon as these 2 chatterboxes met, Bao Bao excitedly recounted her story of meeting Wei Dongdong. When they first met, he was a skeleton mob, but by chance he accepted her as his master. After that, he bought her bubble tea and delicious food and finally transformed into a handsome prince to help her level up. Xuanyi's eyes lit up after hearing the story. "Hey, why don't I ever run into such good things? Heavens, please send me a mob like that too." The 2 chatted late into the night. Before Xuanyi went home, Bao Bao kept tossing and turning in bed, lost in thought. "Tomorrow I have to take the Divine Spirit Academy exam." Bao Bao kept thinking about Wei Dongdong with a sense of regret. How great would it be if there was really someone like that out there? He is real, Grandma. You just don't know it. Bao Bao fell asleep with regret, but she kept tossing and turning. Unable to fall asleep, Bao Bao decided to log back into it to have a look. Wei Dongdong was a little surprised to see her appear at this time. "Why are you online instead of sleeping?" "I couldn't sleep, so I came to check. I'm afraid you'll trick me and run away." "How could I trick you? I'll always be here." Only then did Bao Bao feel relieved, log out, and fall soundly asleep. The next morning, Bao Bao woke up early and logged into the Divine Spirit Academy exam had truly begun. The number of examinees was unimaginably large. The atmosphere was very lively. On this side, someone was selling an encyclopedia analyzing the predicted rankings for this year's exam, and on that side, someone was selling rabbit meat to boost the examinees' morale. Bao Bao drank the bubble tea Wei Dongdong bought her, but she still kept looking around. "What? They're even selling analyses of the predicted rankings?" Wei Dongdong explained to her. For the preliminary exam that the 2 had registered for and passed a few days ago, 30,000 people had signed up, but only 2,000 outstanding candidates were selected. In the next stage, the intermediate exam held today, only 30 even more outstanding people would be selected from these 2,000 as final qualifiers. Every time the school holds an exam, many factions flock to it. Moreover, the competition is broadcast live and rankings are predicted. So every year during the Divine Spirit Academy exam season, players enthusiastically participate in betting, much like the Euro Cup. Before being transported into the game, Wei Dongdong was the guild master of a guild that wasn't qualified for the exam, so he always watched the live broadcast. This time he could finally see it in person, and he seemed even more excited than his own examinee, Bao Bao. As the two were looking around the exam venue, they heard someone shouting their name loudly. It was Kuan Yichu. She wasn't surprised at all to see Wei Dongdong's new look. She hadn't expected the two of them to be participating in the exam this time. In that case, stick with me. I'll protect you both. Just a moment ago, Wei Dongdong had casually bought a pamphlet with information on the contestants for this exam. Now that he had some free time, he was about to take it out and read it, but Kuan Yichu snatched it and threw it away. These books are full of inaccurate data and they're all from old research. The latest information hasn't been updated. Then she took out another notebook from her own pocket and showed it to them, saying she had written it herself. Wei Dongdong took it and looked it over. Sure enough, Kuan Yichu's notebook was written in much greater detail. Who would have thought that an NPC like her would know so much about the exam? They entered the examination venue and waited. The exam would officially begin once Elder Z started his speech. He was one of the 5 who had reached the highest level in this world of A. However, he was so old he couldn't even walk properly, and as soon as he appeared, he embarrassingly tripped in front of the numerous examinees, completely losing face. Elder Z coughed a few times and then began the same speech he gave every year. According to the results of this preliminary exam, this year's candidates are undoubtedly the most qualified cohort in the past decade. I hope you all can display your abilities to the fullest. The top-ranking players are the ones with the potential to win. But every year, many strong contenders are eliminated, so no one should let their guard down. Elder Z's speech was boring, but the examinees below still listened very attentively. This year's exam is divided into 2 stages to evaluate the player's intelligence, physical strength, and skills. Elder Z was out of breath after saying this much and couldn't continue, so he immediately signaled for the exam to begin. The examinees went to receive their number tags for the first stage, the preliminary exam. Bao Bao's number was 9. Looking around, everyone was in high spirits, and she couldn't help but get excited too. As soon as the exam started, the live broadcast also began. This year, it was once again hosted by MCs Hi Hi and Haha. The very first challenge was already quite tough. The 2 professional MCs began to explain the exam rules in detail on behalf of Elder Z. The island where the exam was held was currently divided into 3 areas, corresponding to the 3 puzzles of physical strength, skills, and intelligence. In each area, 500 items were scattered. Participants had to solve these 3 puzzles in order and collect the items. A pass was considered successful only if at least 2 puzzles were solved and 2 or more items were obtained. First up was the physical strength challenge. This selection exam was only open to players below level 40. However, the physical strength assessment required collecting the fur of a level 55 magic ferret. Therefore, the examinees had to cooperate with each other to pass. The difficult part, however, was that there were only 500 magic ferrets, not enough to be divided among the 2,000 participants. People who had just cooperated could quickly turn on each other. Making a choice would be a very difficult decision for them. Next was the skills assessment. Equipment specialist players had to assemble 3 different small parts into 1 complete component. However, the total number of these parts was 500, all disassembled from a single finished product. Finding the 3 correct parts out of 500 pieces and assembling them into 1 finished product was incredibly difficult. The final challenge was the intelligence test. Scrolls were scattered throughout the area. Examinees had to find 3 scrolls and form a complete formation. Not only did this formation have to meet valid conditions, but forming the coordinates to move to the next location was a crucial part of passing the exam. After Haha and Hi Hi finished explaining, the players began to land on the island. They all had their own strengths, but the important thing was that they were all greedy and wanted to pass the exam. As nervous as the examinees were, gambling had already started outside. Bao Bao and Wei Dongdong encountered the magic ferrets first. These monsters were small in size but very ferocious. However, after changing his class to a vampire, Wei Dongdong had acquired a few new skills, which were perfect for subduing these creatures. The game ahead seemed like it would be very interesting. A few hours later, the other participants were at a dead end. Even though they were well aware of the magic ferret's habits, not a single one had appeared after waiting for hours. A search revealed that there wasn't even a shadow of a ferret within a 10-mile radius. Since the chat channel couldn't be used during the match, it was only after a few participants met and exchanged information that they found out all the magic ferrets had been dealt with by a single pet. Who else could this pet be but Wei Dongdong? He had already killed 200 magic ferrets, nearly half of the total, and yet he was still going around complaining about why he couldn't see a single ferret. As soon as the match's MC received this information, he immediately announced it to the live audience. Everyone, just 2 hours into the match, the pet of a participant who wants a pink balloon has killed over 200 magic ferrets with its level 61 skill advantage. The one who wants a pink balloon was Bao Bao's nickname. Both MCs seemed surprised by this event. As was known, the exam participants were limited to being below level 40. However, their pets were not subject to this restriction. It was just that in the history of the event, there had never been a case where a pet's level was so much higher than its master's. This was because everyone knew that if a pet's level was too high compared to its master's, it was difficult to maintain loyalty, and they might even betray them over time. Now all the attention was on Wei Dongdong. As he was looking around searching for any sign of a magic ferret, a cat spirit appeared. "I heard you're selling ferret fur." It seemed that other participants were feeling increasingly helpless about hunting the ferrets themselves and had started coming to Wei Dongdong to buy the items. Wei Dongdong greeted his first customer kindly as soon as he saw him. The two didn't talk long and got straight to the point. 1 ferret fur for 50 gold coins, no bargaining. As soon as the cat spirit heard this, he ferociously grabbed Wei Dongdong by the collar and shouted that he was a robber. This was because in reality 1 gold coin was equivalent to 100 yuan. Despite the other party's rudeness, Wei Dongdong didn't get angry. Instead, he lifted the cat spirit up and held him affectionately like a house cat. "Hey friend, passing this exam is definitely more beneficial than having a few coins in your pocket. Let go, you damn bastard, how dare you insult me." In the end, the cat spirit agreed to buy 6 magic ferret furs. When he returned with the ferret furs, his 2 teammates were waiting. However, the human warrior on the team immediately sensed something was wrong. There were 3 of them, but the cat spirit had only brought back 6 furs. "How can someone with your intelligence stand before me? I don't need to hunt magic ferrets anymore, so why should I bring along a troublesome warrior like you? If I bring you along, I'll have to solve 3 more formations, so you can stop here." Oh, this was the first betrayal among teammates during the competition. Knowing he had been tricked, the man immediately drew his sword, but before he could attack he was trapped in a formation. Dozens of tentacles shot out from the ground, binding his entire body tightly. During the competition, participants were originally not allowed to attack each other, but a player's movements could still be restricted, and that warrior was unlucky enough to be standing where a red lotus formation had been set. The cat spirit looked at him with great contempt. "Actually, we were going to abandon you after you hunted 6 ferrets, but who knew you couldn't even catch a ferret and had to spend money instead? You bastards!" The young man struggled continuously, but the more he moved, the tighter the tentacles became, making it impossible to escape. The first team had thus disintegrated, with the cat spirit leader emerging victorious. On the other side, 2 pointed-eared spirits appeared this time. They were also struggling to find magic ferrets, but this time Wei Dongdong acted more professionally. Instead of waiting for the other party to come to him, he went to them directly to sell the ferret fur. While Wei Dongdong was busy selling ferret fur, a few people had already passed the component assembly test. The most prominent were 2 sword masters with extraordinary temperaments. They had noticed Wei Dongdong, but since it was an exam, they didn't want to cause a scene. Besides, they both wanted to level up as quickly as possible, so they didn't have time to bother with him. Just then, fireworks went off in the sky, which meant that some players had already passed the exam, but only a very few. The majority of the participants were stuck at the physical strength test because there were no more ferrets to hunt. The reason Wei Dongdong was so busy making money wasn't that he wasn't worried about Bao Bao's exam. It was because Kuan Yichu was taking care of everything for Bao Bao. The 2 of them were assembling components together. Bao Bao casually opened her inventory and was shocked to see that the amount of money had skyrocketed. Kuan Yichu immediately guessed that this was because of Wei Dongdong. She didn't know how he had earned money for the little magician, but she didn't care much. What she was focusing on now were those components. Assembling this tool was much more complicated than Kuan Yichu had thought. The 500 components all looked similar. Finding the 3 correct pieces to assemble into one finished product was too difficult. According to the information Kuan Yichu had gathered, people who hunted magic ferrets usually came here to assemble the components first. The more people who came, the easier it would be to pass the exam. However, the 2 of them waited here for a long time, but only a few people came to join them. How could Kuan Yichu have guessed that because of Wei Dongdong most of the participants were stuck at the first gate? He was still diligently promoting his products. Just as he was about to approach a new target, Wei Dongdong was suddenly blocked by a large bear. "Brother, want to buy some ferret fur?" It was a familiar sales pitch, but this time it wasn't Wei Dongdong who said it. His face immediately darkened. "So that's why there wasn't a single ferret. It was because of you. I only caught over 100. There are still plenty left." He hadn't expected to find someone in this competition with the same idea as him, that is, someone who seized the opportunity to make money. MCs Haha and Hi Hi couldn't help but burst into laughter when they saw this scene. This year's 2 biggest villains who had been hindering the progress of other participants had finally met. How will their confrontation ignite? Dear viewers, please watch closely. Basically, if Wei Dongdong and Brother Bear hadn't targeted the same customer, nothing would have happened. Both were filled with killing intent and didn't want to concede this business to the other. Soon the 2 were arguing, and their attitudes were almost on the verge of a fight. Just when Haha thought the 2 youths were about to fight, Wei Dongdong and Brother Bear suddenly did a 180-degree turn and shook hands. "So the 2 of us have monopolized the ferret fur market now, right?" "That's right, brother. Do you know what this is called? When the market is monopolized, isn't the price just whatever we say it is?" This situation was so sudden that even the 2 MCs didn't have time to react, and the live audience was likely speechless at this turn of events. The 2 who had almost fought just a moment ago were now sitting at a table together planning their business strategy. A few minutes later, they finally confirmed a new sales plan. Wei Dongdong still sold ferret fur for 50 gold coins, but each player could only buy a maximum of 2. If they wanted to buy a third one, they had to bring another player to buy with them. If they brought one person, they would get a discount of 5 gold coins. Big Black Bear gave him a thumbs up in admiration. "Brother, are you from a family of businessmen?" Now the two of them didn't need to go around selling ferret fur. They just had to sit in one place, and other participants would come to them. This was the first time the two MCs had encountered such a situation in the 10 years this competition had been held. In the past, some capable participants had quickly killed many magic ferrets, but they all left after finishing. There was no one like these two setting up a stall and doing business right on the competition grounds. Money was constantly pouring into Bao Bao's wallet. With this money, she could probably swim in a pool of bubble tea. Kuan Yichu couldn't stand it anymore. She had been assembling for a long time but hadn't gotten a single one right. She immediately told Bao Bao to open the chat window. "We need to call Wei Dongdong back right now. You damn skeleton, get back here. The second stage is impossible to pass without cooperation. We don't have much time left." Kuan Yichu's voice echoed throughout the forest. On the other side, a few players had gathered not to buy ferret fur but to take down Wei Dongdong. They complained that it wasn't easy to participate in this competition, and they even had to save on food expenses, so where would they get 150 gold coins to buy his ferret fur? However, when it came to attacking Wei Dongdong, most people were very hesitant. After all, even though he was a pet, his level was much higher than theirs. "You can't attack him, but you can use other methods," a strange voice rang out. All the players raised their heads in unison. A stranger had appeared on a tree branch at some point. "So many people are afraid of a single pet, it's really ridiculous. There are quite a few formation masters among you. Since you're going to be eliminated anyway, why don't you all team up and take back what's yours?" Kuan Yichu still hadn't found a breakthrough in the skills test and was on the verge of going crazy. If Wei Dongdong came, she looked like she would eat him alive. Just then, Bao Bao saw a very familiar figure running over from a distance. It was undoubtedly Wei Dongdong. But why was he running as if being chased by a ghost? There were no ghosts, but Wei Dongdong was indeed being chased by a group of players. Bao Bao found it strange and mingled with the crowd, only to find out that the reason they were chasing Wei Dongdong was that he had caught all the magic ferrets in the forest and sold them at a high price. These players didn't hesitate to hurl the most venomous curses at Wei Dongdong. They even cursed the person who had accepted this unscrupulous pet. Hearing this, Bao Bao could only laugh awkwardly. So this was why the money in her wallet was growing so fast. Wei Dongdong ran with his head down. A blanket was draped over his neck. This was another form of the big black bear from earlier. He was afraid of being chased by the gang but found running a marathon too troublesome. So he hung on Wei Dongdong's neck. People were hot on their heels from behind. He felt that continuing to run like this was not a solution, so he resolutely stopped. Wei Dongdong had originally planned to show his abilities in the next stage of the exam, but since these people kept chasing and wouldn't give up, he showed his first ability, water element manipulation. Wei Dongdong had no intention of hurting anyone, so he only obscured their vision and took the opportunity to escape. When he returned, Kuan Yichu was struggling with a pile of components. They only had 7 hours left for this challenge. As soon as she saw Wei Dongdong return, her foul mouth started working. A tirade of about 2,000 words poured out of Kuan Yichu's mouth. Wei Dongdong had no way to deal with her cursing, and the big black bear had to listen to the scolding along with him. After she had her fill of cursing, Kuan Yichu returned to the current problem. Since the challenge started, she had glanced over the components and found that they had some rules. Although they didn't match when assembled, she thought that if she disassembled these components into more pieces and then assembled the small parts one by one, she could create a standard component belt. However, Kuan Yichu hadn't dared to do so yet because she wasn't sure if she could restore them if they broke after disassembly. As soon as Wei Dongdong returned, he was tasked with collecting the components buried in the sand. Big Black Bear immediately wanted to join them. He even had a wife who was a formation master, and he promised to have them gather together in the next stage. Wei Dongdong immediately agreed. Formation master was a profession participating in this exam, and at least the leveling conditions were relatively easy, so it was beneficial for him if they joined. After that, Wei Dongdong continued to dig for components. Just then, the strange masked man who had instigated the players to chase Wei Dongdong earlier appeared again. Wei Dongdong thought the other party had come to confront him, but unexpectedly, he wore a very flattering expression. "Brother, you've misunderstood. I came to tell you that many other contestants have found your whereabouts. They're on their way here. I can help you." Wei Dongdong found it strange. Although he didn't know this man was the main culprit who had instigated the other contestants earlier, the fact that he suddenly offered to help was strange enough. The man explained that the appearance of a high-level pet like Wei Dongdong was unprecedented. Therefore, he suspected Wei Dongdong was related to the main quest of this year's event, and he wanted to be friends rather than foes. After hearing this, Wei Dongdong seemed to be convinced. "Alright, let's split up and run. Brother Black Bear, take care of Bao Bao. And you, brother, let's go divert the attention of the other contestants." This man's name was Yichu, and he was actually the young master of a rich family. The cat spirit who had bought ferret fur from Wei Dongdong was also his subordinate. In reality, Yichu had no good intentions at all. It was he who had revealed Wei Dongdong's location. At the same time, he also leaked information about him and Bao Bao to the other contestants. This was to make Wei Dongdong the target of everyone, and then appear like a reliable friend in his desperate situation to gain his trust. Moreover, Wei Dongdong had caught 200 magic ferrets and Black Bear had hunted 100. The vast majority of the remaining magic ferrets fell at the hands of this very Yichu. It was just that he wasn't as greedy for money as the other two, so he hid those ferret furs away. His goal was to minimize the pass rate of this exam. Of course, the entire competition process of all the contestants was recorded and broadcast live. Therefore, the conversation between Yichu and the cat spirit was no exception. Hi and Haha could no longer laugh. They were extremely embarrassed and couldn't even offer any commentary on the tactics of this cunning young master. After all, he was the heir to the Assassin's League, a figure not to be trifled with. Black Bear and Bao Bao went to another place to hide for a while. Kuan Yichu was still assembling the components by herself. It seemed the other contestants hadn't yet discovered their cooperative relationship. Before leaving, Wei Dongdong urged Kuan Yichu to hold on as long as possible and not let other players interfere. While the two were waiting, Black Bear asked Bao Bao a few things about Wei Dongdong. Hey little lady, your pet is quite something, but how did you catch him when he's at such a high level, and how do you manage him? Dongdong told me not to reveal his identity, Bao Bao replied nonchalantly. Black Bear immediately guessed that Wei Dongdong's identity was not ordinary. He began to think that Wei Dongdong was a crucial link to the main quest, which was why he tried to befriend him. However, Black Bear didn't know that he was falling into a trap set by Wei Dongdong. Before the exam, Wei Dongdong had specifically instructed Bao Bao, if anyone asked about his identity, she should act as mysteriously as possible. That way, high-level players would become suspicious and try to befriend them or treat them well to get clues. But in fact, it was Wei Dongdong who stood to gain more. The two sat there idly, and before long they were discovered by the cat spirit. The cat spirit immediately sent out a signal. Other players followed, and in an instant they surrounded Black Bear and Bao Bao. The young magician was a little nervous. This was the first time she had been in such a situation. They didn't actually intend to harm her. All they wanted was Wei Dongdong. Yichu, who was with Wei Dongdong, was also very immersed in his act. He had the ability to restrain others, so he used it to bind the troublesome players pretending to help Wei Dongdong. Wei Dongdong kept using his water element manipulation ability, but there were too many opponents and his mana was almost depleted. Follow me, quickly, Yichu shouted loudly. Without a second thought, Wei Dongdong immediately ran after him. But at this moment, Yichu deliberately nullified his own ability. He wanted to corner Wei Dongdong to see what kind of abilities he could unleash. As soon as the players were freed from their restraints, they madly rushed towards Wei Dongdong. Like Bao Bao on the other side, both were surrounded by their opponents. The number of people surrounding Black Bear and Bao Bao seemed to be even greater. These people were all mad with rage. Bao Bao felt that if she didn't hand over Wei Dongdong, they would tear her to pieces. But despite being in danger, the young magician was determined not to betray her companion. She raised her magic wand high and drew a spell in the space in front of her. Everyone thought Bao Bao was preparing to summon Wei Dongdong, but what she summoned was a slime. A huge level 55 slime. Everyone was stunned, including the two MCs. Bao Bao had made a move no one expected. My god, she has two pets? And both are high-level pets. The crowd felt as if they had been tricked when they saw that Bao Bao had summoned a slime instead of Wei Dongdong. The lead magician shouted, "No, I have to give that little girl a beating. I've never been so insulted in my life." I don't think so, Bao Bao said with a confident smile. Her little slime leapt in front of the players and slowly grew larger, transforming into a six-pack muscular slime. It seemed it would be difficult to get past this slime to attack Bao Bao. The two MCs, Hi and Haha, continuously wiped their sweat. They had been live streaming this exam for many years, but this was the first time they had witnessed so many bizarre events. On the other side, Wei Dongdong was also surrounded. Just when Yichu thought he was about to pull out a trump card, Wei Dongdong urgently contacted Bao Bao and told her to recall him to the pet space. Bao Bao immediately agreed, and in just a few seconds, Wei Dongdong disappeared in front of the crowd. "I'm really sorry, brother Yi. You'll have to hold on here by yourself." A deathly silence fell. Yichu was cursed out by the players. At first he had asked them to go catch Wei Dongdong with him, but in the end he had betrayed them. Everyone here had witnessed this scene, and Yichu couldn't explain himself even if he had 100 mouths. Hi and Haha struggled to hold back their laughter. Who would have thought that the young master of the Assassin's League would be tricked by a pet? When Bao Bao recalled him to the pet space, Wei Dongdong immediately returned to her side with Black Bear and the giant slime providing support from behind. The players no longer dared to act rashly. They made excuses and left one by one, leaving only the magician who had been shouting the loudest and wanting to fight earlier. "What's the matter?" Black Bear and Wei Dongdong asked, moving closer to their opponent. Their affectionate gazes made the magician's skin crawl. This slime is really sturdy. Can I touch its muscles?" While the three of them were dealing with the troublesome players, Kuan Yichu had successfully assembled the components, completing one standard part. She was the first contestant to be so bold as to disassemble all the components into smaller pieces and then reassemble them. This team continued to surprise the MCs and the audience. Kuan Yichu didn't rest. She had to assemble one more so everyone could pass this round. But now that the other contestants no longer dared to bother them, they could take it a bit easier. "It's all your fault," Kuan Yichu chided Wei Dongdong while assembling the parts. "You were so eager to go around selling ferret fur. We almost failed to pass this round." I originally only caught 200 and left the remaining 300 for the other contestants. I thought that would be enough for them to come here and help you find the parts. But I didn't expect there to be someone else as shameless as me." Even the MC seemed to admire Wei Dongdong for being able to say such things. He was clearly the scoundrel who had blocked others' paths first, but now he was talking as if he were the victim. However, the time for the assembly test was almost over, and besides them, not many people had made it here yet. Wei Dongdong began to suspect that besides himself and Black Bear there was another mysterious person who had hunted magic ferrets but hadn't sold them. A blue formation suddenly appeared in the sky and a girl walked out from within. Wei Dongdong was on high alert, with water element already condensed into ice in his hand ready to attack at any moment. But at this moment Black Bear hurriedly ran over and stood in front of the two, hastily explaining, "Don't misunderstand, this is my wife. She was supposed to find me after finishing the formation round. She means no harm." "Sit," the girl commanded coldly. Black Bear didn't dare to utter a word of defiance and obediently sat down. As soon as he sat down, the girl started biting and crying at Black Bear incessantly. It turned out he had told her to wait in one place, but then he ran off to another, making it impossible for her to find him, and in the end she had to use a transportation formation to find this place. Wei Dongdong was furious. Did he have to see a couple showing off their affection even in this other world he was transported to? After the couple had their argument, Black Bear's wife suddenly said something to Wei Dongdong, but her voice was too soft, so he couldn't hear anything. "Wife, I'll tell him. There's something on your body that allows others to track you," Black Bear enthusiastically translated. As soon as Black Bear finished speaking, his wife waved her hand. 3 devices fell out of Wei Dongdong's cloak and the girl waved her hand again, destroying all 3 devices. Once the job was done, the two returned to their main task of showing off their affection. Wei Dongdong couldn't help but be grateful to this strange girl. So that's why the other players could always find him so easily. He began to think about who had installed this device on his body and when. But it seemed that besides Yichu and the cat spirit, no one else could have gotten close to him. Black Bear and his wife Meng Meng also divided their tasks like Wei Dongdong's team, with one hunting ferrets and the other assembling components. So when the girl arrived, they had already finished this round. The two said goodbye to Wei Dongdong and left first. A few minutes later, Kuan Yichu also finished assembling another component belt. Just as she handed it to Wei Dongdong, the cat spirit led other players over. But Wei Dongdong, Bao Bao and Kuan Yichu had already met the conditions to pass the test and were preparing to be transported to another location before leaving. Wei Dongdong didn't forget to leave a threatening message for the cat spirit. "You dare to trick me? See you in the next round, I'll settle the score with you." When Wei Dongdong left, only the remaining ferret furs were scattered on the ground. Everyone who passed the first round was moved to a beach. When Wei Dongdong and Bao Bao arrived, Black Bear and Meng Meng were already there. The two MCs announced that a total of 28 people had passed the first round. Therefore, according to the original selection quota of 30, everyone present could pass the second round. However, rules were rules, so this round still proceeded. The person who ranked first in this round would receive a clue to the main quest of the 10th anniversary event. In addition, the ranking would determine how many resources they would get at the academy, and which instructors they would be assigned to. The format of the second round was to eliminate werewolves on an island. It was roughly similar to the game of Mafia. This test was divided into day and night. During the day they could not attack each other and could form alliances. The number tags they had drawn before the test began were now shuffled and redistributed to each player. They would receive another player's number tag. If they could get their own number tag back at the end, they would receive 10 points. If they failed, they would only get 1 point. During the day they could not attack each other, but when night fell, they could choose one of 3 abilities to activate. Only one skill could be activated each night, and the same skill could not be used for 2 consecutive nights. The first skill is Foresight. The person with this ability can see the number tags of 3 other players. However, if a player chooses to become a prophet, they lose their defensive abilities and become the weakest person. Next is the Werewolf transformation ability. As the name suggests, the player transforms into a werewolf, gains a strengthening buff, and when they enter Berserk mode, their attributes are doubled. Every night the werewolf hunts another player. If they successfully take down one person, they can obtain that player's number tag. If a player has multiple number tags, they can specify a number tag when the attack is successful. Otherwise, they will receive it randomly. If several people attack one player at the same time, they can all cooperate to eliminate them. With each successful attack, they get one of the opponent's number tags. The last ability is the Guardian ability. The person who chooses this ability becomes an autist and must stay in their room all night. They can meet allies during the day. Otherwise, any attack will be nullified. However, there is no guarantee that a friend made as an ally during the day will actually support them. They can steal number tags. If one player in an alliance chooses to become a guardian, the other players in the alliance can enter their house that night when invited. This challenge lasts for 10 days and nights. After this time, the player's ranking will be determined based on analysis. However, if they lose their number tag for 3 consecutive days, they are immediately eliminated, or if they die twice on the same night without a number tag in hand, they are eliminated. During the day, everyone could still play and eat freely. The academy did not treat the contestants poorly, so they prepared many rare delicacies to satisfy them. The two MCs were foaming at the mouth explaining the game rules. After that, the contestants returned to their rooms one by one to check their number tags. Wei Dongdong and Bao Bao's number was 10. It was unknown who had their number 9 tag. As soon as everyone checked the number tag in their hand, the challenge quickly began. Night has fallen, please close your eyes. Werewolves, please open your eyes. The first to wake up was the cat spirit. He seemed to enjoy the attribute increase after becoming a werewolf very much. Since it was the first night, there was no time to form alliances yet. The cat pulled out a notebook that recorded information on the other 27 players. He directly skipped the contestants who ranked at the top in the previous round. They were basically players from large guilds, so they were very difficult to take down. As he was wondering who to hunt first, a very familiar voice suddenly rang out next to his ear. Kitty, was it you who installed the tracking formation on my body in the last round? In the darkness, Wei Dongdong and Bao Bao appeared like the Hai Bai Wuchang, making the cat spirit's heart stop. When Wei Dongdong asked that, he quickly denied it and tried to shirk responsibility. Nonsense, I'm an assassin, I don't know anything about formations. Besides, the other party was cut off by Wei Dongdong before he could finish. I won't bother with that matter anymore. Anyway, you're my prey tonight. He was a person who thoroughly held a grudge, and he held it for a very long time. For a mere cat spirit to try and trick him, he would definitely teach him a lesson. Wei Dongdong was confident that even if the opponent's attributes were doubled, he couldn't beat him, and that confidence was completely justified. Before long, the two of them had snatched his number tag. Moreover, they dressed the cat in a dress and ribbons to further humiliate him. Stop, I can't take it anymore. I just chose a cat character. I'm not a real cat. The opponent was furious and immediately threw off the pink dress. Since you took my number tag, you can get out of my house now. Wei Dongdong had no intention of staying long either. Before leaving, he didn't forget to remind the cat that he had to continue hunting other players today. Otherwise, he said, he would be eliminated quickly, and it wouldn't be any fun. The two left leisurely, promising to come back in a few days and bring some more princess dresses. The match MCs were laughing so hard they could barely breathe. They never expected Wei Dongdong to take revenge so viciously. He was clearly a man but had to appear on the live broadcast wearing a dress. It was anyone's guess how he'd ever be able to show his face in public again. The camera now began to focus on the other players. Tonight, the role of the prophet was a participant named Yuan Jin. He could check the number tags of 3 other players, but unfortunately, his own tag had already been taken by a player named Ling. The challenge was currently leaning towards high-ranking players attacking and low-ranking players defending, making it quite easy to predict. Besides the incident at the cat's house, nothing particularly special happened on the first night. Soon, day broke. Wei Dongdong and Bao Bao changed into comfortable clothes and went out to the beach. Kuan Yichu was already waiting for them. Not long after, the bear and his girlfriend also arrived. Wei Dongdong could guess why the bear had come, so he spoke first. Shall we form an alliance? Haha brother, you really know me well. The major guilds have already decided their factions and alliance targets. Meng Ming and I hope we can form an alliance. Kuan Yichu also agreed, but the problem was that they could only ally with one person each night. She thought they needed to share more information and decide the order of alliances and their attack and defense targets. Before that, they had to reveal their number tag information first. If anyone among the 4 of them had another's number tag, they could make an exchange. In any case, cooperation was like a gamble, and the key was to trust each other. Wei Dongdong revealed his number tags first. He had number 10 and number 69 on behalf of Bao Bao. The bear had numbers 567 and 439, Kuan Yichu had number 369 and Meng Ming had number 4. Unfortunately, no one had anyone else's number tag. Kuan Yichu was very ambitious about getting her own tag back. This 10-point bonus was equivalent to 10 successful hunts, which would save a lot of time and effort. Therefore, the first thing to do was to find out who had her number tag. At this moment, Meng Ming quietly mumbled something. The bear had to act as her translator again. My girlfriend says we can first check which roles were used, then decide on our attack or defense combinations. That's because the role selection skill cannot be used on consecutive days. After that, during the morning we should interact with other players to gather more information. Wei Dongdong also agreed with Meng Ming's opinion. However, the daytime in this challenge was only 4 hours long. So today, as an exception, he followed the little magical girl's wishes and let her play in the sea for a while. After the two had their fun in the sea, they came back to the beach. While they were building a sandcastle, a white-haired young man approached. He introduced himself as Guling, the very person who had taken Yuan Jin's number tag last night. Guling was currently the number 1 ranked player, so he clearly hadn't come just to chat. His purpose was to exchange number tags and form an alliance with the two of them. When a stranger approached, Bao Bao immediately put on the air of a haughty young lady. Wei Dongdong played along with her very well. The two followed Guling to their private room. Zhang Luwei was already waiting there. Besides her beautiful face, this girl had a full and rounded figure. Guling introduced Zhang Luwei as his allied friend. But what their actual relationship was remained to be seen. Zhang Luwei recognized at a glance that Wei Dongdong was the pet who had caused a commotion in the last round. The 4 of them sat down and talked seriously. Guling wanted to cooperate with them to get more information and help himself get a higher score. He didn't hide his intentions at all, and Guling's overly direct attitude displeased Wei Dongdong. Aren't you misunderstanding something? At first you said it was an alliance, but now it's changed to us helping you get a high score? Guling placed his sword on the table. because I will be invincible. If I get the main quest, I can share it with you. After we cooperate, I want to recruit Bao Bao into our guild. Bao Bao didn't know what the sword meant, but there was no way Wei Dongdong wouldn't. The reward for the main quest of A's 3rd anniversary event was the Xuanyuan Divine Sword. This sword could grant its user 4 times their power. It was the very sword on the table. The fact that the Xuanyuan Guild entrusted a divine weapon to Guling proved that his ability and status were anything but ordinary. Moreover, with this sword in hand, Guling was twice as powerful as a werewolf. Even if he became an ordinary prophet, he could easily defeat a werewolf. As Wei Dongdong passionately explained, Guling found it very interesting. I told you this pet was interesting. He even knows about things from 7 or 8 years ago. They were more interested in Wei Dongdong than in Bao Bao, so if she joined the guild with him, they would willingly agree. Zhang Luwei seemed to have a more direct personality than Guling. Seeing Bao Bao hesitate, she fiercely slammed the book she was reading shut. Then Zhang Luwei boasted that they had another divine weapon like the Xuanyuan Divine Sword. The Xuanyuan Guild was a name with a top-tier background and skill in the world of A. In other words, if Bao Bao joined the Xuanyuan Guild, she would be treated very well. That was Guling's promise. As the top heir of this guild, Guling did not demand an immediate answer from them. After returning, Wei Dongdong was deep in thought. He was already overthinking today, but after hearing Guling say so much, he suddenly felt there was a real difference with those from major guilds. Before, he had always thought he could win and go far on his own, but after today, Wei Dongdong suddenly thought that joining a major guild might not be a bad idea. He could easily obtain money and fame. Bao Bao bonked him on the head to knock the silly thoughts out of his mind. Since they returned, Wei Dongdong was the only one who was swayed. She had never even considered agreeing. The Xuanyuan Guild was big, but she felt that being free like she was now was better. If their ways of life were different, there was no need to get entangled. If they couldn't get information by allying with Guling, they still had many other clues to work on. Besides, Bao Bao was a clever girl. She could tell that Guling didn't think she was important at all. He only saw her as a valuable commodity to recruit when Wei Dongdong was by her side. If she joined their guild, her own value would be diminished and the experience would no longer be as wonderful. Major guilds are great, but what's important to me is who I experience the quests with. Actually, my body has never been very healthy, so I couldn't eat much, let alone drink bubble tea, but after coming to A and meeting you, I found out for the first time how delicious bubble tea is. This is also the first time I've seen the vast ocean here. So we can just work hard together. We don't need to rely on anyone else. Bao Bao poured out all the feelings she had kept inside over the past few days, but the only thing Wei Dongdong focused on in her speech was the phrase, saw the vast ocean for the first time. Now I get why she was swimming like a crippled frog earlier. Bao Bao's anger immediately flared up. Just as she was about to have it out with Wei Dongdong, someone else came looking for them. This time it was a young lady from a rich family. As soon as she saw Bao Bao, she came over and bluntly said she wanted to buy her pet back. She said price was not an issue. Wei Dongdong didn't have time to react, but Bao Bao had already exploded. She felt that all these people were crazy. This one wants to recruit, that one wants to buy back. Do they think they can do whatever they want just because they have money? You think you can buy him? Fine, I'll give you 1 billion. Are you going to buy him? This was just something Bao Bao said out of anger. The other party thought for a few seconds, then nodded and agreed. Wei Dongdong was stunned. He had lived for over 20 years, but this was the first time he knew he was so expensive. Of course, even if she was offered a high price, Bao Bao had no intention of selling Wei Dongdong. She fiercely grabbed his hand and left. But that young lady clearly wouldn't give up. From her sparkling eyes you could tell she would use any means necessary to get what she wanted. Bao Bao returned to her room and angrily kept rolling around on her bed. Seeing this, Wei Dongdong deliberately teased her a bit more. The result was a pillow thrown squarely in his face. While the two were joking around, the bear and Meng Meng arrived with serious expressions. He brought some not-so-optimistic news. The top-ranked players were recruiting the mid-ranked players with money and benefits. Even those they hadn't approached didn't agree to ally with the bear. That was because most of these 27 people had only passed the first gate because they had to buy ferret fur from him and Wei Dongdong. It was a relief they hadn't come to settle their grudges, so how could he expect them to cooperate? How about you, brother? Did you succeed in recruiting anyone? Guling came and wanted to recruit Bao Bao into the Xuanyuan Guild, and some young lady named Shi wanted to buy me for 1 billion. This news immediately made the bear explode and he completely transformed. What kind of joke is this? She needs me, I can give her a discount. I can even turn into a snake. It was true that material possessions determine one's consciousness. The bear almost forgot for a moment that his girlfriend was standing behind him. Money was certainly attractive, but if he followed the call of money, he was likely to end up in a styrofoam box courtesy of Meng Meng. However, after talking with Guling, Wei Dongdong had a few realizations. It wasn't just one major guild participating in this exam. Players with a free background like them could easily be suppressed if they weren't careful. The bear had failed to recruit anyone for an alliance, but Kuan Yichu had brought 2 people. Among them was a giant man named Kuan too, who upon meeting Wei Dongdong hugged him and blushed. Apparently he was raised by wild monsters, and feeling the breath of a wild monster from Wei Dongdong, he was reminded of his mother. Wei Dongdong was shocked. I'm strictly heterosexual, alright? More allies mean more options. Let's exchange number tag information first, and can we know your rough skills? When Wei Dongdong asked that, Kuan Tu put on a serious expression and patted his chest a few times. Please leave the task of liking other people to me. The girl who came with him was named Wei Guang and she was originally part of Kuan 2's group, but before Wei Guang could even introduce herself, Yewei's voice came from the other side of the beach. Hello everyone, I'm Yewei. Please gather for a moment, I have something to say. Most of the players gathered out of curiosity. Yewei called them together to say he wanted to exchange number tags with everyone. He claimed that if all the players were honest they could each get 10 points. To build trust, Yewei demonstrated by returning the correct number tag to a tiger named Hong Lian. Of course the other participants didn't know they were from the same guild. With his eloquent words, Yewei painted a future where all participants would join hands and take first place. Moreover, if the other participants didn't exchange scores with each other now, it would be very difficult to beat Hong Lian. In any case, that tiger already had 10 points in hand. Guling and Zhang Luwei didn't go out at all. They were people who spoke with their strength, so they just considered Yewei to be spouting nonsense. Over here, Bao Bao was still naive even after being tricked last time. She thought Yewei had a point. If everyone exchanged with each other, they could win together. But Wei Dongdong was much more level-headed and knew immediately that the bastard was talking nonsense. This second exam was fundamentally focused on first place, and the rankings directly affected the resources they would receive. Therefore it was impossible to divide the victory fairly among the 28 people here. Yewei knew this better than anyone, yet he willingly gave 10 points to Hong Lian. This put the other players in a predicament. Even if they succeeded in a hunt every night, another player's number tag was only worth 1 point if it wasn't their own. Besides, werewolves couldn't use the same skill 2 nights in a row. By his calculation, the total number of hunting opportunities was at most 5. Yewei had set up this game, but he basically had no intention of winning. He just wanted to make the match more chaotic. The exam was clearly divided into 2 factions. One was the power-based Guling, and the other was the villainous Yewei. To the major guilds, a pet like Wei Dongdong was just a toy to play with or a commodity to recruit. But if they were going to look down on him like that, Wei Dongdong wanted to completely overturn the game they were playing. On the second night, Bao Bao chose the prophet ability. Zhang Luwei had number tag 6. Guling had 2 number tags, 621 and 521. Wei Dongdong was leisurely picking out a few princess dresses. He planned to continue his revenge on that damn cat after tonight. After checking the others' number tags, they had nothing to do, so they played cards. As day broke, the bear returned home with a blackened face, startling Meng Ming. Before they could even eat breakfast, Kuan Yichu came running over excitedly. Everyone, look what I found! Surprisingly, in her hand was the number 1 tag belonging to Guling the Swordmaster. Last night, Kuan Yichu had chosen to be a werewolf. After successfully hunting another player, she happened to find this number tag. Kuan Yichu was very excited, but she didn't realize when Guling had come to stand behind her. That's right, this is my number tag. Thank you for finding it. When I chose to be a prophet yesterday, I was surprised to find that the number tag in your hand is number 8. Name your price. Guling was a person who spoke with both skill and money. As soon as he discovered his number tag was in Kuan Yichu's hands, he got straight to the point, but today he had picked on the wrong person. Kuan Yichu took a deep breath. Then at a speed faster than a rapper, she unleashed a long tirade of curses. You damn bastard, are you crazy? Who raised you to be so arrogant? Yesterday you wanted to recruit Dongdong, and today you see I have your number tag and come demanding it. Don't you knock when you enter someone's house? Didn't your family teach you basic manners? How dare the top guild in a be so rude? Ask anyone in this whole city of Ung Niep who I'm afraid of. Even the city lord gets cursed out by me. And you want to take my number tag? I'd rather throw it away than give it to you. She omitted about 2,000 characters. Guling was completely frozen by the cursing. Wei Dongdong and the others were so thrilled they could have hit the ceiling. They never thought the day would come when the young master of the Xuanyuan guild would be so thoroughly cursed out that he couldn't even lift his head. Guling was severely berated and his pride was hurt. So he immediately turned to leave. If negotiation was impossible, he would take it back with his own strength. But before he had walked a few steps, Guling was called back by Kuan Yichu. Even after cursing someone out, business still had to be done. It's fine if you want the number tag, but I have a few conditions. Kuan Yichu demanded that if Guling later found her number 8 tag and Bao Bao's number 9 tag, he must return them immediately. Second, after this round ended, they must be allowed to join the Xuanyuan guild with the status of elders. Guling readily agreed. Kuan Yichu handed him the number tag. The young master of the Xuanyuan guild was very puzzled by this action. We already agreed to the deal, so why did she scold me just now? I've never been cursed at like this before. Shut up. I cursed you out because I felt like it. Got a problem? Just take this number tag and get lost. Guling was speechless, but he was relieved to have his number tag back anyway. The MCs commented that he was now in the most advantageous position. However, Kuan Yichu's group had first turned against him and now cooperated to hand over the number tag. So the player's way of thinking was something even the MCs couldn't predict. After that, Wei Dongdong began to assign new tasks. He instructed everyone to leak the information that Guling had obtained his own number tag, and for each of them to find other people to exchange information and form alliances. The match MC couldn't help but praise Wei Dongdong for being smart. He knew how to exploit human weaknesses. He knew that people would be more willing to form alliances only when Guling gained 10 points and pulled ahead of them. That's just how humans were. They only unite when faced with a great threat. Since no one knew Wei Dongdong was a transmigrator, both MCs unanimously agreed that he was a highly intelligent NPC. This type of NPC had been very rare in the past 10 years, but this year, several had appeared. Kuan Yichu was a prime example. After her verbal spar with Guling, her popularity ranking shot up to first place. The first person Wei Dongdong went to was that young lady, CC. This girl already had a crush on him, so it was quite easy to talk to her. Before the two had even exchanged a few words, CC agreed to ally with him. The second person Wei Dongdong recruited was that cat spirit. He seemed to be wearing a dress more demurely today. After recruiting these two, Wei Dongdong began to seriously review the list of other players. This morning Guling revealed that he had chosen to be a prophet last night, so tonight he would definitely become a werewolf. Brother, didn't you say you were going to form alliances? Why did you suddenly bring back a young lady and a cat? The black bear was still diligently massaging Meng Meng, but his mouth didn't stop moving. Speaking of which, after Wei Dongdong brought CC back, she kept looking at him with heart eyes, and Bao Bao was extremely displeased. A cat spirit named Mao was also someone he brought back after going to Yewei to form an alliance. Mao was very reluctant, but his guildmaster readily sold him out, so he had no choice but to be dragged over by Wei Dongdong. At this time, Kuan Yichu also returned, bringing a list of people who had joined the alliance. Kuan Tu also came back right away. He had been tasked with contacting Yuan Jin's camp. As soon as he entered the room, Kuan Tu saw Wei Dongdong petting Mao, and a fierce jealousy flared up. I've also finished my mission, so can you pet me a little too? Wei Dongdong was speechless. This man looked fierce, but he had a personality like a dog clinging to people. So he reluctantly patted Kuan Tu's head, and Kuan Tu tapped his forehead repeatedly and rejoiced. He hurriedly grabbed Wei Guang and boasted, "Mommy petted me." "What do you mean, Mommy?" Wei Dongdong shouted. Night was falling, and they were waiting for the Alliance's intelligence reports. Once Guling's status was confirmed, Wei Dongdong's group all chose to become werewolves. Their target was none other than him. Guling had also expected them to attack him tonight from the moment Kuan Yichu handed him the number tag. "You guys really won't know the difference in skill unless I wipe you all out at once, huh? How many of you are coming? Don't worry, it's not like I have any allies." Guling's voice was full of confidence. Wei Dongdong couldn't help but praise him a few times. As expected of the young master of the Xuanyuan Guild, his mindset and strength were both admirable. Tonight he brought all his allies. Excluding those who couldn't choose the werewolf ability, there were 19 people in total. Wei Dongdong didn't mind using their superior numbers to bully someone. He just wanted to take Guling down. Over here Guling was still very calm. The Xuanyuan divine sword in his hand glowed. The first person Guling chose to attack was Wei Dongdong. Just as the sword was about to stab him, Kuan Tu quickly ran to protect his mommy, and as a result both his arms were cut off. But Kuan Tu's regenerative ability was incredible, and even his severed arms could grow back. The Xuanyuan divine sword was indeed powerful, but according to Wei Dongdong's understanding, this sword was sealed in 5 layers and had to be unsealed 5 times to be fully released. He let out a cold breath and his body began to transform accordingly. The muscles on Wei Dongdong's body gradually atrophied, and he eventually returned to his original skeleton form. After transforming, Wei Dongdong's speed and strength both increased significantly, and since he had chosen the werewolf skill, his attributes were also doubled. But the Xuanyuan divine sword also lived up to its name. No matter how Wei Dongdong attacked, the sword automatically blocked him. Nevertheless, everything was under control. Because from the beginning, Wei Dongdong had no intention of attacking the sword's blade directly. Not bad. Many old players wouldn't be able to keep up with someone who fights this skillfully. Guling praised him frankly, but the smile on his lips soon disappeared, because the Xuanyuan divine sword had frozen over. Every place Wei Dongdong had touched was hit by his icebone skill. The biggest effect of this skill was to reduce the speed of the Xuanyuan divine sword. Guling's face darkened with anger, and he immediately recalled the weapon to his hand. "I originally planned to play with you guys a bit longer. Damn it, you're really pissing me off." The Xuanyuan sword returned to its master as if it had been imbued with a powerful life force. Guling suddenly increased his speed and the sword drew a sharp line in the space. Wei Dongdong was a little surprised. This young man moved even faster than the sword. His left arm was cut off. Guling seemed very satisfied with his action. This time the left arm, next time the right. "Oh, you mean this? My bone form can be reassembled at will," Wei Dongdong replied with a bit of sarcasm and began to haphazardly reassemble his skeleton. "Look, it can be like this and it can be like this. Damn it, who wants to listen to your explanation? I'll just cut your bones myself so you don't have any left to assemble." Seeing that the great young master Guling was truly angry, Wei Dongdong knew he couldn't beat him alone. But they had come prepared anyway. All the other examinees stepped aside, opening a path for the young man from Yuan Jin's camp. A large cross hung on his chest and he held a box in his hands. The two MCs immediately recognized it as the mysterious Pandora's box, a divine artifact of the West. Its combat power couldn't match a pure tool like the Xuanyuan sword, but Pandora's box had a unique ability: sacrifice. A player voluntarily sacrifices their own attributes to gain several times more power. Others could also participate in the sacrifice to concentrate their energy on one person. Yuan Jin had a very deep grudge against Guling. because the Eastern and Western guilds had always disliked each other. Moreover, they also had personal feelings in this challenge. After all, it was young Master Guling who had rushed him on the first night and taken his number tag. Yuan Jin, you're crazy. After sacrificing, you and the others will die within 10 hours. You can't continue this fight. Yuan Jin clenched the cross in his hand and said with a fearless face, everything was calculated. We still have comrades in our guild who can continue to fight. It's just that the conditions this pet offered were too good. After the last main quest failed, our Western forces haven't been able to hold their heads up. As he spoke, the cross in Yuan Jin's hand kept growing larger. His smile seemed to hold many ambitions. Publicly, Yuan Jin wanted to bring the advantage in the main quest to his guild. Privately, he wanted to eliminate Guling himself, but even so, Guling didn't think much of Yuan Jin, because he was a priest class and not originally a professional fighter. This appearance of Yuan Jin was a thorn in Guling's side. He clenched the Xuanyuan sword in his hand and attacked first. But before he could run a few steps, the great young Master Guling was crushed by a huge block of ice. Who else could have done this but Wei Dongdong? It was the first time Guling had been humiliated like this, and his anger and fighting spirit burned more fiercely than ever before. He furiously smashed the huge block of ice and sent Wei Dongdong flying. Taking this opportunity, Guling tried to land another blow on him, but Yuan Jin rushed over in time to save him. The huge cross in his hand, like a powerful shield, blocked the path of the Xuanyuan divine sword. The moment the two divine artifacts clashed, a huge shockwave was generated, and even Kuan too, who was used to fighting, was slightly overwhelmed. The power of these two was far stronger than their current levels. The MC was extremely excited. The live audience was probably the same. This was a confrontation between the two divine artifacts of the East and West, and a battle between the heirs of two major guilds. However, Yuan Jin was from a priest background and was trained as the guild's battle commander. His pure combat skills seemed to be slightly inferior to Guling's. The cross in Yuan Jin's hand kept transforming. A moment ago it was a huge shield, but now it had turned into a small sword. The two swords clashed. Guling was extremely surprised. The swordsmanship Yuan Jin had just used was the Eastern youth swordsmanship. What, is it so strange that a Western priest like me knows a bit of your Eastern swordsmanship? The other players also seemed to admire Yuan Jin's talent, as expected of the heir of a major guild. Unfortunately, Guling's innate talent clearly surpassed his. The proof was not long in coming. The cross in Yuan Jin's hand was sent flying. Guling took this opportunity to finish off his opponent. But coincidentally, this was the moment Wei Dongdong had been waiting for. He attacked from behind Guling with an ice mace, but this young man was also very sharp. The sword in his hand quickly changed direction, suddenly turning from its original target of Yuan Jin to cut off Wei Dongdong's left arm. A victorious smile spread across Guling's lips. I've been watching you for a while. This time I'll pierce your bony head directly and see how you reassemble that. Guling never dreamed that Wei Dongdong wasn't even wearing armor. His severed left arm was still tightly gripping the ice mace. Wei Dongdong used his right arm to pick up the bone of his severed left arm. The ice mace struck Guling's precious face hard, almost breaking his nose bone. It didn't stop there. The area he was hit quickly froze. Guling's entire face was surrounded by ice shards, and his vision was severely obstructed. At this moment, the other players stepped in. The black bear transformed into a snake form and constricted Guling's body tightly. Meanwhile, Yichu used his skill to bind his left foot. Guling's heart suddenly turned cold. He knew all this control was not the final attack. They were just stepping stones for Yuan Jin. The cross in his hand glowed. Guling could only feel an intense pain in his chest. The cross in Yuan Jin's hand pierced his body, and the outcome was clear. Guling was attacked continuously in one night and was eliminated. At the headquarters of the Kunlun Mountain Xuanyuan Guild, the core executives were also watching the match live. They were quite surprised that their top prospect was eliminated in such a test, becoming a laughingstock for the Westerners. They also paid close attention to Wei Dongdong. Hey, doesn't that skeleton's personality resemble our guildmaster a lot? They're both equally despicable. The guildmaster is despicable, but not this much. Speaking of which, he hasn't been online for a long time and hasn't shown up in the guild chat. Maybe he got married and had a kid. After watching this match, I have to go change baby diapers too. One could venture a guess that these two were members of the guild, where Wei Dongdong was previously the guildmaster. They weren't the only ones watching live. There was also the squirrel spirit who had tried to plot against Bao Bao. Having watched up to this point, he suddenly felt lucky that Wei Dongdong hadn't discovered him. Otherwise, his end would have been too miserable to watch. Guling was eliminated on the third night, but before him, two other players, number 957 Plucked Rabbit and number 95 Mountain Demon, were also eliminated. However, these eliminated players could not leave the island until the exam was over. After being eliminated in humiliation, Guling came to find Wei Dongdong. At first he thought Guling had come to confront him, but unexpectedly he frankly admitted his mistake. Guling thought that if he hadn't offended Wei Dongdong by proposing cooperation with an arrogant attitude at first, they would have already formed an alliance by now. Moreover, after the third night he had clearly seen Wei Dongdong's abilities, and so, with the most serious and sincere attitude, he asked him to join the Xuanyuan Guild. I'm not so despicable as to personally target you just because I was eliminated from the exam. If we cooperate, we can enjoy more things together and dominate this world. Then I'll wait for your reply. After saying that, Guling quickly returned to the waiting room for eliminated players. Wei Dongdong was a little surprised by his attitude. As expected of a top player from a major guild to be so cool even after being eliminated, Wei Dongdong's mind was full of Guling and his proposal to join the Xuanyuan Guild. He didn't notice CC running madly towards him at all. By the time he came to his senses, he was already tightly hugged by her. CC seemed very excited after seeing Wei Dongdong transform into a skeleton and fight bravely earlier. He felt like he was suffocating in her ample bosom and felt dizzy. Originally, Wei Dongdong wanted to escape from CC's embrace, but she was hugging him too tightly, and besides, he kind of liked the feeling, so he couldn't get away. In the end, Bao Bao came over fiercely and pulled them apart. "What do you think you're doing? His master is still standing right here." A fight between two women is always scary. Fortunately, Yuan Jin came over at this moment and saved Wei Dongdong. Eliminating Guling was like pulling a thorn from his side, so although Yuan Jin was in a very difficult situation now, his heart was very much at ease. Expressing gratitude was important, but recruiting talent was still the most important thing. Guling is an arrogant person. Everyone who cooperated with him was probably treated like a subordinate. "How about you come to our Heaven Guild? Our strength is not inferior to the Xuanyuan Guild." Yuan Jin didn't forget to promote that his guild had many beautiful angels and even a professional chef with a secret recipe for adjusting the taste of bubble tea. The first part appealed to Wei Dongdong, and the second part could buy over Bao Bao. This young man was truly a master, but Wei Dongdong was still clear-headed. Things like joining a guild were not something to think about yet. He tapped Bao Bao's shoulder a few times, showing the attitude of a polite gentleman. "Beautiful angels, not important. We went through a big battle yesterday, so for now everyone should put the challenge aside for a while and rest comfortably." Coincidentally, food was also provided during the day. With a very reliable appearance, Wei Dongdong thanked the players who had cooperated with him yesterday and said that they could play and have fun together today. But he immediately pulled Yuan Jin aside and whispered, "Do you have any pictures of the beautiful angels? Show me some." Except for Yuan Jin's group, who were very weak now after sacrificing last night. Everyone else had gathered to play and have fun. At this moment, Yue could only look down from a tree. It was the first time he felt that these participants were just like friends. But how could someone like him have real friends? As Yue was lost in thought, a wine bottle hit him on the head. "Hey, are you trying to act cool squatting up there? Come down and play with everyone." Just as the atmosphere was heating up, Zhang Luwei appeared. This girl usually had a blank expression, but Wei Dongdong felt that her attitude today was particularly hostile. It was probably because he had eliminated her allied friend. Sure enough, Zhang Luwei walked straight up to Wei Dongdong and Kuan Yichu without a word. Like Guling, she had the personality of asking directly if she had a question. "Having observed you all for a few days, I have a question. Are you two transmigrators from another world, or are you truly high-intelligence NPCs?" Wei Dongdong was greatly surprised but didn't dare say much to Zhang Luwei. He was afraid of being found out during the live broadcast of the exam. Unexpectedly, she revealed that she was an experienced person, saying that transmigrators from other worlds had appeared in the past. "According to our experience, all attempts to contact another world are blocked." Wei Dongdong fell silent. Indeed, when he first met Bao Bao, he had asked her to send messages to his old comrades and friends for help several times. But no matter how he explained it, even with recordings, all attempts were blocked. It seemed there was truly something hidden here, and even this live broadcast would be edited. That was why Zhang Luwei could mention this issue to him so nonchalantly. Among Zhang Luwei's questions, the one Wei Dongdong cared about most was her mention of high-intelligence NPCs. He didn't understand what this term meant, but Zhang Luwei said that he and Kuan Yichu were the same. She said both of them were this kind of life form. "First, I want to ask one thing. In Miss Kuan Yikia's memory, what form do players exist in? Isn't it all recorded in the books?" Kuan Yichu answered frankly. Her description of players came entirely from books. 40 years ago, they began to enter the world of a from another world. Like NPCs, players were intelligent life forms. The concepts of player and NPC were created to distinguish the characteristics between the races. Players who entered the world of A had two forms, online and offline. When players were offline, they turned into sleeping fossils. And at that time, there was no way to attack or eliminate them. This was basic information that all NPCs knew well, however. Zhang Luwei discovered something different. In the past, she had the same thoughts as Kuan Yichu, and was like the vast majority of other NPCs. One day, Zhang Luwei met two fateful people. In the past, she had always been responsible for welcoming players who had completed missions on Mount Xinling. There were two players with non-combat classes. One was a weaponsmith, and the other specialized in making and selling potions. They often came to chat with Zhang Luwei, so she gradually formed an impression of them. One day, those two went offline for a very long time, and no matter how long Zhang Luwei waited, she didn't see them reappear. This was a perfectly normal thing for players. Theoretically, it wouldn't be long before professional personnel would come to clean them up. But for some reason, Zhang Luwei felt an uncomfortable feeling in her heart. It was like an awakening. Only much later did she realize that feeling was a sense of loss. Zhang Luwei continued to wait, and finally the day came when they went online. But this time only the young man who sold potions returned. The first thing she asked him was where the other person had gone. Unexpectedly, he burst into tears and said that person was dead. Zhang Luwei was a bit confused. In the world of A, death to her was merely losing a certain level and reviving, so she couldn't understand why they couldn't come here again. The young man cried even harder, covering his face and sobbing. What's the use of telling an NPC like me this? That friend is dead, he died in the real world, he'll never come back here, never. He's dead, you can never see him again, do you understand? You can't touch him and he can't be reborn." The young man seemed to be shouting at Zhang Luwei, but she didn't get angry, she just stood there in a daze. At that moment, Zhang Luwei seemed to understand that her world and the young man's were different. In the world of A there was no true death. As mentioned, it was just dying, losing levels and reviving again. Zhang Luwei thought a lot. After a while she seemed to understand the young man's pain. And then an unbelievable thing happened. Zhang Luwei shed tears. The young man was very surprised that an NPC like her could cry. For Zhang Luwei, that was the moment she felt a new emotion that came after the sense of loss, sadness. Wei Dongdong also found it strange. In the past, many people had speculated about the creator of the world of A. It was too realistic. People even thought that the NPCs here were played by real humans. Hearing Zhang Luwei's words today, he felt that the NPCs of World A had a certain level of intelligence from the beginning, and they awakened by constantly learning. Besides, this time, Zhang Luwei had never discussed this issue with other players, because they would be blocked, but through rumors she was able to get some understanding of the player's real world. There all resources were limited and humans were born, grew up and aged. There was no magic, and no clear levels. Professions and jobs were chosen and worked for by humans themselves, not determined by the heavens. When they became adults, they could marry and create new life. In the end, they would face the final moments of their lives, and life would thus perish. Wei Dongdong got goosebumps. This wasn't information an NPC like Zhang Luwei should know, right? So what exactly do you want to clarify? Zhang Luwei was very eager. She believed that the fact that players could enter the world of A proved that the two worlds were connected. She and other awakened intelligent NPCs also wanted to transmigrate to the real world. She didn't know why her world had so many unreasonable things like levels and missions, unlike the player's world. In the world of A, there weren't many high-intelligence NPCs who could think like her. It wasn't easy to awaken like her, and the basis for awakening was curiosity. Some life forms could have their intelligence drawn out if given enough stimulation. They were very curious. Why do humans on Earth die? Why don't they need to level up? Why can't their bodies be transformed? And why is the world of A like this? And who created the world of A? Some of the awakened NPCs already possessed very strong intelligence and abilities. This was why Zhang Luwei participated in the exam and cooperated with the Xuanyuan Guild this time. Wei Dongdong's performance had attracted their attention, so they wanted to invite him into the guild to interact with and conduct experiments on him. If we successfully bring our abilities to your world of Earth, with this elemental control ability, we could become the new gods of Earth. Zhang Luwei spoke without stopping. Kuan Yichu was overloaded with information, and Wei Dongdong also found it hard to digest. After digesting the information, Kuan Yichu was very excited. She was very curious about the world of players like Wei Dongdong, and wanted to go there to see how that world was different. Zhang Luwei advised her not to be impatient. Since Kuan Yichu was also a high-intelligence NPC, Zhang Luwei invited her to Mount Xinling after this exam was over. There were many high-intelligence NPCs like them there, and even 3 NPCs who had experienced transmigration, providing a lot of knowledge about Earth to people like Zhang Luwei. But Wei Dongdong was the most special case, having been transmigrated into the body of a wild monster, so they very much hoped he would stand on their side. However, Wei Dongdong's current power was too weak, his individual strength had just been transformed, and his factional power was 0. In the world of A, changing classes was very difficult each time. Because the materials needed for each person's class change were different, they had to be constantly matched. Zhang Luwei had investigated Wei Dongdong quite thoroughly, and could see that he had been very careful with his first class change. Not only could he change his appearance, but he also added combat elements to defeat demons. She guessed that he had a lot of experience because he was a veteran player before transmigrating. When Zhang Luwei evaluated him as being so blatantly weak, Wei Dongdong was a little displeased. She quickly understood his mood and explained, "Don't misunderstand, I'm not like Guling, looking down on others. It's just that if you want to return to the real world, at present the necessary conditions are too few. If Guling hadn't failed, Zhang Luwei wouldn't have had to step in herself." She slowly stood up and snapped her fingers. The swimsuit on her body disappeared, and she changed back to Zhang Luwei's original sword immortal appearance. She said that the clue for this main quest was very important. Because it was an important step in exploring the truth of the world of A, Zhang Luwei approached Wei Dongdong and handed him a stone. He immediately recognized it as a Nuwa stone. This was obtained from the last main quest. One of its amazing abilities was to modify and hide a character's attributes. The fact that Zhang Luwei had this proved that her skills were by no means ordinary. Then let me reintroduce myself. I am the Saintess of Mount Xinling, Zhang Luwei, level 100, title rank 5. Before leaving, Zhang Luwei revealed that Kuan Tu and Wei Guang were also deliberately sent by her to approach him. In other words, from the very beginning, Wei Dongdong was in Zhang Luwei's plan. In that case, the difference in strength between the two sides was too great. Was there no other way but to submit to Zhang Luwei? But Wei Dongdong suddenly realized a problem. Zhang Luwei had not predicted that Guling would be eliminated. Not everything was actually in her hands. It was just that the amount of information she had just mentioned was too vast, mentally intimidating him. Zhang Luwei hoped he would join her side as soon as possible to obtain the main quest clue under the most comfortable conditions, But Wei Dongdong was not someone who moved according to others' plans. Besides, he was a human, the most intelligent life form on the planet, so how could he be controlled by an NPC? From now on, no matter what plans the other side used, Wei Dongdong had only one goal: to win this exam and obtain the main quest clue. Perhaps then the reason he was transmigrated to this world would also be revealed to some extent. In that case, the showdown between a level 100, title rank 5 and a level 61, title rank 1 had officially begun. As the moonlight shone into Wei Dongdong's house, he was exhausted and lay stretched out on the slime at the entrance, sighing. I really want to just laze around like a fish. Bao Bao, who was beside him, saw his state and asked, hasn't Guling been dealt with? Did something else happen? He replied blankly and listlessly. A few unsolvable problems have come up. Bao Bao, I will never do anything wrong to you. Some things are hard to solve even if I tell you. Bao Bao looked apologetic after hearing that, then smiled and replied, actually I could see a few things for a long time. She suddenly transformed into a detective and realized one thing. The truth is, the quest you told me about at the beginning was a lie to me, right? Wei Dongdong was sweating, worried that she would find out he was a transmigrator. He thought, could Bao Bao have really guessed that he was a player who had been transmigrated here? She continued to explain. At first you said the attendant brother could be revived, but in fact the chances of him being revived are slim, right? He suddenly stiffened, deciding to admit that she was right. As expected of Bao Bao, at that moment Kuan Yichu suddenly opened the front door and came in looking for him. It seemed there was something really important. When she asked him, he got up from the slime and said to Bao Bao, Kuan Yichu and I have to discuss a few things related to this mission. She still replied cheerfully. You two go and discuss it. I still don't understand the rules. You'd know better. I'm relieved it's enough that I don't cause you trouble. Go on. He smiled with her and replied happily. My master. After saying that, he went into the house with Kuan Yichu. After he entered the house, Bao Bao suddenly wiped the smile from the corner of her mouth, touched the slime and sighed. The two girls under the moonlight worried and thought about what the real mission was and which words were true. Returning to the room where Dongdong and Kuan Yichu were talking, she suddenly asked him, tell me about your world. Dongdong hesitated at the difficult question but answered calmly, it's very difficult to explain this clearly to you. Like you, I have always lived in my world. I think all of it and its rules are normal. He hurriedly lowered his head, sighed and continued to explain. Since I was young, I've always had a smooth life. My grades were always at the top, and without needing to try, I got into the university that others dreamed of. Similar to this academy exam, after graduating, I smoothly became a civil servant and held many positions. I never had any big dreams in my life, just to enjoy games peacefully and gradually advance. After finishing his explanation, he hurriedly said to break the depressing atmosphere, I guess someone lost control of their hand for a moment. It's fine now. I can continue to enjoy the game. Kuan Yichu listened to his explanation and seemed to have found some common ground in a few details. She mumbled, in that case, a few details match, but I always have a question in my heart. We'll solve it later. Because on their table now were 3 crystal balls, and she was doing a screening process with him. Looking at the 3 crystal balls on the table, she said happily, our guess wasn't wrong. We've exchanged with all of our allied players once, but no one has your number tag. The names of the academy participants with different number tags gradually appeared in the 3 crystal balls. Looking at the 3 crystal balls, she said firmly, in that case it's highly likely that your number tag is not in the hands of our allied players. Suddenly, looking at the crystal ball of the girl with the number 9 tag, she had to make a decision. Next is to get her number tag. Wei Dongdong had been recording everything she had said from the morning until now. He added his opinion while writing. Now that we know the information of these people, it's best that Zhang Luwei hasn't gotten her number tag tonight. He hurriedly made his decision. No matter how strong you are in this game, you can only kill one person. This is our advantage. Kuan Yichu also replied. Only by getting the main quest clue can we have a good bargaining chip to negotiate with Zhang Luwei. Taking the initiative yourself and being forced to submit by others can mean different treatment and status. Her final decision was the reason why this mission could be completed. After speaking, the two shook hands and said at the same time, then here's to a happy cooperation. After speaking, Kuan Yichu continued to ask, Dongdong, tell me more about your world. So he had to answer her, and by then the sky was already dawning. He said, this starts with the sky-opening great god named Pangu. This esteemed judge, please listen carefully to my words. A couple admiring the sunrise together looked truly romantic. Hyoba hugged the girl next to him and said, this exam will be over soon. Love, you said the A-game is really fun, right? The girl next to him ignored his words and said, be quiet, it's not good to watch the sun rise. Look at it rising over there. Just as the two were immersed in the emotion, a loudspeaker suddenly blared. Hello, hello, hello. Could everyone please gather at the square for a moment? Hyoba, knowing someone had interrupted his moment, growled and shouted, Yewei, this bastard is so annoying, calling people to the square every day. Suddenly, the voice was not Yewei's or an announcement. He was currently walking along the beach with the two of them not paying attention. He replied, it's not me this time. Dongdong was holding the loudspeaker and announcing to everyone, hello everyone, after experiencing the great battle yesterday, I think what Yewei said before makes a lot of sense. Seeing him make that announcement, Hyoba suddenly thought. Dongdong turned his gaze towards the couple watching the sunrise and announced, I have both of your number tags in my hands right now. I really want to make a deal with you two, but I'm afraid you'll have an unpleasant experience. Then he said reassuringly to everyone, "In the past I also had thoughts of seeking personal gain and was worried you would be at a disadvantage if I didn't hand over the number tags, but now I hate the person I was back then." Suddenly his gaze turned to Yue and pointing at him he said, "He is the one with foresight." Yue was startled and flinched. Yue immediately denied his words. Yue had no idea this had anything to do with him. Inside the room everyone was discussing it together. Hyoba asked Dongdong with a puzzled expression, "Brother, didn't you say at first that you didn't want to exchange number tags like Yue?" Hyoba asked again. "Why are there so many players hunting Dongdong and why do you want to exchange number tags?" Dongdong calmly replied, sharing some information with the participants. "I'll tell you a few things. I hope you will all exchange information widely to raise the average score. That way we can disrupt the goals of a certain major guild." When he mentioned a major guild, everyone looked exhausted and dejected. A major guild again. On such an urgent and important matter, he continued to add, "You all know Zhang Luwei, right? She's hiding her attributes with a Nuwa stone, but in reality she is a top-level rank 5 master from a major guild." Everyone was shocked. So he denied it, saying the situation is like this. "Or are you trying to use the Yang family to absorb the rest of us once more?" Suddenly the brown-haired friend, whose face had turned pale and dejected, said, "That's enough, we can't absorb any more. The skill gap of a rank 5 master is too great. Even if we absorb all 30 werewolves, we'll just get beaten to a pulp and won't be saved. Just wreck it quickly." Undeterred, Dongdong tried to persuade everyone. "But we don't necessarily have to lose. First, we need to exchange information. If you have Zhang Luwei's number tag in your hands, please come forward." Suddenly the room became quieter than ever. Seeing no opinions, Dongdong concluded, "It seems no one is willing to negotiate. Or perhaps no one among us currently has Zhang Luwei's number tag." Looking at number 1999 from the preliminary round, he offered some thoughts. The only score publicly revealed last time was Hong Lian's 10 points. In that case, those with strong skills can just defeat Hong Lian after getting their own number tags and take hers. Thinking of Yue's score. The Tiger Girl and the Bear Brother. Dongdong thought for a moment. "But now I'm creating several participants with at least 10 points or more. In that case, the only way to win now is to get a number tag worth more than 10 points. 3 cards were revealed in order, each with a unique symbol. After explaining, he said he would eliminate the highest scoring people and take their number tags to achieve the effect. Although many of the so-called rules for killing werewolves had changed, the basic gameplay was still an information war. After observing the entire process through a crystal ball, he could see that knowing which number tags the players held and what actions they took each night was the key to winning the game. The influence of combat power would lessen as the number of hunts decreased. Zhang Luwei's figure suddenly appeared. He knew Zhang Luwei's power was formidable, but he thought that if he could just block her attacks it would only be a little more difficult than dealing with Guling. Dongdong sighed, feeling exhausted this time, and said, "I don't know who has Zhang Luwei's number tag now. This is more of a headache." Next to the conversation in this room they were also carefully discussing this mission. Who said they thought it through carefully? It was Hong Luwei. She sat down and said carefully, "I knew through the Kuan 2 alliance before that my number tag is in your hands." The orange-haired girl replied, "I am a member of Miss CC's guild. I will never betray my lady." Lu Wei suddenly glanced at the Gao girl next to her, Wei Guang, and asked subtly. Wei Guang replied, "She's a wealthy female player who bought a guild, and many of the participants in the second exam are people who joined her guild." Perhaps Wei Guang wanted to know what Dongdong was doing now, so she spoke of his greed. In the preliminary round, someone had sold out for a low price, setting the condition of passing the exam for 50 gold coins, not cheating or tricking a child. In the forest, the brown-haired young man told Miss Shi, "Miss, your pet is selling ferret fur, so we don't need to fight anymore. It's 50 gold coins for 1 ferret fur." As soon as she heard that, she got excited and her eyes sparkled. "That's great. Doesn't that mean we get it for free? It's so convenient to be able to solve it with money." Wei Guang negotiated with Lu Wei, saying, "So it seems 7 or 8 of their guild members passed the first exam quickly." She replied, "If you tell me how much this Miss Shi paid to hire people, I can provide you with corresponding resources. You can also come to Mount Zinling later." As soon as the orange-haired girl heard this, she got angry and scolded her. "I'm not with Miss CC for the money. Do you think I'm that kind of person?" "Because Lu Wei still replied calmly. "Then put away all these high-end weapons. They can all be sold for a good price." Suddenly, she knelt at her feet with her will and said, "From today on I am the most loyal disciple of Mount Zinling." Her eyes suddenly lit up as she said, "Wherever the sect is, I will attack it." Watching this, Lu Wei thought that a person who can be bought with money can be betrayed for more money. It seemed most earthlings were like that. A simple yet complicated world. This time the brown-haired friend and Miss CC had already arrived home. He quietly opened the door and said with a smile, "You're late." She sat down, looked back at Dongdong and said there was good news and bad news. "Which news do you want to hear?" He immediately replied, "Both." So the young lady began her story. "There was a player in our guild before named Night Funeral. She had Zhang Luwei's number tag, but she left the guild. Zhang Luwei probably bought her out with money," she suddenly said with concern. "I thought I understood the people by my side, but they easily betrayed me for a small gain." Hearing that, the brown-haired friend denied it. "Not at all, I won't betray you, miss. Because it's thanks to you, miss, that I am where I am today." Seeing him treat her so well, the young lady also wished, "Not you, you're not like that." Hearing that, his heart pounded relentlessly. Everything was submerged in loveliness, but Dong Dong said something that broke the mood at this moment. The bad news is that Zhang Luwei got her number tag, and on top of that I have to watch you two being affectionate. The friend's face turned red as he shouted, "What are you talking about?" Dong Dong retorted. "Then why did your face turn red?" A knock-knock sound came from outside the door, and as the door opened slightly, it was the girl with the number 9 badge. She entered the room and said with a smile, "Do you perhaps need to exchange number tags?" Dong Dong looked back at her. She was the girl with the number 9 symbol he had met before. She said, "I have a number tag. Is there anyone among you who wants to exchange?" Dong Dong was lost in thought for a moment. The news of exchanging number tags had spread widely, so the bait was taken. Dong Dong sat on a chair, extended his hand and said, "Zhang Luwei, which number tag do you want to exchange?" Hyoba immediately ran up to him and whispered in his ear, "Isn't this the young lady who said before that she wouldn't cooperate with us even if she died?" Zhang Luwei, embarrassed, tugged at her clothes and said, "Well, I'm not dead yet." She immediately changed her attitude, pointed her finger at Dong Dong and swore, "Besides, this method is too cunning. Because even if my score isn't first, the rank I get affects the final rewards and resources. Right now, basically everyone outside is exchanging number tags with each other. So if I don't exchange, I'll naturally fall behind. Here is your number 9 tag." She held up the card and said, "I will only exchange it for my number 27 tag. If you don't have it, I'll give this tag to someone else," Dong Dong said happily. "You said it." He stood up, took the card from Zhang Luwei's hand and switched it with his own. "Give this number tag back to me." Her face turned dark as she said, "You have my number tag. It's not a coincidence, is it?" Dong Dong said triumphantly. "This is thanks to starting in the square," the white-haired girl said. "When we allied with Kuan before, we found out she had the number 27 tag. After that, through speculation, we knew you had our master's number tag. But at this time, she was revealed to be a spy planted by Zhang Luwei. If I directly asked her to exchange number tags, it would arouse suspicion. So I followed Yue's idea and kept promoting the attention on exchanging number tags, and at that time I could only speak in a low voice when exchanging number tags with them. They had no reason to refuse a 10-point player from their team." Dong Dong pointed to the curly-haired friend in the corner and asked, "What's wrong with him?" As soon as he saw me, he quietly curled up in a corner. The white-haired girl laughed awkwardly and replied, "At first we were tasked with understanding your team's information, but his body smelled of Father Kuan too. So he's now saying he betrayed his mother and is a little afraid to meet you." Dong Dong got angry, raised his fist and said, "I am not his mother." The friend cried loudly in the corner and said, "I am a truly useless wolf. I'm sorry, leader and mother." Dong Dong froze upon hearing that. He approached and asked him what he wanted. He cried even harder, his 2 eyes turning red, and said, "I'm sorry." Dong Dong approached him, patted his head and comforted him. "It's okay, it's just an exam, not a big deal. I heard you were raised by wild monsters. I have my military camp in Sappo. After the exam is over, you'll really like it." Curly Hair obediently replied, "Yes." Dong Dong thought to himself, what should I call them now? They're more like kids attending school. Zhang Luwei's emotional fluctuations are still uncleared, but new NPCs like Kuan Yichu make me feel like they're living beings, like humans. He stood up and said, "Then let's exchange the number tags first." He walked out the door, looked back and said, "I'll come find you to play when I have a chance later." Zhang Luwei made a growling sound, and her face was unwelcoming. She waved her hand and said, "I came to exchange number tags. Why do I have to listen to you ramble on about NPCs?" Dong Dong cleared his throat a few times and spoke again. "Back to the main point. Through the appeal of a large-scale exchange activity, I was able to seize the opportunity to get your number tag while fishing in troubled waters. After that, I will spread the news so that you voluntarily come to me to exchange number tags. At the same time, I will create many high-scoring participants to divert Zhang Luwei's attention," he said triumphantly. "A 1 stone, 3 birds," she pouted her lips and said, "Now that the number tag exchange is over, I don't need to hear you brag anymore." Dong Dong held up the card and said, "Next there are 3 more hunting opportunities. We just need to control Zhang Luwei's attack rhythm, steadily predict the status of other players each time and then proceed with the hunt. No matter how strong your ability is, you have to follow the game rules. The matter won't be over unless I fight you, right? Next, we need to predict Zhang Luwei's nighttime action plan. We just have to avoid the time she attacks." Inside a strange little room, several talismans were hanging on the wall, and in the middle of the room a girl with neatly tied blonde hair was concentrating on chanting a spell inside a formation. The girl introduced herself as Kim Gui Wang. Kim Gui Wang was one of the few formation masters currently participating in the exam. Because the number 9 pet of the Major Guild told us to exchange number tags with each other, I also successfully exchanged my number tag. Kim Gui Wang frowned and thought to herself, "I've already used the Guardian card and I couldn't find anyone to ally with yesterday." She closed the book in her hand and thought, "Tonight I'll have to use the Werewolf card to protect my 10 points. Kim Gui Wang stood up and continued to calculate. "Thanks to these 10 points I should be able to get a decent rank." She rubbed her chin and said, "As long as I don't touch the top 10 players, my formation should be able to display its power." Just as Kim Gui Wang was lost in thought, a voice suddenly came through. "Bao Bao, look over there, there's a child." Kim Gui Wang was startled, screamed and reflexively took a defensive stance. It turned out to be Wei Dong Dong Bao Bao and a slime. Kim Gui-wang still hadn't put down her weapon and said loudly, "Don't you come over here." Dong Dong looked around the room where the formation was laid out and asked, "A formation, master?" Then he looked back at Kim Gui-wang and said, "After a little investigation, you're here all alone. You're lucky you haven't been hunted by others." At these words, Wei Dong Dong, Kim Gui-wang immediately got angry and pointed to the talismans hanging in the room, saying, "Can't you see? The area around here is all a formation I've laid out. A werewolf already died here before. If you come any closer, I won't let you off." Wei Dong Dong still had a nonchalant expression as he picked up the book Kim Gui-wang had just been reading. He asked casually, "Did you use this formation?" Kim Gui-wang looked at Wei Dong Dong as if she couldn't believe it and asked, "How did you get here?" Wei Dong Dong turned back, pointed at Bao Bao and the slime and introduced them. "This is Gigi the slime, and one of its abilities is separation. I used its separation ability to disable the formation." Hearing his words, Kim Gui-wang collapsed to the floor in frustration and sighed. "If I had known earlier, I wouldn't have exchanged the number tag. Even if it were taken away, it wouldn't hurt this much." As soon as Wei Dong Dong saw Kim Gui-wang's sad expression, he immediately sat down next to her, patted her shoulder and comforted her. "It turns out you also listened to me and exchanged number tags. Unfortunately, you ran into me, so it won't be easy." Kim Gui-wang tearfully begged him, "If you see that it's not easy for me, please forgive me." Wei Dong Dong couldn't give in to her, so he said frankly, "I think that will be difficult." Kim Gui-wang didn't bargain any further. "Then take the number tag and go quickly. I'll cry by myself over here." Bao Bao was actually very relaxed. She stretched and looked outside, admiring the sun slowly rising from the distant horizon. On the sea, a couple was enjoying the light of the beautiful morning sun. Dong Dong said calmly from behind her, "For the last few days there will be no more alliances. Everyone has to be separate. The exchange of information will become more and more blocked, so predictions will also become more and more difficult." Dong Dong asked Bao Bao affectionately, "Aren't you tired? This exam will go on for a long time, even if killing the werewolf during the day and night in the game progresses quickly. Considering the time reduction speed, it's already been 7 to 8 hours for you." Bao Bao propped her chin on her hand and said with a smile, "I'm not tired, it's only been half a day. I've gotten used to it." Suddenly, Bao Bao seemed to think of something. She looked back at Wei Dong Dong and asked, "Right, big brother, why have you always seemed in a bad mood since you came back from meeting Zhang Luwei?" Wei Dong Dong didn't want to bring up that issue. "Let's not talk about it. I feel like the mental state of these people from major guilds is a bit strange." While Wei Dong Dong was talking to Bao Bao, a person approached him from the darkness. Since Bao Bao was facing Wei Dong Dong, she immediately saw the approaching person. Wei Dong Dong hadn't noticed anything unusual yet. He continued to say, "They come to find me every day, saying I should join this faction or that guild." The approaching person was a very beautiful girl. Wei Dong Dong was still chattering on. "To get 2 divine artifacts by participating in a competition for those under level 40. Isn't this just bullying an honest person?" Bao Bao's face turned pale as she frantically gestured for Wei Dong Dong to stop talking, but of course he had no intention of stopping. "When I get stronger later, I'll win the main quest of this game and get an unrivaled divine artifact. I've already thought of a name for it. The Nuwa Xuanyuan sword used to cut down both the Xuanyuan sword and the Nuwa stone." Only then did Wei Dong Dong notice Bao Bao's strange behavior and ask with a puzzled look, "Bao Bao, why are you making those gestures? Don't you like the name?" The girl standing behind Wei Dong Dong, who had been silent all this time, suddenly spoke. "I think it would be better to put Nuwa first." As soon as he heard the girl's voice, Wei Dong Dong froze. The girl who had just arrived was none other than Zhang Luwei. He broke out in a cold sweat, rubbed his hands together, and gave Zhang Luwei an awkward smile. "Why did you come so silently? We were just talking about a novel with overlapping names." Wei Dong Dong pretended to be surprised and asked Zhang Luwei, "What brings this fair lady to see us?" Zhang Luwei answered calmly, "To help you win this game." Zhang Luwei said, "According to the information provided by my spy within your alliance, all the players currently have 11 points, Kuan 2 and I killed them all. Right now only you have 13 points, so no one will be able to surpass you." Having said that, Zhang Luwei confidently asserted that this game was already over. Zhang Luwei took out a card with the number 3 on it and handed it to Wei Dong Dong. She said, "You still don't trust me. I've explained the situation to you. We're all in the same boat. You want to find people from another world, don't you?" Zhang Luwei smiled, closed her eyes and said, "So I also want to end this game quickly. The few remaining hunts can't change the outcome, so I'm gifting you the victory. Next, I'll take care of those who want to attack you. You just need to rest." For a moment, Wei Dong Dong didn't know what to say to Zhang Luwei. He quietly looked at her and thought, "To think I used so many methods to win this competition, even considering losing. I never guessed the story would end like this. Thanks to Zhang Luwei's protection, I easily won the game without any suspense." Amid a spectacular fireworks display, the final results were announced. Bao Bao, the player with the highest score, stood on the stage with a first-place gold medal around her neck. She and Wei Dong Dong both had dumbfounded expressions. The crowd below erupted in cheers, with voices calling for the pink balloon on the stage. "How did I win so bizarrely?" Wei Dong Dong thought to himself. He looked down at the stage below. Among the countless people, he spotted Zhang Luwei. He thought to himself, "I always thought I would be third and Zhang Luwei would be fifth. I was racking my brain trying to figure out how to win." As Wei Dong Dong thought this, his face darkened. "She just became number 1 herself and made me look like an idiot." He lifted his head but was still dazed. He recalled what Zhang Luwei had said a few days ago. It was as if someone suddenly said, "You don't need to work hard, leave the cleanup to her." This feeling was truly, Wei Dongdong shed tears, and a satisfied smile appeared on his face. This feeling is the best. Below the stage, Yang saw Wei Dongdong crying and laughing and was curious. "Dongdong, why are you crying?" The bear brother standing next to him also didn't know why, but he guessed it was because he was too excited. This competition had not been easy at all. On the stage, the broccoli-headed MC excitedly announced that Elder Z would now present the prize for this competition. This time, in addition to the game's main quest, news would be announced to all players through this competition. So please welcome Elder Z. Elder Z staggered onto the stage. An hour later, Elder Z was still standing in the same spot. There was no sign of him making any progress. The people around had all fallen asleep. The bear brother turned to Yang and asked, "Is he asleep?" Yang shook her head. No, he saw Elder Z's feet moving very slowly. This couldn't go on. A man in his 40s went up on stage and gently lifted Elder Z. The uncle quickly carried Elder Z down from the stage. Wei Dongdong and Bao Bao were dumbfounded by the sight. Soon after, the uncle came back up on stage. He cleared his throat and coughed a few times. Ahem, ahem, then he said, "Something minor came up with Elder Z. I will now announce the message of this competition to everyone." The uncle began to elaborate on the main topic. First piece of information. The game's levels would be reset. The previous highest level was 100, but it would now be raised to 120, and the 5th tier title would also be the final one. The uncle continued to explain the game's mechanics. New players would have the opportunity to reach the 6th tier title at level 120, and by combining various innate skills they could create diverse playstyles. Below the stage, Guling was shocked to hear about the 6th tier title. The people around also started discussing who would be the first to obtain the 6th tier title. One person asked if a new dungeon was being added. Another thought this news was too exciting. The 40-something uncle turned to Bao Bao and said, "Then I will hand over the clue for this main quest to the winner of the competition." As he spoke, he handed her a scroll. The uncle explained the choices Bao Bao had. She could choose to hide the main quest clue or make it public. There had been players who did that in the past. Bao Bao unrolled the scroll to look at it with Wei Dongdong. They were both surprised. "This is..." Wei Dongdong immediately fell into deep thought. He said something to the 40-something uncle. The 40-something uncle nodded. The 40-something uncle returned to the center of the stage and spoke into the microphone. "All right." After discussion, there are a total of 2 clues. The first clue Bao Bao has chosen to make public to everyone. The second clue will be hidden. The first clue was the following poem. "When the passage opens and the laws of the world are rewritten, when the spirits of the other shore climb the misty mountain, the boundary between life and death will appear. May everyone join hands and sing of a new era." Everyone who heard this poem looked at each other, confused. Questions followed one after another. What does that mean? A new dungeon? A new version? How can the boundary between life and death be alive? At that moment, Wei Dongdong was concentrating on the second clue. He observed 2 blue lights intertwined like a taiji symbol inside the scroll. What does this have to do with me? The news that Bao Bao had won the competition spread quickly through social media, and the public main quest clue also swept through the world of A on the Divine Spirit Academy game live broadcast discussion board. A comment from a user named Smiling Eyes appeared. "Oh my god, this clue seems a bit malicious. What does the other world mean?" A user named Light a Fire in the Bathroom also showed interest in this issue. The following comment was posted. "In the end, this pet won thanks to the NPC Big Sister. So if such a pretty and powerful NPC hadn't won it for me, I wouldn't have wanted to work hard either." A user named Happy Fatball also expressed their opinion. "Is this pet a vampire or a skeleton? Surely it's not a hidden quest reward, right? It seems pretty amazing. It's not inferior to the top-tier NPCs. In 2 days, I'll go to the skeleton or vampire camp to see if I can catch this kind of pet." A user named Yang Jian's Good Dog concluded. "Forget it. The monsters in the Filippo skeleton camp now have an average level close to 60, and what's more, they immediately run away when they encounter a player with a higher level than them. Few newbies choose Filippo as their starting place anymore. The only good thing is that this wild monster tribe can't change classes." The conversation on the board paused for a moment. At this time, in another place, a group of people was buzzing with discussion. People came and went, bustling with activity. In a corner, Zhang Luwei, Kuan Tu and Shi were quietly observing their surroundings. A white crane gently landed next to her. Zhang Luwei mounted the crane's back. The white crane spread its large wings and flew up with Zhang Luwei, and the people below watched in admiration. "Amazing," one person said. "What's so amazing? How could a 5th tier title not be amazing?" Over here, another group of people was surrounding the bear brother. They asked questions one after another. "Brother Bear, you and Bao Bao's pet faced off against many players in this preliminary exam. Aren't you worried about retaliation?" Before the bear brother could answer, another person cut in. "Brother Bear, I'm a reporter from an entertainment agency. Could I have an interview? What do you think of this game, Brother Bear? Didn't Miss Bao Bao and her pet come with you?" The bear brother was very tired of these kinds of questions. He frowned and said irritably, "Why are you all surrounding me? My wife is afraid of strangers, so no interviews." As he spoke, he held his wife tightly in his arms. "Bao Bao is inside, go ask her. I'm going offline." As soon as he finished speaking, the bear brother bared his teeth, looking as if he would eat them alive if they bothered him any further. Just at this moment, a figure that looked like Bao Bao from behind appeared. A reporter immediately noticed her. He pointed at the figure and shouted loudly, "Quick, Bao Bao is over there, hurry and ask her." The reporter took the microphone and approached her. He called out loudly, "Miss Bao Bao." The reporter placed a hand on Bao Bao's shoulder and said, "Miss Bao Bao." "Excuse me." That figure turned around, but it wasn't Bao Bao, it was a slime. The slime laughed happily. Squeak, squeak. While the people were still surrounding the slime and buzzing, Wei Dongdong had transformed into a small monster and quietly disappeared with Bao Bao, who was in a maid outfit behind them. People were still buzzing. "Damn it," Bao Bao ran away. "Hurry and check if the cloaked vampire is doing something cheap." As soon as Wei Dongdong heard that, he got angry and shouted, "Who's doing something cheap?" People were startled and asked, "Where's that sound coming from?" Wei Dongdong and Bao Bao had a very hard time squeezing through the crowd. He broke out in a cold sweat and said, "Please let me through." Bao Bao was also so tired that she complained, "I'm dying." The two barely managed to get out and sighed, saying, "We finally escaped." Suddenly, a person behind them said, "Someone already has a skeleton as a pet." The person next to him continued, "Unfortunately, the one on the live broadcast was an ice skeleton. This one looks ordinary." Wei Dongdong thought to himself, "Good, they didn't recognize me. I've been running around in human form too much this time, but fortunately not many people know this skeleton form." In a forest, Wei Dongdong, who had transformed into his ice skeleton form, said to Bao Bao, "Let's appear in this form from now on. Not many people know it. The vampire form will attract others' attention wherever we go." A skeleton doesn't easily attract others' attention. Wei Dongdong crossed his arms and thought, "I wonder how the camp has developed this time. I'm a little excited." "Bao Bao, once we get to the camp in a bit, you can go offline and rest." Bao Bao replied, "Okay." When the two arrived at the camp, they were surprised to see Sappo struggling to clean up amidst the desolate ruins. Wei Dongdong shouted, "Sappo, the god of war, where are Pang Pong and the others?" Sappo was overjoyed to see Wei Dongdong and said, "Boss, you're finally back." Sappo immediately grabbed Wei Dongdong's leg and said, "Boss, I've waited so long." Wei Dongdong couldn't understand what had happened. He said blankly, "Why are you calling me boss? What on earth happened here?" Sappo said, "After I was beaten by you that day." Sappo's eyes lit up. "I realized it's not easy to create such an amazing skeleton camp, a place with such smart skeletons." Sappo recalled what Boss Pang Pong had said to him that day. "You can go, it's enough that the boss taught you a lesson. He beat you for several days." Sappo said, "Wait a minute." The skeleton frowned and said, "What, are you being disobedient?" Sappo said, "A long time ago the boss was a player who ruled the world of A, if not a high-intelligence NPC. Seeing the rise of you wild monsters this time, I've realized one thing." The skeleton crossed his arms and said to Sappo, "If you were defeated by a wild monster, there's only one way to surpass wild monsters," Sappo said excitedly. "That's to join the wild monsters. You players have spies among you too, right?" Sappo's eyes lit up and he knelt down, clasped his hands and pleaded, "Boss Pang Pong, you must be the key to this main quest. Please let me be the final piece of your camp." Returning to the present, Sappo said proudly, "And so I joined the camp. Pang Pong is my boss." Sappo smiled happily at Wei Dongdong. "Then you are my boss's boss, so I should call you boss." Hearing this, Wei Dongdong frowned and said, "Get to the point. Where are Pang Pong and the others now? Why is the camp in this state?" Sappo's face immediately stiffened, if what happened later hadn't occurred. After a pause, Sappo continued, "This place wouldn't have become like this either." In Sappo's mind, a scene of the entire camp engulfed in flames appeared. Sappo continued to talk about what had happened not long after the boss left. In Sappo's memory, in a forest, a brown-haired young man was confronting a group of pig spirits. He said, "With my cover." After a pause, the brown-haired young man said in a trembling voice, "I've finally finished one round. I can go to the high-level monster area." Suddenly, he burst into tears, clenched his fists and said, "I don't want to see a skeleton monster again in this lifetime. After we finish killing all the level 30 pig spirits, let's leave our industrial city and go to another village." Next to the brown-haired young man stood a young man with long blue hair, his face full of sympathy. Just then, a loud noise came from behind the brown-haired young man and the blue-haired young man. "Move aside." The two turned around at the same time. "What is it?" It was the skeleton corps. At the head was Sappo, holding his sword high. Sappo pointed his sword straight ahead and commanded, "Charge." The corps followed Sappo's command and charged past the two men. Under the fierce attack of the skeleton corps, the group of pig spirits quickly became a 7-course pork meal. The brown-haired young man collapsed to the ground at the sight, clutching his head and groaning in pain. "Why are there skeleton monsters everywhere I go?" He then stood up, patted the shoulder of the long blue-haired young man and called him Brother Mingyue. The brown-haired young man's face was dark. "For our second stage, let's collect materials to change our bodies and go." Mingyue broke out in a cold sweat upon hearing this, and the corner of his lips kept trembling. "Brother Qingfeng, don't tell me you—" Qingfeng's eyes widened, his face looking a bit sinister. "We are constantly being suppressed by these skeleton demons. I have finally realized one truth. The only way to surpass a skeleton is to become a skeleton," Qingfeng resolutely concluded. "So I'm no longer human." As Mingyue spoke, Qingfeng grabbed Mingyue's hand and pulled him along. "Let's go find the materials to change into an undead now." Sappo frowned at this sight and thought, "Is this person crazy?" Sappo didn't pay much attention to what Qingfeng had just said. He turned around and looked at the skeleton monsters returning with heavy pig spirits on their backs. He thought to himself, "Since we can't kill new players, we can only kill high-level demons. The pig spirits are level 30, and the skeleton monsters are level 40. But high-level demons are inherently at least tier 1 or tier 2, so basically level 60 is the highest level. Skeleton monsters can only level up to 60. Sappo continued, The gap after the class change is too big. An ordinary player who reaches level 50 with a tier 1 title will be familiar with the basic skills and can beat our level 60s at will. He stroked his chin and said, after tier 2 it's even worse. Even numerical superiority starts to become useless. The level in A is too low. Unfortunately, you can only add functions after tier 3. I have no way to take Boss Pang Pong and the others to the main city to change classes. Sappo looked up at Bao Bao and said, we wanted to find a pet tamer like you, Miss Bao Bao, but they weren't easily fooled. They said they didn't need our skeleton mob. As soon as Bao Bao heard that, her face darkened and she said, say that again and I'll make you my pet too, Sappo continued. So we kept perfecting our defensive base while researching transformation methods, and during that process 2 very strange things happened. Sappo recalled the first incident. The nearby vampire camp was invaded by a large number of pet tamers and almost all of them were captured. We later found out it was because of you, boss, since you became so famous in the last preliminary exam. He remembered a female player catching a bat and laughing excitedly, commanding it. Hurry and turn me into a handsome vampire prince, he explained. Many female players wanted to see if they could catch a bat and turn it into a vampire. Wei Dongdong scratched his cheek, thinking he might have led them in the wrong direction. What was the second thing? Wei Dongdong asked. Sappo immediately said, previously, the number of skeletons in the camp had stabilized at 233, but one time we went to hunt high-level monsters, and 19 skeletons died and never revived. Then a new little skeleton appeared in the camp, taking advantage of the fact that only 4 skeletons in the camp had thinking abilities. And this little skeleton, although it's only level 1, is different from the non-intelligent skeletons. It just wandered around. Sappo paused, then looked at Wei Dongdong with a frown and said, boss, this little guy has been following us for days, always watching us from a distance. Should we catch it? Wei Dongdong sighed, recalling the scene where his skeleton subordinates had tried to chase the little skeleton before. Forget it, we sent the fastest one, but he failed to catch it multiple times. Wei Dongdong said to Sappo, prepare the food made with fire that you gave me in the village before. Sappo immediately replied, yes. On Wei Dongdong's plate was a chicken leg, blazing with a blue flame. Wei Dongdong placed the plate with the chicken leg on the grass, thinking to himself, let's see if it comes for this. After putting down the plate, Wei Dongdong hid in a nearby bush and watched quietly. As he expected, it wasn't long before the little skeleton appeared. The skeleton hid behind a tree, staring greedily at the chicken leg. After confirming that no one was around, the skeleton left its hiding spot and approached the chicken leg. The little skeleton opened its mouth wide and in an instant took the whole chicken leg in one bite. Wei Dongdong thought the time was right and came out from the bushes. The little skeleton was startled upon seeing Wei Dongdong and hurriedly fled. Wei Dongdong was dejected, thinking there was no way to get close to it now. Just then, the little skeleton reappeared in front of him. Contrary to Wei Dongdong's expectations, the little skeleton handed him a beautiful flower, and said, a flower for Grandpa, please give me more delicious food. Sappo recalled the peaceful days at the Silpo camp. One morning inside a room, all the skeletons and Sappo were staring at a screen. The screen showed Wei Dongdong transforming in a very cool way. Sappo shouted excitedly, so cool, the boss is the best. A skeleton stood up and pushed Sappo aside. Move it, you're blocking the screen. The little skeleton was perched on another skeleton's head, and said, Moikeo, look. That's our boss. Moikeo pointed a finger at the screen and said, the boss taught us how to beat players, and he also taught us how to read. You'll get to meet the boss too after this competition is over. As soon as the little skeleton heard the 2 words, the boss, its eyes sparkled. Then it called out in a small voice, Laota. When Moikeo heard the little skeleton say Laota, he corrected it. No, it's Laotai. Say it again after me. Seeing this, Sappo thought to himself, are they studying? At that moment, a skeleton approached and lightly tapped Sappo's shoulder. Susu, come here, little Sappo. Tell us more about the player world. And so, Sappo's life in the camp went on uneventfully. When they were almost done leveling up, Sappo and the skeletons began to build defensive facilities with the goblins. Susu in the camp would always take Sappo aside and pester him to tell many stories about Sappo's and Miss Bao Bao's world. Then the incident happened. In a room there were 4 players. A man who looked like an orange squirrel was discussing with the others, saying, everyone, this information is correct. That vampire demon king was originally a skeleton who transformed into a vampire at the class change hall. I recognize his master. I've invited you all this time because I want to go see the skeleton camp. I heard there have been some recent changes there. A man who looked like a one-eyed rat said, those monsters have suddenly become highly intelligent. The information Brother Llama provided this time also proves that something is amiss with the skeleton camp. Hearing the rat-faced man's words, the woman with wine-red hair had a thoughtful expression. Previously we spread rumors to make players search the vampire camp. Now only those of you sitting here know the vampire demon king's origin. I hope everyone keeps it a secret. At the same time, we have planned to attack this camp in one fell swoop, the squirrel man continued. You are all top tier, tier 3 players, so taking down a small camp is a piece of cake. The competition isn't over yet, so even if that vampire demon king wins, we can use these skeletons to threaten him. The squirrel man rubbed his chin and smiled wickedly. If these monsters are really intelligent, they will care about something. At this point, all 4 of them revealed evil smiles and said in unison, let's go. At the gate of the Silpo camp, Sappo stood facing the 4 of them. Sappo pointed towards the camp and said, ahead is a camp being built by monsters. Silpo is very dangerous. Don't get too close. The red-haired woman crossed her arms, frowned, and looked at the squirrel man, saying, "Didn't the information get leaked? Why do other players know about this camp too?" The squirrel man narrowed his eyes and glanced at the woman, saying, "Don't be hasty. This player is a level 60, tier 1, so it's natural for him to know this information on his own." The squirrel man stopped talking to the woman and turned to Sappo with a friendly smile and greeting. "Hello Soda, we have a mission here and would like to find out about the situation in the camp ahead. I heard the monsters here are around level 60. Is your guild here to deal with them?" Sappo replied, "No. Not yet, but we definitely will in the future." He looked at the squirrel man. "The monsters in the camp ahead are indeed high level and they're very cunning, so it's best if you don't proceed." The red-haired woman smiled faintly, understanding the general situation. She suddenly moved closer to Sappo. "Is that so? Is this person an exception?" Before Sappo could understand what was happening, the squirrel man suddenly rushed him from behind. He launched a surprise attack, leaving Sappo no time to react. Sappo was momentarily stunned and was tightly bound like a rice dumpling by the squirrel man's tail. The squirrel man looked at him and smiled. "Don't kill him yet. That would attract attention. Let's take him with us first." Sappo struggled, sweating profusely. He thought of the skeleton corps. These people were going to attack the boss's camp. He observed the 4 of them. Although they were hiding their levels, their transformations and levels were all much higher than his. The squirrel man led Sappo and the other 3 towards the Sappo camp. As they got closer, Sappo shouted with all his might to warn the skeletons in the camp. "Quick, run!" A skeleton saw Sappo and the squirrel's group and thought to himself, "These people captured Sappo, the god of war?" The skeleton was shocked. "This is bad." Immediately, the skeleton shouted loudly towards the camp. "Run, it's dangerous." Instantly, an invisible defensive barrier appeared, surrounding the entire camp. Seeing this, the red-haired woman smiled faintly and said, "It's a little late now." She was holding a red orb in her hand. She said with a smile, "Little skeletons, big sister is here, over there." The second dog was panting heavily. He growled under his breath. "These damn variant skeletons, they're really tough." Pang Pong asked them, "Why are you here? If you need equipment or money, I can give it to you." The red-haired woman smiled. She said, "Hey, this variant skeleton is really smart. Come be big sister's pet, and I won't bully you." The shaggy-haired man cut in from the side. "All right, enough talk. Let's talk after we've caught them all," he said to the wolf. "Second dog, what's wrong? It's taking you this long to deal with one non-professional skeleton?" He shouted in annoyance. "Stop talking nonsense. This guy has a defense that's almost on par with a level 1 tier 1. Inside, he was exploding. "This is so embarrassing. I actually need skill to beat a skeleton like this." Pang Pong was also sweating. He thought this guy's aura was completely different. It seemed he was going to die this time. Suddenly, a ray of light struck the second dog's face. He was shocked. "What's this, so fast? It even broke through my defense?" A small black skeleton leaped forward. He turned back and asked if they were all bad guys. Pang Pong quickly nodded. "Yes, Moikeo, be careful." They all stared in surprise at the small black skeleton. The woman exclaimed with joy, "A small black variant skeleton has attributes different from ordinary pets. The Western Guild's black dragon has this kind of attribute too." The man with a raised chin had a wicked smile. He said, "We don't need the other skeletons. Just catch that one and we'll make a fortune." Faced with this unexpected situation, he immediately gave an order. "Seed and second dog, both of you charge." The small black skeleton leapt up as fast as lightning. The second dog sensed the movement, turned his head and shouted. At that moment he raised his hand to block the immense force rushing towards him. "Damn it, this guy hasn't even changed his class yet." The second dog frowned. "Too strong. This guy's speed is too fast." The black variant skeleton sent him flying and the surrounding grass and dirt scattered everywhere. The little one said with an angry face, "You're all bad guys." Seed immediately moved to create a barrier, throwing a purple crystal ball to trap the small black skeleton. In the end, the little one shattered the ball and leapt out. Seed couldn't believe his eyes. He trembled. "Even the barrier can't hold him?" The man with the raised chin was lost in thought. "Something's wrong." He quickly checked his faction's display and shouted, "Finish this quickly. We're stalling for time." "The number of skeletons on the ground is decreasing," Pang Pong shouted loudly. "He's noticed." "Moikeo, hurry and follow me." Pang Pong hid in an underground tunnel, poking his head out to give some words of encouragement. "Little Sappo, you're a player. You figure it out." Moikeo leapt onto his head, and the little one also followed its friend, sticking out its tongue in a playful expression. After that, the two crawled into the underground tunnel and closed the lid. The remaining people all looked into the tunnel, searching. The red-haired woman said, "They covered the ground. Have they really gotten that smart? They even know how to build underground passages." The man with the raised chin replied, "What now? We couldn't even catch one small skeleton. This is too embarrassing." He turned to Sappo. "How did you get into this gang? Where did they run off to?" He said with a sneer. "What can you do to me if I don't tell you? Are you going to hit me again, you bunch of idiots?" They really did rush him. Today they were determined to beat Sappo half to death. As they beat him, they hurled harsh insults and Sappo couldn't struggle. Sappo continued, "Beaten by skeletons and beaten by players too, it was truly miserable." Pang Pong replied, "Moikeo saw that they had gone far and told me, so I fled here too." Sappo gave a thumbs up to show he was okay, declaring that he hadn't said a word. "I am a man, I keep my word." Pang Pong put a hand on his shoulder and said, "I'm sorry, this place is no longer safe. Didn't all the vampires get captured before? Let's go somewhere else and build a new camp." Sappo smiled, summarizing that this was how the whole story began. He continued, "After that, Pang Pong and the others moved to the next village. They were afraid you wouldn't be able to find their location when you came back, boss, so they had me stay here to pull in passers-by. Wei Dongdong said in a low voice. You could have just said they moved to the next village. Was there any need to tell such a long story? Sappo frowned, clutched his head and shouted, Ah boss, I was wrong. Please don't hit me again. Wei Dongdong suddenly patted his shoulder lightly and said, But thank you, from now on you are an official member of our gang. Bao Bao let out a big sleepy yawn and said with annoyance, Then I'll go offline first. I'm too tired. I want to sleep. Wei Dongdong looked back at her, agreed, and said, Okay, go ahead, I'll find Pang Pong and the others myself. Contact me when you're online. Before he could finish, Bao Bao had already tilted her head to the side and fallen asleep. After that, Sappo really did go back with Wei Dongdong. He excitedly raised his hand and shouted, Boss Pang Pong, I've brought the big boss. A group of skeleton soldiers turned around in joy and shouted, Boss, are you back? Wei Dongdong said with a solemn expression. Hey, I heard about what happened before. Have you recorded all the information of those players last time? Now that I'm back, I'm going to settle the score with them. A skeleton soldier held up a notebook and said, Of course, we were originally going to pool some money to hire a few assassins in the game, but now that you're back, boss, we can continue our discussion. He immediately praised them. As expected of my leadership, he crossed his arms and looked down. Where's little Moikeo? Let me see him. Wei Dongdong was holding a small black skeleton in his arms. It was clearly the little one. He exclaimed in admiration, Indeed, a mutant black skeleton. There are only 2 on the entire continent, and ours makes 3. The little skeleton called out Lauta. Its pronunciation still not quite right. The skeleton soldier immediately replied, No, it's deliberate. I think it finds Lauta sounds better. Wei Dongdong clasped his hands and instructed, The next thing to do is to help you all with your class change. And not just your class change, you must also reach the 6th tier title within 4 months. The soldiers, big and small, and the little black one all listened to him seriously. I didn't tell you about the system before, but class changes in our are a combination of 3 things: skills, race, and profession. Each time you change your class, you can choose a new skill, a new race, and a new profession. For example, Bao Bao chose the taming talent of a pet tamer. Because she continued to choose the taming talent in the first round, she can bring 2 pets. Yewei and Guling will choose regarding weapons and stamina. A profession is affected by various abilities and combat styles. There are combat-oriented professions and life-oriented professions. Generally, when choosing a profession, you must always be diligent. Every time a new profession is added, it is chosen similarly to the previous one. A new profession is only mentioned after the 3rd tier title. However, after the 3rd tier title, the materials needed for a class change will vary greatly depending on each person's choices. Moreover, many missions must be completed alone. There are also requirements for level and skill combinations. The 3rd tier title basically doesn't delay a player's skills, so titles above the 3rd tier are very rare. Most ordinary players basically stop at this stage. This is because in fact combat is not the entire theme of A within it. You can do business in town, cook food, and there are also various themed cities. Wei Dongdong continued to explain. And there are also a few strange themed cities, like the Eastern Script Village. Basically every day, the ACSCA World Crime Scene Investigator generates various cases through algorithms, and players solve them. Players can enter the village, take on different roles, and solve multiple cases. The murder scenarios provide a realistic tension, immersing those who enjoy a thrill. Some even deduce real cases with players in the village. Not only that, but you can also enjoy the most exciting journeys in the game. For example, the world's tallest roller coaster is very realistic, and there are various things to enjoy. You can master different elements, grow new plants, or even raise pets here. Growing together, you can feel the texture of their fur and their warmth. Many players can't even tell what is real and what is virtual from the moment they start the game. What's more surprising is that after players join the game, they can feel the power of elements flowing through their bodies. However, since it's a government collaboration project, there are many secret parts that cannot be deduced. Wei Dongdong concluded that they were definitely heavily related to the main quest. When the main quest begins in 4 months, they almost go all out to catch up and struggle to compete with the top major guilds. Pang Pong replied, But if we go to the main city, we'll be kicked out, and not many trainers will trust us. He answered grimly, That's not certain, but I have a friend and she has it. Kuan, Yichu and CC arrived at the door and she waved to the skeletons and greeted them. I've come as promised. Outside, the sun was already high in the sky and the door had been closed for some time. Inside the house, everyone was gathered. CC propped her chin on her hands and smiled brightly. Bao Bao looked at her cautiously, and little Moikeo gazed at her as if she were a goddess. When Wei Dongdong spoke to CC, she was startled and looked back. You've already reached the highest level of Tier 3. CC smiled brightly and replied, Yes, I was just hiding my level for the competition before, but right after the competition, my subordinate sent me the experience results and class change materials. They served her carefully, bringing her things. Miss, this is the complete set of class change materials used by professional analysts. Miss, this is the experience result. Wei Dongdong said in surprise. Experience points aren't that effective, so you only went up 1 level, but that's also 500 gold coins at Tier 1. Usually you have to eat to level up quickly. Is the young lady eating snacks right now? CC still smiled and pointed to the pile of fruit on the table. Isn't this a snack? I still have a lot of good stuff. She picked up a piece of fruit and brought it in front of little Moikeo. Here, eat this. Seeing it eat deliciously and greedily, she quickly said, Eat slowly, there's still a lot. She stroked its chin and said to it, "If you just follow me you can have as much of this as you want." The little skeleton froze as soon as it heard this, and the fruit in its hand fell with a thud. Seeing this, Bao Bao said, "Then I won't eat it. I'm not going, don't tease him anymore. We made it clear before. If the skeletons voluntarily follow her, she can take them. We made a blood oath before." Bao Bao had made a blood oath at the small academy in the world of A, and the A system supervised the oath as a third party. If the promise was broken, they would be punished by the A system. It was the highest level of oath in the world of A. CC blinked her eyes and made a cute face. "Don't worry, I will definitely keep my word. The things that can't be bought with money are the best. Here, little Moikeo, you can eat this for free." She handed the fruit to the little skeleton hiding behind Wei Dongdong's clothes and said. Then she raised her head and asked the others, "What about the other skeletons? Should I send people to protect them, or should I take them to change their class?" Hearing that, Wei Dongdong said, "Changing classes one by one is too much of a waste of trainers. Sister Kuan Yichu, did you bring that thing?" Kuan Yichu immediately spread out a map. She pointed with her hand and said, "This is the network of connections to find the class change formation. I found it at the class change club in the city, but the types of class change formations are so complicated that I could only identify a few low-level ones for sure." Wei Dongdong stroked his chin and thought for a moment. "I guess I have to find another way. I need to hurry. I have to report to the academy." Then he suddenly thought of something. "I just thought of a way, but I don't know if it's feasible." The three put their heads together. Wei Dongdong looked at the paper and said, "What we can do is..." Kuan Yichu cut him off. "Let me give it a try. My specialty might work a little." The counterstaff had no way to communicate. Smiling brightly, she raised her hand. "This is really interesting. I want to go." After saying that, the two immediately went out the door. Watching their retreating figures fade away, Bao Bao asked Wei Dongdong, "Boss, what did you say to them?" "Ah," he said, "I just sold you." Bao Bao was startled and his words struck her ears like a thunderbolt. Bao Bao shouted loudly, "What did you say?" Wei Dongdong laughed and then said, "Just kidding, just kidding. I've always thought that if the degree of freedom is this high, we just have to treat all the villagers like ordinary people. It wasn't easy to get into the city either." He looked at the skeletons outside and continued, "It would be better if we all changed our class." Bao Bao hesitated and asked, "Is this possible?" Wei Dongdong said seriously, "Let's give it a try. Kuan Yichu knows most of the people in the village. I admit I'm taking a gamble. Take me on a tour of the camp for a bit." As soon as he finished speaking, Bao Bao took him on a tour of the entire area. Kuan Yichu returned not long after. She exclaimed, "Wei Dongdong, it was a success." He looked at them in surprise and asked again with joy, "Really?" At this time, Kuan Yichu pointed to the young man next to her and introduced him. "This is the staff member who helped us establish the class change club." At first he didn't agree. He said, "How could a class change guild be established in a desolate place?" Then CC invested. He immediately agreed on the spot. CC sighed, "Phew, why are these NPCs so obsessed with money? It's really no fun," Wei Dongdong said happily. Anyway, he took out a scroll from somewhere and said, "Congratulations on the official establishment of the Bloodkin Class Change Guild." The young man was also happy to see this and clapped for them. Chapter 44. The next morning, Bao Bao had just woken up, stretching and yawning. Then she picked up a notice that said, "Come to the Bloodkin's encampment as soon as you get online." Soon she arrived in front of the city gate. A familiar skeleton head appeared. In front of the city gate, two green goblins stood guard with swords. As soon as they saw her approaching, they raised their swords to block her, and while Bao Bao was startled, they said, "Hello, this is the new Night Demon City. You must register to enter the city, and you cannot enter without a prior reservation." She's jaw dropped. "I only slept for a little while. What happened here?" she said in a whiny voice. Do you know Dongdong? I'm his master." The two goblins were startled. "City Lord, is the young lady Miss Bao Bao?" Then the gate opened. "We're sorry, please just go inside." They gave her a badge and said, "Here's a medal. Players from outside must wear it." Inside, skeletons were desperately carrying bricks and stones to build walls, and there were also goblin sculptors inside the house whose skills were extraordinary. Bao Bao was surprised by the new scenery. "This encampment has developed so quickly." She looked around curiously. Suddenly, something shiny appeared before her eyes. It was a stone statue with two eyes in the form of a fleeing squirrel, and at the foot of the statue it was clearly written, "Those who do not follow the rules will end up like this person." Bao Bao hesitated, recalling something. "This looks like that guy who tried to trick me before." She turned and headed straight for the house. The house was now much bigger and more impressive than before. She entered and called for Dongdong. Inside, he was sitting with a pile of documents. Two skeletons brought some documents and said, "The goods in the city are increasing." Wei Dongdong replied, "Some documents are no longer usable by the skeletons, so we can sell them to other monsters. We will build more shops to sell them." Peng Pong continued to ask, "Boss, after a safe encampment was established here, I also sent news to some monsters with high innate intelligence. I hope they will join us. I am still waiting for their reply." Suddenly, Wei Dongdong saw Bao Bao peeking out from behind the curtain and called, "Bao Bao, you're here." Bao Bao entered, looked around curiously and asked, "Why did this place develop so quickly?" Wei Dongdong was as happy as if he had found gold and said, "I've been really busy these past few days. Fortunately, I have experience in city planning. It's a long story. I'll explain it to you slowly later." Bao Bao pointed her finger and continued to ask, "By the way, who is that person in the square?" Wei Dongdong propped his chin on his hand and said, "That was a very interesting incident. As soon as he failed to hunt, he tried to sell our information to CC. He said in a flattering voice, 'Miss CC, didn't you really like Bao Bao's bloodkin pet before? I have that guy's real information and information on a rare skeleton. If the young lady offers a reasonable price, I guarantee this information will not disappoint you. She looked at him with an annoyed expression and picked up her wine glass. That guy bared his teeth, smiled, and asked, "What's the matter? Does the young lady only want Bao Bao's bloodkin?" "Trust me," Cici twisted her lips and said, "that encampment is originally mine. Wei Dongdong gave me the information after the game ended." The squirrel was startled. "This is," seeing him like this, she continued, "honest business is the foundation, yet you're stealing and backstabbing." Although it was a game, it really disgusted people. Immediately, her two tall and burly bodyguards appeared and the two of them lifted the squirrel from both sides. She continued, "My family certainly has ways to deal with disgusting people like you." Seeing that he was caught, he had an ominous premonition, broke out in a cold sweat and stammered, "Miss CC. I'm sorry," he thought to himself. "I have to go offline quickly. It's not easy to go offline in a combat state. I feel the pain just as it is." She put down her wine glass, stood up, pointed her hand, and ordered someone to watch him. The two burly men in sunglasses immediately followed the order. SC thought to herself, "Trying to threaten me with my own head, this account is no longer needed by him." SC walked out the door without any attachment, and on the green lawn two skeletons stood facing each other. The blades of grass swayed in the strong wind. The small skeleton on this side glared at the opponent with displeasure, and Pang Pong was the same. Suddenly he transformed his body into a water-like blue color. He stomped hard on the grass to leap, and immediately jumped high. The skeleton on the other side watched in a daze. Suddenly an arm extended from behind him, trying to grab him. The skeleton quickly sensed something was wrong and turned around. Immediately it extended its arm and accurately hit the center of Pang Pang's body. His arm could no longer reach the small skeleton. Small but strong, the small skeleton knocked off Pang Pang's limbs and separated his head from his body with a single punch. It didn't stop there. It continued to raise its fist and rush towards Pang Pong. But that punch was not aimed at Pang Pong. It was aimed at the ground. Immediately, the ground cracked open and where it stood became a deep hole. It threw Pang Pong directly into the hole and covered him with dirt and stones. But since he was originally a skeleton, he wouldn't know pain, and Pang Pang's soul rushed from behind, intending to reverse the situation just now. The skeleton Pang Pong below also didn't mind being buried in dirt and stones and immediately jumped up. On one side was the skeleton Pang Pong, and on the other was the soul Pang Pong. The small skeleton stood motionless, acting as if it didn't care what they did. Suddenly a loud noise came from the forest. At the same time, the small skeleton caught both Pang Pang's and his soul's arms. Wei Dongdong and Bao Bao approached, and he crossed his arms and said, "After the second-tier title, it would be good for you to skillfully choose different growth paths and practice your skills." He explained that in the world of a race's evolution can be added or changed each time you change your class. Generally, the evolution between races is similar. For example, a skeleton can grow to become a living corpse, a human can become a zombie, and a snake can evolve into a dragon. Pang Pang's race did not change. In the first tier, he chose to enhance his defense, and in the second tier, he chose to use his clone as a weapon, allowing him to freely separate his bones and control them as weapons. Susu chose to transform into a living corpse, making his body a soul, which resulted in increased speed. Bao Bao held little Moikeo in her arms, approached Wei Dongdong and continued, "Overall, your choices are all fine, but your combat skills are still not good enough." He pointed his hand and said, "After you transformed into a soul and hid underground, if you keep your main body too close to the ground, Pang Pong will easily discover you." Then he turned to Pang Pong. "And you, after figuring out Susu's location, you try to destroy the ground only after your body has reassembled. If you directly control your bones to dig into the ground and use them as weapons, Susu would basically have no time to react and would be killed by you. Alright, continue training. Only by becoming stronger can you avoid being bullied by others." He took out a whip and said, "Moikeo, don't just stand there, you'll fight with me in a bit." Moikeo was startled and froze. "I'm doomed this time." At the encampment, a blonde goblin ran over to report, "Hello, boss. The city construction has basically stabilized." Wei Dongdong nodded and said, "You've worked hard. There aren't many awakened goblins here. Thank you for being in charge of city construction and planning during this period." The goblin hesitated and said, "But we have encountered a serious difficulty. Due to the characteristics of our monster faction, we have solved the problem of the class change formation, but some materials can only be completed by entering the city and negotiating with other NPCs. Like Sister Kuan Yichu, monster NPCs don't listen easily. Basically, they're all just letting them get beaten up." Wei Dongdong sighed. "The two constraints of monsters and players are too different. Next, I also need to prepare to report to the academy. It will be more convenient to change classes there, and my understanding of the characteristics of the NPCs in the game will also improve." As he said this, he looked back at Pang Pong. "During this period, can you all reach the third-tier title? The CC Guild will also provide a lot of materials, and they'll also provide temporary protection. You can trust her. Besides, Moikeo will also go with me and her to report to the academy. Moikeo's growth is faster than ours. At the academy, he will have more opportunities for development." Pang Pong nodded. "Boss ladies, please go to the academy without any worries. I will do my best to take care of the encampment." Wei Dongdong looked back and said, "You're just happy because you don't have to be trained by me every day, right?" Little Moikeo was crying his eyes out. "Brother Pang Pong, when the boss and I return with our 6-tier titles, if any player dares to mess with our encampment, I'll beat them up." Pang Pong raised his head and said, "It's fine, there's no problem following the boss. Don't eat just anything when you're outside and don't trust strangers. Listening to the boss's words, the three of them packed their bags and set off. Bao Bao looked at him happily and said, "It's only been a month and we have to go to the academy again. But I still like the slow lifestyle here. It was like this when we first entered the city too. When we entered Unveiled city, I bought a cup of bubble tea in the city at that time, and it was the first time I drank bubble tea in the game." As she said this, the three of them stopped in front of a shop. Bao Bao looked at the sign and her two eyes sparkled. Wei Dongdong scratched his chin. "I left a bubble tea shop in the city called Bao Bao Bubble Tea Shop. It's not finished yet, but some of the bubble tea ingredients are in the city, so it's very difficult to trade. Still, I think we'll be able to drink our bubble tea next time we come back." Bao Bao blushed and said quietly, "Thank you," little Moikeo suddenly said loudly. "Then I want to drink bubble tea too." Wei Dongdong shook his head and said, "Moikeo, your pockets are full of snacks and you want to drink bubble tea too?" Bao Bao replied happily. "It's okay, our Moikeo has to grow, so he has to drink and eat a lot to grow tall." Wei Dongdong sighed. "He's been spoiled by you and Pang Pong at the encampment. He needs some training to grow up quickly." The little skeleton still said in a small voice, "But I want to drink bubble tea." As soon as he finished speaking, the three of them laughed out loud and continued on their way. Chapter 46. When the people arrived at their destination, a fairy appeared. She introduced herself. "Hello, welcome to the Divine Spirit Academy. I am your exclusive guide, Paka. Next, I will introduce you to the Academy's situation and how to use the facilities. First, let's go to the Academy's lecture hall." Seeing Wei Dongdong looking a bit strange, she suddenly asked, "Why are you back in your vampire form?" He turned around, smiled slightly and replied, "Now that I'm in the academy, I plan to separate these two forms. In the academy, I'll appear more in my vampire form to let everyone know I'm a high-level undead. High-level undead are all zombies, very exceptional monsters that can easily attract players' attention, then when they let their guard down. If I transform into my skeleton form and step forward, it will be more convenient to handle certain things." After hearing him say so much, Apologia reminded CC, "Miss, this skeleton fellow is really ugly. You absolutely must not let him ruin things." At this point, Paka began to introduce the academy. The academy is composed of 7 floating islands. The central area of the island is our education and training zone. The other islands are divided into the dormitory island and specialized training islands for the 5 basic professions. She then led everyone to a bulletin board. This is the academy's quest board. There's a quest to find someone to rescue Rajung's wife who was captured and sold. A quest to find someone to annihilate Jinbom, who has committed countless sins. A quest urgently seeking someone to cry for the artisan of Providence who has gone missing. A quest where Hyogyol is recruiting people to join the Pokchanbang. A quest where Hiro Ma has lost his little sister and is recruiting someone to find her. A quest where Yange has been too arrogant lately and is recruiting someone to take him down a peg, and a quest recruiting someone to teach Saitama a lesson because he's killing too many monsters and preventing others from leveling up. After everyone read the board, Paka added that the Academy's quest rewards are very generous, far surpassing ordinary quests. This is why you went through an entrance exam with a difficulty that far exceeds other academies. The two of them thought deeply. There is 1 class change for every 20 levels. After Tier 1, you can enter different academies. You will choose a profession again after entering Tier 2 and Tier 3 under the guidance of a teacher. However, the strength of the academies also differs depending on their geographical location, and most academies select students through exams. Players with poor grades can only enter other academies. However, Game A also gives some smaller academies the chance to meet hidden masters, providing an opportunity for ordinary players to make a comeback, but for the most part, they are still divided by academy level. And our Divine Spirit Academy is one of the 3 largest academies in the entire world of A. We have the highest level of faculty and academy resources, and 2 of A's 10 combat masters are from our school. Besides combat specialties, we have numerous other specialties, and these are also taught by A's top faculty. Paka pointed to a stone and introduced it. We have practice grounds for each specialty. Students can level up quickly and increase their skill proficiency in the practice grounds. This prevents monsters from repeatedly respawning and saves time on completing quests. Wei Dongdong was quite surprised and said, "Although I knew the training speed at Divine Spirit Academy was fast, I didn't expect the facilities to be this complete." He thought to himself, "Back then I had to chase a single monster multiple times to level up. It took me months to level up." Apologia was not surprised at all. "What's the big deal? Our guild has this kind of practice ground too." Upon hearing this, Wei Dongdong showed a disdainful expression. "You're rich so you can say whatever you want," Paka continued. "The last thing to do in the lecture area is to reconfirm your previous status. The stone will check your level and reaction speed and synchronize your brainwaves. Due to the frequency differences among players, when you connect to Game A, your body will adapt to the combat rhythm. The reaction speed of an ordinary player is basically between B and C rank, and a brainwave synchronization rate of around 85 is very good. Of course, you are all top students. Generally, both your reaction speed and brainwave synchronization are very excellent." CC raised her hand first to be tested. System notification, reaction speed pending, brainwave synchronization 79, Tier 3, level 100. Name player from the liveliest TD camp. Suddenly, Paka said to proceed with the reaction test. Paka introduced the testing machine to her again. "It's very simple. This machine will shoot small balls at you within a set time. The The player must dodge as many balls as possible. Over time, the firing speed will get faster and the difficulty will increase. A ball shot from the machine flew very quickly towards Cece's face and she had no time to dodge. System notification: player eliminated. Time 1 second. Paka's face darkened as she wondered, how can someone with this brainwave synchronization and reaction speed rank so high? She scratched her head awkwardly and explained, it's probably because I have the main divine artifact of the West. I bought it for a very high price. It's okay. As long as I have Zhonghong, that's enough. After speaking, she winked. Wei Dongdong sighed. Seeing how Cece always says a very high price, she must have spent a lot of money. Next, it was Zhonghong's turn to be tested. System notification. Reaction speed pending. Brainwave synchronization 90. Tier 1 level 100. Name: player from the Zhonghong pair camp. The screen swirled like a vortex. The same ball launcher from before appeared in front of him. The machine continuously loaded balls at a speed that sounded like paper tearing, and the firing power was considerable. Balls flew from the machine continuously, but he dodged them all. No matter how fast or numerous the balls were, not a single one touched Zhonghong. He smiled triumphantly, and the system announced a reaction speed of S. Paka clapped her hands and praised him. As expected of this year's top student, your synchronization rate is in the top 4. Your reaction speed is even higher than before. Next was Wei Dongdong's turn. Reaction speed pending. Brainwave synchronization 100. Tier 2 level 85. Name: player from the indomitable night monster camp. He was puzzled. Brainwave synchronization is 100. As soon as Paka heard this, she got angry and hit him. If a pet like you doesn't have 100 brainwave synchronization, what else would it be? Wei Dongdong held his aching head and thought, before I was transported here, my sync rate was 80. It seems getting out of the game won't be easy. He remembered that brainwave synchronization was supposed to be unchangeable. Last was Bao Bao's turn. Reaction speed. She walked up to the system and placed her hand inside. Reaction speed. Brainwave synchronization 95. Rank level 60. Name: player from the Once a Pink Balloon camp. Paka praised her excitedly. The highest ranking brainwave synchronization has appeared. It's because of Miss Bao Bao's high brainwave sync rate that she was able to rank 9th in this preliminary exam despite the difference in her level and her pets. The system said player wants a pink balloon. Brainwave synchronization rate 95. Paka looked forward to seeing what her reaction speed would be. She was lost in thought and didn't notice that the ball launcher had already started. A ball shot out quickly. Bao Bao was still dazed when the ball hit her on the head, making her yelp in surprise. Paka asked angrily, why are all of this year's top students like this? Bao Bao hurriedly said in embarrassment, I'm sorry, I've basically never exercised much since I was young. Paka sighed. It's alright. Since you're a tamer, the requirements can't be too high. Next, let's go to our dormitory. There was a blue fountain here, and the building was very grand. The system said, this is where you will rest every day. These are the dormitory numbers assigned to each of you. In a moment I will show you how to use your rooms. Bao Bao's dormitory number was 621. Cece's dormitory was 622. Paka said, I'm sorry, but pets are not allowed in the dormitories. They must be recalled to the pet space or gathered in the pet-exclusive dormitory. Bao Bao said unhappily, why is there a rule like that? Then I'm not staying here either. Wei Dongdong said with a smile, it's okay, experiencing it a little will be fun. Bao Bao, go take a look around the dorm. I'll wait for you in the pet area, she added. This rule is really not good. Let Moikyo suffer in the pet area for a bit. Later I'll invest in this academy and change the regulations, Paka said. This is my clone ability. Next I will guide each of you to your rooms. Please follow me. One clone guided CC. The remaining Paka guided Bao Bao to another room. Bao Bao looked around and asked with surprise, why is it so empty here? Paka replied, this place can change according to your imagination. This is also one of the benefits you receive for passing the exam. I need to go to sleep now. When you want to sleep, you can give a voice command. The food here is also provided unlimitedly 24 hours a day according to your command. However, you cannot take it outside the room. The scenery in the yard can also be changed according to your will. You can admire the Milky Way, watch movies on a giant screen, or read a book to clear your mind under the summer sky. This place can transform up to 10 meters by 10 meters, and you can enjoy a private swimming pool and feel the warm water, which you can adjust as you please. Or it can be transformed into a top-of-the-line magic chair. Bao Bao lay on the chair very satisfied. Let's rest a bit now. All the remaining information is provided in the book. Enjoy your dorm life slowly. I'll go rest first. Call me anytime you need me, Bao Bao said excitedly. To be able to make any food with just one refrigerator. I'm going there. She moved to the pet dormitory. A small skeleton said, Loda. When will Sister Bao Bao and Sister Shi come to get us? The little monster replied. I don't know. Brother Biho, please stop licking me. I think your mouth smells. Bao Bao woke up in a panic. Oh no, she ran quickly. Yesterday, she watched a movie in her room, took a hot bath and fell asleep because it was so comfortable, but when she woke up she had been disconnected from the game. Bao Bao opened the door to Wei Dongdong's pet dorm and said, I'm sorry, I've come to get you, but she was surprised. Inside were only a few small monsters. A ha sound was heard. Wei Dongdong wasn't there. Paka said in a panic, Miss Bao Bao, you're finally online. Your pet caused a big incident yesterday. This is the footage from the pet dormitory last night. The small monster stood squeezed among the pets. This place was too small and crowded to interact with the pets. Moreover, all the large and huge pets were trapped here. Yomium spoke up. Hey, you can come over here, she said very cutely and gently. Hello, are you a new pet? Wei Dongdong asked. Can pets here talk to each other too? Yomium continued. Hello, I'm the rabbit pet Yomium. My master calls me Yomium and I'm a level 100, tier 4. I've been here for 10 years. Wei Dongdong was shocked and asked again, 10 years? It was only then that he remembered that time in the game was 4 times faster than in the real world. So you haven't played the game for 2 years already? Yomium said sadly. Yes, after my master went offline 10 years ago. She basically never logged into the game again. I think something must have happened, she thought worriedly to herself. That's right, if some NPCs have awakened their consciousness as Zhang Luwei said, wouldn't a high-level monster like this awaken too? Wei Dongdong asked. You've been here for 10 years straight, Yomium replied. Yes, before my master left, she told me to wait here quietly, that she would come back. Yomium is a very good girl, although it's boring sometimes. Thinking that I can meet my master again someday helps me keep living. Wei Dongdong then asked, have you ever thought about going outside? Yomium replied in a sad voice again. Yomium has to wait for her master. Yomium can't go, Wei Dongdong said in a cold voice. Perhaps she may never be able to come back. Yomium was stunned and trembled all over. She was on the verge of tears and her voice trembled. No, that can't be, Yomium said angrily. You must be tricking me. For 10 years Yomium has been waiting here. Wei Dongdong was flustered. Oh no, she's agitated, she's angry. Moikyo, hurry out and open the door. Moikyo replied quickly. Yes, Lauta. Moikyo burst through the wall, quickly ran to the door and coolly opened it with one hand, but the other monsters inside just stood there blankly not moving. Wei Dongdong shouted loudly, don't just stand there, hurry and run. As soon as they heard this, the pets chaotically ran outside, kicking up dust from the ground due to their heavy weight. Paka held her head. This was the first time in Divine Spirit Academy's history that a pet had opened the door and released all the other pets. Now all the teachers in the academy had to be mobilized to catch them. Bao Bao asked worriedly, so what happened to Wei Dongdong? What happened to that Yomium? Paka said. Your pet Wei Dongdong hasn't been seen since he went outside. There are only cameras around the dormitory, so we can't find him if he goes out. Try contacting your pet first. I have to go catch the pets with the teachers. When you find him, tell him to come to the deputy headmaster's office. Suddenly, a system message appeared in front of Bao Bao. Message from pet Wei Dongdong. Bao Bao, you're online. I'm at Mist Lake in the main academy building. Come quickly. Bao Bao quickly ran to the park. Wei Dongdong was hiding behind a tree and called out to Bao Bao in a small voice. Bao Bao, Bao Bao asked worriedly. Did you let all the pets out? Wei Dongdong replied. Yes, but it's okay. I transformed into a skeleton as soon as I went outside. Everyone outside except for the teachers thought some skeleton had intentionally released the pets. He pointed with his finger and said, look over there, there's even a pet who waited 10 years for this moment. Look how happy Yomium is in her master's arms. At that moment, Wei Dongdong's group was all gathered in the deputy headmaster's office and everyone's face was filled with worry. A rather angry voice echoed, how dare you? The headmaster clenched his fists and slammed the table hard. He questioned the people standing before him. You just enrolled and you've already caused such a big problem. Hearing his words, Wei Dongdong showed no signs of fear but instead smiled brightly and said in a somewhat playful tone, well, shall I make up a little story? Before Wei Dongdong could finish, Yomium, fearing he would be scolded, quickly shouted to defend him. Wei Dongdong is a good person. He helped Yomium meet her master again. The headmaster grew even angrier, glaring at Yomium and threatening, I haven't asked you yet, so be quiet. He picked up a pile of documents, glanced through them, then frowned and stated the current situation. There were a total of 163 pets housed in the pet dormitory and 3 are still hiding. They are all pets whose masters left the game long ago and are no longer at the academy, so they were retrieved to the ownerless island. Furthermore, during the capture process the pets destroyed buildings. They clashed with the teachers and many combat department teachers were attacked by the pets. Hearing this, she raised her hand, smiled brightly and said, I can compensate for all of this. The headmaster's face turned ashen as he slammed the table hard, glared at her and shouted, how rude, a place like the academy has its own way of handling things. The maximum transaction limit within the school is 1,000 gold coins. Don't always think that money is the only way to solve every problem. He looked at Wei Dongdong and Bao Bao again and ordered, and you two are not focusing on your studies. Since you took first place in this new student recruitment, first find and bring back the remaining pets. After that, you will manage the pet dormitory, and if even one more pet escapes, I will hold you responsible. At this moment, Paka flew to the side, leaned close to the headmaster's ear and whispered, Headmaster Ro, is this punishment not enough? Before Paka could finish, Wei Dongdong rubbed his hands and asked the headmaster with a puzzled look, handsome and charming Headmaster Ro, if a pet runs into the dormitory or somewhere else I can't enter, what should I do? Headmaster Ro pointed a finger at him, quickly understanding the troublemaker's intention. Except for the academy's restricted areas, I will temporarily grant you permission to enter. Hearing his words, Wei Dongdong cheekily asked again, there are restricted areas. Where are they? Before he could finish his sentence, seeing that Headmaster Ro was about to lose his patience, he immediately pointed in another direction to change the subject. Oh, it looks like a pet escaped over there. Let's go find it together. As soon as he finished speaking, Wei Dongdong's group quickly ran towards the garden. Before leaving, he didn't forget to look back inside and say, we're going to find the pets. The deputy headmaster watched the closing door with a displeased expression, unable to say a word. Then he returned to his seat. looked at the person opposite him, and reported, "Headmaster, that fellow is truly clever. The moment I hinted that I would let him search for the pets within the academy, he immediately understood he had the right to freely enter and exit the academy." Hearing his report, the headmaster on the computer screen spoke slowly. "HMPH, he is clearly the key to the clue for this main quest. Help him out a bit. It seems his rank is still low, so give him more assistance in the next mission. He told us about this clue to make his own importance clear, so don't leak his skeleton identity. Tell outsiders that the experiment failed. The rank 6 mission is too difficult. I've researched it for so long, but it's too hard for a pure player. I'd rather..." At this point, the headmaster suddenly stopped talking and fell silent for a moment. After a long while, it was still quiet. It turned out the headmaster had fallen asleep. Looking at the computer screen, the deputy headmaster frowned in annoyance and said, "He's fallen asleep again. Besides, this repetition will continue to confuse readers." After coming out of the deputy headmaster's office, Wei Dongdong's group was now leisurely talking about something in the hallway. Yomium looked up with a sad expression and said, "Wei Dongdong, I'm sorry you've suffered because of me. Yomium will help you find the pets." Wei Dongdong waved his hand to show it was fine and cheerfully reassured her. "It's okay, it's actually a blessing in disguise. Now we can go anywhere in the academy as we please. I've always dreamed of going into the girls' dormitory to take a look." At this point his eyes lit up, anticipating himself standing at the entrance of the girls' dorm. Paka, who was listening beside him, showed a disdainful expression. "This dormitory is co-ed, so go in, find the pet and come out quickly." Ignoring Paka's words, Wei Dongdong continued, "This is the multi-transforming room the saintess mentioned." At that moment the room before everyone's eyes was neatly organized, with the main color being a feminine pink. Looking at her own room, Bao Bao explained shyly, "This is because of my habits from the real world, so I decorated it based on my room." The more Bao Bao spoke, the redder her face became. She thought to herself, "This is the first time a boy has come to my house." As she thought, she kept shouting internally, "No, why should I be blushing because of a pet?" At this time, Wei Dongdong and Yomium had already jumped onto the bed, lying sprawled out and enjoying the feeling of the comfortable bedsheets. He shouted in excitement, "It's been so long since I've laid down this comfortably." Suddenly, he sat up, propped his chin on his hands, stared at Bao Bao and suggested, "Right, Bao Bao, you said there are movies here, right? Shall we watch one? Let's rest a bit before we go out. We can just say it took some time to find the pet." Bao Bao held a box in her hand and agreed with his opinion. "Yes, these are all fun too." After searching for a while, Wei Dongdong had a puzzled expression. They all seemed to be romance movies. Beside him, Bao Bao was also searching diligently and happily found something. "I found a few comedy movies." Yomium held a book in her hand and shouted excitedly, "Yomium wants to see this fairy tale book. My master used to read it to Yomium a lot." A short while later, Paka stared at the people in front of her with an angry expression and questioned them. "You've been looking for a pet for half a day. Are you doing something else?" Wei Dongdong wasn't flustered at all. He scratched his head with his hand and made a vague excuse. "Chess, we were playing chess." It was as if she had seen through everything. At this moment, Paka frowned with a tired expression and introduced herself. "Hello, I am your guide, Paka. Next, I will introduce you to the academy." Mengming looked at the listless Paka in front of her and whispered to Hyoba, "Why does she look so tired?" Hyoba heard her question and answered without much thought, "I don't know, something must have happened." As they went deeper into the academy, the roadside was full of pets. Mengming carefully asked the person beside her, "Why are there pets everywhere we go in the academy?" Paka heard this from the side, looked at Mengming gloomily and forced a smile. "You'll have to ask what kind of good deeds the top students of your competition have done." The scene changed, and elsewhere a loud shout echoed along with the sound of a desk being slammed. "Deputy headmaster," it turned out to be Paka. She stood before the deputy headmaster, furious, and berated him. "This fellow Wei Dongdong, are you going to manage him or not?" The deputy headmaster was still looking at his computer screen and replied to her calmly as if he were used to this. "What did he do again? What kind of strange thing did he do today?" Paka's face darkened as she said, "He's rebuilding the pet dormitory now, and it's only been a week." At this point her voice softened a little. "Wei Dongdong has already contacted all the masters online, telling them to manage their pets well, and has coordinated with them to manage these pets together." At that moment, Wei Dongdong stood before a pet's master giving a stern warning. "This time your pet ran out and caused a lot of trouble for the academy. Please be sure to cooperate with its management." Hearing his reprimand, the girl opposite him broke out in a cold sweat and just kept nodding her head, admitting her fault. I'm sorry, I've caused trouble for the academy." Only then did the girl calm down, lift her head to look at him, and ask curiously, "Right, how could the pet have run out?" Wei Dongdong was momentarily flustered by this question and said irritably, "You talk too much." Paka said that after the pet dormitory was completed, he quickly assigned the intelligent pets to the pet dormitory. He had them manage the large, low-intelligence pets. Now, the pets had to be walked every day and were only allowed to be active in designated areas according to his requirements. Hearing this, the deputy headmaster's eyes lit up. "Isn't this a pretty good management system?" Paka became even angrier, continuously slamming the desk and loudly raising the current issue. But his unrestricted appearance in various parts of the academy has caused major problems. Furthermore, his behavior seriously violates the academy's rules and I cannot tolerate it. Deputy Headmaster Rose sighed and looked somewhat troubled. Sigh, but Wei Dongdong is very important to us, so come here. As soon as he finished speaking, Paka immediately moved to the chair and leaned in to listen to Deputy Headmaster Ro's secretive whisper. After hearing his words, she was shocked, covered her face and exclaimed, "You mean I have to endure him for 3 more years?" Deputy Headmaster Ro smiled, held up one finger and reassured Paka. "It won't take 3 years, we'll send him out once he reaches rank 3 at the academy. During this period, I'll have to trouble Paka a bit." At this moment, Paka's face darkened and she gave a rather strange smile. "Anyway, just let him manage the pets. He'll be able to introduce the academy facilities to everyone." The scene changed, and after Hyoba's group finished their tour, the guide Paka instructed Mengming and Hyoba. "I've introduced all the basics of the academy's facilities. For your daily study plan, you'll need to find your instructor for guidance. Although it's an academy, there are actually no regular class schedules. We will assign you an instructor based on your attributes. The instructor will give you missions to complete the curriculum and guide your combat training until you reach rank 3. Paka looked at Hyoba and continued, "This student chose the talent of beast symbiosis, right? But your symbiosis will eliminate the beast's instinct, allowing you to completely control the pet's form. That's why you can switch between forms completely. For a formation instructor, you will have to go to Master Shin Gija for guidance." In the formation laboratory, the room floor was cluttered with miscellaneous items that no one cared about. Mengming and Hyoba saw the scene before them. A white-haired doctor was instructing someone. "Miss, bring me the 3rd component." Upon hearing the command, a girl ran around with a full arm load, constantly saying, "Here, here." After getting the tool, the white-haired doctor, with a serious expression, took out a bottle of red liquid and poured it into a nearby test tube. As soon as the liquid was poured, a loud explosion echoed throughout the entire laboratory. In the dissipating smoke, the doctor, whose face was blackened with soot, seemed accustomed to this sight. Looking at the results before him, he sighed continuously. "Sigh, another failure. These are the bodies of players who have left the game. How can they be so sturdy? They don't melt at all, even with concentrated explosives." At this moment, Mengming and Hyoba walked in. He looked at the 2 people in front of him with interest and said, "Oh, another young lady has arrived." Hyoba immediately stood in front of Mengming and said to the doctor imposingly, "This is her report. You have been assigned as her instructor." Hearing this, the doctor, with white smoke rising from his head, asked curiously, "Are you a beast tamer? Why did you bring another pet? Or is it a pet snake?" Then he approached, held one of Hyoba's eyes wide open with one hand and shone a flashlight with the other, analyzing it closely. "Unfortunately, the transformation is still immature. The combination between this form and that form is not yet smooth." Then he pointed at Mengming again and said, "Miss, let me play with this pet for a bit. I'm trying to integrate the characteristics of various creatures, so it might hurt a little." Hearing his words, Hyoba pointed to himself and explained, I am also a student, and she has come to report to the formation instructor." The doctor looked slightly surprised. "Oh, you're another student? The young lady who just arrived. I'll have someone take you to see the formation instructor's books. I've explained the entire process, so I need to continue my research on petrification materials." After receiving the instruction, Kuan Yichu took Hyoba and Mengming on a tour and introduced the place. "This is the teacher's book collection space. You can find many rare ancient books here. The teacher also has many personal manuscripts." Hyoba asked the person opposite him curiously, "What is he trying to do by researching players?" Kuan Yichu took a book from the shelf and continued, "Coincidentally, a rare material arrived today. This player hasn't been online for over 20 years. Originally, if you don't log in for more than 10 years, you're captured by the Black and White Reapers and taken to an island. But the teacher has set up a formation centered on the spirits. Except for those with a god-sealing permit, no one else can enter. The teacher is one of the top experts in formations and machinery in the world of A, so even the Black and White Reapers can't break through his formation. This is why some players remain in the academy as fossils for a long time." At this moment, Mengming also picked up a book and said, "It's strange, brother. Look at these books. This is an introduction to formation basics. I discovered before that there are laws in the world of A that can be applied in the real world. This formation is very similar to some electronic components I designed in our lab." Hyoba seemed relieved to hear this. He said to Kuan Yichu, "Then I'll leave my wife in your care. I'll go find my instructor now." A moment later, Hyoba left the laboratory, looked at the paper in his hand and said, "Our instructor's pet was also an undead. I've looked into his information before. He had a legendary pet that was a top-level zombie among the undead who had been asleep for hundreds of years. It was the zombie king Shang Tian. At this time, Wei Dongdong's group was hiding behind some bushes observing something outside. It turned out that in front of them a very strange blue creature was secretly following a beautiful girl. This blue creature was a rank 5 nether demon, and it was one of the escaped pets." Bao Bao held a piece of paper in her hand and reminded everyone, "Our mission this time is to capture that guy." Hearing this, Hyoba seemed to recall something and said, "The spirits of the academy are basically top-tier geniuses. This nether demon is memorable. During the 8th main quest, when the Hell Trial grounds on the other shore island opened, this nether demon's master achieved outstanding accomplishments in it." CC looked at him and asked curiously, "Is that guy very strong?" Hyoba thought for a moment and replied, "No. First, his abilities are hiding and using illusions, making him very difficult to deal with. Another thing is that this little demon is very lecherous. He and his master went crazy harassing female players in the trial space, becoming a special spectacle of that mission. Then they bit off more than they could chew. That nether demon went to harass Chillsack. Chillsack is known to have the strongest spatial manipulation ability to date, and she successfully captured the nether demon and his master. Later, the Divine Spirit Academy had to step in and vouch for that student. But after that, Chillsack said some very harsh words, which eventually forced his master to quit the game. I didn't expect this pet to still be in the pet dormitory. Wei Dongdong had a somewhat hard-to-understand expression and said, but we just completed rank 3 under the guidance of our instructor, and even so many experts in the trial space couldn't catch this nether demon. At this point, Hyoba laughed cheerfully, as if he had come up with an idea. I think we can use his lecherous nature. Wei Dongdong seemed to understand his intention and said, you mean we should send one person out to lure this nether demon? Everyone's gaze turned to CC. At this moment her face turned red and she kept waving her hands in refusal. This won't do. If I go and lure a little demon that the guild members know about, what will become of the guildmaster later? At this moment Bao Bao stammered from the side, it's not my specialty. Seeing that no one was willing to step forward, Hyoba came up with an idea. I have a way. As soon as he finished speaking, he whispered his method into Wei Dongdong's ear. After hearing it, Wei Dongdong's face turned black and he pointed at him and shouted loudly, then why don't you go? Hyoba crossed his arms and explained with a completely unfazed expression, I'm a bear. I can turn into a snake, but it's no use. After speaking, Hyoba gathered everyone and presented his plan again. A moment later, after hearing the plan Hyoba proposed, everyone was happy and agreed. But only Wei Dongdong agreed reluctantly and looked gloomy. Then let's do it. At this moment, an attractive girl with a beautiful figure appeared before everyone's eyes. The girl looked around with a gloomy expression and sighed. To be all alone in this academy park, who can understand my loneliness? Looking at the girl in front of them, Hyoba's group continuously praised her from behind the bushes. As expected, he's a real pro. Bao Bao smiled brightly and proudly exclaimed, I helped with the makeup. CC, not wanting to be outdone, raised her hand and said, I picked the clothes. Hyoba looked somewhat worried, breaking the atmosphere by saying, but will this really trick him? It turned out that the charming and elegant girl was Wei Dongdong in disguise. At this moment he was uncomfortably holding his chest with one hand and cursing internally. Damn it, what did Hyoba put on my body? My chest is so heavy I'm going to die. While he was dazed, a voice suddenly came to his ear. Hello, beautiful lady. It turned out to be the nether demon. The creature held a rose in its mouth and floated in front of Wei Dongdong, trying to get close to him. It is my honor to know the young lady's name, and I would like to understand that name more deeply. As the other party approached, Wei Dongdong put on a shy expression and said in a somewhat bashful voice, Damn, where did you come from? It's too rude to ask for someone's name as soon as you arrive. The nether demon immediately came closer, took Wei Dongdong's hand and flattered him obsequiously. In that case, how about I offer this flower I happened to pick to you, miss? On the surface, Wei Dongdong happily accepted the flower, but internally he felt constant disgust and shouted, CC, is the magic circle set up? I can't take it anymore. The nether demon rubbed its cheek against the back of his hand and said with a satisfied expression, the skin on your hand is so smooth and you have charming red lips too. On the other side, Hyoba couldn't hold back his laughter and shed tears as he watched the scene. He said to CC, who was casting the spell beside him, CC, take your time. I want to see how far that nether demon can go. On the other hand, Bao Bao had a worried expression and urged them on. Hurry, if this keeps up, Dongdong's going to kill that little demon. Suddenly, the nether demon's expression changed, and he revealed their plan with a strange smile. By the way, you lured me here to set up a magic circle, right? Wei Dongdong couldn't help but be surprised to hear that. What? How did you know? Although surprised, he guessed inwardly. It would be stranger if he didn't find out, even with all this makeup on. The nether demon smiled and pointed out the flaw in their plan. Your plan is perfect, but you all missed one single detail. Hearing this, Wei Dongdong had a puzzled look on his face and guessed to himself. Could there be a problem with the clothes? Bao Bao was also wondering beside him. Is there something wrong with the makeup? After a short pause, the nether demon pointed at Wei Dongdong with an angry face and shouted loudly, It's that since I was born, no woman as incomparably beautiful as you has ever let me touch her hand for this long. Hearing this, Wei Dongdong fell backward as if struck by lightning and shouted, Oh my god! He grabbed the nether demon and said with a strange smile, So even though you're such a pervert, you've never even touched a woman's hand. The nether demon immediately put on a coquettish expression and shamelessly pleaded with Wei Dongdong, Hey, that was my first time just now, can I touch it one more time? Hearing this, he seemed to lose his patience and shouted, Get lost, seeing that the other party was not so easy to deal with. The nether demon giggled opportunistically and replied, All right, then. He quickly turned and left. But it wasn't that easy. Wei Dongdong immediately clapped his hands together and said coldly, Let him go. His face transformed into a skeleton, and he glared at the other party, immediately capturing him. As soon as he finished speaking, he rushed towards the nether demon as fast as lightning, but unexpectedly it quickly dodged. He tried his best to catch it, but its movements were too fast for him to react in time. His eyes sharpened, and he cursed inwardly, Damn it, I'm still not fast enough. At this moment, the nether demon noticed Wei Dongdong's transformation and shouted in alarm, You turned into a skeleton, don't tell me a skeleton is your true form? Wei Dongdong looked back at it, didn't deny it, and instead said even more sarcastically, That's right, it's breaking your heart, isn't it? but contrary to his expectations the nether demon's eyes sparkled and it cupped its face joyfully exclaiming, "A skeleton beauty, I love you even more." Shocked once again, Hyoba and Bao Bao were frozen at this moment and said helplessly, "That's right, skeletons and demons are both undead, so his taste is that unique." At this time, CC joyfully announced to everyone that the magic circle setup was complete. Wei Dongdong clenched his fists in anger, glared at the demon before him and threatened, "You won't escape this time." Then he ordered everyone, "Quickly catch him and take him to the pet dormitory." The demon showed no fear at all and still playfully puckered its lips at Wei Dongdong, teasing him. "Honey, who would go back to that awful place? Honey, look, I can break the hell space. What can this magic circle do to me?" Hearing this, Wei Dongdong seemed to lose his patience and shouted in anger, "Who's your honey?" Suddenly, the demon moved at a fast speed. With a confident face, it said that if it made its body faint, 90 of magic circles would be ineffective against it. But unexpectedly, it was hit by something with a very strong force, and blood constantly spewed from the demon's mouth. It asked itself with a panicked face, "What's going on?" Looking at the thing in front of it, it thought to itself, "Could this be the main divine artifact of the West? The creation space of Eden? Isn't this thing in the hands of a major Western guild?" While it was dazed, something suddenly whizzed past the demon's face, giving it no time to react. As fast as lightning, the demon was tied up and screamed in pain. After catching it, Wei Dongdong stood to one side and instructed, "Moikeo, keep an eye on that guy." Moikeo held a rope in one hand, raised the other and shouted loudly, "Yes, boss?" Looking at the object in CC's hand, the demon asked with confusion, "This is the main divine artifact of the West. Isn't it a bit of a waste to use it to catch me?" CC raised her hand and shrugged, saying coolly with a slightly embarrassed expression, "It's fine, I've never used it since I bought it, so I wanted to test it out a bit." The nether demon looked at Wei Dongdong again, unafraid of death, and continued to tease him. "Actually, if this big sister lets me touch her hand once, I can go back to the dormitory by myself." To prove he was not a woman, Wei Dongdong angrily tore his clothes, revealing his skeleton chest, and shouted, "Take a good look at me." A true man. The demon in front of him widened its eyes, its mouth agape, panicked and broken. "Oh my God, the pet I had been looking forward to and fantasizing about countless times, my first intimate contact with a woman." A moment later, due to the immense shock, the demon lost consciousness and didn't move an inch. Bao Bao watched Wei Dongdong drag the demon away and asked with some concern, "He's not going to die, is he?" Hearing that, there was no more movement. Wei Dongdong had a bright smile on his face and replied nonchalantly, "Let him be." After catching the nether demon, Wei Dongdong's group continued on their way to find the next escaped pet. Looking at the mission paper in his hand, Wei Dongdong informed everyone with a slightly troubled expression, "There are still 2 pets left, and they seem even harder to deal with than this nether demon." Suddenly, at some point, the nether demon appeared, flying around him, pointing a finger at the paper and refuting his words. "Who says this nightmare can create illusions? You just need to know how to solve it. The difficult one is this red-maned ape. Its skill is so strong that even if it became a pet, it wouldn't lose a fight against the Divine Spirit Academy's headmaster. Even if it's trapped in a magic circle, it's hard to get close." Hearing this, Wei Dongdong seemed to want to give up and said helplessly, "Or should we level up to rank 5 and then come back to catch it?" As if he had discovered something was wrong, Wei Dongdong immediately turned around to look at the demon that had appeared at some point, his face turning ashen as he shouted loudly, "Wait, how did you get here?" The demon put its hands on its hips and boasted proudly, "Oh, an ordinary rope can't tie me up. Come on, let's continue discussing the problem just now." Wei Dongdong pointed a finger at it with a slightly displeased expression and demanded, "You go back to the pet dormitory with us first, and then we'll continue the discussion." Hearing this, the demon glanced at him and said with a dissatisfied expression, "I told you I can't go back there." At some point a flower appeared in its hand. It looked at Bao Bao and CC and openly showed its lecherous side. "But I've discovered these 2 beautiful ladies, though they're not as pretty as that skeleton beauty just now." Hyoba was watching the fun when he suddenly felt his body shiver despite it not being cold and said, "Don't you think the temperature around here has dropped?" It turned out that Bao Bao, unable to tolerate the demon's mischievous behavior any longer, had gotten angry, and a blue liquid film had formed on her arm at some point. Without a word, she immediately attacked the demon. Bao Bao's continuous attacks poured out, but the demon was no slouch, dodging her attacks in time. Looking at the ice shards surrounding it, the demon was horrified inwardly. This ability skill is truly amazing. After using her skill for a while, Bao Bao decided to retract her arm, and the sticky liquid film on her hand also fell off. It fell right in front of the demon's panicked face, and immediately, the nether demon was completely swallowed by that sticky liquid. Looking at the scene before him, Hyoba looked at Bao Bao beside him and evaluated inwardly. During this period, Bao Bao has been able to use her symbiosis talent and cooperate with the slime to cause a characteristic transformation in a part of her body. As he thought, Hyoba muttered to himself, "This level of skill improvement is truly terrifying." Hearing this, the nether demon, having escaped at some point, slowly approached from behind Hyoba and interjected, "So scary. I almost got trapped." Hyoba heard the voice from behind him, turned around and shouted loudly in anger at the demon, "This guy is really hard to catch." Hearing this, the nether demon smiled confidently. "Besides spatial abilities, there's no way to trap me. I can homogenize with all the material elements I touch. I can transform into the slime's element and then use the homogenized element to move outside." At this moment, Wei Dongdong seemed to have an idea and suddenly said, I know how you can be caught. The nether demon heard his words and waited with a curious expression. What's the method? Did you find it, boss? But Wei Dongdong had no intention of telling it. He turned around and mysteriously whispered to the other three. A moment later the four of them nonchalantly walked away as if nothing had happened, at Wei Dongdong's urging. Let's go, let's go. Seeing that everyone had left and was no longer paying attention to it, the nether demon stretched out its hand in a daze and started to speak but stopped. Why are you guys just leaving? A moment later, Wei Dongdong's group entered a room. As soon as they entered the door they were greeted by a beautiful and gentle girl. In her hand was a food basket still steaming. The girl approached and asked about the situation. Dongdong, you're back? Did you catch the nether demon? Wei Dongdong walked in and answered the girl. No, but we'll catch it soon. Immediately, the girl took out a piece of bread and handed it to Wei Dongdong, urging him. Then eat this first, rest a bit, and then go catch it again. Seeing the delicious food, Wei Dongdong happily took the bread and said with a joyful face, Thank you, Sister Sangshan. You're the best, Sister Sangshan. Suddenly at this moment a hand flew from somewhere and hit Wei Dongdong on the head with a crisp slapping sound. What appeared before them was a beautiful blue-haired girl. After hitting Wei Dongdong, she clenched her fist and angrily scolded him loudly. How many times have I told you have to call me master's wife? You can't even catch a single nether demon. It seems you haven't practiced enough. Wei Dongdong held his aching head, rubbed the swollen part, and tearfully complained, Master, please hit me a little lighter. You know how strong your fists are. At this moment, Sangshan seemed to have secretly discovered the nether demon hiding behind a pillar. She hurriedly chose not to expose it and turned back to Wei Dongdong saying, It seems the little demon has come. Since you lured it here, we don't need to step in. Wei Dongdong heard her words, wasn't worried at all, and calmly replied, It's okay, Master's wife. I've already figured out that guy's personality. Next I just have to wait for it to take the bait. At this moment on a green meadow, Bao Bao and Yomiom were silently observing each other without moving. Yomiom had a serious expression and stared at her opponent without saying a word. Suddenly, on Bao Bao's side, something pink quickly flashed past her body. Bao Bao began to fly at this moment, rushing towards Yomiom ready to attack. Seeing the danger approaching, Yomiom wasn't flustered at all and quickly sent a nearby rock flying with one hand, preparing to counter. That hand suddenly became huge and magically elongated, flying towards Yomiom. Just as that hand was about to grab Yomiom, fortunately it dodged in time, and before the opponent could regain its senses, Bao Bao prepared for the next attack. Seeing the danger approaching, an intense red light burst from Yomiom's eyes, and the power emitted from her eyes shattered all the stones around Bao Bao, sending them flying in all directions. After seeing the scene before him, a satisfied voice rang out at this moment. That's it. The master stood to one side, her hands crossed over her chest, and praised them generously. Bao Bao has also succeeded. As your instructor at Divine Spirit Academy, I've taught you all the basic skills. Class change in A is about combining different skill points. Besides your innate talents, you can add a new talent each time you evolve. And talents are similar to attributes. Because each race is different, they will produce different effects. For example, I clicked on the agglomeration and collapse talents 3 times in a row. And after the second attribute conversion, it became agglomeration and collapse, combined with my inner cultivation method. No one can match my strength and single target attack power. Not even 21's ape. If you want to add attributes, you have to complete solo missions and consider your own profession. I hate trouble, so I found the job of being a teacher at Divine Spirit Academy. Mainly because Xiaobai hates running around. The master turned back to Bao Bao and continued, Bao Bao, your brainwave synchronization rate is very high. You have limitless wisdom, so if you work hard and develop, you might even have a chance to surpass me. Then she turned back to Hyoba and said hesitantly, As for you, Lao Yuzi is already a veteran professional player, so you must have already thought about how to come back. Hearing this, Hyoba scratched his head in embarrassment and replied, Doesn't A only allow one account? I deleted my account for my beloved wife, so now I have to start from scratch. At this moment the master stretched tiredly and urged them. You'll have to figure out what to do in the future on your own. Anyway, you must complete the mission the headmaster gave you and catch all 3 of those pets. A moment later, Bao Bao sat at her desk and sighed in frustration. Another week has passed and Big Brother hasn't done anything to that nether demon. What's the plan? Tell me quickly. Wei Dongdong held up the paper in his hand and replied calmly, Who said there's no plan? Bao Bao quickly took the paper and read it carefully. After reading it, she had a slightly surprised expression. Isn't this the instruction Big Brother gave everyone last week? Then she read the contents of the paper out loud. Everyone ignore him. Female players should go out and walk around as much as possible. If he talks to you, pretend you didn't hear him. Isn't this cold violence? Wei Dongdong heard her words and didn't deny it at all. That's right, it's exactly cold violence. Then he pointed a finger at the materials on the table and continued his explanation. I asked CC to find some other materials about the nether demon. Contrary to what we see, this nether demon might not be a true lecher. His master is a veteran expert who has been in A for 24 years. In the real world that's about 5 years, and until a few years ago, he was always quiet and unknown. Why would a veteran player suddenly take a pet and risk having his account locked to disrupt the main mission? While Wei Dongdong and Bao Bao were seriously discussing, they had no idea that the nether demon was hiding behind the door, eavesdropping on their conversation. In the room, Wei Dongdong continued to put forward some analyses. There are a few suspicious points in this matter. First, I contacted Guling and asked if Chilsak had issued that ban back then. At that time Guling completely denied it and angrily scolded Wei Dongdong. No, what do you think we Xuanyuan people are? We just catch a little demon and teach it a lesson. Someone like Chilsak wouldn't do that to an ordinary player. You spread rumors every day, making it seem like our experts do nothing but bad things. Seeing Guling's affirmation, Wei Dongdong continued to put forward his own reasoning. That means his master quit the game on his own and never logged in again. Hearing this, the nether demon interjected from outside the door. Let me tell you the inside story of this matter. Wei Dongdong immediately turned around, looked at it, and asked with surprise, "How did you get here by yourself?" The nether demon had a sad face, its two eyes red as it accused him. "You told everyone to ignore me. For the past few days I've been no different from being in a prison. Everyone treated me like I was invisible." As it spoke, it recalled the scene from the past few days where it had continuously approached beautiful girls trying to flirt with them. But no one paid any attention to it, acting as if it didn't exist, making it feel isolated and hoping someone would talk to it. The pitiful nether demon complained to him, "Pay some attention to me. These past few days have been no different from the pet dormitory." Hearing this, Bao Bao seemed to understand Wei Dongdong's purpose at this moment. "So there was a reason Dongdong told everyone not to talk to you. I still have a lot of my master's videos. Let me explain the whole story to you." A moment later, everyone was gathered in a room waiting for something. Bao Bao turned around, looked at everyone, and wondered, "Why are there so many people here all of a sudden?" Meng Ming held a bucket of popcorn and whispered back to her, "Aren't we here to watch a movie?" The master, who was beside them, couldn't wait any longer and kept urging, "Don't say anything more, just play the video already." Finally, a scene appeared on the TV screen where the nether demon was looking at the screen and talking. "Our nether demon race lives on an island near Nether Demon Island. The little demons here are known for their fast speed and attack homogenization abilities, so basically almost no one can catch us. We love to tease players who come to complete missions. One day I met a very special person who came looking for a soul painting. As soon as I saw him I couldn't hide my joy and flew over, shoving my demon face at him to tease him, but he screamed horribly. Immediately after, he slumped down, buried his face in his knees and sobbed, and I was so surprised. Not understanding what had happened, I curiously approached the young man and asked, 'Hey, are you okay?' The young man, with tears streaming down his face, barely regained his composure and answered, 'I'm fine, I'll be okay,' after crying a little. 'I'm sorry.' I scratched my head and continued to speak to him. You don't need to apologize to me. Did you come to complete a mission?" The young man came to his senses and answered firmly, Yes, I need to find the painting here to complete the mission." Hearing his words, I was a little confused and asked again, "Trainer, didn't you raise a pet from the beginning?" "Where is your pet?" he explained with a flustered face. "All the low-grade pets can't talk, so I wanted to find a pet that could talk." Hearing this, I couldn't hide my joy and recommended myself. "What a coincidence. I am the talking king of Siliba Island." The young man's eyes immediately sparkled and he had an idea. "Oh, then you can be my pet." Hearing this, I crossed my arms and made a contemptuous expression. "No way, I'm a level 80 demon, how could I be your pet?" Unable to get my consent, his hope disappeared in an instant, and the young man sighed in sorrow. "Ah, sorry then." Immediately after, the young man came to his senses, pointed towards the inside of the forest with his finger and said, "Thank you for talking to me. Is that where the soul painting is hidden?" I smiled on the outside but didn't deny it and just mumbled something, "That's right, just keep going straight." But inwardly I thought, of course not, that's a copy of the road to the underworld. All sorts of demons are on the path, you'll definitely be scared to death. After sending him to the road to the underworld, I didn't see him come back. I was worried, pacing back and forth, restless. What's wrong? He must have had a hard time coming back, right? Fine, I'll go check again. If he's that bold, maybe I can tease him a little more. With that thought, I, the nether demon, flew all over to find the young man. After searching for a long time, I got tired and looked at the stream, thinking gloomily, is this the limit of where I can go? Did he really cross it? While I was distracted, I suddenly heard a sound from a nearby bush. I was about to approach without much thought, but before I could act, the young man emerged from the bush and said happily, "Mr. Nether Demon, I've finally arrived. I almost got lost." At that moment, I spoke to the young man as if I couldn't help it. "I really can't help you. You believe everything I say," he replied honestly with an innocent face. "Because you told me." Seeing the young man in front of me believe so easily, I couldn't help but be puzzled. How can someone like you reach the highest rank of Tier 3? Hearing the question, he couldn't help but sigh. That's right, it was so hard. I was always a solo player and I barely ranked up after playing for 3 years. I became a trainer because I needed someone to talk to. He said all the monsters in the world of A are intelligent. Hearing him, I replied with a contemptuous expression, "What intelligence? I was born this way." Immediately after, I took out the painting and urged him, "Fine, you got the soul painting, so hurry and go. Teasing someone like you is really boring." Seeing the painting, he happily hugged me and constantly muttered thanks. "Thank you. Right, if I successfully change my class to a trainer, can you be my pet?" I pushed him away in displeasure and kept shooing him away. "Hurry and go, I have to go tease other players." A while later, the young man came with bread in his hand and happily asked about the other party's situation. "How many people did you tease today?" I replied while chewing my food. "None, not many people come here these days." And so the days passed and Yanchim came to talk to me every day. Looking at Yanchim's bread, a question came to mind. Why don't the other nether demons talk much? I lifted a glass of water, took a sip and answered calmly, "I don't know, I was born this way. The other nether demons seemed to have no emotions in their brains. Yichu recalled his situation in the real world, being hospitalized and receiving treatment every day, and said, "Look, this is what I look like in the real world. Here I can experience the feeling of running. In the real world I get out of breath after moving just twice." Hearing his words, I asked with a puzzled expression, not understanding, "What's the real world?" And Yichu came to me every day, showed me movies, told me stories, and later he even teased other players with me, making the trainers so angry steam came out of their heads. Then one day Yichu told me with sorrow, "I think I have to leave here soon. The doctor said my body won't last long. My body was weak, so I was always in the hospital and I didn't have any friends, but I was so happy you talked to me during this time." Not understanding the meaning of his words, I wondered what leaving meant. My sorrow was brief and I immediately smiled and reassured Yichu, "It's fine, don't you want to go outside? Come on, cast your taming spell on me." Seeing that Yichu had no reaction, I continued to urge him, "Don't just stand there, even though I don't know what you're talking about. I'll temporarily go with you to the continent of A." Hearing me speak, Yichu was so moved that he could only nod with tears in his eyes. A few days later, on a boat floating on the sea, Yichu stood at the bow, looked ahead, and asked the captain about the sailing situation in an excited voice, "How's the speed at sea?" I leaned against a nearby pillar and replied with a slightly displeased expression, "Nothing's wrong." Hearing the captain's report, Yichu got ready, pointed ahead with his finger, and shouted loudly, "Then let's sail the magnificent sea route." At that moment my hand suddenly grabbed Yichu's collar. I dragged him to the shore and said with displeasure, "Wooden boats always get stranded. Weren't you planning to travel the world of A on foot for a year?" And so we began our journey through the world of A. We arrived at the newest dungeon, but even while being chased we tasted various foods. In the script village, various character cards played out different lives. One night the sky was full of stars, and near a stream I constantly urged Yichu, "Hurry up, why are you just getting online now? I went through a lot of trouble to get this spot." I went to a nearby spot with Yichu. I introduced it to him with an excited expression. "The Gatekeeper's night outing, which happens once every 10 years, the Milky Way will open, and the divine beasts of the galaxy will pass through the starry sky one by one. This will be a really rare opportunity." But unlike my excited expression, Yichu's eyes were full of sorrow as he stared blankly ahead. The starlight in the night sky twinkled more clearly under people's gazes. It was such a beautiful sight. Yichu accordingly lifted his head and looked at the sky, and his eyes suddenly turned red. More and more tears streamed down his cheeks, seeing the person next to me constantly crying. I had a puzzled expression. "Is he crying because he's moved?" Yichu cried even more fiercely, constantly muttering with his mouth, I'm sorry, I'm so scared. I don't know why, but I'm so scared." The scene shifted to the real world. In a room, a doctor looked at a picture on the wall and informed the two people sitting opposite him, "The liver fibrosis has spread too severely. At the earliest, he only has 2 months left." After hearing the doctor, the couple returned to their son's hospital room and spoke gently. "Son, Mom and Dad talked about it. We think it's best to tell you this. We respect your choice, and we believe you will understand this information well." Hearing his mother's words, Yichu couldn't hide his sorrow. He lowered his head without a word, as if thinking about something. After a long silence, he made his own decision. "Mom, can I decide how I live my final days?" Yichu's father gently patted his shoulder and agreed. "Tell me, Dad will do his best to grant it." Yichu smiled brightly and said loudly, "Don't forget me." Back in the game, I had a blank expression, not understanding what Yichu was saying. Yichu poured out his heart, crying in sorrow, "I want to see this world one more time. I've imagined it countless times. How should I face it? But from the beginning until now I'm still so scared. I'm only 15 years old. I don't even know what life is yet." With a slightly flustered expression, I thought to myself, why don't people who become fossils ever come back? Suddenly, the atmosphere became strangely quiet. An object and a person just sat there looking at the scenery ahead, and no one spoke anymore. After a moment I spoke first. "We still have something to do. This year's mission." A while later a key was taken out from somewhere. At that moment chaos erupted. The shouts of the gatekeepers echoed everywhere as they tried to catch me, who was trying to steal the key and run away. After a long chase they finally blocked my way. One of them shouted threateningly, "Block him." At that moment a light of contempt I had never shown before flashed in my eyes. I jumped into the group of gatekeepers with lightning speed, firmly determined in my heart, I'll make Yichu win no matter what. Only then will this world know me, and know Yichu. In a moment of carelessness I suddenly bumped into someone's chest. Seeing the person in front of me, I realized it was the Saintess Chilsack. She was someone who could suppress my abilities. Although I don't know the true meaning of death, I will be the lazy herald of his proclamation to this world. I am the proof of his life wherever I go. Chilsack Cho stepped on me with the key in her hand and said, "This little demon is giving me the key to the instant's mission." Kunlun stood to one side looking at me with puzzlement. "Is this an awakened demon?" Pinned under Chilsack's foot I screamed in pain, "Let me go, I want to spend the last moments with Yichu." At that moment Elder Z appeared from somewhere and said, "Another awakened one." Kunlun saw the situation was a bit dangerous, pushed Chilsack behind him and threatened, "Elder Z, did you come to take the key? You're the only one fighting. It probably won't be enough." From behind the people the deputy headmaster also appeared, and they quickly retorted, "We're here too." Kunlun was not afraid at all and smiled defiantly, "So you have more people? Then we'll just have to fight." Chilsack stood to one side and spoke up, "This monkey is too belligerent. If Elder Z didn't come to take the key, I'll hand this nether demon over to you. Will you give me the key?" After a long negotiation, Kunlun and Chilsack finally left. I was released and my gaze turned worriedly to the side. I quickly flew to where Yunchum was sitting and shouted loudly, "Yunchum!" I worriedly tapped Yunchum's shoulder and asked him, "Yunchum, are you okay?" At that moment, Yunchum seemed a little tired and barely answered. "I'm fine," I told my family. "That I want to spend my final moments in the game. When my heart stops, they will disconnect my brainwaves." Hearing his words, the doctor approached and asked with a puzzled look, "Does this mean this player is about to die?" Covered in dust and dirt, I shouted loudly, "Do you guys know what death is? What the hell is death? Why can't you save Yunchum if he can't log into the game?" The doctor smiled and explained, "Son, we're just early awakened NPCs. We don't know much about the other side. It wouldn't work for anyone else, but this old man can give it a try." As soon as he finished speaking, he took out a glass bottle filled with a yellow liquid and said, "Have him drink this." Holding the strange thing in my hand, I asked again suspiciously to be sure, "What is this?" The doctor sat next to Yunchum and urged, "Why are you grumbling? I'll explain later, otherwise, the moment his consciousness fades, not even an immortal sage can save him." Hearing the threatening words, I delayed no longer and quickly brought the yellow solution to Yunchum's lips and made him drink it all. As soon as he drank the solution, Yunchum became much more energetic than before. At that moment, a strange light enveloped his body. It doesn't hurt anymore. What is this light? Am I about to die?" The doctor looked at the two people opposite him and explained, "Now he should understand what we're saying. According to our research, the true intelligent life forms in the world of A are currently divided into 3 types, like demons and NPCs. The native life forms of this continent, we call them all the awakened, and players basically have their own consciousness from the start, but recently we discovered a new type of intelligent life form. We call them the stolen. They maintain the consciousness of a player from the other side, but they cannot return to the other side. This is some strange material I collected from the body of a stolen one, which I can't explain. I just had him drink it to see if this material can be transferred from a stolen one to a normal player." Suddenly, Yunchum's body began to change, and I shouted in horror, "Yunchum!" Yunchum saw his feet turning to stone and asked the doctor in fear, "What's happening? Why am I turning into a fossil?" The doctor looked flustered, scratched his head and mumbled an explanation. "Anyway, I've never tested it before, but Yunchum's consciousness is already preserved here. Give me some time." Before he could finish speaking, I immediately grabbed his collar in anger and shouted loudly, "You damn old man!" Seeing me agitated, Yunchum gently persuaded me, "It's okay, I was going to die anyway. If I can wake up and meet you again, that's a blessing for me. Then I'll sleep for a bit. See you later." Elder Z saw Yunchum had completely turned into a fossil and reassured me, "The mystic is careless, but his experimental tools are no joke. There's still a chance to save him." Hearing his words, I could finally relax a little. "Thank you, everyone. What can I do for you?" Elder Z turned to leave and calmly made a request. "First, come back to the Divine Spirit Academy with us. This place is too close to the Isle of Farewell. We can't let the Black and White Reapers take Yunchum." After returning to the Divine Spirit Academy with everyone, I was in a room listening to Elder Z explain the current situation. Jin Gija found an excuse to seal the Divine Spirit Academy, so the Black and White Reapers won't be able to enter for a while. You can rest easy here. You caused a lot of trouble in the hell space this time, so to the players we said, "We awakened ones still need to stay hidden for a bit. We manipulated public opinion to portray you as a lecherous demon. We will do our best to hide the story of a pet trying to save its dying master. Attracting too much attention isn't a good thing. During this period, you can use your stealth ability to do some things for us. Wait for the opportunity for the translocator to appear once again." Just like that, 2 years passed. In the deputy headmaster's office, he informed the nether demon that the target had appeared and that the headmaster would assign him a mission. The deputy headmaster pushed Dongdong's photo in front of the nether demon and continued, "Go to his side, Yunchum's hope lies there." Back in the room where the video of the nether demon and Yunchum was playing, Bao Bao broke the silence, moved to tears. "Yunchum, what was the final result?" Meanwhile, Hyoba kept comforting his wife. "It's okay, I'm always behind you. I'll never let my beloved get sad." The nether demon continued his story. "You all know what happened after that. The Divine Spirit Academy stepped in to protect us and then I was trapped here." Bao Bao tightly gripped the corner of Dongdong's clothes and suddenly called his name. "Dongdong, if one day I can't log into the game like Yunchum, you have to remember me." Dongdong heard her, turned around and comforted her. "What are you talking about? Our Bao Bao still has so many places she hasn't been to and so much delicious bubble tea she hasn't tried." Then he turned back to the nether demon and continued, "So why are you telling us the story of you and Yunchum?" The nether demon immediately explained. "First, I wanted to take this opportunity to tell you our story so that more people would know my and that person's wish. Second, I heard from the other pets in the academy that if I go back as requested, you'll give them a break every day. So it makes no difference whether I go back or not. Please just pay a little attention to me. I can use my stealth ability to help with many things you can't do." At this moment, Dongdong's expression suddenly changed, and he thought to himself, "If one can be immortal in the game and not experience the pain of death, then is there a need to return to reality? The sensations here are so realistic, I can't tell which is the real world and which is the virtual one." He shook off the negative thoughts, clenched his fists and vowed internally, No matter what, I have to complete the main quest. That's the only way to connect to more secrets of this transmigration and have more choices. Only then can I give the best to the people I cherish when needed. Dong Dong, who had been lost in thought, immediately agreed with the nether demon, Yomiom. Just have to report on time and not cause trouble. Besides, your ability is very convenient, so you can help us manage the pets. Hearing his words, the nether demon raised its hand to make an OK sign and said with confidence, "Don't worry, when it comes to management, I'm a real pro. Yanchim showed me a lot of movies about teachers back in the day." Dong Dong suddenly covered Bao Bao's eyes with his hand and shouted at the nether demon, "Now I get why you're such a pervert. I thought you were just pretending to be one." The nether demon retorted with a slightly sulky face, "What's wrong with liking pretty girls? I just appreciate them purely. I've grown so big without ever holding a girl's hand. You were the first one I held hands with." Hearing him bring up the past, Dong Dong's face changed and his voice turned a bit cold as he threatened, "If you bring this up one more time, I'll make you die a very miserable death." The nether demon sensed the danger and quickly changed the subject. "What's the matter? Aren't there still pets we haven't caught? Let's hurry up and solve it." Dong Dong said no more, took out a book of military strategy and checked its contents. Inside was a picture of a monkey and its information. Its name was Walla, rank 5. Its attribute was literary. His master was the current guild master of the Jucky Guild and was still alive. He was a member of the top assassin league. It was said that everyone in that league was a pervert. The nether demon looked inside and recalled, "I remember when he was first trapped here. He was the first pet I met, and he kept saying he was going to kill his masters. I thought it was best not to mess with him, so no one asked him much." And the second picture was of a nightmare. Its name was Muxa, rank unknown. As a mage, his ability was to create landscapes around him as he ran. But he was very good at targeting people's hearts. He could produce different effects for different people. Looking at Walla and the nightmare, Dong Dong fell into thought. Which pet should I retrieve first? At this time, somewhere, Dong Dong's group was secretly observing the situation inside from outside a door. In a large room on a podium, a teacher was passionately introducing to the students. "This is the Divine Spirit Academy's public education course. Next, I will lecture you on the classification of the combat power system in the world of A. Combat is only a part of the world of A, but it is an indispensable topic no matter what mission you are performing. Combat power evaluation can be inferred from 3 factors: weapon level, skill proficiency and inner cultivation method, and reaction and control ability. All players have a health bar, but in the world of A, attacking different parts of the body results in completely different damage. In other words, as long as you seize the opportunity to increase your proficiency, situations where a low-level class changed player reverse kills a high-level class changed player can also occur. However, class change greatly improves skill levels and develops new skills, so the probability of a counterattack is still extremely low. First, let's talk about weapons. A suitable weapon can greatly enhance combat ability, and levels are classified from C to S. However, the current 5 most powerful divine artifacts are rewards for completing main quests, and are given a separate T rank. Next is the inner cultivation method. The inner cultivation method levels are classified from C to S, just like weapons. Also, the 4 inner cultivation method rewards from the main quests are given a separate T rank. The highest reaction speed is only S, which is determined by the brainwave synchronization rate, but it can also be improved through subsequent training. However, the brainwave synchronization rate determines the upper limit. Currently, the highest combat power in A is Kunlun's warrior. He has a T-rank Ruyi Jingbu Bang and a T-rank Heavenly Change inner cultivation method, and his reaction combat power is also top tier. The third main quest was the founding of the Eastern Nation, and the Eastern Emperor was almost single-handedly annihilated by the warrior. At that time, he had not yet obtained the best inner cultivation method. After that, the East and West united to suppress him, and both sides agreed to cooperate. Now no one knows how terrifying the warrior's actual strength is, however he is perfectly qualified to be number 1. This is the difference in combat power in A. However, in actual combat, many things such as attribute counters and inner cultivation balance will become the key to victory. Therefore you must do a lot of practical training for specific situations. Seeing Walla writing down seriously, Bao Bao couldn't help but admire him from behind. Why is he so serious? He's even taking notes while listening to the lecture, more serious than I am when I'm in class. At this time, the nether demon turned to the people next to him and asked, "Do you guys have any investigation results on the Jucky Guild?" Dong Dong, who was next to him, replied without hesitation, "We just asked Yue for the information. The Jucky Guild is a small guild under the Assassin's League. While the vast majority of the Assassin's League works for money, this Jucky Guild is particularly vicious. Besides assassination, they'll do anything to make money. Moreover, they use any means necessary when taking on missions. In the past, when a player couldn't beat them, they investigated the player's real-world address and put him in the hospital directly. So the entire Assassin's League hates them. Walla used to be the biggest villain in that guild, but I don't know why he suddenly became uncontrollable and attacked his master. Even the pet space couldn't confine him." After hearing this, Bao Bao looked a little puzzled and asked, "Doesn't the relationship get severed if the pet's loyalty is low?" Hyoba, who was next to her, then explained, "It has to be voluntary. Even if loyalty is low, the pet doesn't have the final say, so the pet relationship can still be maintained." Dong Dong put a hand on his chin as if thinking about something, then continued. Let's negotiate first. It seems like it will be very easy to talk. Nether Demon, hurry up and make some contact. After waiting for a long time without the other party speaking, he turned around to find that the Nether Demon was gone. He looked helplessly into the distance and saw that he was already teasing a female student. Miss, this is a flower I happened to pick. Would you be willing to accept it? The girl, with a displeased expression, refused flatly without a moment's hesitation. HMPH, I don't need it. Something ugly and blue. When the other party called him ugly, he couldn't believe his ears and shouted, Ugly, say that again, I'm the most handsome guy in my area, ugly. Dong Dong, completely helpless at this point, grabbed him, not forgetting to mock him. That's enough, stop it. Don't you know what you look like? We still have a lot of work to do. A moment later, the Nether Demon was sitting next to Walla, who was still seriously taking notes. The Nether Demon's eyes kept darting around. Suddenly, a hum came from the Nether Demon's mouth. After observing for a long time, he immediately approached Walla and asked cheerfully, Hello, taking notes? Walla, still focused on his notebook, replied, You're here, ugly fellow, I need to collect more knowledge. When Walla called him ugly, the Nether Demon, heartbroken, seemed completely crushed and asked again, Ugly. Walla didn't deny it and replied calmly, That's right, we all call you that. Behind them, Dong Dong's group couldn't hide their emotions, all covering their mouths and trying to hold back their laughter. Ahem, ugly, haha. The Nether Demon pointed behind him and said to the person next to him, feeling wronged, Hey, those few bad guys behind me are holding back their laughter. Didn't they ask you about the pet dormitory? Before the Nether Demon could finish speaking, Walla agreed without hesitation. Yes, it's fine, as long as you guys actually eliminate the Jockey Guild, everything will be easy. The Nether Demon pursed his lips and looked a little troubled. He forced a smile and asked somewhat reluctantly, What do you mean, we can't go to the other side? If the Jockey Guild is not good to you, the Nether Demon paused for a moment, then continued, We can just cancel the contract, we can't do this alone, don't face him. Walla, holding the book in his hand, replied seriously, That's why I have to learn all the knowledge. Besides, who said I'm alone? Walla said with a challenging expression, and a purple cloud-like figure appeared behind his back. The Nether Demon recognized it as the Nightmare and was startled. They've teamed up. Thinking this, he immediately forced a smile and asked fawningly, Then what's your plan? I'm a pet too. Let's see if I can contribute some strength. Walla, still focused on the book in his hand, replied to him, I know I can't go to the other side for now. Suddenly, he slammed the book he was reading onto the table and said confidently, But do you know how the Nightmare's master came here? The Nether Demon focused his gaze on the Nightmare in front of him and wondered. The Nightmare's master, in the corner of the room by the balcony door. Dong Dong was leaning against the door, and behind him were Hyoba, Bao Bao, and CC. Dong Dong explained, There is very little information about the Nightmare, but his master, as we can see from the information CC investigated, was hospitalized in the Divine Spirit Hospital after disconnecting from the game. In the room, Walla excitedly said to the Nether Demon, First, the Nightmare is the only monster in history to voluntarily seek out a master and become a pet. Upon hearing this, Bao Bao, who was outside, immediately denied it. No, there's at least one in front of me who came to find a master voluntarily. Of course, the one she was referring to was Dong Dong next to her. Walla slowly turned his head and continued to explain. The Nightmare has studied it. Players can be influenced by illusions and image suggestions and can also become players. He spoke vaguely, and as he spoke, he walked to the corner of the room. Then he turned to Dong Dong's group and said in a cold voice, Humans are more suitable for eavesdropping. Seeing that he had been discovered, Dong Dong calmly replied, If you have a request, why don't we have a little chat? The Nether Demon didn't talk properly before, so let's have a fight. At this time, the Nightmare approached behind CC, looked at the little Moikeo squatting on her head and said, This will be our kin. Little Moikeo was startled and a little scared. The Nightmare looked at Dong Dong in front of him again and said, We want this demon. You guys leave the illusion first and then we'll talk. As he finished speaking, the Nether Demon seemed to realize something, looked at the classroom-like space in front of him and muttered to himself, This space is all fake. He came to his senses and frowned. It's definitely deceiving people. Suddenly, the space in front of him became chaotic. The figures of Walla and she were blurry like illusions. Suddenly, a woman in a pink dress appeared. She said in a low voice, Ah, demon. Seeing the woman who had suddenly appeared, the Nether Demon was startled. That woman was Yunchum. She smiled and said to him, You finally found me. At this time, as soon as the Nightmare finished speaking, Dong Dong sensed something was wrong. He reached out his hand to push Bao Bao behind his back. At the same time, reminded everyone, Oh no, we've fallen into their trap from the beginning. However, as soon as his hand touched Bao Bao, he turned into a skeleton. She disappeared from where she was standing like an illusion. Dong Dong was a little surprised to see himself suddenly turn into his skeleton form in front of him. Why did I turn into a skeleton? Suddenly, from behind him, a small skeleton that looked exactly like him rushed over with a sword. He turned around and hurriedly shouted, Ban Bun! A strong red light flashed. Dong Dong stared blankly as his body fell to level 1. He thought to himself, I've come back to this time again. On Bao Bao's side, she only remembered Dong Dong trying to say something to her before she suddenly became dazed. She immediately called out to Dong Dong, but what came into her eyes was a completely unfamiliar scene. Bao Bao stretched out her hand and asked, Where is this? The man who looked like a doctor in front of her immediately opened his mouth. Mrs. Body is constantly deteriorating. At the same time his hand kept flipping through the report and urged, "Don't eat sweet things, eat light food, don't exercise, your heartbeat will speed up." Bao Bao looked at her hand covered with numerous tubes and the sickly appearance in front of her and muttered to herself, "How did I become like Yunshum? Dong Dong, where are you?" Hyoba was the same as the others. Seeing himself back in human form, he scratched his head, as if admiring it a little. Oh, he looked at the completely unfamiliar scene in front of him. It was as if he was in a small room and behind him were a bookshelf, a desk and a computer. Hyoba was also a little flustered and muttered to himself, "Where is this?" In front of him was a short-haired girl wearing a beautiful pink dress. She stood at the door and said quietly, "I have to go now." She turned around and said with an indifferent and slightly sad expression, "My family's still objects. They said you're a fool who only knows how to play games and that I won't be happy if I follow you." Listening to every word she said, his two eyes turned red, and although he was a little surprised, a sad feeling immediately welled up in his heart. In the end, tears flowed uncontrollably. His two hands were frozen in the air as if he wanted to hold on but couldn't. He held a small hope and begged. No, at the same time, in a grand antique building, a girl with neatly tied orange hair came out. She was wearing a yellow dress and carrying a beautiful orange bag. Someone called her. "Shylin, you're here." Contrary to the warm call, in front of her was a brown-haired man in a suit. He looked like her father. Next to him stood her mother and sister. The man spoke tyrannically. "Stand to the side, girls are not allowed." He looked at the young man behind him and ordered her to hand over her property to her older brother, since she couldn't do anything right anyway. She could only stand there in a daze, her heart likely wounded by those words. Unlike the others, little Moikeo was immersed in a quiet space at this time. In front of him were Walla and the Nightmare. Little Moikeo awkwardly called out, "Boss, Sister Bao Bao." But all he got in return was Walla's sinister voice. His face darkened. "Next is our private time." Walla smiled confidently. "We're all awakened demons, so you meet our requirements. If you join us, we can build something together." Before he could finish, little Moikeo shouted fiercely, "I don't need to," he declared. "I just want to be with Boss and Brother Banban." He reached out and touched the black barrier surrounding them. As soon as he touched it, the barrier collapsed like water, and his hand passed through easily. Little Moikeo seemed to understand the situation and said, "So this is the barrier space you created." He stuck out his tongue and said provocatively, "I'm going out to find the bosses." Walla and the Nightmare stared blankly as little Moikeo quickly escaped the barrier. The Nightmare said in shock, "He wasn't trapped by my barrier." Walla beside him was equally angry and asked, "Where did he learn that tongue-sticking thing?" Hearing that, the Nightmare next to him shouted, "That's not the point." At that moment, little Moikeo had just escaped the barrier and looked back worriedly. "Are the bosses still inside the barrier?" As soon as he ran out, the Nightmare and Walla followed one after another. The Nightmare frowned at Walla and said, "You go stop him. The barriers I just made are about to collapse after I deal with the others. We'll talk to him again from the beginning." Up ahead, little Moikeo was running for his life. He muttered to himself, "I have to hurry. I can't beat these two. I have to find the boss's master." But he didn't get far before he was blocked by branches that had sprouted from nowhere. Walla, controlling them from behind, sneered and said, "You won't be able to get past a materialized object." He was confident, but the little skeleton in front was already hopping over the branches. How could those branches possibly stop him? Seeing this, Walla immediately slammed the ground. In an instant, countless huge tree trunks began to sprout up, constantly rising from the earth. Little Moikeo, who was originally on a small branch, couldn't help but be surprised by the sudden appearance of a dense forest. Seeing his panic, Walla spoke from behind him, "Your advantage is speed, right? But you're only a tier 3 title, and you don't have an inner cultivation method or a weapon yet, so I'll just have to catch you again." Hearing this, little Moikeo turned back, frowning at him. Elsewhere, the Nightmare began its separation process. Once the separation was complete, the original Nightmare instructed the newly created ones, "You all spread out to the boundaries of each barrier and control them bit by bit. If even one O-seed succeeds, it will be considered a success." At this moment, inside Dong Dong's Nightmare, watching the two skeletons fighting before him, the Nightmare muttered to himself, "How did a demon get in here?" Watching the two skeletons fight fiercely, he mused, "I didn't distinguish properly at the time, and besides he didn't have the aura of an awakened demon." As Banban swung his sword at Dong Dong, he quickly dodged and the sword hit the ground, creating sparks. Seeing the situation, the Nightmare frowned, a little confused, and thought, wasn't it a psychological suggestion? How can he use high-rank speed? Suddenly, a part of its body froze, and it realized the situation was not good. "He found me as soon as I came in." To prevent it from escaping, Dong Dong immediately appeared behind the Nightmare. He asked with a regretful expression, "Why are you trying to leave so soon after coming?" The Nightmare was not surprised by his sudden appearance and answered calmly, "I've studied image suggestion on humans before. Unfortunately," he said with a slightly gloomy expression, "I caught the wrong demon." He listened to its words without speaking, leaning against the frozen Banban in a fighting stance. Dong Dong asked with some curiosity, "What's the difference?" As he asked, it immediately began its story. "If it's a monster, I'll tell you. Humans are very weak creatures. Through various images and atmospheric suggestions, you can make them unconsciously obey your commands. For example, darkness induces fear and different symbols bring different experiences. I hope to find a few players this time to plant some seeds." The image of its former master appeared in its mind. He was still young, but his face looked very tired. He wore a purple hood and a cloth that covered half of his face. The Nightmare continued its story. My former master was used by me for various experiments. I planted seeds many times and obtained a lot of information about the other side. The last suggestion I sent him was to have him assassinate the Jockey Guild's master. Unfortunately, he stopped playing the game later. He probably failed. Hearing its story, Dong Dong frowned and asked, "You thought of planting seeds in humans, yet your illusion is full of cracks." When it was criticized, it immediately retorted, "Nonsense. My illusions are invincible. Quite a few players have been trapped in my illusions." Hearing this, Dong Dong pressed on. "Even if you put a suggestion on us, the energy in our bodies wasn't blocked. With a little thought, it's very easy to regain our original power." He stretched out his hand and created a block of ice. "Besides, you investigated some information about us, but it wasn't synced with the latest information." He continued to question the nightmare, looking at the frozen Banban beside him. "You don't even know Banban's form after his class change. The information you obtained isn't accurate, is it?" Hearing this, the nightmare shouted, "Excellent judgment," it shouted at him angrily. "That's because you're a demon. A player's level of perception isn't that high." Seeing that it still couldn't accept the truth, he turned his head and adopted a thoughtful expression. "You believe in them. First, from here," he turned his head and suggested, "tell me how to get out. You're not a combat system, are you? A Tier 5 title's combat power is that weak?" When it was provoked, it had no choice but to resign itself and admit, "I can only create clones. Besides, even if the illusion is broken, you'll still be trapped in this barrier. In a moment, I'll gradually close off all the light here to make you tremble in fear. We still have room to negotiate now." Dong Dong didn't pay much attention to its words, slowly approached the nightmare and asked, "Since we're all demons, can you feel pain?" The nightmare was a little surprised to hear this. It noticed something strange in his words and shouted in terror, "What are you going to do? Don't come any closer." Elsewhere, Hyoba pushed a girl against a wall and asked, "You're not my love, are you? Why are you saying such ordinary things?" The girl just said awkwardly, "Boss, I really don't understand your dialect." The autumn sky was gloomy and countless leaves fell with the passing wind. In a shower of falling leaves, a girl with platinum blonde hair and blue eyes walked forward silently. It was Bao Bao. But the people around her couldn't be as quiet as she was. They buzzed around the little girl. Someone asked, "Does she always walk alone?" The person next to him immediately replied, "She just doesn't fit in. Seeing how beautifully she's dressed, she must be a second-generation chaebol." Suddenly, a pink-haired girl smiled brightly, approached the little girl and spoke to her. She smiled brightly and said, "Hello, I'm Shui Shui, you're Bao Bao, right? Starting today, we're friends." Shui Shui's words warmed Bao Bao's lonely heart. At that moment, the girl's cheeks turned red and she stammered, both happy and worried, "Hello." A moment later, in a very optimally designed classroom with white as the main color, Bao Bao sat neatly in front of her. Shui Shui turned around cheerfully and asked, "Bao Bao, all your clothes are so pretty." Soon after, the girl took a piece of chocolate from her pocket and asked, "I have chocolate, want some?" Bao Bao, not used to receiving attention from others at this time, was embarrassed. "I can't eat this." Shui Shui still didn't believe her and continued to offer, "Why, chocolate is delicious. I have cake too. I'll buy you lots of delicious things after school next time." Hearing this, Bao Bao rummaged through her bag and took out a box. The girl placed the box on the table and opened it. Inside were a syringe and medicine. She rolled up her clothes, revealing skin reddened from too many injections, and explained, "I can only eat a little bit of sweet things when this value is normal, and I have to get a shot every day." Although she was sad, a smile bloomed on her face for the beautiful future. "My mom said that one day when I'm all better, a very handsome prince will appear and buy me all the delicious things in the world. I have to endure it a little until then." Hearing this, Shui Shui's expression changed. She sneered and said, "I see." Behind her, countless classmates were laughing excitedly. Shui Shui said very arrogantly at this moment, "I told you, her value must be a disease. Besides, even though she's a chaebel's daughter, she's just a sick person, and on top of that, she dreams of a prince." After speaking, she laughed loudly. Realizing she had been tricked, Bao Bao approached and said weakly, "Give it back, give it back." The girl's hand weakly reached for the medicine box, but as soon as it touched, it was slapped away by Shui Shui. She held up her box in front of her and said, "Give it back, all right." Without waiting long, she threw the box out the window, pointed at her and smiled. "You go down and pick it up." Bullied like this, Bao Bao could only cry aggrievedly. She couldn't even make a sound. "You guys." Shui Shui, in front of her, as if not satisfied, pouted and grumbled, "Say, you guys, what would happen if we made her eat chocolate?" Suddenly her expression darkened. "What would happen?" Hearing this, Bao Bao's face filled with terror and tears streamed down. She wanted to turn and run, but it was as if countless hands were holding her, tying her to that spot. Bao Bao sobbed and traces of chocolate were smeared on the corner of her mouth. She could only cry in such pain. Suddenly a voice echoed from somewhere, "That's right, that's it. They're all bullying you. They're all bad guys, only I can help you." Something moved behind the bag the girl was wearing. A squeak sound echoed. Hearing that, the girl was startled, looked around and asked, "Who is speaking?" A chubby slime popped out of the bag and squeaked. The nightmare, observing the situation, was surprised by the slime's appearance. He muttered to himself, "What's this? Another monster?" Holding the slime in her arms, Bao Bao was puzzled by its softness. "Is this a slime?" The slime, whether it knew of her confusion or not, approached her cheek and squeaked. At this moment, thanks to the slime's affectionate behavior, Bao Bao realized that this was her pet. The scene of that time replayed in her mind. "I think I remember. The real situation wasn't like this." Time passed, but she would never forget the sight of Shui Shui standing up alone in front of everyone to protect her, shouting with a threatening look, "Who dares to bully Bao Bao?" After awakening, her body returned to its original form. Bao Bao was wearing a purple mage outfit and holding a blue staff. She thought it was fortunate that she always carried Chip Chip with her. She looked ahead and smiled. I almost fell for it. At this moment the nightmare fled without hesitation. He muttered to himself, "It failed, I have to retreat for now." Suddenly his body hit something very hard. Chip had transformed into a muscular form and stood blocking the nightmare's path. The nightmare couldn't help but be shocked by the sight. At this time, in another illusion, a magnificent building with white and purple as its main colors appeared. The nightmare here was very angry and thought to himself, "Why are all these people carrying pets? Two have already collapsed. There won't be a pet here, right?" Elsewhere, the nightmare here was also having a huge headache looking at the scene before him. The Nether Demon and Yunshum were playing a game together. The Nether Demon even excitedly introduced, "Let me tell you, this is a new game I discovered. After we play this, let's go see something fun." Hearing this, the nightmare could only be angry and do nothing. He thought to himself, "Why doesn't this pet resist my illusion at all? Then what am I supposed to do with him?" Inside a spacious and splendid room, the orange-haired girl sat quietly on an antique brown sofa. Shylin took a deep breath, trying to encourage herself and calm down. "It's okay." In front of her was a tall young man. He was wearing a very high-class black jacket and said to her with a smile, "Miss, it's time for the year-end business report. You've prepared for so long, so you must prove yourself today." Encouraged by the young man, Shylin immediately regained her spirits. She immediately regained her confidence and confessed, "Brother Zhonghong, thank you. We have acquired the 3 major guilds of in the past few years, and after several transitions, we obtained a clue to a major Western divine artifact through an auction. It can be said that we hold an important position in the game. Since this is the 10th anniversary, we need to create a new account and follow the main clue again." While the two were talking, a young man who looked like a servant entered from outside the door and announced, "Miss, it's time." A moment later in the hallway, Shylin was wearing yellow high heels and hurried through the corridor towards the meeting room. Standing before everyone, she introduced herself politely. "From now on, I will report to you on the progress of our project," Shylin asserted with confidence. The large-scale global gaming project led by the HX government shocked the entire world from its inception. Numerous scientists evaluated the brainwave synchronization rate and superintelligent AI and concluded that with our current technology we cannot create such a game or technological product. Shylin continued her presentation very fluently. Furthermore, scientists have discovered that the so-called magic circles and some rules can be deduced in the real world. Except that we have converted the operation of the magic circles to electric power. People flocked even more to the world of A, she explained with passion. To catch up with this major trend, our Apolia family has had me participate in the A game to complete the configuration within the game and investigate the world of A. The projection screen changed to show Dongdong's image. Shylin continued, "Currently we have acquired the 3rd major Western guild, renamed it the Mafia, and obtained the clue to the Garden of Eden divine artifact through an auction. Next, we initially thought the superintelligent AI was a human role, but no evidence could prove it. So we focused on an awakened little monster." She was very proud and excited when talking about it, but suddenly a voice interrupted her. "Stop!" Shylin was flustered. The person who spoke was her father. His face was dark as he scolded her. "I gave you 3 years. What on earth have you been doing?" Her older brother next to her said nothing, not defending her. The father continued to scold. "The family entrusted you with the most important business, yet you wasted a huge amount of manpower and material resources, and on top of that, you only found out things everyone already knows." Shylin, a little dissatisfied, wanted to explain, but she stammered, "Father, this matter is already—" But he refused to accept any of her words and continued to scold. "What do you mean?" he questioned, looking disappointed. She wanted to say that she had done well enough. He didn't see how much capital the family had invested in her and told her to leave the rest to her brother. Then he nonchalantly informed her that he had arranged a good marriage for her and that she was to marry the young master of the Murphy family. She was shocked to hear this, and her face darkened as if she couldn't believe what she had just heard. She asked angrily, "You mean that fat pig who's 160 centimeters tall and weighs 160 kilograms, and who goes around hugging women every day? He's a man who hasn't inherited a single family property even though he's over 40. Just then, a voice came through. "That sounds perfect." It was her brother. He smiled with satisfaction and said sarcastically, "You're a good match for him, aren't you?" At that moment a young man burst in from outside the door, furious. It was Zhonghong, he said in a rage. "The young lady will not marry that fat pig." Seeing him, her father scolded him furiously. "Zhonghong, are you trying to rebel?" Unfazed by his threatening words, Zhonghong stood firmly in front of Shylin. He aimed the muzzle of his gun at them and threatened, "Don't move." Then he said to her, standing behind him, "Miss, run quickly." At this time her father, still unable to suppress his anger, said, "Zhonghong, if our family hadn't taken you in, you would have already died in the slums by now." Hearing this, he became even more furious and replied, "But only the young lady treated me with true kindness and as a human being. Even if I die here today, I will not let the young lady suffer even a minute of injustice." Shylin, who was behind him, seemed to have realized something. She saw the bodyguards waiting at the door. Realizing something was wrong, she shouted, "Zhonghong, run!" At that moment a hand reached out in front of her, and another hand knocked Zhonghong unconscious. Watching Zhonghong pass out in front of her and being tied up and unable to do anything, she was extremely angry, but her father was still not satisfied. He grabbed him by the hair and lifted him up. "Rest assured I won't let you die so easily." In a very dark room, Shylin stood at the door, and in front of her were her father and brother. They spoke very softly, but their words were laced with threats. "Shylin, I know you'll suffer, but if you don't agree, we still have many ways to deal with Zhang Hong, beaten to a pulp in the corner, shouted weakly to stop them. "Miss, I'm fine, miss," but Shylin, who was in front of him, had made up her mind and opened her mouth. "I'll do as you say." In a very luxuriously decorated, spacious room, Shylin sat dazedly next to a large bed while a fat old man held a wine bottle in his hand, the corners of his mouth turned up, even drooling. He was drunk and looked at her with a lecherous gaze admiringly. "Shylin, pretty," the old man reached out his hand to her and said, "Your husband has arrived." But what he got in return was not her obedience. Shylin calmly pushed the old man's face away with her hand. She calmly turned her head and asked herself, "This isn't real, is it?" The nightmare, watching from above, heard this and thought angrily, why wasn't there a single person who could escape the illusion without any hints? Her pet, that little black skeleton, was already outside. Why did it turn out like this? As if understanding his question, she reached out her hand and crushed the image in front of her. "And the very clear image is now shattered like a screen," she sneered. "Your illusions are still too boring. You should know that the price I had to pay to get permission was pain." The figures that were originally people were now crushed into pieces by her hand. Shylin calmly brushed her hair, holding a mirror covered with sharp thorns in her hand, and said calmly, "It was much more realistic than your illusion." The nightmare was now bathed in a dazzling light. He thought to himself, "The divine artifact is the key clue." Shylin said calmly, "All who oppose me have fallen. Besides, I've always been in the abyss. What more could be scary?" At this time she was sitting on a luxurious chair, and behind her, Zhang Hong stood proudly. Shylin's true identity was revealed at this moment. The ruler of the Apolia family, the current Shylin. Outside, Hyoba and she both escaped. Wei Dongdong grabbed the nightmare and asked everyone. Everyone broke the illusion. "This nightmare guy is quite a charmer." At that moment, the nightmare in his hand melted away, splitting into several streams of energy and escaping outside. As soon as it escaped, it headed towards Walla. It whispered beside Walla, "My illusion doesn't work on them. I'll leave the rest to you. Over here." Dongdong looked at him and said, "Rank 5 mage." Then he transformed into his combat form and said, "It's going to be a bit tricky. I'll try to buy as much time as I can." He stepped on the ground and took a combat stance, and the wall opposite him quickly clasped his hands together. As soon as Dongdong charged in, countless vines appeared around him and chased him. The vines quickly wrapped around him. They pierced his body and tore him to shreds, but it didn't give Dongdong any trouble. He quickly separated the joints from his body. The separated joints easily pierced through each vine. The bone fragments easily pierced Walla's body. Dongdong asked himself somewhat disbelievingly, "I hit him, isn't that too easy?" The nightmare suddenly appeared behind him and sneered, "You'd better see what you've pierced first." He glanced down and Walla's form suddenly disappeared, eventually appearing as Bao Bao. She asked painfully, "Brother Dongdong, why?" Dongdong realized at this moment that the illusion was not yet broken. Seeing his dazed expression, the nightmare sneered and said, "Otherwise, why did you think Walla was so weak?" Looking down, she was unexpectedly fighting with Hyoba. She shouted, "I caught him." The nightmare whispered in his ear at this moment, "What you see is not necessarily the truth. What on earth is real?" Hearing his annoying words, he couldn't stand it anymore and turned around. His hand created a block of ice to attack him, but at this moment it said with a confident expression, "Don't be rash, it's me who's talking to you, but the one standing in your place might be your own kind." Watching she still struggling to attack Hyoba below, the nightmare's voice echoed again from the side, "Which one is real?" Dongdong vowed to himself at this moment. The nightmare is scary, but it only creates illusions and can't imitate special battles. The most important thing is the senses. A player's senses are relatively slow, so it's not easy to distinguish. The two words senses always lingered in his mind. He thought, "This is the first time I've suppressed my anger and felt my senses in the world of A using my 100 brainwave synchronization rate." Dongdong concentrated his mind and tried to feel each energy. A black sky appeared before his eyes and small lights emanated from within. He muttered, "This is the water vapor in the air, the energy of the grass. We're in this grass." He felt the energy rising from within his body. Dongdong thought to himself, "This is the magic energy of the A world. I can feel its movement. In that case, according to the energy operation method of my previous account, I'll control the water elements in the air." Thinking this, he spread his palm and condensed his power. He clenched his hand and extended it backward, the power of water enveloping his entire hand and then his entire body. The nightmare was flustered when it saw that and thought to itself, "This is bad." Dongdong exclaimed with great momentum, "I originally learned this skill to look cool. I'll use all my magic power at once. The casting time is too long, but I happen to meet an opponent who isn't strong in attack. And besides, we're inside a barrier space." He struck the ground with a blow that shook the heavens and the earth, and all the surrounding ground was pushed back by the immense force and caved in, even freezing she and Hyoba. He exclaimed inwardly, "As expected, that was also an illusion." Over here, Bao Bao, who had been in pain from his attack, also froze. Dongdong walked to where the nightmare was frozen. He said to him, "You were already hiding in the outermost part of the barrier, tricking me." He shouted in anger and at the same time struck the block of ice with a strong blow, causing it to crack. The block of ice shattered into pieces, and the fragments of the barrier also broke outwards. At this time, little Moikeo and Walla were fighting fiercely. Little Moikeo saw him, turned his face and said with joy, his eyes sparkling, "Boss, you're out?" but Dong Dong pointed at himself and suggested, Moikeo, hit me with some dark element energy. Hearing this, little Moikeo was scared and asked what should I do. Hearing that, Dong Dong urged him, don't ask, just hit me quickly. Hearing this, Moikeo didn't hesitate and threw a punch at him. He didn't seem to mind at all, quietly waiting for something. Suddenly he shouted excitedly, this is the real world, I'm finally back. Moikeo, who was next to him, was a little flustered and scratched his head. He asked himself, boss, did something happen to your head after you went into the illusion and came out? You've become a pervert who enjoys violence? In a dense forest, Walla stood facing Dong Dong and Moikeo. There was a quiet space between them, looking at the enemy in front of him. Dong Dong was a little worried. He thought to himself, this is bad, I used up all my magic power to break the illusion world just now. But if I only fight with pure physical strength, I can't be an S-class opponent no matter what. Walla looked at the two people in front of him. The corner of his mouth turned up and he sneered, these two guys are still two pets. First I'll punish you, and then I'll help the nightmare deal with those players. Dong Dong licked his lips and said, I have no choice, he said to him confidently. You forced me to do this. I didn't want to use this trump card carelessly. Seeing his confidence, Walla was a little wary and thought, could it be that he has a technique and a divine artifact that surpasses S-class? He brought his hands together in front of him and frowned. Since he can challenge beyond his rank, I'd better be careful. No one could be underestimated in battle. Thinking this, he summoned countless tree trunks from the ground and shouted firmly, use whatever trump card you have. Dong Dong transformed back into his human form and he frowned and said, then I won't hold back. Little Moikeo, who was next to him, looked at him with admiration. Walla was wary and thought to himself, he changed his form again. But it didn't look cool for even 5 seconds. Dong Dong picked up Moikeo, who was standing blankly next to him, and bent down and said, sorry, I agree to your proposal. He said playfully, we're all pets, we don't need to fight like this. His actions surprised Walla, who was in a combat state, and he blurted out, what? A moment later, Dong Dong quietly placed the teacup on the table. Walla, here brother Walla, have some tea. He waved his hand with a friendly expression and said, we're really all one family, why should we fight and kill? It's not civilized. Then he quickly approached Walla and happily poured him a cup of tea, saying, now we're all pets and those players are all in an illusion. Little Moikeo, sitting next to him, couldn't help but look at him a little strangely. But Dong Dong continued, there's no need for a family to say 2 words, come on, tell me why you want to kill Jucky. Hearing this, Walla fell silent, then suddenly opened his mouth and asked, what do you guys think of players? Hearing this, Moikeo excitedly raised his hand and announced, they're all very good people. Sister Shi gives me food and Sister Bao Bao is very good to me. Walla heard this and asked curiously, turning around, what was the worst player you met like? Little Moikeo thought for a moment and said, there was a very bad squirrel before who wanted to bully our skeletons and wanted to catch us and sell us. Hearing the little skeleton's answer, a hint of sadness flashed across Walla's face and he muttered, so not everyone in the world is a good person. He quietly revealed his inner thoughts. Some players don't treat their pets sincerely, and some are even crueler. A scene replayed in Walla's mind. When he was still locked behind iron bars, there was no one around to talk to. In that quiet atmosphere, a voice suddenly echoed, how much for this toy? Hearing the sound, Walla, who was sitting dejectedly in the corner, jumped up. In front of the bars, a red-haired young man, perhaps the one who had imprisoned him, heard the question and happily introduced, this is one of the rare 4 monkeys. One comes out from each camp. We killed them all and caught it after a very long time. Anyway, I have to get 100,000 gold coins. Hearing this, the man in the red coat opposite him sighed. Why is this toy so expensive? What can it do? The red-haired young man still smiled brightly and replied, I can give you a discount of 100,000 gold coins. Do you know the Xuanyu in battle? He is one of the 4 great divine monkeys. If the guest already likes it, please take it and raise it well. Maybe you'll create another number 1 in combat power, the man asked, seemingly quite satisfied. He hasn't chosen a master yet, has he? Did you guys trap him with a barrier? Hearing the question, the young man replied, of course, my brother worked hard to catch it. He wants to sell it and go have fun at a casino in A. Sir, if you like it, please make a decision quickly. But the man turned around coldly, not forgetting to leave a remark. It's too expensive, I'll have to go look elsewhere. A short while later, night fell, and the young man was riding a peacock with a full load of goods behind him and Walla's cage hanging on the side on his way. He looked at the cage with disgust, frowned, and said, I couldn't sell it in the end. Let's go back to the guild base for now. Suddenly, the peacock's foot got caught on something, tripped over something like a stake, and everyone fell over. A man in a red coat appeared, and behind him were a rhinoceros monster and a crocodile. He frowned and said, I've been waiting for half a day. You finally came out of the castle. Let me borrow this little monkey from you. Give me some face. Hearing this, the young man scolded angrily, you guys blocking the road and robbing in the game. I'm not giving it to you. He still didn't pay attention to his words. He continued, it's like this. Have you heard of the Jucky Guild? This is our hacker team. Through your ID, although A's security is very good, we found your social media account ID. It's the same as your AID. Then he moved his finger in the air. A screen appeared in front of him, and he exclaimed, oh, you seem to be from an open city. You have a family member with a leg disability at home. Shall we go visit your old father? The young man was scared to hear that. His face darkened, and he no longer resisted. He seemed to have decided on something. At this point, Walla spoke again. You probably know what happened after that. The Jucky Guild is a small workshop, and they're in charge of feeding the people on the other side by taking commissions from A. My fate wasn't so good. I met a garbage master, but thankfully, because of my loyalty, he didn't treat me too badly. Under his upbringing, I later worked hard to complete my missions. The image of a small, cheerful girl appeared in his mind. The girl smiled brightly and said, "Hello, my name is Gugu. I'm new to the workshop. It's a pleasure to meet you. Please take care of me." As soon as Gugu finished her self-introduction, she approached Walla to greet him. "Hello, Brother Ho," said he had a pet. "I've finally met you." Only then did I learn that she came from a place in the other world called the countryside and was entrusted to the Jockey Guild to work in their workshop. Finishing his train of thought, Walla picked up his teacup with a gloomy expression and said, "But I wish I had never met someone like her." A hand gently poked the slime's cheek. Gugu turned her head and said cheerfully to Walla, "This feels so real, look, it's moving slowly." The little slime, poked by Gugu, responded to her enthusiastically with 2 squeak-squeak sounds. Walla turned his head and seemed to urge her a little. "We have to go kill the monsters." The Jockey Guild master had told her to level up diligently so she could handle things on her own quickly. Gugu confidently thumped her chest and asserted, "Okay, I'll level up hard. I won't let Brother Ho down." Suddenly, she leaned over and asked Walla, "By the way, what's your name?" He was a little surprised to hear that. Then he calmly shook his head. "I don't have a name, they all call me Monkey or Rotten Monkey." But she got angry and objected, saying that wasn't right. "You have to have a name to be considered a member of this family." Walla beside her was a little speechless at her strong reaction. Gugu pretended to think and asked herself, what would be a good name?" Suddenly her eyes sparkled as if she had thought of something. She looked up at the night sky bathed in the bright golden moonlight and said with anticipation, "How about calling you Walla? In my village we didn't have light so we could only see the moonlight. Walla is the most beautiful thing in the world." But Walla frowned and replied, "Do as you please, just hurry up and finish your mission. I'm not interested in your affairs." But instead of getting angry, Gugu immediately regained her fighting spirit. She exclaimed excitedly, "All right, I have to finish today's mission to eat my fill." A moment later, she quickly threw a dagger and took down a small monster. Gugu also lightly killed a spider spirit. After completing the mission, Gugu cheered with joy. "Finally, second place. Next, I can take on some simple orders by myself and help the workshop make money." Brother Ho, who was behind her, saw her so happy and praised her. "Very good, Gugu has grown up, huh?" He affectionately patted her head. "You've become a grown-up young lady." She also happily patted her own head and said, "Not at all. Walla has been taking care of me with great difficulty during this time. He helped me with all the monsters I couldn't beat." But contrary to her joy, Brother Ho was a little curious. "Walla, so you even gave him a name," he said with some dissatisfaction. "This is just a game as long as you're happy." He snapped his fingers and instructed, "Little monkey, come here. There are a few orders next. You take Gugu and get them done." He immediately replied obediently. Yes, that night Walla sat alone quietly on the roof. Suddenly, Gugu appeared and smiled cheekily. "Found you." In her hand was a bunch of bananas. She handed them to Walla and said, "Here, have these bananas." Walla looked at the bananas and asked curiously, "Isn't all your money given to the master? You must have saved up for a very long time for this food, right?" She still smiled and replied, "I saved it in secret. It took me several months. They say you all like to eat bananas, right?" Gugu didn't forget to remind him. "And don't tell Brother Ho the food in the game is so expensive, but I heard it tastes much better than in reality." Hearing this, Walla split the bunch of bananas in his hand in half. He tossed half to her and asked, "You haven't eaten it yet either, have you?" She took the bunch of bananas, and her 2 eyes sparkled as she asked Walla, "Can I eat it too?" He just replied calmly, "If you're not going to eat it, give it back." Gugu didn't hesitate and put the bunch of bananas in her mouth. Watching from the side, Walla didn't know what to say. After she swallowed it all, she puffed up her cheeks and couldn't help but exclaim, "So delicious." Seeing her like this, Walla beside her was a little curious. "Didn't you say you can eat this in your town too?" Gugu turned her eyes to the star-filled sky and quietly revealed her thoughts. "At home they always let the sons eat first. When I turned 14, my parents sent me out to work. Luckily, Brother Ho is from the same town, so I didn't have to wash dishes." After speaking, she crossed her arms again and said with a happy smile, "This job is really great. I just help others collect materials. Although it's a little boring sometimes." Suddenly Walla, who was beside her, his face darkened, asked, "Why are you so good to me?" In contrast to his dark appearance, Gugu always had a positive energy. She explained awkwardly, "No, Walla, you've helped me a lot. My mom taught me that if someone is good to me, I have to repay them 1,000, 10,000 times over." Hearing this, Walla stood up. He stood quietly in the wind and said, seeming a little nervous, "From now on, let's continue to work together." Gugu still smiled brightly and replied, "Of course." "Walla, don't frown. You look ugly. Smile once, or should I smile for you?" In the real world, in an apartment, night had enveloped the entire building at this time. A drunk young man stumbled as he walked up the stairs. He muttered as he walked, "Damn, that little brat is getting prettier and prettier these days." He didn't forget to burp. The door was slightly ajar and inside a pretty girl was sound asleep. The man standing outside the door stared intently at the girl. A lecherous light flashed in his eyes. A stream of smoke billowed from the monster's mouth. It was a rhinoceros monster surrounded by red flames. The rhinoceros charged fiercely towards Walla. He brought his hands together in front of him and chanted something. Instantly, the rhinoceros monster was tightly bound by vines. It struggled in pain, trying to break free from the ropes, but the vines only tightened around its horn, breaking it violently. A moment later, Walla was holding the horn he had just collected. He handed it to Deniu in front of him and informed him, "Today's mission is complete." He hesitated for a moment. Finally, Walla opened his mouth and asked, "Brother Deniu, I haven't seen the master and Gugu online for 2 days." Deniu thought for a moment and then replied grimly, I don't know, Brother Ho went to the hospital for 2 days and I haven't seen Gugu for a few days. Hearing this, Walla seemed a little disappointed and turned to leave. Then I'll just go back to collecting materials. For a long time after that day, Walla was always lonely. He talked about the days passing by and his heart felt empty. My life had no meaning, but now it seemed I greatly missed the time I spent with Gugu. Then one day, the man called Brother Ho finally appeared. He swaggered in, the corners of his mouth turned up and he cursed. Suddenly, he laughed loudly and looked at his 2 hands in admiration. Very good, I can still see with my right eye here. When Walla saw that he had finally appeared, a small hope sprouted in his heart. He quickly went up and asked, Master, you're online, why isn't Gugu playing the game? When he heard the 2 words Gugu, his originally happy expression turned into a frown. Damn it, rotten monkey, don't ask useless questions, get lost and get to work. He turned around, but Walla still didn't give up. Shouted, Master, can't you just tell me a little bit? He became even angrier and shouted, She's dead, are you happy? Hurry up and get lost and get to work. As soon as Walla heard that, he froze and he muttered 2 words in his mouth. Dead. In his mind, a scene of him and Gugu sitting absent-mindedly on the roof and talking one night surfaced. She looked at the sky in a daze and said, Walla, you guys have it really good here. You all don't die. Hearing that, Walla, who was beside her, was a little curious and asked her, What's death? Gugu still turned her sparkling eyes to the starry sky. She gently answered his question. Mom said, Death is a release. It's becoming a star in the sky. Mom worked hard her whole life, so only then can she rest. But then I won't be able to see you again, Walla, Gugu said with regret. You wouldn't know, I really love this world. I love the smell of flowers in this world. I love the cool breeze of this world, and I love being able to see you, Walla. Every day when I open my eyes, that's why I have to live diligently. I'm not afraid of any hardship. I have to open my eyes wide and see a lot of this beautiful world. She quickly regained her spirits and cheered. Back in reality, Walla's face was dark. He asked in anger, Say that again. As soon as Brother Ho heard it, he went crazy with anger. He cursed furiously. Are you crazy? Didn't you hear me? She's dead. Died very miserably. I did it, so what? He was still shouting and shooing him away. Rotten monkey, hurry up and get lost and get to work. Damn it, if you ask again, I'll beat you to death. At this time, Walla was frozen as if he couldn't believe what he had just heard. He stood alone in the dark and gloomy forest at night. Then he shouted at him in anger, My name is not Rotten Monkey. My name is Walla. After speaking, he brought his hands together in front of him. Instantly, countless vines flew out and pierced through his body. Only then did he know fear. His sweat poured out like a spring, but he still clenched his teeth and shouted, Damn it, are you crazy? What happened to the A system? Walla opposite him was still immersed in anger, and he shouted each word with force, I'm going to kill you. Whether you're at the ends of the earth, whether you're in A or in the other world, I will. After returning to reality, Nightmare, Hyoba and Bao Bao, who had heard his story, had come out at some point and were moved to tears, but she had a thoughtful expression. It was as if she had decided something. In contrast to the emotions of Bao Bao's group, Walla was filled with anger and scolded Nightmare. You let them all out. Hearing this, Bao Bao explained awkwardly, We had no ill intentions. After hearing your story, we were extremely angry at the Jockey Guild. Walla quietly drank a cup of tea and said, In short, you probably know what happened after that. I was sent to the pet space by the Jockey Guild and handed over to the Divine Spirit Academy. She, who had been silent until now, opened her mouth at this time. You said one thing wrong. She opened the system interface and spoke to someone, Investigate 2 people for me. The Jockey Guild Master and their guild member Gugu. The other party immediately replied, Yes, miss. A moment later the system received the information. She looked at the information and said, Jockey's real name is Wang Deho, 31 years old, resides in B County, H Province, HX Country, Guild Master of the Jockey Workshop. After a pause she said again, Gugu's real name is Wang Choja, 16 years old, resides in Yinjiang City, HX Country. As soon as Walla heard that, he was stunned and asked in a daze, She is still alive? Amidst the fluttering autumn leaves, Gugu appeared with a radiant face. Walla looked at her blankly and asked, Are you okay? She quickly ran over and hugged Walla, comforting him. Brother is here. I'm fine. She talked about what happened after Brother Ho came to her room that day. Gugu recalled the scene from that day. In her hand was a pair of bloody scissors and he was screaming in pain, My eye. My mom told me early on to be careful of outsiders, so I always kept scissors hidden on me, she continued. After that, they thought I was too young, so I was only sentenced to a few months of labor education and was released. I was afraid of retaliation, so I left the village. After that, I did a lot of jobs. I've always lived like that. I didn't want the Jockey Guild to find my location through my account, so I didn't log in either. Just now, a multinational corporation told me not to be afraid anymore. They said they were willing to help me continue reading and going to school. Hearing that, Walla was finally relieved and comforted her. It's good that you're okay. It's good that you're okay. A moment later, the two let go of their hands. Walla smiled and asked, Thank you, how should I repay you? Suddenly, a hand lightly patted Gugu's shoulder and she glanced to the side to see it was she. She smiled and said to her, You're a lot like me. Then she turned to Walla and advised, Walla, I don't know what these words will mean to you, but whether it's the world of A or our world, there are good people and despicable people. She looked up at the blue sky. Sometimes fate is unfair, but with you here, even in the dark mud an optimistic flower can bloom. Gugu, who was beside her, smiled along with her words. She looked back at Dong Dong and said, humans are just that complicated of a creature. That's why I cherish beautiful things very much. I'll take care of that Jucky guildmaster, and Gugu can live the life of an ordinary girl in peace from now on. A moment later, Walla went to Nightmare and instructed him, pack up, get ready to go back to the pet dormitory. Hearing this, Nightmare asked curiously, you've settled things on your end? There's still one illusion left. Let him stay a little longer. My goal has basically been achieved. Walla looked back at Dong Dong's group. He said with satisfaction, at first I just wanted to tell them this story, but I didn't expect her to help me find Gugu. Nightmare approached Bao Bao and informed her. The mission given by the headmaster has also been completed. Thank you for helping Walla. Next we will go back to the pet dormitory together at this time. In the dream, the Nether Demon was still happily introducing a game to Yunchum. Look at this game. What was the name you mentioned before? The tickets were always sold out. Now we've finally waited for it. Let me explain it to you a bit. Before he could finish speaking, Yunchum suddenly smiled, and her figure gradually faded, disappearing into the air. She scattered like dust. Her figure disappeared, leaving only the Nether Demon standing there blankly. He caught a fragment and muttered, "Did you have to go in the end?" Not long after everything was over, Dong Dong's group went to see the deputy headmaster. Wei Dong Dong smiled confidently and said, "We've brought them all back. The mission has been perfectly completed." Hearing him speak, the deputy headmaster asked in anger, "Is this what you call perfectly completed?" He listed all the crimes Dong Dong's group had committed. They had destroyed the academy buildings multiple times, and Moikeo and Walla had fought and destroyed the academy park. Paka, who was beside him, also agreed in anger. "That's right, while you were catching the pets you ran around everywhere and seriously violated the academy's regulations." Suddenly, the deputy headmaster placed a ledger on the desk and said, "Next, it's time for you to go out. There have been some problems in the script village. We suspect the main quest is about to begin. This time, we want to send you as representatives of the Divine Spirit Academy to participate in the competition." As soon as Paka heard that, her two eyes sparkled and she asked, "What did you say?" "Deputy Headmaster, what did you just say?" The Deputy Headmaster frowned and replied, "I said the Academy wants to send the new generation, Bao Bao's group, to the script village, to complete a rank 4 mission on the way to a paradise." Hearing his confirmation, Paka cheered with excitement. "I've waited for so long, this day has finally come." Dong Dong, who was beside her, didn't forget to snap his fingers to signal. He smiled and said, "As soon as we finish our work, you're kicking us out. Aren't you going to support us since we're going out this time? After all, we're representing the academy. You can't be too stingy." Hearing his words, the deputy headmaster immediately snapped his fingers. A cloak, a pair of gloves, a weapon, and a few small orbs appeared out of thin air. He immediately introduced them. "These are all A-rank items. They should be more than enough for what you're using now. These small orbs are nightmare bombs that create nightmares. If you throw them at a critical moment, they'll immediately create a nightmare barrier and buy you some time." Wei Dong Dong pouted his lips, looking a little curious, and pointed at the Nether Demon next to him, asking, "What is this guy for?" The deputy headmaster immediately replied, "He'll be going with you. Most spatial barriers can't control him, so he'll play an important role." At this point, after Wei Dong Dong's group received the equipment, he asked the deputy headmaster with some dissatisfaction, "Just a rank? Aren't there any S-rank items or main quest equipment?" Hearing that, the deputy headmaster said with some anger, "Do you know that there are only about 200 S-rank items on the entire continent? There are only a few main quest divine artifacts in total, and I don't even have one myself." Suddenly CC appeared and said excitedly, "I have one." As soon as she finished speaking, the deputy headmaster's face darkened. A murderous aura spread around them. Seeing this, Wei Dong Dong immediately turned around and urged everyone, "Let's go, quickly." In the headmaster's office, Nightmare reported, "Headmaster, the seed has been planted." Walla, who was beside him, also expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, it's thanks to your instructions that I was able to meet Gugu again." In response, the gentle headmaster said, "This time it was partly to use your situation to give them some opinions, but it was also a process of self-reflection for us. Our world is too pure. There are good people and bad people among humans. Vicious people will cause us great harm, but the vast majority of humans still live their lives trying to be good. That fellow Kunlun suffered too much, which made his heart vicious. But we must distinguish between good and evil. There are humans we can communicate with, so we must be prepared to resist and also be prepared to cooperate." Speaking of the other world, he suddenly stopped and said no more. Seeing this, Walla, who was beside him, picked up a branch and poked his cheek, sighing. The headmaster fell asleep again. At this time, in a paradise, a man in a clown costume came forward and greeted them warmly. "Everyone, welcome to a paradise. I am your host and guide." Bao Bao heard this and asked curiously, "Weren't you the host?" The clown continued, "Being the manager of a paradise is also part of my daily work. This time I'm specially in charge of receiving you. First, let me show you around for a bit." A moment later, they were strolling along a crowded lakeside lined with food and drink stalls. The guide's voice echoed, "Next we'll be going to the food street. I'm sure you've seen scenes like this in movies. Here all the roads are made of cake and food, the river is made of tea and milk, and the fruits on the trees are all eggs. You can eat everything." Chapter 69. In the middle of a vast amusement park, the clown smiled and waved at everyone. "Let's go to the World Carousel first. I'll take you for a quick tour of amusement park." He smiled. Hearing his words, everyone followed him into a room. The clown continued. The World Carousel is a sightseeing project in this park. The carousel will take you around the park once. Wei Dongdong and Bao Bao were very surprised to hear this, and their mouths dropped open. An amusement park is located in the most neutral area in the center of the A world, and it has 6 different planets. Players must have the corresponding admission ticket to enter a different planet. The amusement park planet has the best admission tickets to get. Players can get 1 admission ticket for each reason after completing a mission every day. Of course, you can also buy them with money. Many rich people also like to come here every day. There is a food street and various thrilling adventure rides here, so you can have fun to your heart's content. The arena planet can only be entered by players of rank 3 or above. There is a special arena map, and players can choose from 3 PvP modes: single player, 5-person group match mode, and ladder background challenge mode. After entering each item, the player will get the corresponding rank score. Higher the score, the more rewards and privileges you get on the arena planet. This is also the venue for important duels. The ocean planet is very special. To enter the ocean planet, players must prove that they are over 18 years old. It has the best hotel facilities to enjoy. It has the largest virtual stage, and very famous idol singers often debut here. At the same time, this is the only place in the world that has a license to operate a legal virtual online casino. You can bet on prizes or enjoy a visual feast. The movie planet can only be entered with the corresponding mission ticket. There are tens of thousands of movie and drama copyrights here. Players can enter the corresponding movie world to participate in the movie or watch the entire movie. The clown held a stack of plates in his hand and continued to speak happily. The planet of nothingness, the most special planet, is not usually open to the public. Only factions or players who have obtained the main quest can get 10 admission tickets. It is said that here you can take the lead in designing and constructing everything. And this time the script planet can originally be entered with a special admission ticket. This place is full of created script stories. Players can choose to play different character roles here, to experience a different life. The clown continued to explain. But starting last week, the script planet was suddenly sealed off, refusing entry to all players. And at the same time, a mission framework was set up. To enter the script planet, you must complete the hidden missions scattered throughout our amusement park. What are the hidden missions? The clown hesitated for a moment, then continued. You'll have to find that out for yourselves. Seeing him talk so much, Wei Dongdong glanced at him with a bored expression, pointed at him, and said contemptuously, "You've been talking for half a day and you've only introduced the planets. This amusement park is so big. How are we supposed to find the clues?" Bao Bao saw this and jumped out excitedly. Her eyes sparkled and she said happily with a look full of interest, "Then let's check out the whole amusement park first. I suggest that Wei Dongdong and I start by checking the food street." As she spoke, Bao Bao raised her hand and wiped the drool from her mouth. Cici heard Bao Bao's words, went over to Zhang Hong and said with a smile, "Then Zhang Hong and I will investigate the water park area and we'll check out the ocean planet on the way." Hyoba also continued, "Then my wife and I will investigate the land amusement park area." After that, everyone held hands and said with determination, "Let's split up and act." A moment later, Bao Bao and Wei Dongdong were happily walking together down the wide and crowded food street. Bao Bao was chewing food in her mouth and looked at Wei Dongdong curiously, asking, "Right, why didn't Sister Kuan Yichu come out with us this time?" Hearing Bao Bao's question, Wei Dongdong smiled happily and explained, "I heard she's doing research with Master Shin Gija. She'll be here in a little while. The academy teachers will also come in succession after that." Suddenly, in the vast crowd, Wei Dongdong happened to see an old woman walking unsteadily on the road. When Wei Dongdong saw the old woman, he was startled inwardly. He thought, "There's an old person with a leg disability here. Could it be a hidden mission?" he asked himself. At this time, a stranger suddenly pushed Wei Dongdong away. Excuse me, let me do it." The scene instantly became chaotic. Countless people rushed to help the old woman, their voices mixed with a bit of panic. "Grandma, is your leg bothering you? Let me help you. Are you trying to go home? We can't just stand by." Voices of concern were endless. Suddenly surrounded by so many strangers, the old woman was terrified. She trembled and held the wooden stick in front of her to defend herself. She shouted in fear, "Get out of the way, hundreds of people come and ask me this every day. I just want to go to the other side of the road. You guys have stopped me more than 10 times, are you all crazy?" Seeing the scene before him, Wei Dongdong could only sigh and run his hand through his hair. He exclaimed, "It seems the mission information for the script planet has been leaked. All the similar hidden missions here have probably been asked about by players." Hearing this, Bao Bao, holding a stack of tickets in her hand and still with a skewer in her mouth, looked up at Wei Dongdong curiously. "Weren't we only supposed to come in one at a time? I still have a lot of tickets from the headmaster, so there's no need to worry about the date." Wei Dongdong looked ahead and said quietly, "Even with such a limited quantity, a large number of players will come in. If they can get the hidden mission, it's a huge profit." Then a tool suddenly appeared in Wei Dongdong's hand. He smiled, "But we have the necessary tools." In an instant, Wei Dongdong and Bao Bao appeared in front of a shop. Wei Dongdong looked inside the shop and said to Bao Bao, "I just saw the symbol of this shop on the street." Bao Bao lifted the curtain and entered the shop, followed by Wei Dongdong. Bao Bao asked cautiously, "Hello, is anyone here?" In front of them, a small fox was stretching its body trying to grab a book on a high shelf. Just a little more. The fox used all its strength, its whole body trembling, trying to reach that book. The moment the fox touched the book, a faster hand picked it up amidst the fox's surprise and shock. Here, Wei Dongdong smiled kindly and handed the book to the fox. Seeing that, the fox arrogantly snatched the book. He frowned, scrunched up his face and said, "So annoying, I could have done it myself." Then he turned around and stepped on another book with his foot. He struggled to climb onto a chair by stepping on the pile of books. He sat on the desk, closed his eyes, frowned and asked Wei Dongdong, "So annoying, what do you want to ask? Hurry up and say it." Seeing and hearing the fox's attitude, Wei Dongdong also didn't hesitate and pushed an object in front of him. He smiled. "Boss, do you know about this symbol and the main quest information?" Chapter 70. The space suddenly fell silent. The fox frowned, picked up the object and sighed in disgust. "So annoying, I've been waiting for you guys for so long, why did you only come now?" The fox's small hand slowly opened the object. Seeing the contents inside, the fox couldn't help but be surprised, its eyes wide as it stared. Wei Dongdong saw the fox's strange behavior and reaction, frowned and asked, "What's wrong? Why did you suddenly stop?" The fox immediately became very fierce, steam coming from its head. He squeezed the object in his hand and shouted nervously, "Annoying, annoying, annoying, so annoying, my hands are too short, I can't unfold all of this, hurry up and help me." Wei Dongdong and Bao Bao saw the fox's behavior and both couldn't help but burst out laughing. Wei Dongdong held back his laughter and stammered, "Okay." The fox used its ability to start examining the object in front of it. The seal on the object gradually emitted a faint light. The seal also appeared on the fox's crystal ball. A system window appeared accordingly. Main quest and previous quest clues revealed. The clues for the 9 script planet admission tickets are as follows. Hidden missions in the amusement park are Dangerous Train, Perfect Gambler, Shining Famous Singer, Best Hotel. The corresponding hidden missions on the arena planet are Esports Champion, Best Helper, and the remaining admission ticket can be exchanged for a Planet of Nothingness admission ticket. Now you can go to the location indicated by this mission list to activate the mission. Fox continued to explain. As for the activation location, you'll have to find it yourselves. Wei Dongdong heard this, frowned and asked, "Don't we still have to find this ourselves? You just gave us the names. What is all this?" Wei Dongdong asked. Hearing Wei Dongdong's question, the fox turned its head, propped its cheek on its hand and got angry. "So annoying, there are so many clues and you can even have a free divination. Are you going to use it or not?" Seeing the fox like that, Wei Dongdong broke out in a cold sweat and couldn't help but look at him. Wei Dongdong glanced at Bao Bao and asked curiously, "Are there superstitions like divination in the game?" Bao Bao ran forward very happily and said, "I'll give it a try." As she placed her hand on the crystal ball, the fox's words echoed in Bao Bao's ears. Bao Bao did as the fox said, placed her hand on the crystal ball, closed her eyes tightly and thought of her question. The fox's voice continued to echo in Bao Bao's ear. The crystal ball in Bao Bao's hand suddenly lit up. Bao Bao was surprised and took her hand off the crystal ball. A stream of liquid flew out and enveloped her. Amidst Bao Bao's shock and surprise, Bao Bao's body seemed to be surrounded by that liquid and feathers. Bao Bao's eyes widened in shock. Wei Dongdong worriedly grabbed Bao Bao's shoulder and asked, "What did you see?" At this time, the fox next to him spoke. "The matter you want to know about is half a dead end and accompanied by the color of blood. Although you can break out of the encirclement in the end, the complete symbol will become flawed, and the road to the coast is lonely." Hearing this, Wei Dongdong was very worried and hurriedly asked, "What does this mean? What does the other shore mean?" The information from the crystal ball was too much, so the fox crossed its arms and continued to answer. "And you must remember, if you don't complete the entrance mission within 3 months, it will be no different from the whole of A. You must keep the time well." After leaving the fox's shop, Wei Dongdong saw that Bao Bao's expression had become very sad and worriedly reassured her. "Are you still thinking about what just happened? There's no such thing as superstition here, it's all nonsense, so don't take it to heart." Hearing Wei Dongdong's comforting words, Bao Bao also became happy again. Bao Bao smiled brightly and said, Yeah, I'm fine, let's sync the information with the headmaster first. We can't complete 9 missions on our own." Hearing that, Wei Dongdong handed the mission list to CC. Then CC, take these 3 ocean planet mission lists and go find them. Then Wei Dongdong looked at Hyoba and continued. Hyoba was a professional player before, so he must be familiar with the arena planet. Let's go to the arena planet first. A moment later, in the electronic planet reception room. "Hello, is there anything I can help you with?" a beautiful receptionist said with a polite smile. Hyoba immediately took out a few cards from his body, placed them in front of the receptionist and asked, "Do you know this?" The receptionist held the cards in her hand and said, "Hello, we're not sure about the use of this." A moment later, Hyoba came back and said to everyone, "It seems the stage is useless." Hyoba continued, "Should we play a ranked match? If the esports champion is the tournament champion or the rank champion, the difficulty will be too great." Bao Bao heard Hyoba's words and asked blankly, "What's rank?" Hyoba immediately explained, "It refers to the ranking of all players participating in the competition. It uses a tier system and synchronizes weapon levels from C to S. Each tier requires 10 matches. If you win a match, you get 10 points, and if you get 100 points, you can advance. There is no tier limit for S rank and above, and the scoring system changes to a rank." After hearing the explanation, Bao Bao looked at Hyoba with great admiration. "Oh, then brother Hyoba was a professional player before, so his rank must have been very impressive." Hyoba immediately felt embarrassed, ran his hand through his hair and said, "My highest rank was 29th, but I mostly focused on team battles back then. The current account is much weaker, and although there's a weapon level limit, the top rankers are all rank 5 players. It'll be difficult to reach the top ranks in 3 months. How about we bring in students from the academy or players from major guilds?" Hyoba continued. But we don't know the specifics of the final mission, so for now let's try a rank match to get first place and see if we make any new discoveries. Wei Dongdong heard him and agreed. Seeing that, the receptionist smiled and said, "Understood, here's your information. You may enter a random match shortly, and the game will begin." A moment later, they entered a door. The robot there saw them and said, "Verifying new players." Wei Dongdong and Bao Bao stood still and let the robot inspect them. The robot continued, "Unlocking rank position search. Search successful." As soon as the robot finished speaking, the door immediately opened. Wei Dongdong and Bao Bao entered the arena together. Seeing the surrounding seats, Bao Bao was very surprised and said, "There are even seats around here." Seeing this, Wei Dongdong smiled and told Bao Bao, "All matches can be bet on from the ocean planet. But since our match is for new players, no one is interested, so there's no audience. The top-tier ranked matches are always packed with spectators." Just then a sound came from the elevator on the opposite side. Wei Dongdong followed the sound with his eyes. The opponent had arrived. The elevator doors opened. "Hello, it's been a while." A familiar figure appeared before everyone. It was none other than Yaoi. Seeing it was Yaoi, Wei Dongdong and Bao Bao were startled and shouted, "Yaoi!" Chapter 71. Wei Dongdong and Bao Bao faced Yaoi in the arena. The referee raised a sign, signaling the start of the fight. Player Bao Bao versus Yaoi. The first match has officially begun. "Why is it you?" Wei Dongdong looked at Yaoi with disgust. Seeing Wei Dongdong's unfriendly attitude, Yaoi simply smiled and said, "Don't be nervous." Yaoi continued, "I've been following you guys. You have the main quest clue after all." Yaoi went on to explain, "When I saw you came to the arena planet, I figured you must have received some kind of mission. That's why I used a battle card." Yaoi held out a card and said, "A battle card. It's a card for scheduling a duel in the arena. You can use it up to once a day to unilaterally challenge an opponent." Hearing that, Wei Dongdong asked Yaoi, "So why did you follow us here? Without the clue to activate the mission, it's meaningless for you to act like us." Hearing that, Yaoi waved his hands and said, No, Yaoi continued to explain, "I came to cooperate. The main quest is always too difficult for a single faction to complete." Wei Dongdong smiled. "You really want to cooperate? I don't think things ended on very friendly terms last time, did they?" Hearing Wei Dongdong's sarcastic words, Yaoi didn't mind and sat down on the floor. "It's fine, we have plenty of people who oppose us. Besides, the arena is the territory of our Assassin's League. The current #1 ranker is our league's Basio." After a moment, Wei Dongdong said coldly, "So what if I don't agree?" Wei Dongdong patted Bao Bao's head once and continued, "Are you trying to start a war with the Divine Spirit Academy?" Yaoi heard this and hurriedly explained, "No, of course, it's a friendly, peaceful negotiation. I'll offer you conditions that will sway you. We can even form a blood pact." The referee behind them finally couldn't take it anymore and shouted, "Are you here to fight or to negotiate? If you don't fight, I'll declare you both losers." Seeing that, Yaoi grinned and said, "In any case, it's confirmed that one of the missions is in the arena. Let's talk again after this is over." Then Yaoi said to the referee, "Referee, I forfeit." After that, Yaoi left, and before leaving, he turned to Wei Dongdong and said, "I'll gift this rank match to you. Contact me when you're done." Yaoi stepped into the elevator. The elevator doors closed. Watching Yaoi leave, Bao Bao said to Wei Dongdong, "Yaoi, he's so indifferent to everything he does. Even though he has a goal, he never seems to care about winning or losing." Meanwhile, the referee raised the sign in his hand high and shouted, "The #1 fighter of the arena versus the legendary Master Ma. Let the match begin." The disciples of Master Ma sitting below saw this and shouted in excitement, "Go, Master! Master is invincible. May Master live a long and prosperous life." Seeing so many spectators, Hyoba was surprised. "Why are there so many spectators for a beginner's match?" Master Ma saw this and spoke up from the side, "Young man, it's a shame you ran into me in your first ranked match." Master Ma introduced himself. "I am the head of the Hunyuan Form Buji Taiji School. I heard that young people quite like this game. I plan to apply my kung fu to this game. Since you've just entered a match and met this old master, you'll have to do your best. It won't be easy. Today I will show you what true traditional kung fu is." Seeing Master Ma talking on and on by himself, Hyoba thought to himself, "Alright, let's just get this over with quickly." Master Ma continued to say confidently, "Come, I will take on both of your hands with just one of my fingers." Hyoba said no more, and immediately used his Tier 2 transformation skill, Symbiosis and Beast Transformation. A giant serpent appeared before them and charged quickly towards Master Ma. Master Ma narrowed his eyes and looked at the serpent. This fellow's fists are tricky, but before Master Ma could say more, the serpent rushed in and bit Master Ma's arm tightly. Hyoba did not miss this opportunity and pulled Master Ma with all his strength. Master Ma was pulled by Hyoba and stumbled a few steps, after which Hyoba took the opportunity to strike Master Ma squarely in the face, causing him to cry out in pain. He was then thrown out of the arena by Hyoba. All the disciples who had been watching and cheering for Master Ma were so shocked by the scene that they couldn't say a word. Master Ma continued to tremble as he got up and spoke. "This was a sneak attack. I was caught off guard and couldn't dodge. Tier 3 transformation, strength, speed, range." The more Master Ma spoke, the more triumphant he became. "Next I will display my 4 ounces to deflect 1,000 pounds, an original technique in an instant. I will ensure you can never succeed with a sneak attack again. Once I activate my skill for 3 minutes, I will show you my prowess." Master Ma said excitedly. His disciples also shouted excitedly, "That's right, it's not heroic to sneak attack our master." Hyoba saw this and was at a loss for words. "This is a fierce combat talent. What good is your inner cultivation method? As if the match has to wait for you to get ready." I'm not some weak and incompetent villain." After speaking, Hyoba continued to attack Master Ma. Master Ma was very flustered and shouted, "Wait, I'm not ready yet." Master Ma shouted in fear, but before he could say more, Hyoba sent him flying with a punch. Master Ma's disciples were all very flustered watching the match. Hyoba looked down at Master Ma with contempt and said, "What's with this traditional kung fu concept in a game? You're just a martial arts charlatan." At this time, Master Ma trembled all over and stammered helplessly, "You have no martial virtue." Chapter 72. A moment later, Hyoba came out and met up with everyone. Hyoba stroked his head and sighed. "I finished the ranked match, but no hints came out. I guess it's not a team match. What on earth does esports champion mean?" Suddenly, Hyoba saw Yaoi standing behind Wei Dongdong's group and his expression immediately changed. "Yaoi?" Hyoba shouted. "We meet again." Yaoi waved his hand and smiled at Hyoba. Seeing that, Wei Dongdong explained to Hyoba, "We just met in a rank match. Their guild will help us with the next mission. Ranking is like a meal to them, and Yaoi is a master to begin with." As Wei Dongdong continued to explain, Hyoba listened and then stroked his chin and thought, "I remember the forums saying that even though he's only 16, his speed, reactions and execution are all top tier." Bao Bao was very surprised to hear that and shouted, "What? Yaoi is that amazing? But why do I feel like even the most amazing people in the world of A aren't that special?" Bao Bao asked curiously. "The people you've been meeting are all top tier players. Think about it, during the exam we used our level advantage to eliminate most players. But at the same level no one could do anything to him." Wei Dongdong slowly explained to Bao Bao. "There are 3 crucial factors that increase fixed stats in the world of A. First, level, speed, and strength. Each level up gives a player 10 stat points, which they can freely distribute to different areas. Second is race. Each race has different growth values for each stat. The total points from a player's growth stage don't change, but an innate race has large growth points of its own. That's why Moikeo can challenge opponents above his level even though he's tier 3. Most players who fight the top runners in the Colosseum are no match for them. And there's class change. Each different class change can bring at least 100 free stat points. It can be more or less depending on the difficulty of the class change materials, which is also why class change is so important. The teacher mentioned this in class before, but you weren't listening." Wei Dongdong smiled and teased Bao Bao. Bao Bao heard this, scratched her head and laughed. "As long as everyone's here when we fight, I can't be bothered with these things. It's not like I'll ever have to fight alone." Wei Dongdong put his arm around Yaoi's shoulder and smiled. "It's fine, we now have the strong backing of the Assassin's League, and this time Yaoi even came to us himself," before Yaoi could even reply. Wei Dongdong shoved a card into Yaoi's hands. "Brother Yaoi, then I'll leave the arena mission to you. We're going to go have fun on the ocean planet. If I'd known you were only 16, I would have just gone straight to the ocean planet from the start." Wei Dongdong pointed to himself and Hyoba and smiled. "You can't get in anyway." Yaoi was very angry to hear this, but couldn't say anything. "Let's go." Amidst Yaoi's anger, Wei Dongdong gave a wicked smile and led everyone away. A moment later, "I found the hidden mission," Wei Dongdong said with a smile. "At the perfect hotel." What came into everyone's eyes was an old shabby hotel. Seeing the desolate scene before him, Wei Dongdong couldn't help but be surprised. "This is the perfect hotel?" Zhang Hong heard this and explained, "We sent people to investigate all the nearby hotels and finally found the corresponding mission at this hotel." The image of an old woman pushing up her glasses and asking, "Are you the ones who came to help this old lady?" came to their minds. The owner of this ticket promised to send someone to help the old woman renovate the hotel into the most popular one. "If you complete it, you will be able to obtain the divine artifact in my possession." Thinking of that, Wei Dongdong got a headache. What is this asking us to do? Isn't this a very simple matter for CC, as her name was mentioned? SC puffed out her cheeks in anger. "There are many requirements here." Then C handed the object in her hand to everyone. Wei Dongdong took the object, unfolded it and read it. The content was as follows. First, a management principle. All operating capital for the hotel can only be used from the hotel's current funds and by mortgaging the hotel's assets. Players' expenses cannot be used directly. Seeing that, Hyoba teased CC. "Miss Tycoon CC, your pay-to-win system has been nerfed." Then Yaoi quickly entered the hotel. Yaoi turned his head and said, "Then let's check the situation of this hotel first." As they entered the hotel, an old woman sat at the reception desk waiting for them. The old woman pushed up her glasses and asked, "Welcome, do you have a reservation?" She quickly handed the card to the old woman. "Grandma, we're here to complete the mission. So we'd like to see the state of the hotel first. Can you take us on a tour?" Hearing that, the old woman picked up a kerosene lamp and stood up. Then, without turning her head, she urged them, "Hurry up, there's quite a lot of stuff here." The group followed the old woman up the stairs one by one. Suddenly, a ball rolled to Wei Dongdong's feet. Wei Dongdong was very surprised to see it. Then Wei Dongdong bent down, picked up the ball and asked himself, "Why does this scene feel so familiar?" Suddenly, Wei Dongdong raised his gaze. A pair of twins had appeared in front of Wei Dongdong at some point. Seeing this, Wei Dongdong thought to himself, "Is there a horror movie plot in here too?" Wei Dongdong threw the ball back and said awkwardly, "Forget it, let's just follow Bao Bao and the others." Wei Dongdong called out to Bao Bao, but a strange sound came from the door behind him, forcing him to turn his head. The twins had disappeared at some point. Wei Dongdong thought to himself, where did the people go and why did it turn into a room? Wei Dongdong pushed open the door and entered the room. The sight of a woman bathing appeared before Wei Dongdong's eyes. "Come here." The woman stretched out her hand and called to Wei Dongdong. Seeing this, Wei Dongdong was at a loss for words. "I'll pass on this." At this moment, a hand suddenly touched Wei Dongdong's body. A beautiful wet woman was hugging Wei Dongdong's body tightly from behind. Who? The woman blew into Wei Dongdong's ear and Wei Dongdong shivered. Before the woman's surprised eyes, Wei Dongdong transformed into his skeleton form. She screamed in surprise. Why did you transform already? Seeing this, Wei Dongdong scolded her without hesitation. Who are you trying to scare when I'm all bones? The woman also replied dejectedly. I'm sorry. Chapter 73. A moment later, Wei Dongdong was sitting on a chair with his legs crossed. Wei Dongdong asked the people in front of him, Did you all run away because you were scared by the wandering ghosts? Wei Dongdong asked. Hyoba heard this, laughed, and explained to Wei Dongdong, No, we ran away because it was hilarious. In Hyoba's mind, the scene where he had just encountered a ghost crawling out of the TV replayed. You guys leave quickly. The ghost crawled out of the TV and whispered to the people around. Seeing the ghost crawling out of the TV, Hyoba's 2 eyes sparkled. So this is that monster from the legends? Wait a minute, let me find the remote. I've always wanted to see what it would look like if I paused it right as it was crawling out. Hearing that, the ghost was flustered and stopped him. Hey, wait a minute, aren't you scared of me? Hyoba didn't answer and directly pressed the pause button on the TV remote. Creak, creak. The ghost trapped in the TV screamed in great panic. Seeing this, Hyoba gave a wicked smile. In that case, I'll be in control. What are you going to do? The ghost shouted in fear. Don't come near me. The ghost's screams echoed all around. After finishing his story, Hyoba held the ghost and explained to everyone, Aren't you guys mistaken? I'm a married man, of course I caught her to use as a drawing model. On Zhanghong, Shi and Baobao's side, they had arrived in front of an antique coffin. Suddenly, the coffin lid opened, and a Jiangshi stood up from the coffin. As the Jiangshi opened its eyes and looked at everyone, Zhanghong immediately blocked Miss Shi's path. I will handle this. How dare a mere monster show off its skills in front of me? Zhanghong frowned and scolded the Jiangshi. Then he immediately rushed forward and attacked it. Faced with Zhanghong's momentum, the Jiangshi was flustered and shouted, Hey, why are you fighting as soon as you get here? Wait a minute. In the next instant, a brilliant light erupted. Back in reality, Wei Dongdong sat on a chair and asked the ghost, Why are you scaring people in the grandmother's hotel? Don't you know you're seriously hurting her business? Hearing this, the skeleton woman answered, We were born here. We don't remember our past, but we don't like other people coming to our home and disturbing us. If you want us to leave, you have to help us find our lost memories. At that moment, Baobao saw some news on a monitor and was surprised. Wei Dongdong ventured a guess. Are we supposed to accept the request of the 3 ghosts' lost memories? How great. This hidden mission comes with a bonus. Zhanghong looked slightly puzzled, pointed at the ghosts and asked, Can't we just kill them or seal them somewhere? Hearing this, the ghosts were terrified. The Jiangshi covered its face and cried, Why are you so violent? We can come and go as we please in this hotel and we can't be killed. Hearing this, Wei Dongdong glanced at everyone. It meant that to complete the perfect hotel mission they had to deal with these 3 ghosts. Then Wei Dongdong said to Baobao, Baobao, take the nether demon out of the headmaster's box. Let him keep an eye on these 3. Hearing this, Baobao took out the headmaster's box. The nether demon flew out of the box excitedly. I have arrived. What is there for me to do? The nether demon's gaze suddenly shifted. What's with the skeleton woman? His eyes had landed on a certain skeleton woman. The nether demon excitedly held a rose in his mouth and approached the skeleton woman. Beautiful lady, would you grant me the honor of offering this flower I happen to pick to you? Seeing this, Hyoba and Wei Dongdong's faces darkened. Wei Dongdong was at a loss for words. I think we need to find someone to keep an eye on the nether demon. No, the skeleton woman said with disgust from the other side. This ugly fellow. Then the skeleton woman blushed, winked at Wei Dongdong, and said, But if that skeleton gentleman were to ask for a cup of tea, I might have some time. Hearing this, the nether demon was deeply hurt and became furious. What makes that guy better looking than me? A duel. I challenge you to a duel. Wei Dongdong had a look of utter confusion. At this moment, Baobao crossed her arms and said, Nether demon, you watch them. We need to go upstairs and check the situation. The group continued forward to inspect their surroundings. Seeing the hotel's old and shabby facilities, the group was speechless. Everything in this hotel, from the lights to the doorknobs, was broken. At this point, Wei Dongdong looked at Shi and asked, Shi, tell me the rules for this hotel mission again. She recalled the rules for the hotel mission. No external funds could be invested, and there was a limit on the number of employees. With such poor conditions and 3 ghosts in the hotel, if this were my company, it would be faster to just demolish it, Hyoba said with a dark expression. Wei Dongdong agreed, saying, This is tiring. Suddenly, a crowd of people began to pour into the desolate hotel, and the sound of noise and jostling filled the air. Excuse me, excuse me, excuse me. A young man pushed through the crowd and entered the hotel. Grandma, I'd like to book a room, the young man said excitedly to the old woman. Hearing this, the old woman lifted her glasses and looked at the young man. There are so many people. Seeing the crowd fighting for rooms, Wei Dongdong said to Shi, Won't we get into trouble if we call so many people here ourselves? Hearing this, Zhanghong sighed. We have no choice. The virtual market on the ocean planet is too big. We're just testing it out with a few customers first. The best hotel currently makes nearly 10 million a day in revenue, and if you include side businesses, the best way is to bring people here ourselves to spend money. At that moment, the grandmother suddenly put up a no vacancy sign. Everyone get out. I'm tired today. I won't be taking any guests for a while. Seeing this, she sighed with a dark expression. There are only 20 rooms in total, so we can only take 6 people at most. That's why I think the literal mission is an unattainable goal for us. Wei Dongdong held up the rule book and said, One of the last rules here states that we just need the grandmother to nod her head in approval. Then we can complete the mission. Completing the mission is definitely related to those 3 ghosts. Wei Dongdong looked at the 3 ghosts beside him and continued. We need to contact the academy and ask them to send people to find the other hidden missions, and we need one more person to complete this mission with us. Hyoba's wife was silent for a moment, then said, aren't there exactly 6 of us? Hearing this, Wei Dongdong became sad. Sorry, I'm just a pet. But Wei Dongdong soon cheered up. He summoned a slime and started cleaning. Anyway, let's clean this hotel first. At the very least, we should make it look a bit cleaner. Everyone, see if you can find any other clues. Zhang Hong also handed aprons to the 3 ghosts. Here, you guys come and help too. Seeing this, the Jiangshi hesitated for a moment and then stammered, we're ghosts, is it okay for us to do this? Zhang Hong threatened them with a dark expression. Didn't you say you wanted to find your memories? Hurry up and check every corner of the hotel, or do you want me to beat you up? The Jiangshi looked at him and said aggrievedly, why do I have to work even after becoming a ghost? After that, everyone began their cleaning tasks. Bao Bao changed into a maid outfit and winked at everyone. I'll be in charge of receiving guests now, even though there are no guests at all. Bao Bao sighed. While cleaning, Wei Dongdong discovered an item. What's this? Wei Dongdong said to himself. Come over here and take a look. Wei Dongdong called everyone over to have a look. What appeared before them was a photo frame containing a picture of a very happy-looking couple. Everyone fell silent for a moment after seeing the photo. These glasses, everyone looked at the glasses on the woman's chest in the photo. This girl is the grandmother now, someone asked. Oh, Bao Bao exclaimed in surprise. People get old in the world of A2. Hearing this, Zhang Hong explained, the settings in A are divided into commoners and cultivators. Cultivators are no different from us, so they don't change. The settings for commoners are basically the same as ours in reality. Commoners in A go to the Isle of Farewell after they die, and the petrified bodies of players who have been logged out for a long time are also sent to the Isle of Farewell. But I heard that NPCs can be reincarnated through the Isle of Farewell because of the so-called soul setting. Grandma, do you remember this photo? Wei Dongdong took the photo and approached the grandmother, asking her. This is... The grandmother took the photo and asked herself, but then the grandmother suddenly broke the frame. This is good wood. It'll burn for a long time as firewood. Wei Dongdong was stunned by the sight. All right, Wei Dongdong sighed and took the frame back from the grandmother's hand. Wei Dongdong thought to himself, it seems she doesn't remember anything. Suddenly, the grandmother's eyes lit up as she looked at Wei Dongdong. You? The grandmother exclaimed. I think I remember something. The grandmother propped her chin on her hand and observed Wei Dongdong for a long time. What does it have to do with me? Wei Dongdong frowned and asked the grandmother. Wei Dongdong thought to himself, does she know a clue related to me? Suddenly, the grandmother stroked Wei Dongdong's chin and asked, weren't you the pet of the people who came here to complete the mission? Good boy, Xiao Bai, rub your chin like a good boy. Woof, in the grandmother's eyes, Wei Dongdong seemed to have turned into a puppy. Seeing this, Wei Dongdong angrily snatched the frame away. I'm not a dog, the grandmother turned and walked away. Oh, looking at this photo, I seem to remember something. If I had a dog to pet, I might be able to remember more. Hyoba whispered in Wei Dongdong's ear. This grandmother is no fool. Suddenly, Wei Dongdong looked at the nether demon circling the skeleton woman. I need to borrow you for a bit, Wei Dongdong said, and then dragged the nether demon away. Wei Dongdong pushed the nether demon towards the grandmother. Grandma, do you like this blue dog? The grandmother happily grabbed the nether demon and, looking at the photo, said thoughtfully, this seems to have something to do with the 3 ghosts in the hotel. It feels very familiar, that feeling. Suddenly, Wei Dongdong snatched the photo back from the grandmother's hand. All right, thank you. Then Wei Dongdong showed the photo to the 3 ghosts. This person seems to be our master, the 3 ghosts said, looking at the man in the photo. Over on the nether demon's side, good boy, Xiao Bai, shake. The nether demon was also very obedient, holding the grandmother's hand and barking. Hyoba and Wei Dongdong were speechless at the sight. He gets into character way too fast. Elsewhere, the warm sunlight shone on the shop's sign. A fish-shaped doll lay on the sofa. Wei Dongdong was looking at a ledger beside it. Suddenly, in the quiet space, Kuan Yichu pushed open the door and entered. Hello, I'm here. Seeing the empty surroundings, Kuan Yichu turned her head to look for people. Why is it so empty? Seeing this, Wei Dongdong smiled and greeted Kuan Yichu. Yichu, you're here. After we received the perfect hotel mission, we tried various tests. Wei Dongdong recounted what had happened. We tried a strategy of hiring a large number of players to spend money, but the grandmother boss rejected it. She decided not to serve more than 20 people a day. After that, we conducted another test. The first was a membership model. As long as enough people signed up for a membership card, even without setting an expiration date for the annual fee, the daily revenue could easily increase, but it was rejected by the grandmother again. The grandmother gritted her teeth and cried, when I was young, I was scammed by a bad hotel and lost a lot of money. In the end, I ran away. Doing that is unfair to the customers. Seeing this, Wei Dongdong could only sigh. She can't remember the important things, but she remembers things like this very well. After finishing his recollection, Wei Dongdong said to Kuan Yichu, after all financial methods were blocked, we slowed down. We decided to check other information first. Zhang Hong and Hyoba are fighting on the arena planet. Wei Dongdong continued to reminisce. Yaoi later found the esports champion mission. He has to use a new account to complete the challenge record in scenario mode. He's testing it over there. This is the current clue. Wei Dongdong took out the frame and showed it to Kuan Yichu. It's very simple, Kuan Yichu said, holding the frame. I remember the grandmother's bad hotel story being from 3 years ago, Kuan Yichu slowly explained. but that company's activities were on the eastern continent, and the major cities at that time were money laundering channels. The world of A is mainly divided into 4 continents: Dongsheng, Xixia, Nanxi, and Bilu. All the amusement parks are in the center of the 4 continents, and the closer you are to the central axis, the better the climate. After observing the 2 people in the picture, Kuan Yichu continued to draw her conclusion. His skin is relatively dark, so we should mainly investigate the southern cities of the eastern continent. This will narrow the scope down to a few cities. And the tattoo on his body must be the unique crest of a certain ethnic group. Hearing this, Wei Dongdong and Bao Bao both clapped and praised her. Amazing, good. Kuan Yichu held a map and said, "This is Greencastle, Fanbu, and Mincheng. I think these 3 cities are the most likely. The biggest power in the east aside from the Han Dynasty government is Xuanyuan." At this point, Bao Bao suggested, "How about we ask them to investigate?" Hearing this, Kuan Yichu shook her head in opposition. "That's not a good idea. We should still keep the main mission information secret. The more secretly we do this, the better, otherwise we might alert the enemy." "No," Wei Dongdong suddenly said. Wei Dongdong smiled. "Not all the main quest clues have been made public. When we entered our amusement park, we must have become the target of several factions. So what we need to do next is to make the board bigger. We'll pull in many major factions, and as long as a portion of the information remains in our hands, the more people there are, the more advantageous it will be for us." "All right," Kuan Yichu agreed. "Then I'll make the call." Kuan Yichu called Guling. "Hello, Guling. I have a favor to ask." Hearing this, Guling replied, "Why isn't Dongdong calling? You started by cussing me out." Hearing that, Kuan Yichu giggled and replied, "I have a main quest clue. Do you want to cooperate with us, or should I beat you up first and then we cooperate?" Guling was speechless. Kuan Yichu continued, "No answer means I can cuss you out, right?" Guling sighed. "Send me the investigation materials." But before Guling could finish speaking, Kuan Yichu interrupted. "No, I've changed my mind. If words don't work, let's fight first and then talk about cooperation." Hearing this, Guling couldn't say a word. A moment later, Kuan Yichu said happily, "Guling found it. This tattoo is the symbol of Yanhan Mun, a small sect in the southern seas of the Dongsheng continent. This person's name is Manhua. He was the genius selected by Yanhan Mun that year, but he went missing afterwards." Wei Dongdong was surprised to hear that. "Yanhan Mun is a small sect?" Bao Bao also asked curiously from the side. "Is it very impressive?" Wei Dongdong continued, "You've probably heard about the Eastern Trainer route. They have an A-rank sect technique with many key cultivation effects. Things like exchange between pet and master, fusion of multiple pets, and not occupying a symbiosis talent slot upon transformation." Wei Dongdong then sighed. "The clue about this person has gone cold here. Why did it go cold?" Kuan Yichu looked at Wei Dongdong with confusion. "You haven't investigated the boss's identity yet, have you? The household registration management is different between cities." Kuan Yichu continued to think with her chin in her hand. "Why is the boss here? If she appeared on the ocean planet before, we should be able to find a record." Hearing this, Wei Dongdong nodded and said, "That's right, I always thought that following the game clues would be enough for a single dungeon. But what if the background and influence of the dungeon are set decades ago? One problem that has always bothered everyone is, if A is not another world, why is there such a big difference in the flow of time? And what kind of technology supports the superintelligence of these NPCs? But if we assume this is another world, there's no way to explain game, only elements like levels and point distribution. The more I solve, the more I feel like an ant. Using consciousness and common sense to judge A will lead us astray. What if this is neither a game nor the reality we think it is? We have to learn about this world like newborns and gradually get used to it." At this moment, a hand suddenly appeared in front of Wei Dongdong's eyes, waking him from his reverie. "Why are you zoning out?" Bao Bao asked Wei Dongdong with concern. Seeing this, Wei Dongdong smiled and said, "It's nothing, I know what to do." Then Wei Dongdong handed a cup of tea to Kuan Yichu. "Big sis, see if you can find a way to investigate the hotel boss's personal connections." Seeing this, Kuan Yichu smiled. The next morning on a beautiful beach with golden sand dunes, Wei Dongdong and Bao Bao approached and greeted them. "Hello, it's been a while, fellow student Guling." Guling also greeted everyone very happily. "Welcome to Dongsheng. I didn't expect you guys to come all the way here to ask us to investigate." Hearing this, Wei Dongdong smiled and replied, "Of course. The more people, the higher the efficiency." Then Wei Dongdong continued to ask Guling how he was doing. "Besides, the clue for this mission is that a beautiful older sister will lead me to victory." Hearing that, Guling's face darkened and he said, "It seems you guys have other plans. The Southern Sea consists of several islands south of the Dongsheng continent, and what we need to find this time is a small sect among them." After speaking, Guling turned and walked towards the boat. "We'll take a boat there." Bao Bao went forward and walked with Guling. "Is there no teleportation system?" Bao Bao asked Guling, wondering why they still had to take a boat. Hearing this, Guling replied, "There are various forms of teleportation between major cities like the one that brought you here. But this Southern Sea region doesn't have an instant teleportation system, and flying is also forbidden, so we have to use the sea route." The ship's sails were slowly lowered. The ship filled its sails with wind and began to move forward, looking at the sea scenery. Wei Dongdong felt like teasing Guling. "Seeing this scene, I suddenly remember that it was such a big sea at the very beginning too." Guling heard this and glanced at Wei Dongdong. "HMPH, you'd better forget about that." Wei Dongdong gave a cunning smile. The ship continued on its way. "Wait a minute," Kuan Yichu suddenly shouted. Someone is coming towards our ship. The measurement robot has detected a reaction on the hull. Hearing this, Guling became very angry and shouted, "How audacious to dare provoke a ship flying the Xuanyuan flag." Suddenly a blade flew over. Guling easily dodged the blade with his sword. A strange woman with a sword suddenly leapt onto the deck. Her body had the same patterns and marks as the man in the photo. Guling bowed his head to her politely. "We are from Xuanyuan and we formally request your assistance." The woman heard this, frowned, and approached them imposingly. "Kill them all." As soon as she finished speaking, countless assassins appeared from behind her and charged forward. Guling was furious at her actions, and Wei Dongdong, who was beside him, added fuel to the fire. "Master Guling, it seems your name isn't very effective, is it? It's fine, we have a divine artifact, don't we?" Guling turned his head and said angrily to Wei Dongdong, "The Xuanyuan sword is a sect treasure, so it was taken back after the tournament. This group is at most rank 3, so it's no problem." Suddenly, all the assassins surrounded Bao Bao. Wei Dongdong became angry at this moment. "You want to touch Bao Bao? You'll have to get past me first." Then Wei Dongdong immediately appeared in front of Bao Bao, protecting her. Wei Dongdong used the A rank item, the Phantom Cloak, and the item's power had a significant effect on the assassins. Guling also stepped forward and used the Green Lotus sword art, cleanly dispatching many assassins in the blink of an eye. The assassins quickly changed their target to Kuan Yichu, who seemed to have no offensive power, intending to capture her first. Kuan Yichu also got angry, smiled, and said, "You dare to mess with me?" Then Kuan Yichu used the rank 3 Dharma artifact, Infinite Bullets. The assassins were all terrified when they saw it. Kuan Yichu was very happy and excited as she shot the assassins one by one. The assassins scattered and fled in a panic. Huang Yun stood to one side, coldly observing everything. The dagger in Huang Yun's hand instantly split into numerous daggers. The daggers flew forward straight towards Guling. Guling struggled to dodge the daggers. Guling gritted his teeth. Guling thought to himself, "This person has completed rank 4. Her inner cultivation method and tools must be a rank or higher. The price of returning to a revival point is too great." Guling summoned the sword, Qi Mountains and Rivers. Huang Yun was surprised by the sight before her. The ship immediately broke into countless pieces. Wei Dongdong shouted in anger, "Guling, damn it, aim properly at the person." Bao Bao also shouted in fear, "Dongdong, hold on tight, I can't swim in unfamiliar places." Just as Wei Dongdong woke up, he heard voices in his ear. "Looks like he's awake. Jagong, don't bite. It's been a long time since a humanoid monster was dragged here." In front of Wei Dongdong's eyes, numerous strange creatures were staring at him. Wei Dongdong rubbed his head, sat up, and asked the surrounding creatures, "Where is this? Did I fall asleep?" Wei Dongdong thought to himself, "This is the first time I've lost consciousness in the game. I've been transmigrated for so long, and although it was called sleeping before, I could roughly sense what was happening around me." Suddenly Wei Dongdong shouted in panic, "Where is this? Why can't I feel my connection with Bao Bao?" "This is an island." A creature answered Wei Dongdong's question. "It's where Yanhanmun imprisons monsters. You were just dragged here, and there's a barrier that blocks all connections to the outside world." "An island?" Wei Dongdong asked himself. "Yeah," the creature continued. "We were all imprisoned here, but our strength isn't that great. We've been able to survive here because our abilities aren't particularly strong. The people of Yanhanmun advocate for erasing a monster's spirit and fusing key surgery. The strong demons here don't want to be captured again, so they've all gone into hiding." Hearing that, Wei Dongdong hurriedly asked, "How can I get out?" "Get out," the creatures all asked themselves, and then they all answered in unison, "You can't, you can't." Another creature continued, "If we knew, we wouldn't be trapped here waiting to die." Hearing that, Wei Dongdong fell silent. Wei Dongdong thought to himself, "Why was I captured here? Why don't I have any memory of it? Why can I faint in this world too?" At this time on Yinhan Island, Bao Bao was captured by the group and brought before Huang Yun. The group reported to Huang Yun, "Miss, the other two have escaped. Besides this one who came to us on her own, her pet has also been separated by the restriction and sent to Yinhan Island." The situation where she was captured by Bao Bao came to Huang Yun's mind. Bao Bao, unable to swim, hugged Huang Yun's body tightly. "Help, I can't swim, just shout for help. Why are you hugging me? I'm your enemy." Huang Yun shouted angrily at Bao Bao. In reality, Bao Bao was angry and questioned Huang Yun. "What did you do to Dongdong's group? Why can't I feel them?" Huang Yun didn't answer Bao Bao's question and said coldly, "Take this person to the island first and let the elders deal with her for the remaining days. Continue to search for the whereabouts of the other two. Everyone outside this island deserves to die at this time in a strange, grand, and spacious palace." Huang Yun bowed before a person and respectfully reported, "Master, your disciple has failed to handle the matter properly and only captured this one. We are doing our best to capture the remaining fugitives." The woman sitting in the egg said to Huang Yun, "Huang Yun, you've worked hard. Bring that other person here." Bao Bao was dragged into the main hall and struggled constantly. "You guys, let me go quickly. I'm from Divine Spirit Academy, and I have guild members too. It's you guys." Suddenly, Huang Yun's master smiled. "The person who appeared in the prophecy, send her down first and treat her well. There's no need to trouble her anymore. Just have her cooperate with the ritual." Hearing this, Huang Yun respectfully clasped her hands and said, "Yes, master." Suddenly released, Bao Bao looked at Huang Yun with some vigilance and questioned her. "What's going on? Why did you suddenly let me go?" "Where's Dongdong?" Huang Yun replied coldly. "You don't need to know anything else. If you want to see that pet again, just cooperate with us." Huang Yun suddenly clapped her hands once, and immediately, all sorts of delicious food and drinks were placed in front of Bao Bao. "This is our local specialty. Wait in this room if you need anything, someone outside will help you except for leaving this place. Seeing this, Bao Bao angrily shouted, you guys get lost. I'd rather starve to death than eat your food elsewhere. Wake up, wake up, wake up, wake up. Kuan Yichu crazily slapped Guling's cheek to wake him up. Stop it. Guling grabbed Kuan Yichu's hand which was constantly slapping his cheek. I didn't faint, stop hitting me. Guling looked at Kuan Yichu with a warning. Kuan Yichu angrily questioned Guling. You said you'd release the other Xuanyuan people, is this what you call releasing them? Kuan Yichu angrily pointed at the people floating on the water and pressed Guling. Only then did Guling explain, according to our information there is only one way to Yinhan Island. In recent years Yinhan Island has not allowed outsiders in, and they are very hostile to people who are active, so we had our people hide first and we were responsible for attracting their attention. Then a group of people would scatter and infiltrate the island. We use bait to attract attention and then use others to carry out a coordinated operation. Guling smiled sinisterly. This was taught to me by a certain bad skeleton. Kuan Yichu asked Guling, not understanding. Then why do we have to run away? If we run now, they'll still be on guard against 2 or 3 infiltrators later. What's the difference? Guling propped his chin on his hand and looked at Kuan Yichu. Aren't we going to die if this keeps up? Since we're using this method, I'm worried it'll be too late. Anyway, let's investigate this place first. Guling and Kuan Yichu walked around patrolling the area together. You go ahead and scout for traps for me. Kuan Yichu shouted at Guling. Guling also replied very impatiently. We're a team now, can't you be a little more polite? Elsewhere, a subordinate ran over in a panic and reported to Huang Yun. Senior sister, this is bad. This person has eaten this much of our food in just half a day. Huang Yun looked at him with some contempt and said, how much can that little girl eat? Then, after seeing the list of food Bao Bao had eaten, Huang Yun's eyes immediately widened in shock. Damn it, she ate this much? In the middle of a peaceful and beautiful sea, a sharp scream suddenly broke the tranquility. Ah, a girl shouted loudly. Master Guling abandoned us and ran away again. Another man rubbed his head and said, the master probably thought we were a hindrance, so he split the ship in 2. He left a note telling us to act separately. Another person holding a bow and arrow stood up and said, in short, let's first attract the attention of the natives in front to buy time for Guling to complete the mission. After speaking, the man left. Then I'll go. Attracting attention is my specialty. He suddenly used his ability, the genius of strength, proficient in 4 types of power, landslide. Instantly, the man smashed a hole in the ground. Dust flew everywhere. Not far away, a patrolman was happily strolling around the forest. The great king told me to patrol the mountain, and the head senior sister told me to watch out for outsiders. I'm just a patrolman. What luck would I have to find these intruders? The ritual seems to be starting soon. I'll be able to eat a lot of delicious food, the patrolman sighed. Suddenly he saw the huge impact the man had just made on the island. The patrolman shouted in shock, I don't even need to patrol this time. This is too violent. It's an intruder, the patrolman shouted loudly while fiercely ringing the bell in his hand. Huang Yun led a group of people past. He doesn't need to ring the bell anymore. Everyone has seen it. The girl from the Xuanyuan group saw the impact the strong man had just caused, sighed and held her forehead saying, sigh your perverted strength. A huge cave had actually appeared in front of the strong man. The strong man saw it, foolishly scratched his head and asked, what should I do next? Then the strong man put the girl on his shoulder. The archer saw it and refused. I have a fear of heights. The strong man saw it, grabbed the archer by the waist and pulled him up. Catch them. Huang Yun led the natives, shouting and calling for them to catch the group. The strong man saw it, lifted his foot and ran at an unstoppable speed. Huang Yun saw it, covered her face and coughed. Cough. On the other side, Guling also saw the commotion his group had caused. It seems the giant spirit has started to act as soon as it woke up. Guling turned back to Kuan Yichu and said, they will lure the enemy to the other shore. We will follow the trail on the Yinhan Island map we have and go straight to the Forbidden Zone. Let's go. Kuan Yichu was also very impressed. Your subordinates are quite something to cause such a big commotion. Seeing Kuan Yichu praise him for the first time, Guling also said happily, why are you praising me all of a sudden? We Xuanyuan still have many capable people. The next moment, Kuan Yichu broke the rare harmonious atmosphere. I was praising your subordinate. Hurry up, talk less and do more. Guling was stunned to hear that. On Wei Dongdong's side, Wei Dongdong was still calling for help. Hey, is anyone there? HMPH, no, they're all monsters here. Are there any animals? A creature climbed onto Wei Dongdong's shoulder and advised him to give up. Don't call anymore. Everyone is afraid of being caught. The more noise you make, the quieter it will get. Hearing this, Wei Dongdong turned and walked away. Oh, then I'll just walk around here. Right, what's your name? Are they basically all Eastern monsters here? Wei Dongdong asked curiously. The monster replied, my name is Mingsha and this is Jigang. The monsters that were suddenly caught are all Eastern monsters. Looking at you, you're a Western blood kin, right? You guys know about this too? Wei Dongdong asked Mingsha curiously. Of course, my previous master took me to see many things, Mingsha replied proudly. Hearing Mingsha mention her previous master, Wei Dongdong asked with some curiosity, was your previous master also dragged here like me? Mingsha shook her head in denial. No, that day it was a Yinhanmun person. Decades ago, a civil war broke out in Yinhanmun. There was originally another faction in Yinhanmun called the Harmony Faction. They advocated for peaceful coexistence with us, but they lost that battle. In the end, they were expelled and we were also separated and imprisoned here. Hearing this, Wei Dongdong was slightly lost in thought. The person named Man Ik in the photo must be related to the previous battle. Suddenly, a light appeared in front of Wei Dongdong. Wei Dongdong shouted in surprise, there's a light ahead. Mingsha saw it and explained to Wei Dongdong, The western spirit was captured by Yinhan Mun and sealed ahead. It's the Xuanwu, inside numerous iron chains tightly bound a creature. He's like us. The creature inside was huge and enormous. When his power weakens, his mind will also be completely wiped away on the day of the ritual, Mingsha continued to explain. Inside, the Xuanwu was curled up with its huge body amidst the giant iron chains. It seemed to be waiting for something. In a quiet house, a voice suddenly echoed at this time. Yuanzi saw Bao Bao eating and said with some hesitation, "Sister, the senior sister said you can't eat anymore. If you eat more, there won't be enough food for the ritual." Bao Bao immediately replied, "Yuanzi, but your grandmaster told you to treat me well. Tell me what that celebration is." But Yuanzi firmly shook his head and refused. "No, Yuanzi can't reveal information about the celebration. I have to listen to the Grand Master, and I also have to listen to the senior sister." Bao Bao saw Yuanzi hesitating and continued to ask, "Then let me ask you, is the Grand Master higher, or is the senior sister higher?" The boy was slightly lost in thought at Bao Bao's question. "The Grand Master." In the end, Yuanzi couldn't hold back and said angrily, "Anyway, big sister, you can't eat anymore. Yuanzi can't stay here anymore. Yuanzi can't beat big sister." Yuanzi couldn't help it and went outside. At this time, Bao Bao secretly looked around and thought to herself, "Good, no one is here." She opened the box and said in a small voice, "Nether demon, come out quickly." A blue mass immediately flew out. "I have arrived," Bao Bao called out. "Hey Nether demon, come here and be quiet." The Nether demon hurriedly approached and listened to Bao Bao. "The situation is like this." The Nether demon listened to Bao Bao and nodded. Yeah, I get it." After understanding the situation, the Nether demon said with confidence, "No problem, I'll find Dong Dong's group and contact Kuan, Yichu and the others quickly. Most restrictions are useless against me. When I find them, I'll bring them to rescue you." After speaking, the Nether demon took on the important task and flew away. Seeing the empty tray before her, Bao Bao sighed a moment later. She shouted loudly again, "Yuanzi, is there anything to drink? Milk, tea or anything is fine." Yuanzi was now so scared of Bao Bao that he covered his ears and pretended not to hear. Yuanzi is deaf. Yuanzi can't hear anything at the same time in a dark cave. Wei Dongdong was a little surprised by what he saw before him. To think this Yinhan ghost could even capture something like this. Divine beasts were naturally more talented than ordinary demons, and some even had divine abilities. He poked its body. Such a huge body as expected of a divine spirit beast. At this moment, having been poked, the divine beast could no longer hold back its anger and shouted loudly, "Damn it, what are you poking? I can't even breathe." Seeing this scene, Wei Dongdong said, slightly dazed, "You're still conscious?" Hearing this, the divine beast became even angrier. "Damn it, are those damn Yinhan Mun people collecting just anything now to even bring a rank 3 brat here? You disturbed this turtle grandpa's sleep." Hearing this, Wei Dongdong was at a loss for words and thought to himself, "Did this turtle come from Hon Kiem Lake?" He didn't retort, and calmly sat on the ground saying, "Still, this rank 3 brat can move freely. Turtle Grandpa, you're so old, yet you're still so angry." At this moment, another divine beast quietly spoke up, "I'm sorry, my younger brother has always had this personality. Besides, being tied up here for so long has put him in a bad mood. Please understand." Wei Dongdong looked at the two divine beasts before him and thought to himself, "The personality difference between these brothers is too great." The older divine beast slowly continued, "We won't live for much longer. All 4 spirits have been captured on this Yinhan Island. On the day of the grand ritual, the heavenly dream of this Yinhan Island will use their cultivation method to cleanse her meridians, reset her talent points and absorb us, the 4 spirits. If she succeeds, she will no longer have any rivals in the world of A." Hearing this, Wei Dongdong immediately asked, "To be involved in such a huge matter, Brother Turtle, do you know how to break the restriction and get out?" Hearing this, the younger divine beast got angry again. "Break what? If this turtle grandpa knew how to get out, would I be tied up in this backwater place?" The older divine beast also spoke. "A top-tier formation master might be able to find a way to break these restrictions, but if you have the heart, please go east of Ghost Island and find our eldest brother, the Azure Dragon. If even he has no clues, then we will be helpless." He approached and observed the chains, asking, "What if a ghost who isn't afraid of restrictions destroys it from the inside?" The divine beast heard this and immediately answered, "Only the legendary Nether Demon is known to be such a creature. Most restrictions are useless against him. But where would we find a Nether Demon now?" As soon as Wei Dongdong heard that, he said excitedly, "What a coincidence, I happen to have one." He lifted his head to look at the distant scenery and said, "I just don't know if that guy has entered Ghost Island, or if Bao Bao has released him." At the same time, under a clear blue sky, the Nether Demon was completely engrossed in flirting with a beauty. "Miss, I happen to pick a flower here, would you?" The person immediately frowned upon seeing it and said, "Why did a pet like this appear on the island?" Chapter 80. In a forest, Kuan Yichu asked a little worriedly, "Have you contacted Bao Bao?" Guling looked at the screen in his hand, frowned and said, "There's a restriction on this island. It seems we've entered a similar barrier. Why don't we just call the Xuanyuan people over?" Kuan Yichu saw the commotion behind them and said, "Your subordinates are quite something. How can 3 people cause such a huge commotion?" Hearing this, Guling turned to observe and then stated his opinion. "This sound is as if more than 10 people are acting together. This makes things more convenient for us. Elsewhere, 2 people were fighting." The giant spirit looked at his opponent and spoke, "To meet someone whose strength is not inferior to mine." The person immediately replied, To think there's a guy who can match my strength, he continued arrogantly. The patterns on our Yinhan clan's bodies are formed by absorbing the energy of other pets, and mine is a bixie that my master captured, with the power to move mountains and fill seas. Hearing this, the giant spirit was unafraid and retorted, Is that so? It's been a long time since I fought with pure strength. Let's see if your bixie is impressive or if my training results are stronger. As soon as he finished speaking, the giant spirit rushed forward to attack. He delivered a powerful blow towards his opponent. But unfortunately, the opponent quickly ducked to dodge. The giant spirit attacked once more, but the Yinhan clansman still dodged it. He quickly took advantage of an opening and landed a heavy punch on the giant spirit's head. The giant spirit sneered. My head is the hardest part of my body. He immediately counterattacked, kicking him in the chest. The Yinhan clansman was instantly sent flying far away, crashing into a rock. He staggered, using the rock to support himself as he stood up. The Yinhan clansman wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and said, Not bad, very strong. The giant spirit also stopped holding back and quickly rushed forward to attack. The Yinhan clansman was not afraid and was instead full of confidence. The patterns on his body began to glow, and he met the fight, shouting, Bring it on! The two were evenly matched, attacking each other. Immediately after, an explosion rang out, and from within the bushes a person holding a bow spoke. The things on this island are too perverse, but did the young master bring someone else? How can he cause such a commotion from so far away? We can't easily join the giant spirit's fight, it won't be resolved for a while. Our main mission isn't to win, but to create chaos. The red-clothed girl beside him immediately took out a stack of talismans and said, All right, these are a few talismans I made. They can be used at critical moments. I'll go south, you go north. Let's split up and act at the same time. Loud shouts continuously rang out from somewhere. Catch him, quickly surround him. A group of people angrily chased after the giant spirit. Why is this thing so hard to catch? Kill him. He harassed a junior sister just now. The nether demon showed no fear at all and turned around to tease them. Why are you all so malicious? I was just greeting the ladies in a friendly way. At that moment a dagger flew swiftly towards the nether demon. The nether demon was unconcerned. Seeing the dagger pierce through its body, the nether demon instead lightly picked it up. Huang Yun was furious at the sight and gritted her teeth, but the nether demon was still playful. It sneered and said, This beautiful young lady, did you drop your golden dagger? Or Huang Yun spoke from the side. Seems ordinary attack methods are useless against this little demon. Go and bring the elder who has spatial abilities. The nether demon crossed its arms, the corner of its mouth turned up and said, Oh, why is this young lady in such a hurry? If you keep this up, you'll have a hard time getting married. It put down the dagger and said, I've had enough fun, so this one won't play with you anymore. A sincere piece of advice, go back and look after your elder at home. With so many people chasing me, what is your elder supposed to do? Huang Yun was shocked to hear that. She immediately ordered, Quickly go back and protect master, she said angrily. I, Huang Yun, swear that if I catch this blue demon, I'll make it my footstool and trample on it for the rest of my life. The nether demon had already moved behind Huang Yun at some point. To be able to be with a beautiful young lady, what a wonderful thing. She heard this and shouted in anger, Why are you still here? Chapter 81. The scene quickly returned to the dark cave. The divine beast heard Wei Dongdong's words and said a little impatiently, Damn it, what did you say? You have a nether demon? Wei Dongdong replied without hesitation, Of course, I happen to have one. The older divine beast said joyfully, As long as we can break the restriction. If we escape this place, you will be my lifesaver from now on. If you need me, I would not refuse, even if it meant going through mountains of daggers and seas of fire. The younger divine beast beside him quickly replied as well. Me too. At that moment, an interface panel appeared before his eyes. Wei Dongdong was slightly dazed and thought to himself, I've encountered a hidden mission. It quickly appeared on the interface panel. Do you accept the mission? Help the four spirits break the restriction. He pressed the yes button and thought to himself, What else can I do here but accept? The older divine beast took out a glowing fragment and said, This is a fragment of our turtle shell. It can protect your life at a critical moment. It can also serve as our token, so please pass this news on to our brothers in the future. Wei Dongdong quickly reached out his hand to receive it. He held the turtle shell in his hand and was a little surprised. I got an item before I even completed the mission. Wei Dongdong smiled wickedly and said, Then if I tell the whole story again, won't I be able to get all the divine artifacts of the four spirits? He turned around confidently and said to the divine beast, Rest assured, I cannot refuse the task of restoring the glory of the four spirits. The older divine beast heard this and immediately replied, You are truly a talent. Good, this old man likes you. The older divine beast looked at Wei Dongdong's receding figure and asked, Little brother, can his words be trusted? The younger divine beast immediately replied, What's there to consider? We can only trust him now. As long as this old man gets out, I'll think of a way to grind that old demon hag into dust. The snake on Wei Dongdong's shoulder quickly asked, Is what you said true? If we can get out, can you take us with you too? Hearing this, Wei Dongdong frowned and asked doubtfully, Do I look that untrustworthy? It replied helplessly, I'm only rank 3, I can't win a fight against the Yinhan Mun group. Hearing this, the surrounding Yinhan Mun group quickly buzzed and looked at them. Hey, us, you mean us? Brother Gangjang said, a little annoyed, Why do you look down on people so much? Think about it, if I weren't special, why would Yinhan Mun bring me here? The snake thought for a moment and then replied hesitantly, What you said seems to make sense. Wei Dongdong said with confidence in the blink of an eye, Rest assured, I've read many books, I won't lie to you. He turned his head and asked, Then let's go to the Vermilion Bird's ceiling point next. Wei Dongdong asked as he walked. How many pets are locked up here? The snake immediately replied. I don't know. If what you said about taking us out is true, it can give everyone hope. Nothing is more important than that. It continued, even if it's not true, everyone will be willing to believe it. The surrounding Yinhan Mun group also shouted in unison. Hope, 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 he replied very calmly. Rest assured, it seems the vermilion bird ceiling point is right ahead. As soon as he entered, he saw an eggshell, followed by a broken chain. Wei Dongdong was a little flustered at the sight. Why is there nothing here? Suddenly, the area under the eggshell shook and Wei Dongdong saw it sharply and immediately spoke. Could it be here? He approached and lifted the eggshell. It was Chip Chip. He was happy to see it and asked, Chip Chip, were you dragged here too? Where's the vermilion bird? Chip Chip in Wei Dongdong's hand quickly pointed to one side. He quickly followed its gaze and spoke. Behind the rock? As they got closer, they saw a trembling figure. The vermilion bird in the form of a small bird said with tears in its eyes, Who are you? Don't come here, the snake observed and then shouted. It seems it has escaped the Nirvana seal. Wei Dongdong was slightly dazed to hear that. Nirvana, the snake quickly explained. The vermilion bird is a phoenix, so of course it can undergo Nirvana. Every Nirvana is like a reincarnation. It cuts off the things of its past life and is reborn. Basically, it forgets the memories of its past life and becomes a blank slate, the vermilion bird cried in fear. Don't come here, I'm very fierce. Hearing this, Wei Dongdong immediately had a wicked idea. So you're in a state of having escaped the seal and at the same time you don't remember anything, the snake on his shoulder replied helplessly. You could say that. Wei Dongdong's eyes sparkled. You may not have any memories. The vermilion bird heard this and looked up with a tear-stained face asking blankly, No memories? Wei Dongdong held out his hand and said, I'm actually your long-lost father. The vermilion bird was slightly surprised to hear that and shouted. Dad? The snake approached Chip Chip beside it and asked, Is he always this shameless? Chip Chip quickly nodded its head in acknowledgement. Chirp. The vermilion bird looked at Wei Dongdong in front of it and shouted very doubtfully. Dad? It slowly opened its mouth. But our species doesn't have a dad, we all have moms. Hearing this information, Wei Dongdong was struck by lightning and dazed for a moment. After that, he immediately became as feminine as possible. I'm actually another name for mom. The vermilion bird also gradually let down its guard, approached and said, But I do smell a familiar scent from you. You must not be a bad person, right? As soon as Wei Dongdong heard that, he thought of the turtle shell. A familiar scent. Could it be the black tortoise's shell? To think it even has this function. Before he could regain his senses, the vermilion bird rushed over and threw itself into his arms. Mom, you've finally come. Vermilion bird woke up alone in this cave. Vermilion bird's life is so bitter. Wei Dongdong satisfyingly stroked the head of the little vermilion bird in his arms. He thought happily to himself, even a divine spirit becomes an ordinary child if it loses its memory. Wei Dongdong comforted it and said, Rest assured, Mom is here. I'll take vermilion bird out soon. I just came from your black tortoise brother's place. I'm about to go find your azure dragon brother. The snake heard this and quickly reminded him in a small voice, If the black tortoise finds out you took advantage of him. In Wei Dongdong's mind, a scene of the black tortoise angrily cursing quickly surfaced, scaring him. Damn it, what did you call me? On the way, the vermilion bird obediently sat on Wei Dongdong's shoulder and said, Mom, I want to eat experience fruits. I'm only rank 1 after Nirvana. I want to level up quickly to help Mom. Wei Dongdong replied coolly, Eat a lot. When we get out, I'll buy you lots and lots of experience fruits. The scene quickly switched to Yinhan Island. Kuan Yichu looked at the scenery in front of her and said, slightly surprised, We've finally arrived. I'm so tired from walking. Why are there so few people in the Yinhan Mun Forbidden Zone? Guling observed the surroundings and replied, They were probably all lured outside. Let's go and deal with it. But as soon as he finished speaking, Kuan Yichu was nowhere to be seen. Where did she go? At this moment, Kuan Yichu shouted, What are you standing there for? Come here. Guling approached and saw 2 guards had been dealt with by Kuan Yichu. He said with a bored expression, Why are the guards so weak? Guling and Kuan Yichu together observed the vine-covered building in front of them. He slowly opened his mouth. This is the forbidden zone of the Yinhan clan. According to the information I have, the secret of that man Ik must be inside. Kuan Yichu approached and pushed aside the vines. Countless red eyes were waiting inside. The next moment, countless bats suddenly flew out, giving her no time to react. After some time, a torch was lit, illuminating the surroundings. Guling was slightly surprised by Kuan Yichu's calm demeanor. You're not scared of bats either? Kuan Yichu replied calmly. What's so scary about this? I've dissected many strange creatures while doing research with my teacher. Hearing this, Guling said with some disdain, You're quite bold, you're clearly a girl, yet you're not afraid of anything. Hearing this, Kuan Yichu grew angry and scolded him. Is there a law that says women have to be scared? Don't judge people so carelessly. It's not like I hate pale-faced scholars like you. Having been insulted for no reason, Guling turned his back and muttered under his breath, I just meant you were fearless, which means a lot of men won't stand a chance. Seeing him whisper, Kuan Yichu immediately growled and asked, What did you say? Guling quickly raised his hands in surrender and the two then entered together. A very strange stone door appeared before them. Guling approached to examine it and said, This seems to be the entrance, we have to solve it. Kuan Yichu keenly noticed something different about this door. Centered around the 12 zodiac animals, it seemed they had to move the stone beads to find the designated positions of the formation. She went over and lightly touched a bead. The 12 zodiac animals represented direction and order. The door quickly began to move and the round stone in the center started to shift. It spun faster and faster. Kuan Yichu stroked her chin and thought, I see. The island is in the east, the forbidden zone is in the north, and the cave faces west, so the directions in order are the code. At that moment, Guling took out a notebook and said, "About that, we've already figured out the code." Hearing this, Kuan Yichu immediately flew into a rage and shouted, "Then why didn't you say so sooner?" The coded stone door quickly opened and the torches gradually lit up on both sides of the passage. Numerous skeletons were bent over, kneeling, which was a very bizarre sight. From above they observed the entire scene. In the center was a yin-yang bagua symbol, surrounded by 12 zodiac statues holding torches. Guling spoke first. "These skeletons, what on earth happened in this forbidden hall?" Chapter 83. Descriptive images quickly appeared. In ancient times, the Yanhan ancestor chanced upon an immortal technique, allowing him to turn pets into tattoos on his body and cast the pet spells. Thus the ancestor founded a sect and taught his disciples. Over time, Yanhan Mun developed into two major factions, Man and Huang. The Man faction advocated for harmonious coexistence with pets, believing that the greatest power could only be achieved when their hearts were connected. In contrast, the Huang faction believed pets did not need consciousness, and that erasing their spirit and refining them for one's own use was the righteous path. Thus, the two sects established a rule to hold a festival every 10 years. During the festival, each side would select its 5 best disciples for a competition, and the winning side would become the head of Yanhan Mun for the next decade. However, the Huang clan's method of destroying a pet spirit was extremely tyrannical. Each time it was performed, a sacrifice and a pet whose spirit was nearly gone had to be offered. The Man clan also criticized the Huang clan's customs. After reading everything, Guling said, "The mural ends here. It only introduces the origins of each Yanhan Mun faction." Kuan Yichu took out a robot and said, "Let my little robot do some exploring. But according to the information you've gathered, only the Huang clan remains on Yanhan Island now." She held up a mirror and, as if having discovered something, said, "Wait, this person's name is Manhua." The two, as if guessing something, exclaimed at the same time, "The Man clan was annihilated." Kuan Yichu looked at the dry bones and wondered what on earth happened that year, quote, "to the point of wiping out the entire Man clan. Perhaps these people are the elders of the Man clan and maybe even Manhua is among them." She quickly put her palms together and said reverently, "Excuse me." She was about to approach and examine the skeleton. Suddenly, Guling came over, tapped her shoulder and advised, "Don't search anymore, I've already looked. The things on their bodies would have all been taken. Anything we can think of, the Huang clan can think of too." Kuan Yichu suddenly noticed something. "Wait, look at this skeleton. The skeletons on the path are in a posture of moving forward." Kuan Yichu quickly said, "Only his posture is different." She looked around, hesitated for a moment and said, "Is there something strange here?" Kuan Yichu reached out and tapped the floor in that spot. As she found a new clue, she immediately announced, "It's empty underneath here. There's probably a mechanism that drops down." Guling heard this and approached. "I'll give it a try." Just as he stepped forward, the bagua symbol suddenly moved and both of them fell through. They instantly disappeared from the spot. Kuan Yichu was so surprised she let out a wild scream. Guling calmly landed safely on the ground and he reached out to catch the free-falling Kuan Yichu at that moment. Guling's face looked exceptionally handsome in Kuan Yichu's eyes. "Are you okay?" Kuan Yichu was stunned by his actions and words. After coming to her senses, she blushed with embarrassment. She kept shouting and struggling, even slapping Guling's face. "Put this old lady down. What business is it of yours? I can get down on my own." Guling put Kuan Yichu down and painfully covered his own face. Kuan Yichu blushed and shyly turned her back. They quickly noticed the wooden desk, chair and bed in front of them. The amenities were all there. Guling keenly spotted a nearby stone. "This is a recording stone." He quickly pressed his hand into it. The moment he pressed it, a previously recorded image appeared. "Greetings. Whoever you are who sees this, you must not be from the Huang clan." Both of them focused on the person in front of them. Because according to the setting of the Taiji diagram, at least 2 living beings must be present to activate it. The people of the Huang clan only know how to ascend the Divine Spirit altar alone. This place is the secret chamber where the old master used to train with his pets, and also where Chojo and I had a good time. To those who were lucky enough to enter this place, although I cannot see you, I hope you have a good ending. Kuan Yichu crossed her arms and said arrogantly, "We are carrying out our mission smoothly." The person in the image continued to speak. "I will tell you too the story of me and Chojo. That year, the Huang clan committed all sorts of evil. The scene shifted to the forest of Yanhan Island. A stream of yellow energy flew rapidly. The nether demon ground its teeth in anger at that moment. A member of Yanhan Mun said, 'You monstrous thing, I will make you submit.' That person was Sokho Biop of the Yanhan Mun's Huang Valley. The nether demon thought to itself, 'To think there's a cultivator with spatial abilities on this small island.' Huang Go quickly opened a portal and said, 'I'll trap this thing on the island and refine it when the festival comes.' The nether demon sensed something strange in the space and thought to itself, 'I've been searching for half a day, so Dong Dong's aura was over there.' The nether demon quickly and deliberately allowed itself to be sucked into the portal. Huang Yun saw it, put her palms together, and said respectfully, 'Thank you for taking action, Sokho Biop. The restriction of Yanhan Island also contains spatial magic.' She quickly continued, 'It can't be activated outside of the festival, so this time this demon can only wait for death.' Chapter 84. The Yanhan Mun cultivator said with a bored expression, 'Ah, so boring. When can I leave this trial island?' He looked at the island scenery before him, hoping for something different to enter his life. His mind began to wander to the pleasures his master mentioned in the books. When the time comes, I'll go out for my trial, travel to the ends of the earth with my sword and meet beautiful women. Suddenly his expression changed in alarm. The waves were gradually rising, he thought to himself. This is bad, it seems someone from the outside has triggered the remote device. The higher the waves got, the more worried he became. I have to hurry. In an instant a massive wave crashed onto the shore before returning to normal. He was swept up by the wave and couldn't dodge in time, his clothes getting soaked. He kept sneezing. Suddenly he seemed to have discovered something. He was overjoyed to see a girl washed ashore by the waves. Heavens, for my wish to come true so quickly. He suddenly saw shadows of people in the distance. He thought worriedly to himself, it's the Huang clan people. If they find out an outsider, a living person at that, has come to the island, something terrible will happen. He immediately cast a spell. The Yinhan tattoo on his body glowed and a small jiangshi appeared behind a tree. He whispered to it, "Sogang, hurry and move her." The scene quickly shifted to the forbidden zone. The girl from before was gradually regaining consciousness. She slowly opened her eyes and asked blankly, "Where am I?" The Yinhan Mun boy was overjoyed to see this and said, "You're awake? This is our Yinhan Mun's forbidden zone, so it's very safe." The girl sat up, frowned and said, "I remember being outside the merchant ship and suddenly encountering a huge wave." The young man immediately replied, "You probably ran into the restriction we set up outside the island, but you were lucky to meet me. We of the Man clan are all very kind. Once your injuries heal, I'll think of a way to send you away." She gradually noticed the bandage wrapped around her leg and then was shocked to find her clothes had been changed. "Wait a minute," she said, trembling. "My clothes, did you change them?" He immediately replied, "No, Sogang changed them. I know about the separation of men and women, hee." She pointed to Sogang next to her and asked, "Then is this jiangshi male or female?" He answered innocently, "You could say he's male." Immediately after, a loud thud echoed as both the boy and Sogang were thoroughly beaten by her. The girl said angrily, "Then isn't that the same thing?" Then her voice softened, "But thank you for saving me. My name is Sang Chojo. How can I get out?" He was excited and immediately replied, "Just wait another half a year and I can go out for my trial. If you become my pet, then I can use my destiny link to take you right out." As soon as Chojo heard that, she imagined herself in the form of a puppy, shaking hands with him. "Shake, Xiaobai." Her face instantly darkened. "A pet?" He knew she had misunderstood and immediately explained, "Don't misunderstand, you can just cancel it later. Otherwise it's quite troublesome to take a living person directly off the island." She rested her chin on her hand and said, "Fine, let's just do it your way. You won't harm me anyway. If you wanted to, you would have done so when I was unconscious." Time flew by and their feelings for each other gradually deepened. "Tell me more about the outside world." Hearing this, Chojo told him stories without hesitation. Outside there are all sorts of rare treasures, and besides strange beasts there are also tangled relationships of the martial world. Right, Man Ik? What do you want to do later? Man Ik hesitated a bit at the question. "I don't know," my master said, "I just need to read books. I have to work hard to win the sect competition in a few years. And there's no shortage of food on the island." Chojo clapped her hands and suggested, "Then why don't you go out with me and open a hotel? My hotel happens to be short on staff. We can use Sogang too. We'll build a haunted house-themed hotel." She spoke happily about her future plans. "We can do it." Man Ik, who was beside her, also thought happily to himself, "A hotel, that doesn't sound bad." After some time had passed, a woman stood on a high platform and said, "Today is the day you all go out for your trial. The sect wishes for you to capture divine beasts and gather information. I hope you all complete your trials successfully within 2 years." At that moment, Huang Yun approached and asked Man Ik, "Hey, have you thought about where you're going for your trial, or do you want to go with us?" But Man Ik quickly refused. "Oh no thanks, I have someone I promised to go with." Then he whispered to Huang Yun, "Shush, don't talk to me right now. If my master sees, she'll scold you." He happily waved goodbye. "I'm off then." A dazzling light appeared at his feet. The scene changed to a bustling street and a shout was heard, come in, freshly steamed hot buns." Man Ik saw the scene before him and shouted with joy, "I'm finally out." The street was very crowded with numerous people coming and going, all busy with their own affairs. Man Ik was tired and sweating and he sighed. Chojo saw this and asked with some concern, "What's wrong?" Man Ik also didn't seem to understand and said, "I don't know, my heart is suddenly beating fast and seeing so many people is making me like this. I'm a little excited and a little scared." Chojo approached him and sat up close. "Didn't you say you wanted to awe the entire continent? Are you getting nervous now that you're just on a street?" Being teased, Man Ik immediately turned his head to avoid her gaze. "I'm just not used to it yet. Just you wait." Before he could finish speaking, Chojo came over and took Man Ik's hand. She held up her hand, which was tightly holding Man Ik's, and said, "This time I'll lead you, don't get lost." That was my first time facing a complex crowd and countless pieces of information flooded in. My anxiety slowly melted away with the warmth transmitted from our held hands. After a walk the two sat together and talked. Chojo spoke up and asked, "What do you want to do next?" Man Ik stated his plan without hesitation. "I plan to subdue a few pets and persuade them to voluntarily become the tattoos on my body." Chojo, "And you?" When asked, Chojo's eyes gradually became hazy. "I don't know. I came out without my family knowing, and I was originally going to travel around and see if I could open a small shop, but as a result I was scammed out of all my money by a fraudulent company right after I came out." But Chojo was still very optimistic. "I'll just follow you. Let's travel this continent together. If we catch a suitable pet, you have to give me 1/3 of the credit." But when we were young disciples who had left the island, the Huang clan began to secretly summon the sect's disciples. This was because most of the Huang clan's pets were refined from tattoos, allowing them to exert powerful combat strength in a very short amount of time. A man's voice echoed, "Huang Ling, to think you would lay a hand on your own kin," Huang Ling replied without a shred of hesitation. "You people don't understand the usefulness of the refining arts at all, yet you dare to speak of peaceful coexistence. Because of your damn trial, people from outside the island have deeply hurt us. Why should we consider their feelings?" The man coughed and said, "Cough, cough, because our sect is in a remote place. Most of the disciples on the island are naive and honest. We just wanted to gradually strengthen our relationships to avoid what happened in the past with your aunt and that man from the outside." Hearing this, Huang Ling became even more furious and shouted, "Those who bring up the past again shall not escape death." She cast a spell on the man and he screamed in pain. Not long after, he disappeared. He turned into a small staff engraved with many patterns. Huang Yun respectfully reported, "Master, those who rebelled against the sect have been refined into tattoos on this pillar. Those who are on trial outside." Before she could finish, Huang Ling interrupted, "Huang Yun, you like Manhua, don't you?" Huang Yun was a little flustered to hear that and didn't know how to answer. The disciple Huang Ling angrily stretched out her hand, and the tattoos on Huang Yun's body lit up, causing her pain. Huang Ling sat on a high chair and said coldly, "We have eliminated his clan's master, so it's impossible between you and him. These few tattoos are enough to deal with Manhua. So you decide for yourself. Huang Li, you go with your senior sister." Huang Li respectfully put his palms together and replied, "As you command." The scene quickly changed to a hotel. Manhua sat tiredly in a chair and said, "It took half a year to build, and the hotel is finally open for business, but the haunted house-themed hotel scared all the customers away." Chojo still replied nonchalantly, "There must be a problem somewhere, but we also have new members, Sojong and Sagui," she continued. "At least the hotel was built step by step, and it's time for you to go back now." Suddenly, Manhua hesitated. "I don't know, Chojo, I really like staying with you," Chojo replied with no change in expression. "You have your master, and besides, you have many friends on the island. You don't have to choose right now. If you go back and discuss it with your master, everything will be fine." She reassured him, saying, "Don't worry, I'll be here. You go back and I'll wait for you every day." "I won't wait until my hair turns white and my back is bent, right?" Chojo tossed the camera to Soging and said, "Here, Soging, take a commemorative photo for us." She pulled Manhua's hand, counted down from 3, then made him smile as she counted 2. Finally, Chojo struck a pose and counted 1. The camera shutter clicked repeatedly, and he felt a pang of regret. "If only I could, I wish time would stop at this moment forever." Some time had passed, and now both Manhua and Chojo were bound tightly by a golden rope. Huang Yun spoke, asking, "Is this how you've lived these past 2 years?" She looked at Chojo lying on the ground with contempt and said, "You found 2 useless pets and a useless woman." Manhua trembled as he said, "A person's worth isn't judged by their strength." Huang Yun grew angry and said, "Then what about now?" The golden rope suddenly snapped. She was slightly surprised and thought to herself, "A barrier, this is." Chapter 86. A yellow layer covered Manhua's surroundings. Huang Yun saw the bracelet on the ground, flustered, and asked, "What is this?" "It can block the strike from the master's salty water," Chojo said loudly. "This is our family's heirloom, you can't break it." "My surname is Sang." Huang Li heard this and asked blankly, "What does your surname have to do with anything? When our senior sister gets angry, the consequences are—" Before he could finish, Huang Yun interrupted. "Sang, the imperial surname of the Sang Empire, the largest empire in the east under the Ha dynasty. She must be a royal. Besides, with this artifact, a person with no trace of cultivation having such a personal artifact, her status must not be low." Manhua thought to himself. No wonder she was the only one who survived the accident on the Golden Band merchant ship. Huang Li still didn't understand the problem. "Then what should we do, senior sister? Just let her go and pretend nothing happened." Huang Yun turned around and shouted angrily, "We've come this far, how can we pretend nothing happened?" She began to cast a spell. "This artifact can surely protect her life, but it can't stop a curse, can it?" The flow of spiritual energy quickly entered Chojo's body. She began to age rapidly. "Now you will grow old, lose your memory, and forget everything," Chojo said weakly. "No, no." Manhua saw this and cried out in pain, "Yun, why are you doing this? This isn't the Yun I knew. If I die, your mission will be complete, right?" Huang Yun hesitated for a moment at his words. A moment later, she quickly collected herself and said, "I have no choice. Everything I have was given to me by Master." Manhua quickly said, "Then take me." At this moment, a huge yellow force erupted from his surroundings, and Huang Li exclaimed in surprise, "Senior sister, he's reversing the law gate to exchange consciousness with his pets. This is a forbidden art." The yellow streams of energy quickly flew out. "His consciousness has hidden inside the 3 pets. Let's go find them." But at this moment, Huang Yun shouted loudly, "Stop," she spoke. "Manhua's divine sense is in this body. Let's take his body back and report." Understood. Huang Li was stunned by her words, but then had no choice but to agree. Yes, the two quickly carried Manhua and returned, leaving Chojo alone. Chojo, who had lost her memory, asked blankly, "Why am I here? Who am I?" At this moment, a hand reached out and a voice was heard. "I'm here. This time I won't let go again," Manhua's divine sense said. All the divine beasts of the clan have been captured by Huangling. If she hasn't refined the 4 spirits yet, we still have a chance. We have to deal with her at the ceremony while she's modifying her original talent and cultivation method. Be careful. The Huang clan's pattern refining art requires sacrifices, among which is the strongest cultivator of the same attribute. The reason the Huang clan was able to quickly occupy our clan in the past was because they used our clan members as sacrifices. Kuan, Yichu and Guling were suddenly shocked and exclaimed at the same time, "Oh no, Bao Bao is there right now." The scene returned to the main hall. Huang Yun led Huang Li and the others to report respectfully. Master, 1 formation master girl is still on the run. Huang Ling looked at the tied-up people and said, 1 strong man, 1 archer, not even qualified to be sacrifices. Catch that formation master and prepare for tomorrow's festival. If we successfully sacrifice these 3 tomorrow, they heard this and sighed. Are we that useless? Huang Li quickly comforted them. Boxung won't be caught that easily. As soon as they finished speaking, someone brought Boxung over and said, caught him. Boxung said in pain, why are the people on this small island so strong? The scene quickly switched to the house where Bao Bao was imprisoned. Numerous ornaments and beautiful clothes were brought in. Change into these clothes, Bao Bao resisted angrily. I'm not changing. You guys try whatever you want, Huang Yun said coldly. Change your clothes and let's go to the festival. There's a lot of food. As soon as she heard that, Bao Bao immediately took action. I'm all changed, let's go. Huang Yun was surprised to see it so fast, but she raised her hand to stop her and said, wait, I need to draw some patterns. This is our tradition. After a long time, Huang Yun raised her voice in satisfaction. It's done. Bao Bao moved quickly. She was more confident than ever. Let's go. Chapter 87. At this time in the cave, Dong Dong spoke up. Next we have to find the 4 spirits Azure Dragon, he said with a smile. Mingsha, what's the Azure Dragon's personality like? If I meet another Nirvana species that has lost its memory, won't I be in luck? Mingsha said with contempt. The Azure Dragon is a divine beast of the Order attribute. It has healing abilities. As far as we know, among the 4 spirits it has the best personality. I don't know anything else. Dong Dong turned to the Vermilion Bird and said, Vermilion Bird, you'll meet your Azure Dragon brother soon. We were all a family before, but now that you're trapped on the island, I have a way to get you out. So I need to discuss it with your Azure Dragon brother. You just have to give me a simple divine artifact or something. The Vermilion Bird replied happily. Vermilion Bird, got it. They quickly moved to the place where the Azure Dragon was trapped. Dong Dong shouted excitedly, Azure Dragon brother, are you awake? The Azure Dragon was a little annoyed at being disturbed and said, what, don't disturb me. I'm waiting to die. I can't even plant flowers at home and all the fruits must have withered. Dong Dong immediately held out the Vermilion Bird and asked, brother, do you see who this is? The Azure Dragon was overjoyed to see it and said, the Vermilion Bird has undergone Nirvana. But at this moment he said helplessly, but it's useless. After Nirvana its rank becomes 0. Vermilion Bird, do you know how to escape? The Vermilion Bird said with some pity. I don't remember anything. The Azure Dragon cried out in pain. Are you kidding me? Suddenly a secret voice was heard. I am the Vermilion Bird. All memories before Nirvana have been carved around me. You can read them by breaking the shell. This body regained its memories as soon as it woke up. The Azure Dragon heard it and was suddenly surprised, thinking to himself, a divine sense transmission. The Vermilion Bird continued to transmit its voice to the Azure Dragon. This kid said he can get out, and he has experience fruits. This body is now an innocent baby bird. If you dare to leak half a word and ruin my chance of eating experience fruits, I'll go to your treasure garden and wreak havoc. The Azure Dragon said in fear. Vermilion Bird treasure, how pitiful. What did you just say? You have a way to get out? Dong Dong suddenly felt a little strange. I don't think I've said that far yet. The Vermilion Bird immediately turned around to save him. No, Mom, you just said you could get out. Did you forget? Dong Dong continued. But we have a nether demon, and in theory most restrictions are useless against him. The Azure Dragon hurriedly asked. Where is the nether demon? Dong Dong replied very calmly. It seems I haven't found him yet. At his words, the other 3 all shouted angrily. Damn it, is that what you call a plan? At this moment a scream suddenly came from above. He looked up in a daze and thought to himself, this voice is... The nether demon fell to the ground with a thud. It groaned in pain and slowly got up. The nether demon was still asking blankly, where is... when suddenly a hand caught its tail while it was off guard. Dong Dong was overjoyed to see the nether demon. Good, he's here. The nether demon quickly approached and observed the chains on the Azure Dragon's body. He asked with concern, how is it, can you do it? The nether demon replied seriously, it's not difficult, just synchronize the restriction elements inside and then break them. The nether demon began to inject power into it, and the chains lit up. The chains gradually disappeared and very quickly they were completely gone. The Azure Dragon replied happily. The restriction is broken, Mingsha said happily. Now we can break the restrictions on the others. After breaking the restriction, they quickly climbed onto the Azure Dragon's back and continued forward. Let's go to the next point. By the time that festival you mentioned starts, her divine beasts won't be enough. Dong Dong continued. Let's give her a few more. Chapter 88. Flags were hung and fluttered in the sky. The sound of drums also echoed vigorously. The fruits were carefully prepared. At this time, a Yinhanmun cultivator asked loudly, let's divide the arrangements. The notice I received said insufficient provisions. Another person said, let's finish this festival quickly. If Master breaks through this time, we'll be able to leave the island. Huang Yun said to Bao Bao, who was sitting in the corner. Here for a moment. Master will bring you up to the platform soon. Bao Bao pointed at the food on the table and said expectantly, Then when can I eat? Huang Yun replied helplessly. After the festival is over. In a place where the lights were burning, a person said. Huang Yun said there were still 2 people on the ship who weren't caught, so we have to strengthen our patrols. We can't let these 2 ruin Huang Ling's ceremony. He touched a pillar full of patterns and said, I'll set up a formation inside first to prevent these 3 from escaping. After speaking, he left. Boxung quickly observed the screen in his hand. What's with this dungeon? The conversation system is all messed up. I just tried to log out and that was blocked too. Huang Li said while training. Large-scale event dungeons are all like this for important event stories. It's to prevent people from calling for reinforcements, but since it's such a big event we really have to sneak out and report to the 4 elders of Xuanyuan, the person holding a bow and arrow said. This group seems to be able to refine things. Let's not live like the millions of dungeons in the past. Some players were cursed and became crippled and in the end they had to delete their accounts and start over, Boxung quickly replied. But this is a case where profit and risk coexist. I hope young Master Guling can find useful information in the restriction. We have to successfully resolve this crisis. The security outside is very tight. Kuan Yichu thought to herself. The festival is about to start. I have to think of a way to save Bao Bao quickly. But at this moment a space appeared behind her and very quickly Kuan Yichu was pulled back. The Yinhanmun cultivator said coldly, Caught one. Elder Giol, find the location of the other one. Elder Giol quickly said, I've set up numerous restrictions around the festival grounds. Let's see if we can lure that ant out by hanging this little girl up in a moment, Kuan Yichu said angrily. How dare you? Suddenly at this moment something quickly flashed past her eyes. 2 sharp nails were driven into her hands, and Kuan Yichu screamed in pain. Elder Giol approached and said, Of course it's not that easy. I'll have my subordinates announce it all over the island. Every hour that passes I'll drive one of my personally made nails into you. The countless small energies inside will tear your flesh, making you suffer from head to toe. Kuan Yichu shouted in pain. No, don't come. At the festival grounds the sound of drums and gongs echoed loudly. Huang Ling stood in the middle of a wide altar and said, Everyone, I have obtained the supreme law of my ancestors and stayed in one place. Now if I complete this ritual as I have said, all life on the continent will be like ants. The people of the world will all become our patterns. Huang Ling raised her hand and said, Bring in the sacrifice and welcome the spirit beasts. Bao Bao only then realized something and became dazed. Wait, a sacrifice? The sound of drums continued to echo. Elder Giol cast a spell to open the restriction of Hondo. At that moment a huge door opened and Bao Bao was placed right in front of the entrance. But then a powerful sound began to be heard. He said in surprise, What is this? That is? At that moment a cunning laugh was heard. Granny Monster, hello. From within the barrier gate all the divine beasts that had been trapped by the Granny Monster poured out, and in the lead was a giant dragon holding her. Following behind were fierce tigers and many divine beasts. A giant dragon's foot appeared and the black tortoise exclaimed in extreme anger, Granny Monster, your grandpa is out. The azure dragon threw the Granny Monster onto a stone pillar with immense force, shattering it. On the giant dragon's back was none other than Dong Dong. The azure dragon turned its head and said to him, Leave the Granny Monster to us. Dong Dong, you take Mingsha and the others and catch the rest. On his shoulder was a cute baby bird, the vermilion bird. Dong Dong agreed with a determined look. Okay, giant beasts surrounded her and threatened her, but the Granny Monster still said arrogantly on her own. You may have escaped the restriction, but your strength has not recovered much. The patterns on the Granny Monster's body lit up and she declared grandly, Then I'll take care of you first. The azure dragon urged the other beasts. Be careful, we've just escaped the restriction so we really haven't recovered our strength. This Granny Monster has refined the 4 fiends, so everyone be careful. From a distance, Dong Dong along with Mingsha and the 2 divine beasts came running in a hurry and called out to Bao Bao. She heard it and turned around in surprise. Bao Bao ran over and happily hugged Dong Dong tightly. Dong Dong was so embarrassed his face turned bright red, but he tried to stay calm and asked her, Why are you dressed like this? Bao Bao pointed at the clan members over there with an aggrieved expression and said, They threatened me, so I had no choice but to wear it. Dong Dong with a very handsome face smiled gently and said, It's okay, I'll take people to deal with them. A group of divine beasts charged towards the clan members. They worriedly looked for a place to hide, but it seemed they were already surrounded and couldn't escape anywhere. Small spirits flew over and attached themselves to each of their bodies, creating a blue flame that paralyzed them. A small strange divine beast named Jaegong gradually transformed, and Jaegong transformed into a supergiant and swept everything away, trampling it. The remaining direct disciples of the Granny Monster faced Mingsha. It just stuck out its tongue slightly, and the group trembled in fear. Mingsha tightly coiled around one and sucked its power. The rest also fell to its power one by one. Dong Dong and Bao Bao witnessed everything and said with some surprise, They were this strong. The nether demon hurriedly flew in front of him and said, Dong Dong, I found Wakia's figure over there. The situation is not good. Suddenly he handed a small bird to Bao Bao and said hurriedly, This is the divine beast vermilion bird. Its ability is still quite weak now, but it has a supernatural talent called divine flame that can instantly kill anything below level 60. Take it, I'm going to where Yichu is. Then Dong Dong turned around and hurried away. Bao Bao picked up the little bird and asked with a happy smile, You're so small, how do you know Dong Dong? The vermilion bird very cutely, pretending to be innocent very ridiculously and cleverly said, Dong Dong is my mom, are you my dad? Dad, do you have experience fruits? Vermilion bird wants to eat experience fruits. Bao Bao was a little embarrassed by the Vermilion Bird's title. Her face flushed and she smiled happily. It's in the bag CC gave Moikeo, I'll get it out for you when we leave. The Vermilion Bird smiled cunningly in satisfaction. Over there, the second white tiger charged towards the granny monster with a fierce face. Just as it was about to pounce, she suddenly flew up and immediately dodged. The granny monster then swung her hand and attacked the white tiger's abdomen directly. Its abdomen was also hit. It began to show signs of necrosis, and the white tiger felt extreme pain. Seeing this, the Azure Dragon immediately flew towards the fierce tiger and infused healing spiritual power into the wound. The Azure Dragon said with great concern, "Second brother, be careful. This granny monster's energy can fuse and wither flesh and blood. If you get infected, you're finished." Suddenly, the granny monster approached, summoned a huge mass of energy and pushed it toward the divine beasts. At this moment, the Azure Dragon was unprepared and had to spew out its energy to block her. The energy mass created by the granny monster grew larger and larger, and the Azure Dragon was still blocking it with all its might. If it failed to block it, everyone would die. Behind the granny monster, the white tiger, still with an extremely angry face, charged fiercely. As if she had anticipated everything, she delivered a blow towards the white tiger. Once again, the white tiger took her attack right in the abdomen and looked very pitiful. The second brother was defeated by the attack and fell to the ground, unable to endure any longer. A lot of blood flowed from the white tiger's mouth and the situation became more and more serious. The black tortoise, seeing its comrade so severely injured, became enraged and cursed. "Damn it, for fuck's sake, the restriction has absorbed too much of our power. It seems we're no match for the granny monster now." After that, the nether demon quickly led Wei Dongdong to the forest where Kuan Yichu was severely injured. Kuan Yichu was poisoned by the restriction's poison. Her veins were bulging all over her body, and she was trembling constantly. Dongdong said, "I've released her from the restriction, but some of the energy has destroyed her body, so she needs to recover slowly." Wei Dongdong worriedly supported Kuan Yichu and asked, "Where's Guling? Didn't he go with you?" Kuan Yichu was already very exhausted at this time, her face pale, but she still gasped for breath and said, "He went out to find people. We decided we couldn't be a match for Huangling, so we needed outside support." After that, Kuan Yichu took out 2 scrolls and continued speaking, panting. "And these are 2 technique scrolls we found in the Yinhan clan's forbidden zone." Dongdong took them and asked, "What are these 2 for?" Kuan Yichu propped herself up to sit, still struggling to explain. "One is the Huang clan's cultivation method, which can reset talent points and redistribute them from the beginning. But it can only be used once, and to use it again you have to use a sacrifice to transfer it. They use this cultivation method to suppress the consciousness of the divine beasts. The other is the Yinhan clan's cultivation method, used to turn pets into patterns. Only a pure master can use it. Masi left it for us." As Wei Dongdong listened to Kuan Yichu's explanation, he focused on thinking of a way to solve this mission. Elsewhere, Zhegong, who had turned into a giant, was still trying hard to attack the granny monster's disciple. But she was also formidable, and was fiercely counterattacking. The bald woman began to gain the upper hand. Zhegong almost fell backward. She shouted, "Stop right now." Then her power grew stronger, overwhelming Zhegong's huge body. Zhegong hit the ground hard and felt extreme pain, exhausted from holding on for so long. At this time, Zhegong exceeded its limit and returned to its original small form. It trembled in fear. Mingsha, seeing that the situation was too unstable, came to Zhegong's side to protect it and asked worriedly, "Zhegong, are you okay?" After that, Mingsha angrily said to the Huang clan group, "You're trying to enslave us?" When its anger reached its peak, Mingsha became ferocious and shouted, "Using our power to fight us." Masi appeared behind the bald woman with a small sword and said, "The master said." Then she used her ability to fly those swords towards Mingsha. She opened her mouth and said, "You are all just tools. Tools don't need consent." At this moment, Mingsha didn't know how to deal with the swords flying straight at it. Elsewhere, the old woman Huangling used her ability to bind the other divine beasts and suck their power. Many divine beasts had already been defeated at the hands of the evil Huang clan. The poor divine beasts were scattered on the ground in pain. Bao Bao and the Vermilion Bird witnessed this scene and shouted in shock. "The divine beasts have started to run away." The Vermilion Bird sighed in anger. "Unfortunately, I'm only level 1 now. All the strong divine beasts have been refined anyway." Then the Vermilion Bird turned to Bao Bao and said, "Dad Bao Bao, let's just go find some weak Huang clan members. We can't beat the strong ones, so it's better to burn a few weak ones to death." On the Azure Dragon side, the situation was no better at this time. The Azure Dragon was suffering from the granny monster's flesh-burning ability. The white tiger was severely injured but still stood firm to resist, but the granny monster was 1 step faster. She prepared another burning orb. In an instant she flew up high and poured out the energy source. Just as the white tiger was about to be hit squarely by the attack, the black tortoise rushed over and blocked it. After blocking that ferocious attack, the black tortoise couldn't stand it and fell to the ground. The black tortoise coughed painfully a few times in agony, and quite a lot of blood flowed from its mouth. The white tiger approached and asked, "Are you okay?" The black tortoise replied with hatred, "Damn it, thankfully my defense is strong, but it seems my internal organs are injured. It won't be easy to get out, but we still couldn't win." The granny monster flew in front of them and said arrogantly, "The result is unchanged. It was just delayed a little." Suddenly she casually glanced down and a hint of worry appeared on her face. Under the granny monster's feet she was surrounded by countless Hyanggo. They came over and stuck tightly to her body and she shouted in anger, "These are Hyanggo, damn it." Countless Hyanggo came and stuck to her tightly, and she was almost submerged in them. They quickly conferred with each other. Surround, surround, let's do our best, let's buy some time. Suddenly, from a distance, Wei Dongdong and Mingxia came running and called out to the three lords. He looked at them with a determined expression, placed a hand on his chest and said seriously, I have learned the law gate of Yanhan. I now implore the three lords to become my patterns. Hearing that, the Azure Dragon suddenly became angry, doubted life and asked, Patterns, are you coveting our power too? Dongdong, seeing the Azure Dragon's anger, tried hard to explain to persuade him, I have reset all my talent points. If you leave your consciousness, you won't need a sacrifice. Besides, you can recover quickly. This is the only way we can beat her. Let's fight together. The Azure Dragon, White Tiger, and Black Tortoise were gradually persuaded after hearing his words, and the anger on the Azure Dragon's face disappeared. The Black Tortoise opened its mouth. I believe him. After that, the Azure Dragon and the White Tiger also looked at each other and nodded. Then the Azure Dragon gradually turned into a flame aura, approached Dongdong and said, Kid, I'll trust you just this once. The White Tiger and the Black Tortoise also came over together, and the three divine beasts combined their power into Wei Dongdong's body. At this time, the Hyanggo could no longer hold the granny monster. She used her power to burn those spirits. Mingxiao watched the gradually disappearing spirits and called out their names one by one. Zhangzhuang Hyanggo, on Wei Dongdong's side. After a long period of refinement, the result finally began to appear from behind the thick fog. This sharp gaze was clearly borrowed from the White Tiger. He opened his eyes wide with the determination to defeat the granny monster. Wei Dongdong appeared in a completely new form with the combination of the three powerful divine beasts. He said, Now we can settle the score. Wei Dongdong and the granny monster stood face to face. It was two different streams of thought, representing evil and justice. After a moment she opened her mouth and asked, How did you learn our Yanhan clan's cultivation method? A part of the Black Tortoise's consciousness in Dongdong's body woke up and cursed at her. What are you asking? It's none of your business, damn it, it's so annoying. The important thing is to deal with the granny monster quickly. Wei Dongdong suddenly came to his senses and restrained himself, thinking inwardly, Why did I say that? I've been influenced by the Black Tortoise's personality. The granny monster crossed her arms, sneered, and explained, Now do you understand? If you don't erase the divine beast consciousness, both sides will influence each other and you won't be able to exert your full power at all. A part of the Black Tortoise's consciousness continued to awaken and asked angrily, Are you taking me for a fool? Is this why you enslaved divine beasts? Wei Dongdong, significantly influenced by the Black Tortoise, began to stomp his foot and the ground cracked from the force. He used that power to soar into the sky at an incredible speed. Dongdong looked down with a very surprised and flustered expression and thought, This power is too insane. The three spirits were still recovering quickly within the patterns, and at this time he had flown so high that the island he had just been on looked as small as a cake, and he could even see the cloud layer. Wei Dongdong stopped and felt the flow of energy in his body, thinking, This power is constantly increasing. This is the three lords cooperating with the three spirits. He glanced down once more, then shot down like a flash of light. Instantly, Dongdong stood in front of the granny monster, and she was slightly surprised. The granny monster also quickly swung her hand to attack, but it was just Dongdong's illusion. She frowned and thought angrily. An afterimage. At this moment, Wei Dongdong had approached her from behind in the blink of an eye, and she thought in a fluster, His speed is too fast. Without further hesitation, Dongdong swung his fist and landed a direct hit in the center of her body, and she fell backward, crashing hard into the forest. He finally injured the granny monster. The wound seemed to hurt quite a bit as she spat out blood. The granny monster angrily summoned a huge corrosive fireball. She offered Wei Dongdong a word of praise. To be able to have such power just by fusing the three spirits with the three lords, not bad. Wei Dongdong looked at her confidently and said, This is nothing yet. From now on I will show you what true power is. He flew up, raised his claws and faced the granny monster directly, saying, I have the White Tiger's speed and killing power, the Azure Dragon's recovery ability, and the Black Tortoise's defense ability. Just as he was about to approach, the granny monster suddenly created a vortex that wrapped around Dongdong's claws, and the advantage shifted back to her. As the granny monster moved, the flames gradually spread to Dongdong's entire arm. Just a second later, she used her remaining hand to deliver a fatal blow to Wei Dongdong's chest, and he began to feel the pain. The Vermilion Bird and Bao Bao said worriedly from outside, But Dongdong is only a third rank. Wei Dongdong had now fallen and was pushed far away. The Vermilion Bird continued, Just maintaining this consciousness is already his limit. Over there, the granny monster and Dongdong are still fighting non-stop. The Vermilion Bird hesitated slightly and said, We have to escape quickly. We have to use this time to leave a spark. Bao Bao loudly objected. Are you saying we should abandon Dongdong? He's fighting for us. The Vermilion Bird frowned and replied, Because he's fighting, we shouldn't waste the time he's bought us. Without stopping, the Vermilion Bird continued to persuade Bao Bao to flee. Dongdong won't be able to hold on. Besides, our Yanhan suppression divine artifact, the Yanhan pillar, hasn't appeared yet. We have no more hope of winning. Bao Bao lowered her voice. I understand. After that, she continued to look at the Vermilion Bird and said, Vermilion Bird, you and Mingxia take the divine beasts and leave. Go as far as you can. I'll stay here with Dongdong. He's still my pet right now. If I leave too far from here, I won't be able to sense Dongdong. I can take him into the pet space at a critical moment. Bao Bao emotionally faced herself. Until now I've always been the one hiding behind, but after going through so many things I've never been scared once. Whatever difficulties there are, he and I will face them together. The granny monster struck down from above with a strong blow, shaking the entire area. Wei Dongdong was now in tatters and his severe injuries were not recovering in time. His right eye was severely injured. He painfully raised his hand to block, thinking, "At this rate I can't keep up with the speed of the corrosive bones." She, seemingly not satisfied yet, approached Dongdong, glared and said, "You fought for these pets with your life, but in the end they all abandoned you. What's the meaning of your fight?" He did not lose and raised his voice to ask her. "Then what is the meaning of you refining others?" She heard it. Her face reddened with anger, and she shouted, "You don't know what I've been through at all. The only one you can trust is yourself. These creatures are all just tools for my progress." Wei Dongdong was completely enraged, but he calmly stood up and said, "You're the one who doesn't know. To be honest, in all the time I've played this game, you are the person I've disliked the most so far. I don't care about your past, but just because you've experienced misfortune, you can't just ruin the future of these pets as you please. That's hating the world." He recalled the moments he had happily talked with the Azure Dragon and the Vermilion Bird and said, "I can't even tell if this is a game or reality anymore." Thinking of the fallen black tortoise, he thought, "But I can feel their worries." Finally, he thought of Jojo and Bonbon. They have a past and they deserve to have a future. There's no reason for it to be erased by someone else at will. A source of power began to surge strongly in Dongdong's body. He cursed at her with anger amidst his calmness. "You are an evil and disgusting being." After that, Dongdong rushed towards the granny monster like lightning. Now it was not the black tortoise cursing at her, but Dongdong's own anger as he swung his fist and shouted, "Damn it, I'm so pissed off." The attack didn't even reach the granny monster, and Wei Dongdong was instead countered by her and sent flying far away. After that, Dongdong hit the ground hard and felt extreme pain. Bao Bao's heart ached at this moment, and she shouted. Dongdong quickly returned to the pet space. "Don't hold on any longer." After speaking, she ran to Dongdong's side, but he still held on firmly and said with difficulty, "I can still fight." Bao Bao supported him with tears in her eyes. "It's enough, more than enough." The granny monster had no intention of stopping and approached to pass judgment. "Your courage has my permission. When I take your master as a sacrifice and extract the three spirits, everything will be over." She became more and more evil, and she had already prepared a corrosive flame in her hand and approached the two of them. Bao Bao hugged Dongdong and faced the evil granny monster head-on. Suddenly, a commanding voice came from behind. "Duck!" Dongdong had been maintaining his composure, and as soon as he heard it, he unconsciously complied. The Ruyi Jingu Bang flew past their heads like a shot and stood right in front of the granny monster. She was blocking with a huge energy mass, but this made her very flustered. Bao Bao and Dongdong followed with their eyes and thought to themselves, "What's going on?" In the thick dust, the figure of that benefactor gradually appeared. He was none other than Dozan, and his power surpassed everyone's expectations. Dozan said, "Ah, not too late." The granny monster felt Dozan's unparalleled power and lost her composure a little. She stood up abruptly and asked, "Who are you?" "Another one." The monkey raised his Ruyi Jingu Bang, pointed it straight at her, and threatened, "I'm your grandpa. Shut up. From now on, stay right there. If you say a word, you get one hit. If you move even a little, you get two." The granny monster didn't listen and opened her mouth. "How dare you!" Before she could finish her sentence, she immediately shut her mouth. Dozan leapt up high in the blink of an eye, and the Ruyi Jingu Bang also became huge, ready to strike down on her head. Just a second later, the monkey slammed the Ruyi Jingu Bang down hard where the granny monster was, and the ground caved in from the terrifying force. After finishing the attack, Dozan calmly assessed the situation. The aftermath of one blow was so powerful that it left a deep pit. Below that pit, the granny monster lay unconscious. Dozan said, "I told you, this is what happens when you don't listen." At this time, Dongdong was exhausted and trembling as he said, "The strongest in A. Dozan. Did Guling call him? I couldn't send a message or get out." After speaking, he was completely exhausted and lost consciousness. Dozan heard him and praised Dongdong. "No doubt, I rate him very highly. Since you guys held on for so long, let him rest a bit." At this time, Kuan Yichu, who was bound by the restriction, still approached firmly and asked, "Did Guling succeed?" A day ago in the Yanhan Forbidden Zone, Kuan Yichu told Guling that this scroll was left to us by Masi, but it probably couldn't solve the problem. Xuanyuan Guling thought for a long time and then replied, "There's one other way. I don't know where the revival point is after I die here. If this is considered a special dungeon, I'll definitely be able to leave here and I'll be able to send a message to the outside." Kuan Yichu shook her head and said, "The price of death in A is too great. Your level will be halved." Without hesitation, Guling held out a sword in front of Kuan Yichu and said, "Our guild has grown very quickly. I can recover." Guling saw Kuan Yichu hesitating and asked a ridiculous question. "Don't tell me your heart aches for me." Kuan Yichu did a 180 and swung the sword, saying, "Relax, I'll hit you a little hard. You'll be liberated soon." After that, a painful scream echoed in the forest. "Don't cut there. Can't you land a critical hit? It hurts like hell." Currently, after everything was over, Kuan Yichu smiled softly. It seems he got the message out. Dozan approached the place where the Yanhan clan members were gathered and threatened, "Want a taste of my club? Make a move." The monkey then commanded his underlings. The others were captured. A moment later, the entire Yanhan clan was apprehended. The injured divine beasts could now rest and recover their energy. Mingxia protected Huang Yan, allowing her to rest and recuperate. Finally, this mission was over. Wei Dongdong was still lying unconscious and Bao Bao couldn't stop worrying. After the battle, the Azure Dragon, White Tiger and Black Tortoise also left Dongdong's body. Xi's group was still trapped and it seemed Bao Bao had forgotten to go rescue them. Xi looked outside at the dusty air and said, "Why is it so noisy outside?" The girl with her hair in a bun got angry and poked the display, trying to send a message out saying, "Someone save us, the message won't go through." After this mission ended, Cici entered the hotel where everyone was staying. The floor was covered with all sorts of colorful feathers. Cici was quite surprised to see this and asked, "What is all this?" The slime transformed into a muscular body, stood behind Bao Bao and answered, "These are the divine artifacts the divine beast gave to Dongdong after they were rescued from the Yinhan dungeon. There were several large baskets full, so it took half a day just to organize them." The nether demon was a little downcast and grumbled to himself, "I was clearly the one who saved them." Wei Dongdong said, "It's been a few days since the Yinhan dungeon incident, and most of the divine beasts have returned to their own resting places." He thought of Huang Yan and continued, "The Azure Dragon sage Huang Yan is Moikeo." When the battle in the Yinhan dungeon ended, the Azure Dragon saw Huang Yan and said to Mingxia, "Leave her to me, her injuries are too severe, I will take her to my domain to recover slowly." Mingxia nodded and replied, "Thank you, Azure Dragon Sage." Then the Azure Dragon looked at Dongdong and said, "We must be released from the pattern contract. The vegetable patch at home is still waiting for me to tend to it." The Black Tortoise also said, "It's no big deal, brother, if anything happens later. Come find this turtle grandpa at the northern border of the east." And he approached Dongdong and said, "Not bad, I've seen your mind. You were the one who trapped our old man in the beginning." Wei Dongdong cleverly replied, "How can you call the actions of a learned person a trap?" Dozan continued, "This cultivation method is quite amazing. If you reach rank 5 and then refine both yourself and the 4 spirits, wouldn't you be invincible?" That Yinhan clan woman probably thought so too. Dongdong asked confidently, "Brother Monkey, if the 4 spirits were all refined by Huang Ling, do you think you would have a chance of winning?" Dozan pointed his Ruyi Jingu Bang at the Azure Dragons group and said, "We'd have to fight to find out. Shall we have a go right now?" Hearing the challenge, the 3 divine beasts' faces turned pale. The monkey continued, "Don't be so nervous, I'm returning to Kunlun. Kid, come visit Kunlun when you get the chance." Then Dozan turned to leave. "I know your origins and I've also learned some of the truth about this world." Dongdong was completely shocked by those impressive words, and then the monkey leaped onto a large cloud and flew away. Dongdong remained stunned for a while, thinking the truth. After resetting his talent points, his previous ice and speed abilities were all gone, but he gained other pets. The vermilion bird started acting again and said, "Older brothers, you go on ahead. I'll stay with mom for a while." The vermilion bird thought cunningly to itself, "This kid got a lot of divine artifacts and experience fruits, plus he's on good terms with Dozan, the strongest in the world of A. I'll take this chance to stick with him, eat experience fruits and recover my divine power." Zhegang and Mingxia approached Dongdong and proposed, "Our previous masters have already been refined. If you don't mind, Zhegang and I will become the patterns on your body first." Dongdong thought for a moment. He had obtained the A-rank Yinhan mind cultivation method from this incident, and lost his previous talent points. The 3 spirits had left for now, and the vermilion bird was now rank 1. He had contracted with Mingxia rank 4 and Zhegang rank 4. At least his abilities were now much stronger than his previous simple talent points. Afterwards, everyone entered a small room on the island. Guling of Xuanyuan brought Huang Yan. Guling explained, "We are finishing up things on Yinhan Island. Her master has been sealed on the island. From now on, only one person will remain on Yinhan Island. We were able to complete this mission all thanks to her." The scroll and the storage box from the Yinhan Forbidden Zone were left by her. Huang Yan slowly opened the box lid. She lowered her eyes in sorrow and said, "Man Ik asked me to. This is as far as I can help him. Now he and I owe each other nothing." As Huang Yan opened the box wide, a strange light poured out and Man Ike's form gradually appeared. Huang Yan said, "This is his body." Wei Dongdong approached the cursed old woman Chojo. Then he took out a small branch and said, "This is a divine artifact from the Azure Dragon. It has a potent life force and can break the curse." As Dongdong brought the branch to Chojo, her silver hair immediately turned black again, and the wrinkles on her face gradually disappeared. The lifespan curse that had been placed on Chojo was now broken, and her face and body began to return to their original appearance. Chojo moved, opened her eyes and looked around. She walked towards her friends and said emotionally, "It's been over 30 years, I've forgotten everything." Tears welled in her eyes as she approached the Jiangxi man and continued, "I've forgotten the person I love." Chojo tried to recall the fragmented memories of her time with the Jiangxi man. Then, without making her wait long, the soul within the Jiangxi emerged. It then entered Man Ike's body. Man Ike's tightly closed eyes suddenly flew open. The first thing he saw was the woman he loved. Man Ike raised his hand and placed it on her cheek. At this moment she was too moved to speak. Man Ike spoke softly and tenderly just as he had before. "You should smile." Chojo and Man Ike were reunited in overwhelming happiness, and the two smiled and embraced warmly. The perfect hotel ticket appeared. Perfect hotel mission complete. The most perfect hotel isn't about its revenue or its luxury, but about being with the person you love. Time will kiss every crevice of your life, filling in the fragments. This is what makes a hotel truly perfect. Back in the real world at the A-Game Tracking Company. In the boardroom, everyone was discussing the issues the game was facing. The chairperson of the meeting spoke up. "Meng Meng, please report on the recent situation." Hearing this, Meng Meng stood up and began her presentation. The game A was developed 10 years ago by a scientific research institute in cooperation with the world government. The brainwave synchronization device it uses allows people to be completely immersed in the game, as if they were in the real world. Meng held a controller, projected a simulation image from the Matrix and continued, however, the closer we get, the more suspicious points we find. One is that the formations within the game can use electrical power to reverse engineer us, altering magical energy to achieve certain formation effects. Afterwards, Meng switched to a 3D image of Bao Bao and continued her report. The world within it is perfectly constructed, far exceeding the level a game world should have, but if we consider as a normal world, there are the following suspicious points. Meng switched to a graphic of the in-game terrain. The characters in it have two settings, level and recovery, which don't align with common sense and even conflict with the rules of the world we are familiar with. She continued to display an image comparing in-game items with real-world items. Furthermore, according to our internal data, some people around the world have begun to disappear without a trace while playing the game A. Meng used an image of Dong Dong as an example and continued her analysis. Recently, we've also been paying attention to some unusually vivid NPCs and wild monsters. As far as we know, we need to interact with them more deeply and obtain more in-game resources to uncover more. The research director listened and replied, Meng, continue playing the game. Our researchers will be joining sequentially to assist with your investigation. Any results or progress must be reported to us immediately. Meng bowed her head and accepted the mission. Understood. The scene shifted to a colorful flower garden. Someone was watering this garden. It was Bao Bao, watering the flowers with a refreshed expression under the gentle sunlight. From inside the house, Bao Bao's mother came out and said, You seem to be in a good mood lately, even coming out for walks. Bao Bao looked up at the sky and smiled brightly. It happens to be evening over there, so I came out for a walk. She turned towards her mother and continued, You have to take good care of yourself to play the game more, right? Suddenly, her phone rang loudly from her pocket. Bao Bao ran towards the house, waving goodbye to her mother. Mom, the guild is calling. I have to log into the game. Seeing her daughter so happy, Bao Bao's mother said joyfully, Her mood has improved so much. Is this game really that amazing? I should try it someday. The scene shifted to a spacious, luxurious room with a modern design. A young man with platinum blonde hair was lying on the sofa. Could it be Xuanyuan? He took off his gaming gear and muttered to himself, Yichu, very interesting. After a moment, someone opened the door and reported, Young master, we've received news from the group. It's certain that a major change will begin with this main mission. Xuanyuan thought for a moment and then replied, Then handle the arrangements carefully so we don't fall behind the others. What's the progress on the VR brainwave reverse engineering? The reporter answered, looking slightly embarrassed. It's too difficult. It seems to be a technological process centuries ahead of our time. The design and layout of its electronic components have brought many breakthroughs to global technology. Even in recent decades, we haven't been able to fully decrypt it. Fortunately, other countries and groups are in the same situation. Xuanyuan looked at the glass window and then ordered, The game A was released overnight. Let's wait for this official main clue to be promoted. More than half a month had passed since the completion of the Perfect Hotel mission. While the Perfect Hotel didn't meet the revenue target set by the grandmother owner, the mission was completed with her approval. Wei Dongdong and Guling of Xuanyuan each held a ticket. Xuanyuan used one Planet of Nothingness admission ticket to exchange for one Script Planet admission ticket. Yaoi and Hyoba completed 2 missions on the amusement planet through the power of their families. CC smiled brightly, holding a stack of tickets in her hand and said, We found 2 missions, Perfect Gambler and Shining Singer. Shining Singer is very simple for me. I just have to nurture a singer to hold a large-scale performance that achieves the highest hot search record in the history of the ocean planet. CC winked and revealed, I've invited Nini, the hottest trainee these days. Her in-game concert starts tonight. Bao Bao was a bit puzzled. She's a trainee, so how does she have so much energy? How can you guarantee she'll deliver a top-tier performance? Since Yaoi was under 18, he was replaced by someone else. What stood there was just a life-size cutout of Yaoi. SC pointed in that direction and explained. Xuanyuan also helped us, and many superstars have agreed to perform with Nini. Many retired singers also came back thanks to the Yaoi Guild's friendly negotiations. Plus, to ensure there are no mistakes, I've bought plenty of traffic. Hearing this, Wei Dongdong was envious and thought to himself, So this is what it's like to have powerful backing. It's really nice to have money. The vermilion bird quickly ate a few ability fruits. CC excitedly looked at everyone and invited them. Let's all go see Nini's performance tonight. We can take a break too. Bao Bao immediately agreed on behalf of everyone. She said excitedly, Let's go, I've never been to a concert before. The stage here is huge. Everyone went to see it together. The crowd was endless and the dazzling lights heated up the atmosphere. Bao Bao had never seen such a sight and was extremely excited. She had never looked so thrilled, which made Dongdong happy as well. At this moment, white smoke billowed from the stage, revealing a grand path. She and Xuanyuan watched along, clapping continuously. On Bao Bao's side, everyone also waited for the performance with excitement. After a moment, Nini appeared on stage. Under the gorgeous lights, the beautiful Nini was full of energy. To liven up the atmosphere, she shouted to the audience, All right everyone, let the show begin. Nini walked under the sparkling lights and said, The first song of tonight's concert is a very old one. As we all know, the name of the game A comes from the lyrics of this song. The girl Young Rungrung told a touching love story, with a vivid video playing in the background. The game A was developed by a married couple, but the wife passed away from an illness before the game's release, and this was her favorite song when she was alive. The blue sky waits for a shower, but the husband could no longer wait for his beloved woman. The image of his wife in the man's heart gradually faded. Nini began to sing with a moving voice. On the plain base I sketched the blue and white, the brush tip dark then light, the peony depicted like your first makeup. Bao got lost in the song with Nini thinking emotionally. So this is the origin of the game A. They made it together, but his wife never got to see it. Nini took out a brush and drew stroke by stroke with the flow of the melody like a flower garden under a mystical river. Blue flowers on white silk. A koi leaps beneath the cup. I thought of you as I finished and stamped my seal. A shower outside the window brushes the banana leaves. I passed you by when I passed through a small Jiangnan town. The blue sky waits for a shower and I wait for you. Cooking smoke rises by the river winding for 10,000 miles. A school of blue-toned koi effects gently swirled around the stage, harmonizing with the calm melody, creating a truly beautiful scene. Hyoba and his wife also watched with excitement. Bao Bao's eyes sparkled with admiration. This effect is amazing, CC smiled brightly and explained. The performance effects you see in the game can never be achieved in the real world. The special effects floating in the air, the lighting, it's all the most dreamlike and top tier. Nini bowed to the audience, letting the moment linger. Then Nini said, that concludes our first song. At our partner's request, a clue for this year's main mission will be revealed shortly. This is also the highlight of the day. Next, please welcome my best friend, superstar rapper, the #1 Heavenly King, Sok. After her introduction, Sok appeared on stage in style. Nini went over and bumped fists with him. Sok hyped up the atmosphere and said, this next song is dedicated to all of you. This old man doesn't want to grow up. Sing along, my friends. Below the stage, CC thanked Dong Dong. Thank you for agreeing to announce the main mission clue. With this information, the hot search platform will be guaranteed a top spot. Dong Dong replied. We've completed most of the missions, so it's fine to reveal the rest. The main mission hasn't officially started anyway, and no one knows the situation on the script planet right now. CC gave Dong Dong a thumbs up. You're the wild monster with the best business sense I've ever met. On stage, Sok continued his passionate performance. The next act was a very charming female dance group. Following that, a female diva performed a moving song. Zhang Heng, slightly worried, said to SC, Miss, the current hot search ranking is still not enough. Let's buy some traffic at the end. SC replied with a calm expression. No need to rush. Let's see how the next performance goes and then decide. At this time, Nini changed into a cooler outfit and continued hosting. Next is the highlight of our day, but before we reveal the information, let's welcome the special guest in charge of the announcement. He comes from Kunlun. The great sage, Dozan. The audience below began to look at each other and discuss. Dozan, doesn't he only like to fight? Why is he participating in this performance? The fearless Dozan is at Nini's concert. Hearing that Dozan would appear, a pink-haired girl was shocked and said, our great sage is coming to a concert. Buying this ticket was so worth it. Her friend supported her and sighed. Get a grip, why did you faint? On the hot search rankings, Nini's concert was still stuck in second place, unable to reach #1. After a moment, Dozan appeared on stage and endless cheers erupted from below. Dozan, Dozan, Dozan. The monkey maintained a serious expression and said, I didn't volunteer to come to a place like this, so be quiet. I'm responsible for bridging to the next scene, so have the person I know come out. Dozan stared straight at Wei Dongdong and said, come out, you make the announcement. I'll stand next to you. The people standing near Dongdong stiffened, pointing and whispering among themselves. Who is this guy? I saw him on the Divine Spirit Academy's live broadcast before. Isn't he that despicable pet saint? Someone else chimed in. Yeah, I remember now. That's the shameless weasel fur peddler, right? Dongdong awkwardly walked up to the stage and the monkey whispered, you agreed to be part of the show. I have to complete that mission perfectly. Nini greeted him. Then what should we call this spokesperson for the great sage Dozan? Dongdong awkwardly scratched his head and replied, you can just call me Dongdong. I'll announce the information quickly. After that, images of the clues were displayed on the screen one by one and Dongdong spoke without stopping. These are the 9 main mission clues we've collected so far. We've already completed some, but there are still some we haven't found, so we need your cooperation. If there's nothing else, I'll be heading down now. Nini approached Dongdong and said, wait a minute, since you're the great sage's spokesperson, you and I will complete the final song together. She looked up at Dongdong with a pleading gaze. Nini sincerely invites you, Oppa, to join me in creating this finale. Dongdong said with a miserable and helpless expression. If you insist, then don't regret it. Nini, not understanding what he meant, tilted her head in confusion. Regret? Wei Dongdong took the microphone and began to take a deep breath. With his naturally powerful voice, Dongdong confidently sang an untitled song. He ignored everything around him, closed his eyes and enjoyed himself. On the stage, the monkey and Nini covered their ears with all their might. In the audience below, people began to helplessly cry for help. Save me, someone make him stop, it's too terrible. Someone else said something even harsher. This guy won't need to learn any skills to catch monsters in the future. He can just sing. Zhang Heng's eyes widened in surprise as he looked at the screen and said, the #1 trending topic is Dongdong's terrible singing. This works too? She, who had orchestrated this plan, smiled with satisfaction on the side. Guling Xuanyuan and Kuan Yichu entered everyone's lounge. At this time, Wei Dongdong had returned to his skeleton form and was sitting gloomily, as if a storm were raging in his heart. Looking at Hyoba, his face was also dark as he was lost in thought. A heavy atmosphere enveloped everyone in the room, and even Bao Bao couldn't be happy. Kuan, Yichu asked, unable to understand what's wrong with them. They look mentally broken, and why is Dongdong back in his skeleton form? With teary eyes, Dongdong replied, trembling, I knew I would become famous, but I never thought it would be like this. Zhang Heng excitedly showed the trending search rankings to Kuan Yichu and said, his singing video has become a meme. The internet is full of his image macros. Dongdong was so ashamed of being ridiculed with memes that he couldn't lift his head. The internet was flooded with his meme videos which had millions of views and were spreading widely. Dongdong clutched his head and wailed, now everyone on the internet is laughing at me. I'm not going to appear in this vampire form anymore. When I reach rank 4 I'm going to kill off this whole race. I'm going to start over from scratch and become a proper and honest boy in my skeleton form. Xiao Moikeo saw this and retorted, Master, you can't be honest in this form. The vermilion bird snickered on the side as it ate. Still puzzled, Kuan Yichu pointed at Hyoba and asked, then why is he so down again? Zhang Heng, once again taking pleasure in others' misfortune, said, people found out that Dongdong is just a pet. The only person who is similar to Dongdong and has videos and data is Hyoba. He's also become part of the meme videos now. After that, Zhang Heng found Hyoba's exaggerated video on the internet. Next was a photo of him holding a tuft of white fur. A click-clack sound was heard which was very similar to them who were nicknamed Hyoba. At this point Hyoba was so ashamed he couldn't lift his head and his wife had to come over and comfort him. Calm down, there's no way they know where you are. Next time you can just change into a different form and race like Dongdong. With teary eyes Hyoba looked back and said, that's not what I care about. At this Hyoba burst into tears and poured out the injustice in his heart. Why are my view counts only half of what a single pet gets? This is unfair. She, Zhang Heng and Hyoba's wife stepped aside, clapping continuously and said, so it was because of this, just as expected of Hyoba. With sparkling eyes, Dongdong approached she and asked, what's the current progress? I need to go out in my skeleton form quickly and let the world know that skeleton Dongdong is a proper gentleman. She looked at the mission board and replied, the missions we haven't completed are 3 in the amusement park and the Perfect Gambler mission, so 4 in total. Perfect Gambler. We've gathered the information. We have to defeat Chen Qing, a card game expert sent by the Ocean Planet government. She displayed an image of the dealer and continued explaining, there's no way to directly bribe her, so it's a bit troublesome. One of the skills required in the casino uses mind talent points which very few ordinary players know how to use. Hearing this, Dongdong suggested, a casino? I've never been there either, so let's go take a look. Who knows, we might find some clues, he thought to himself. I've been looking at rank 4 missions recently, but there's a personal mission that I have to go out in this blank state to complete. He smiled brightly and replied, okay, Zhang Heng, in that case, provide some initial capital so everyone can fully experience and spend at the casino. After that, Zhang Heng brought a pile of gold coins before everyone. Everyone's eyes widened in surprise, and Bao Bao said, you're giving us this much? Zhang Heng explained, this is the money from the concert ticket sales and the divided profits from Hyoba and Dongdong's videos. A few of the meme videos were uploaded by our company. In any case, we have to leverage your own popularity. I didn't expect the profits to be this good. Dongdong clutched his chest and wailed again. I'm a monster. Why do I have to get a share of this too? Bao Bao hugged the pile of gold coins and said with an excited expression, let's go gamble. After that, everyone headed to a famous casino together. There were also a great number of people participating in gambling in the game. They gathered at the Sappo table and shouted, open, open, open. Next was a row of slot machines. This was the most common point-based slot machine in casinos, highly addictive and an easy way to make money, making it basically difficult for the average person to recoup their initial investment. It was one of the casino owner's favorite money-making machines. After that were the 3 main games of the casino. An eagle was shuffling poker cards. The dice game table was a must. A few young women also couldn't resist the fun and sat around a table playing mahjong. Poker, dice, and mahjong have many variations, but their essence remains unchanged. Hyoba's wife saw the mahjong table and said excitedly, I want to play that. Hyoba, looking a bit embarrassed, said to everyone, sorry, my wife is from Sichuan, so she gets excited whenever she sees mahjong. We'll go play over there first. Do you want to join? If not, we'll join the mahjong table. Kuan Yichu was also captivated by the slot machines, her eyes sparkling as if she had seen a pile of money, and asked, can I dismantle the machines here? Can I just use a small robot to destroy them from the inside? Guling covered his face and said helplessly, the consequences of getting caught cheating here are very serious. Sorry, I'll keep an eye on Kuan Yichu. Let's go. Everyone began to disperse, drawn by the allure of different games. Bao Bao turned to Dongdong and asked, what should we do now, or should we play Fight the Landlord? Dongdong glanced at the poker table next to them and said, Guling is wrong, it's only cheating if you get caught. Relying solely on luck can't be called a perfect gambler. He frowned and continued, subtly cheating without getting caught is the ultimate gambling skill. The dealer saw Dongdong's group passing by and invited them. A new game has started. Any players who want to participate, please take a seat. Hearing this, Dongdong placed his hand on the table and asked confidently, may I join? The dealer smiled faintly and replied, of course, everyone is welcome. As Bao Bao and Dongdong sat down, the dealer continued, however, these are the casino's highest grade seats, so we need to assess your assets. The bet for each hand must be at least 100,000. Hearing this, Dong Dong pretended to be calm on the outside, but inside he was screaming frantically. This expensive, what if I'm short on money after already sitting down? He broke out in a cold sweat, stammered and suggested, isn't that a bit too much? Let's play a few small hands first and we can play the big ones later. At this moment, she appeared looking like a god of wealth descending and said, charge his expenses to my account. The dealer closed her eyes and said softly, understood, you've come again, Miss Shi. Since he is a friend of yours, we naturally extend a special welcome. Dong Dong was filled with happiness, imagining Shi as the very god of money. Oh my mother, thank goodness for Shi. She leaned over and whispered, be careful of this person, she has a somewhat sinister aura, the dealer continued. Since we have a newcomer, even though you are Miss Shi's friend as is customary, I must explain the rules. A cup was placed in front of each person. The rules of the game are very simple. She then pointed to the cup on Dong Dong's side and continued, each cup contains 4 dice. Each person rolls the dice, and if you correctly guess the sum of the pips in your opponent's cup, you get 1 point. If you guess the sum of the pips in your own cup, you also get 1 point. We will play 10 rounds and the person with the highest score at the end wins. At this moment, Dong Dong's mind was screaming again. It's not about guessing big or small, I have to guess the exact number. The dealer then lowered one shoulder to reveal a spider lily tattoo. Her face was serious as she began to roll the 4 dice. Next, she covered the 4 dice with the cup. After that, the dealer with a serious expression skillfully shook the cup in the air. A second later, she slammed the cup onto the table and gestured towards Dong Dong, saying, Sir Daozo. Dong Dong said politely, then thank you for letting me go first, but in his head he was thinking, next time I should comb my hair and wear a suit. People gathered around Dong Dong to watch this round, and someone said, I wonder if the expert Miss Shi invited can win this time. Bao Bao Shi and everyone else looked at Dong Dong with expectant eyes. He covered the 4 dice with the cup and, pretending to be serious, shook it back and forth on the table, not looking like an expert at all. The surrounding people began to judge Dong Dong with different eyes. They thought, my grandma could do a better job than this skeleton. Dong Dong felt their judgmental gazes and said, as if to make an excuse, the best techniques don't require many tricks. Simple and natural movements are enough, the dealer said calmly. A valuable lesson. Please write the score for our cup on your board. Dong Dong followed the instructions and wrote the results on the board. The prediction board was completed. Dong Dong's prediction. Dealer's Cup 1251, Dong Dong's Cup 6421. Dealer's prediction. Dealer's Cup 3456, Dong Dong's Cup 1214. The dealer was very calm while Dong Dong looked at the board looking a little uneasy. The surrounding people were not very surprised by the dealer's accuracy. Zhang Hong said with dissatisfaction, why did these numbers come out? The dealer's accuracy is 99, but Dong Dong doesn't have a single number in common with the dealer said. Reveal the cups. The two lifted their cups at the same time. Dong Dong's cup was 1214 and the dealer's cup was 3456. A few onlookers began to speculate. Why didn't this skeleton get a single one right? This is too abnormal. Dong Dong thought for a moment and then said, I think I get the gist of it. Can I give up halfway? The dealer replied nonchalantly. Ah, of course you can. You just have to pay all the money you've bet. Please come again, she thought with caution. Did Master do nothing in the first round to test my abilities? If so, this skeleton is not simple. I'll have to take him more seriously from now on. Meanwhile, Dong Dong thought as he left, I have no idea what's going on. I can't lose any more money. Suddenly, Bao Bao pointed at a noisy crowd and said, Hey, what's going on over there? Dong Dong then led Bao Bao, squeezed through the crowd and asked, Excuse me, please let us through. What's happening? Someone replied. A little bird has won 10 hands in a row over there. The vermilion bird was wearing glasses with a majestic air, and behind it, Xiao Moikeo was massaging its shoulders. The vermilion bird placed 2 cards on the table and the surrounding crowd went wild. It's a heavenly hand again, this little bird is possessed. The vermilion bird arrogantly lowered its glasses and said, Moikeo, pour the tea. It's been a while since I've been to a casino. I originally wanted to blend in with you all as a commoner. I'll forget it, I'm not going to pretend anymore. I'm the god of gamblers. I'm showing my cards. The vermilion bird had a handful of winning chips. The vermilion bird hummed a victory tune as it walked, and Moikeo leaned in close and whispered, Sister Vermilion Bird, aren't we being a bit too flashy? A lot of people are staring at us. The vermilion bird raised the corner of its mouth and replied, What do you know? I'm fishing right now. In a casino, momentum is what's important. The more high class the casino, the more true this is. Are you going to play in the slums for the rest of your life? I told you, Moikeo, you need to have ambition. Suddenly, Dong Dong appeared right in front of the vermilion bird and called out, Zook, and the vermilion bird was startled. The vermilion bird's expression and attitude changed 180 degrees, and its eyes sparkled as it said, What is it, Mom? The vermilion bird hastily threw the pile of chips into Moikeo's hands and said in a fluster, Oh my, why do I have so many chips in my hand? Who won these? Was it you, Moikeo? Moikeo caught them in a panic and stammered, Ah yes. Dong Dong looked at the vermilion bird with a serious expression and asked, Stop pretending. Zook, you know how to gamble, don't you? The vermilion bird still pretended to be innocent and replied, Zook doesn't know what Mom is talking about. At that, Dong Dong picked up a coin, placed it on the table and said slowly, A pity, but let me rephrase. The person who can win this mission can have whatever equipment and mind skill rewards there are. Dong Dong glanced at the vermilion bird as he spoke. At this moment, the vermilion bird was wearing glasses, a vest, and had its hair slicked back with wax, looking like a real player, and said, Mom, I won't hide it anymore. Actually, I am a god of innate talent. No, I am the god of gamblers. I will complete the mission. Bao Bao, who was on the side, was surprised by the vermilion bird's appearance and said, "Why does it sound like there's music playing from behind him when he's all dressed up?" The vermilion bird looked at she and explained, "Simply put, I am currently rank 2 and all my talent points are specialized in the fire attribute. I was originally planning to retrain from scratch, but to win at the casino I need the rank 3 mind talent. However, the utility of mind is too low, so I'll have to reset it again later. But reset items are very rare, I assume you have one," she replied. "I'm well aware of your past circumstances. Resetting your talents with the Yinhan technique can only be used once, and you need a sacrifice to use it again, but that's already quite impressive. Other things that can reset talents or item skills are not common even in our guild, but I can let you use one for a trial." The vermilion bird held out its hand with a satisfied expression and said, "Deal. I'll make a list of the class change materials. Moikeo, follow me to change classes. I'll be back after I'm done. Before that, prepare the videos of the previous rounds. I need to watch them." Bao Bao was curious again at this point. "Right, I've heard about this mind talent before, but I've never seen anyone use it. What's it good for?" She stepped forward to explain. "It's basically useless in professional combat, but in management or technical fields this talent's utility is very high." An image simulating the human brain appeared. Simply put, this mind talent can enhance the brain's reaction speed, agility, and sensory abilities. Take physical laborers for example. Some jobs don't just require simple brute force or attack power. It's also needed in mental labor fields like architecture, art, and politics. Mind is also the most mysterious talent in A. It can increase a person's inspiration, memory, agility, and so on. Unlike many games where intelligence is simply reflected in numbers, in A, this kind of sensory development is very realistic. When you leave A, you feel a great sense of loss. A moment later, the door to the dice game room opened. The vermilion bird and Moikeo entered, dressed splendidly, and said, "I'm here. You've waited long. No need to invite me." The vermilion bird sat down at the table on its own and said, "Let's begin," the dealer said calmly. "Understood, you go first." The vermilion bird picked up the dice cup and, like an expert, shook it directly in the air before placing the cup on the table. The dealer once again lowered one shoulder and shook the dice. At this time many people had gathered around to watch. The vermilion bird narrowed its eyes, looked at her cup and thought, "This woman is enveloping the dice with energy. The moment the cup is opened, the energy will constantly fluctuate." Inside the dealer's cup it was indeed enveloped in energy. "The 4 dice," she said with a serious expression. "Our people discovered this casino before. The opponent, the dealer, can control the dice with some method, but when we tested this method we couldn't participate." The vermilion bird filled out the prediction board while concentrating and thinking. "Indeed, it's tricky. The energy enveloping it is a dark element, constructed with a special technique that will absorb the barrier and disrupt the energy." The dealer opened her mouth. "Since you've finished writing your predicted scores, let's open the cups." Soon after, the prediction board appeared, and the vermilion bird's numbers were 1, 2, 3, 4, while the dealer's were 3, 4, 5, 6. The woman announcing the results said, "Dealer gets 2 points, vermilion bird gets 1 point. The vermilion bird looked slightly annoyed and thought to itself, "I wrapped the dice in energy too, but that woman still got it right." Bao Bao, who was standing outside, said anxiously, "How did even the vermilion bird lose?" Seeing this, Wei Dongdong placed a hand on her shoulder to comfort her. "It's okay, it was just a scouting round. The vermilion bird is about to get serious. In 10 gambles 9 are losses and 1 is cheating. You can only see the 3 hands of this game." Wei Dongdong continued to analyze the game, saying, "But after this round, the key is who can change the numbers and interfere. There are 10 rounds in total, so let's see what the vermilion bird has up its sleeve." The atmosphere grew even hotter. The people around all gathered to watch this interesting spectacle. The vermilion bird said, "I've placed a barrier on the dice. Let's see if you can still guess it now." The dealer's gaze grew sharper. She looked at the vermilion bird and praised it. "That's quite a move, but if you do that you won't be able to know the state of the dice inside either." The 4 red dice came out as 1, 5, 6, 3. As the vermilion bird had predicted, its dice were 1, 5, 6, 3, and it predicted the dealer's dice to be 4, 5, 3, 2. The dealer's prediction was that the vermilion bird's dice were 1, 4, 3, 6, and her dice were 5, 6, 2, 4. Next, the 4 red dice that came out were 5, 6, 2, 4. The dealer frowned and said, "Congratulations, you each get 1 point. This round is a draw." The dealer's eyes darkened as she thought to herself, "That woman always creates a barrier with spiritual energy, so she shouldn't be able to interfere with the pips inside the cup." How did she guess the pips inside the cup correctly? The vermilion bird placed its hand on the cup and shook it lightly. Inside the cup, a hand holding a creepy eyeball clearly appeared, which seemed to be an ability to control objects. The vermilion bird said, "Hee hee, it just so happens I have a little guy who isn't controlled by the barrier." The vermilion bird's eyes grew cunning, and it raised the corner of its mouth and added, "I checked the score with him, as long as she can't see through the cup. Moikeo can manipulate the score. In terms of technique, you still have a long way to go, little girl." The eagle referee announced the 3rd round, and both sides continued to draw, each adding 1 point. Bao Bao and Wei Dongdong watched worriedly from the outside. Bao Bao said, "If it keeps going like this, the dealer will win in the end. What should we do?" The dealer raised her eyebrows slightly, crossed her arms and said to the vermilion bird sitting in front of her, I don't know what you did in the cup, but it's true that your method is effective. The dealer made a triangle shape with her hands and chanted a mind spell. Suddenly a blue eye appeared in the center of her forehead and she continued, "Pupil expand." The people around shouted, and Zhang Heng said in surprise, "Does this mean she hadn't unlocked her talent skill points when she fought us before?" Everyone was shocked by the dealer's power. They had never seen her true strength in a match. The eye on the dealer's forehead grew larger and larger, emitting a glow. She was using her power. The dealer saw through the cup and saw an eyeball controlling a hand to change the dice numbers. The dealer reached out and sucked away all the black energy above the cup. She noticed something was off with the game and raised her voice, shouting, "I demand an inspection of this customer's cup." Outside, CC and Zhang Heng's faces were filled with worry. "The cheating won't be exposed, will it?" Bao Bao on the side also frowned and added, "What happens if the cheating is exposed?" She rested her chin on her hand, thought for a moment, and then answered, "You'll be permanently banned from the ocean planet, and you'll have to pay 10 times the damages to the casino. The damages are the easy part." The eagle referee approached the vermilion bird's seat and said, "Please open the cup." The vermilion bird's eyes widened and it hugged the cup tightly with its two furry arms, looked up and said, "Is this how you treat a customer? I'm not playing anymore, I'll pay and leave." The referee glared and replied in a sharp voice, "Please cooperate." Everyone around shouted and raised their hands in support. "Open the cup, open the cup, open the cup." The vermilion bird had no choice but to comply. It placed the cup down with both hands, pushed it toward the referee and said, "Then go ahead." The referee approached, placed a hand on the cup and prepared to open it. When the cup was opened, it was empty, with not a single die inside. The dealer was stunned as if struck by lightning, frowned and shouted, "How can this be? My barrier." The vermilion bird's sparkling eyes widened and it said in a cute voice, "I'm just an innocent baby bird, how could I possibly cheat?" Suddenly the vermilion bird's eyes darkened, and with its sharp beak it raised an eyebrow slightly and said to the dealer, "By the way, can I check your cup too?" The dealer sneered and lightly lifted her cup, saying, "As a casino employee, I naturally do not break the rules." The people around looked inside the cup and were so shocked that they all exclaimed, "Ah, what's that?" The dealer stood as if dead, unable to believe her own eyes. It was a hand holding an eyeball, and the pupil had a lovely expression as it said, "Hello sis, you got caught cheating red-handed." The vermilion bird appeared holding a staff and began to lecture. "To be honest, I never intended to play this game properly from the start." It explained that if this game was played according to the dealer's existing rules, it would at best end in a draw. What we had to do was wait for the moment the dealer focused all her attention on the dice cup. The vermilion bird pointed to a diagram as an example. When she poured her energy into the vermilion bird's cup, Moikeo had already crawled under the table. The vermilion bird continued to explain. To let Moikeo secretly cross to the dealer's side, it used Moikeo's body to move its own eyes and hands. Then we let the dealer open her own cup as she intended, and at that moment she saw Moikeo already inside. The vermilion bird confidently threw 4 dice and thought to itself, "To win at gambling, you either have to defeat your opponent or make it so they can no longer participate in the game. This isn't just simple cheating, it's a gambling technique." The dealer, realizing she had been tricked, said helplessly, "I never thought you'd use a method like this. You've completed the mission." The dealer immediately took out money to pay the damages. The people around instantly became furious and shouted, "What does it have to do with us that you completed the mission? The casino cheated today. We demand an explanation." Another person chimed in, "That's right, isn't this how we were cheated when we gambled before? You must explain this clearly. This is a matter of justice." Suddenly a person came up to the dealer, placed his hand on her shoulder and answered everyone, "This was just a mission issued by our casino. It's a completely different story from cheating." It was a man with the appearance of a very brave dog, and the dealer immediately called him boss. He continued, "To celebrate Miss Shi's completion of the mission, we will compensate every guest in the casino with 5,000 gold coins. Please continue to have a good time." A pink-haired casino employee came over with a tray of money. "Everyone, will this be all right?" the boss asked. Hearing the talk of money, everyone let out a sound of understanding. The people who had been furiously protesting just moments ago were now smiling and accepting it. "Wasn't that vermilion bird who just completed the mission amazing?" "Yeah, really amazing. You could say the gambling skills on both sides were top-notch. I witnessed the birth of a major mission." Seeing their behavior, Bao Bao said with disgust, "These people have no principles at all." The boss turned to CC's group and said, "Everyone, let's talk as we walk." After going to a room with a golden sign, the boss said angrily, "You again, you stinking bird. A few years ago you ruined my business too." The vermilion bird's past life form was very noble and wealthy. The casino boss said, "Back then the casino didn't have a skilled dealer, so I lost a lot of money to you. This time you won the mission with another trick like this." He pointed directly at the vermilion bird, but it pretended to be weak and said with sparkling eyes, "What are you talking about? Zook doesn't understand. Zook was reincarnated and lost her memory." The boss was furious. "Keep acting. Didn't memory fragments fall around when the vermilion bird was reincarnated? Besides, you think I don't know you've regained your memory?" It continued to deny it. "Just like gambling, you have no proof. Right now I'm a precious baby bird." Zhang Heng, who was behind them, immediately realized. Finally, someone more shameless than Dong Dong has appeared. She smiled, turned around, and agreed. "If the difference in appearance wasn't so great, I'd really think this bird was born from Dong Dong. The shamelessness isn't just similar. It's a carbon copy." The casino boss was also helplessly dejected. Your shamelessness is too much like that vampire fellow. The vermilion bird still had an innocent expression with sparkling eyes. What are you talking about? I don't understand. Mom, say something. Wei Dongdong drank his tea nonchalantly, as if it didn't concern him. This tea has a nice aroma. He turned to the dealer and said, you've worked hard. In the future, don't let that red one into the casino. Suddenly, the boss even brought up Wei Dongdong. The skeleton is banned too. That surprised him. He waved his hand and made his judgment. Your skills are terrible and the mission is complete, so you all get out of here quickly. They all went outside together. An announcement appeared on the system. Announcement. The first player to complete rank 6, Kaya. Everyone observed the announcement of the generous rewards together. The people around them discussed it amongst themselves. It's been so long since the level 120 cap was unlocked. The first rank 6 has finally appeared, another person added. I thought it would be Dozan, but it's an NPC from the Western God Realm. It seems this main mission was also led and pushed forward by the West's third largest guild, the Western God Realm. Here, under a clear blue sky, a voice echoed, we've finally done it first. Kaya, what information did you get? A beautiful blonde woman who looked like a goddess spoke. If you're the first rank 6, there must be a clue, right? He gasped for breath, bent over, and replied, my HP and level data have disappeared. I can't feel them. That other world is about to arrive. He stood up and observed his hands. This feeling is so strange. Bao Bao's figure appeared, sighing. Rank 6 is so far away. Why is my rank 4 mission about going through a maze alone? I can't even get help from my pet, Wei Dongdong, who was beside her, explained. This is to allow the vast majority of players to reach the max level. But it's also the reason why most people are stuck at rank 3. From rank 4 onwards, the difficulty and restrictions increase sharply. We'll have to get used to it from now on. Although that was true, she was a bit sulky and couldn't accept it. Suddenly he was lost in thought. With only one mission left, I can enter the script planet and activate the clue, dangerous train. An image of a train heading towards 2 different tracks appeared. At this time, Hyoba asked his wife who was beside him, honey, shall we go now? She was still smiling and playing. Hey, just one last round. The group gathered in front of a large gate where 2 giant knights blocked the way with their swords. Wei Dongdong asked, is there an entry restriction or is the park closed? Bao Bao was surprised by the sight. CC calmly explained. With only one mission left, the amusement park is packed every day now. To ensure the enjoyment of the park, the number of people is limited to 10,000 and entry is first come first served. Besides, each person can only enter once every 15 days. Guling, who was beside them, suggested, shall we all go in at once? If we can't find it, we can let other players complete the mission. After all, with only one mission left, we can activate the script planet. Wei Dongdong also thought for a moment and added, I guess we have no choice but to split up and search. Suddenly, from behind, someone laughed, waved, and called out, Mr. Wei Dongdong. He looked over in surprise, and it was the young man Chewan, smiling as he approached. My dear Mr. Wei Dongdong, let's go together. Follow me. Behind him was a young man with blonde hair and elf-like ears. Seeing the newcomers from behind, Guling said angrily, HMPH, a rank 6 coming out for a stroll himself. His old self is nowhere to be seen. Wei Dongdong immediately went over and put his arms around their shoulders to mediate. Ah, don't be so hostile. Let's just go ride the attractions. Suddenly, a person wearing a mask with long horns appeared from the crowd. It was Yaoi. Please make way for a moment. We need to enter the amusement park. She accidentally bumped into a green-haired man, and he turned around angrily and shouted, who do you think you are? If you tell me to make way, I have to make way. If you came late, stand at the back, don't you know? But the people he was shouting at were none other than the representative of the East's #1 guild, Xuan Yuan, the representative of the Assassin's League, Yaoi, the representative of the West's #1 guild, Heaven, the representative of the West's third largest guild, and finally, Wei Dongdong, Bao Bao, Hyoba and his wife's party. The green-haired young man still shouted defiantly, do you think you can bully people just because you're a big guild? I was taught from a young age not to yield to line cutters like you. She immediately smiled and explained, we're not cutting the line. The dozen or so employees in front of us were all hired by me to stand in line for us. We're just swapping places so it won't affect your position. Here are 2 experience fruits as a gift for you both. Hearing that, he immediately changed his expression and tone. Miss, please, this way. Don't you need a bodyguard? Try using my pet. I'm sure he'll do a better job than that skeleton. Feeling like he was being looked down on, Wei Dongdong looked dejected. They immediately entered the gate and everyone was amazed. Ah, they can get in. I'm so envious. Inside was a green landscape with leaves fluttering in the wind. Wei Dongdong was sweating profusely. His legs felt like they were floating in the air. At that moment they were on an extremely terrifying and thrilling ride that went up and down, but Bao Bao sitting next to him was having a great time. Guling and Kuan Yichu were catching goldfish in a water tank, while she and Zhang Heng were happily eating cake and ice cream together. After that, the girls went into a clothing store together. Hyoba's wife came out in a school uniform and Kuan Yichu in a very beautiful dress. Bao Bao wore a traditional kimono, and she was beautiful in an elegant dress. When the beautiful girls came out, the men also blushed in surprise. Without stopping, Kuan Yichu pointed to the clothing store, indicating that the men had to go in too. Wei Dongdong and Zhang Heng came out in traditional costumes. Hyoba and Guling were no less handsome in the outfits they chose. Chewan and the blonde man chose very cool cowboy outfits. At this moment, she caught a glimpse of a person hiding behind a wall. She pulled the person out by the hand and it was Yaoi in a beautiful dress. She looked extremely cute and received endless compliments from everyone. Bao Bao sat on a chair with Wei Dongdong and said, it's such a shame. The time I've spent in A has been the happiest days of my life. He smiled and said, "Don't worry, I'm here now. Your happiness will only increase, not decrease." She smiled and stated her wish. "I wish I could stay in the world of A forever." Suddenly her expression darkened with sadness. "But I don't want to leave my mom, grandpa and grandma." Hearing this, he also fell into thought. Family, huh? Come to think of it, I wonder how everyone at home is doing. Suddenly, a clown appeared behind him. But Wei Dongdong was still lost in thought. If I complete the main mission, a year will have definitely passed in the real world. I'll be able to go see my parents then. I hope I can play the game as a player from now on. From a distance, Kuan Yichu waved and called them. Bao Bao immediately ran over, but Wei Dongdong remained seated there, lost in thought. I have to start this journey anew. At this moment, the clown behind him suddenly shouted in anger. I've been holding this sign for so long and no one is paying any attention to me. He smiled and replied, "No, the last mission couldn't be that simple, right? We all thought you were a fake." Hearing this, the clown got truly angry. The clown immediately shouted, "I'm angry." No one pays attention to the clown. The dangerous train dilemma now begins. Suddenly the amusement park gates slammed shut. Countless doors fell from the sky. The doors descended and landed right in front of the players. And sure enough, a door slammed down in front of Wei Dongdong and Bao Bao, and the clown shouted. There are a total of 10,000 participants in this trolley dilemma mission. Outside, the green-haired man was wondering why there was a peckmark on this experience fruit. The wooden door in front of them glowed and a voice echoed without any introduction of the rules. It was Wei Dongdong's voice. He continued, "It's starting just like that. Do we have to figure out the rules ourselves?" He grabbed the doorknob and tried to open it, but it wouldn't budge. As he was wondering why the door wouldn't open, a flying clown shouted, "Everyone, you've heard the mission name, right? The trolley dilemma, a classic debate topic. Our game follows its basic core." He then explained how an out-of-control train is on a track with two paths, one leading to a single person and the other to multiple people, asking how they would choose. Suddenly the doorknob shook on its own and the clown announced that the doors could now be opened. He continued to announce the game rules. The first round will determine your identity. It will be decided whether you are in the minority, the majority, or the train driver. At this time, Bao Bao approached the door, ready to open it. When she grabbed the handle and pulled it down, the door opened, revealing a dazzling light behind it. The clown's voice continued, "Those with blue bracelets represent the majority." Sure enough, a blue bracelet appeared on Bao Bao's wrist. Those with yellow bracelets represent the selectors. You can decide whether to eliminate the minority or the majority in this round. Hyoba's wife received a yellow bracelet. Those with red bracelets represent the minority. At this time, Hyoba was wearing a blue bracelet. The amusement park is divided into 10 zones, with only one selector in each zone. If you kill a selector, you will inherit their ability. The number of the minority is always 1/10 of the majority. An elimination choice will begin every hour. The final elimination will proceed until only 12 people are left in the game. The survivors are the winners, the clown explained. Suddenly his expression darkened, and he gave a sinister smile. "Now let the game begin," Wei Dongdong said to Bao Bao. "We have blue bracelets." Bao Bao grabbed her bracelet and asked him, "What should we do next?" He felt that the selector was the most dangerous. He said that both the minority and the majority would hunt them frantically, and they wouldn't last 10 rounds. Wei Dongdong seriously stated his thoughts. After 10 rounds, when hunting is allowed, factions will quickly form automatically. The weaker members of the majority will unite and start hunting the minority or the group of selectors. The most urgent thing for us now is to find our scattered people. Besides, we with the blue bracelets are also in danger. Looking at Bao Bao's blue bracelet, Wei Dongdong continued to explain. The essence of the trolley dilemma game is whether the value of life can be calculated and planned, but in this game, the more you discard calculation, the more advantageous it is. It's maximizing the evil in human nature. In the perfect hotel, everyone was watching the game together. A girl with her hair in a bun watched the game and exclaimed, "This game is also being broadcast live from start to finish. The elimination rate is so fast I probably won't even have to wait an hour." It was displayed on the notification board during the match. Remaining players in the game, 7,589. Someone commented, "It's starting to turn into a battle royale." A person with a yellow bracelet suddenly collapsed, holding a staff with a bell. That sheep suddenly cried out, "I came to the amusement park to play a game. I don't want to die. Leveling up again from the beginning is too much of a hassle." At that moment, numerous people with blue bracelets who were around stared intently at the sheep. "We finally caught him. This sheep doesn't look like he can fight back. Who's going to kill him?" Suddenly, a person with the body of a zebra shouted, "I'll do it. We're all in the majority. I'll guarantee the final choice for the majority." Suddenly a bald man blocked him and shouted, "On what grounds should we trust you? What guarantee is there that you won't betray us after you gain power?" As soon as the zebra heard the insult, he immediately rushed forward to argue, and a fight broke out. "Nonsense, don't frame people. Do you think everyone will believe your words? Do you think we're fools? I'll kill him." Suddenly, Wei Dongdong stepped forward and stopped them. "Stop, let the sheep go." At the appearance of a stranger, their attacks really did stop, and they all looked at Wei Dongdong with displeased expressions. Seeing him, everyone recalled the stories about him on social media. "It's that despicable guy." The zebra stepped forward and said, "When adults are fighting, a rank 3 brat like you, everyone here is rank 4. What gives you the right to interfere? Do you still think you can act all high and mighty with your academy tournament rank?" He immediately drew his sword and shouted at him, I'll teach you a lesson. The zebra really did charge at Wei Dongdong, and a purple sword flash appeared. In the end it was the zebra who fell to the ground, and the system judged that he had received a fatal blow to the head. Immediately, the zebra turned to ash and disappeared, and the people watching were so scared they were left speechless. At this moment a serpent and a headless bird appeared around Wei Dongdong, and he shouted, "I'm not alone, now we can negotiate properly, right?" Bao Bao raised her hand, pointed to her blue bracelet, and said with a bright smile, "We're on your side, don't worry, we won't deceive you." One of the three people watching the match immediately said with concern, "Is that vampire Elko's trying to mess things up again? If he turns into a vampire, he definitely doesn't have good intentions." The little sheep was trembling in front of the huge shadows of the people. With half his face covered in shadow, Wei Dongdong gave a meaningful smile and said, "Hee, don't worry, this big brother will keep you safe." Immediately after, the sheep was tied tightly to a wooden post. The sheep's expression was completely helpless. The bald man from before immediately shouted loudly as if to get everyone's attention. All right, everyone stop hiding and come out." Sure enough, the people who were behind the game house immediately showed their faces, and the people who were behind the distant trees also approached. Wei Dongdong stood next to the tied-up sheep and announced to everyone, "This person is the selector of our zone. Rather than fighting and killing each other to inherit the selector's identity, that will only make us distrust each other." As he spoke, everyone below listened intently. He clenched his fist, smiled, and stated his plan. "Instead, let's all unite and hunt down all of the minority members ourselves within the time limit. Then the original selector will be unable to make a choice." At this moment the sheep thought helplessly, "Just kill me already." On a high wooden platform, Wei Dongdong and the sheep stood before everyone. Below, people started murmuring and one person shouted, "There's no other way," another person replied. "The selector will be tied up there until morning, so we have no choice but to go hunt the minority." Immediately, the majority members with blue bracelets all raised their arms and shouted in unison, "Hunt the minority, hunt the minority." At that moment, Wei Dongdong shouted loudly as if leading the people, "Everyone run this way, I think there's someone here." Sure enough, hearing his words, everyone followed him into the deep forest and the sheep was left there. Suddenly a hand reached out from behind the wooden platform towards the sheep. Immediately after, the ropes were untied and the sheep was dragged away. It was Bao Bao and Wei Dongdong who had taken the sheep. She held the sheep and shouted, "They've all gone, why do we have to run away?" Wei Dongdong immediately explained, "Because people can never truly unite forever. The people who came here to play the game form factions from the very beginning. For example, if Guling's group was assigned to the minority, could we just stand by and let other players hunt them?" Sure enough, at that moment a girl with a red bracelet indicating she was in the minority was pushed down by people and they shouted, "Kill that woman! Kill that woman!" Suddenly, a man who looked like a panda stepped forward to protect the girl. "Stop, she's with me." Another panda man belonging to the majority came up, grabbed him by the collar and said, "Then you can die with that woman." Meanwhile, Wei Dongdong continued to explain to her, "Once they come to their senses, they'll come back looking for the sheep. We have to establish our sphere of influence first. If anyone in Guling's group is in the minority or majority, they might tell them to hunt the sheep." The sheep pleaded with teary eyes, "Are you going to kill me in the end? Please just do it quickly." But the reply was a refusal. "Just hold on a little longer. We'll go find our people." Zone 4, Children's Ocean Park. Here people were surrounding Yaoi. A girl shouted, "This lady looks a bit familiar." Another man looked at Yaoi and said, "Don't worry about it, just kill her right away." Yaoi worried to herself, "I have to get over there to change my clothes in the locker room. This is so annoying." In the Assassin's League live broadcast room, everyone exclaimed in shock. The young master was a woman, managing her. Who cares if he's a man or a woman? Aren't guys who cross-dress prettier? As long as they're pretty, it's fine. I heard the young master likes to cover his face, so he wears a mask that looks like his real face. This jawline alone is pretty enough. Long live the guild." The people watching continued to blush. "Hooray for women. From today on, Yaoi is my new wife." "What about your old wife in my broadcast room? She's my wife. Can't you guys respect your own wives? Is it fun to make fun of her?" At this time, Yaoi still didn't know anything. This live broadcast was random, so the morale of the entire Assassin's League had risen noticeably. Yaoi immediately used a skill, shooting thread-like beams from her hands to attack the people. After that, she hurriedly fled, thinking she had to get back to the locker room quickly. She couldn't last long in this outfit and makeup. Suddenly, Hyoba appeared and blocked the way. Yaoi asked, "Did you come to kill me?" He calmly stated his plan. "It seems we've been assigned to the same zone. Let's go find the selector together in a bit." When Yaoi hesitated for a moment, he immediately grabbed her hand and reminded her, "There's no time to talk. If we dawdle, other people will come after us." Zone 8, Giant Kitchen Amusement Park. Behind some bottles, Guling and Kuan Yichu were sitting. He asked, "Are we just going to keep waiting here?" She replied while looking at some documents, "You're in the minority. I'll go out after I find the selector. If the majority comes after you, I won't be able to look after you." Guling smiled and agreed. "As you wish." Zone 1, Outdoor Amusement Park. Chaewon appeared. He spoke as if he couldn't quite understand. "This way, someone has to be sacrificed. The worst-case scenario has happened. Bao Bao and she both had blue bracelets and both looked at their bracelets worriedly with grim faces. Whoever among us becomes the selector in place of the sheep will surely be eliminated. This isn't something that can be solved by killing each other anymore. It's a test of one person's choice. This is the essence of the trolley dilemma. When killing friends or family to become the last survivor has become a meaningless moment, which side will you choose? At this moment, Wei Dongdong appeared and suggested with a smile, "Let's just toss a coin. A way for both sides to win is fundamentally impossible." At that moment, a notification board appeared in the sky showing time remaining, 10 minutes 45 seconds, and the game host also shouted that there were 10 minutes left until the first settlement. Kuan also spoke up, "We have to make a choice. We really need the admission ticket for this mission. If it comes down to it, Bao Bao, you guys go kill that sheep and choose the minority." She immediately stated her situation. "We've already gotten the admission tickets. I'm not good at fighting either, so it's okay if I get eliminated first." At this point, Wei Dongdong stopped Shi and explained, "Wait, there's something I want to check. The rules state that the minority is always 1/10 of the majority. So what happens if the minority runs short?" Kuan pointed with his finger and said, "They get converted from the majority, but the exact calculation for this rule can't be confirmed yet. Besides, it updates every hour, so I want to wait until the massacre outside is over and see if someone gets converted directly." Zone 5 Waterpark Finya's appearance. The second guild president, rank 5, level 120, Zhang Dong. He sat on a stone chair reading a book and said, "It's confirmed, I convert at any time." Behind him was the A rank 7th strategist, rank 5, level 120, Rage. With a demonic face he said, "We killed hundreds of players. We finally proved that when the minority runs short on members, majority members are converted directly." Finya turned and replied, "Good work. This time the heads of the major factions didn't step in themselves, they just let the kids fight it out. Rage, you guys went through a lot of trouble killing so many. We have to make sure we can get this admission ticket ourselves." He turned around, coughed uncomfortably and said, "Cough, cough, cough. I don't have much time left. This body only has a few months left, so I have to catch up with this event no matter what." He read information about Wei Dongdong from a paper and said, "Excluding him, there are a total of 5 abnormally grown monsters and NPCs. If it's confirmed that he's not a figure like Do Zan but an ordinary person." Zone 1 Wei Dongdong and Bao Bao were hiding behind a wall. He said, "Real-time conversion is confirmed. Someone outside was automatically converted from a blue bracelet to red." "What's happening?" The color changed. Wei Dongdong continued, "Unfortunately there wasn't enough time, so we couldn't get converted to the minority either." At this point he turned to the sheep and said, "I'm sorry but we have to kill you. That's the only way to reduce the number of eliminated people by 1. As soon as he finished speaking, Bao Bao's bracelet suddenly turned red. The sheep pointed and said, "Her bracelet." Seeing that, Wei Dongdong smiled brightly. "Great, then CC can kill the sheep." The sheep glanced sideways with sad eyes. "So you have to kill me in the end. I'll just pretend I didn't say anything." She shot the sheep with lightning from her staff, electrocuting him. Her bracelet also turned yellow. CC smiled and made her selection on the notification board. At that moment the clown also shouted. When the time was up, the clock really returned to 0. He flew in the air and said, "The number of survivors this time is 973. Since it's less than 1,000, the 10 zones will be combined into 1. The girl with the bun hair who was watching immediately said, "There's only one zone that chose the majority. That Finia, the winner will be decided in this round." A new round of the game began and doors appeared just like the first time. When Bao Bao passed through the door, her bracelet turned red. She shouted, "This time I'm in the minority right away. I'm screwed. I'm going to be hunted from the very start." The remaining people immediately shouted in a frenzy, "Quickly find the selectors and the minority. There's a minority member over there." Someone pointed at Bao Bao, who was standing with Wei Dongdong. He stepped forward to protect her. "There are too many people. Are we really going to be eliminated here?" Suddenly, a beam of light appeared in the sky. Something descended to the ground from that sparkling light and caused a powerful explosion of light. A demonic mouth appeared and smiled. "It was Rage," he said. "I seem to be very lucky. Now then everyone come and kill me." The people hesitated, somewhat worried. "It's the mage Rage. A rank 7th, he came too. What's there to be afraid of? If we all attack together, we don't need to be scared." Rage immediately created powerful lightning in his hand, illuminating the entire area. "Everyone please hurry. I am a busy man. Either fight or leave. If you die, your level will be halved, but if you're eliminated, there's no loss. Everyone, are you willing to take such a risk?" Suddenly, the people changed their attitude and immediately dismissed it. "Forget it. Leveling up is a hassle. There's no way I'll be eliminated here, right? Since there's no one in the amusement park right now, let's just go find a place to play." After everyone had left, Rage immediately turned towards Wei Dongdong and Bao Bao and spoke. The child stopped walking. "Our guild leader would like to see you." Dongdong turned and asked, "Me?" He walked over to Finia and reported, "I've brought the person." Then he continued, "I'll go take care of the remaining matters." Finia closed his book at this moment. He looked up at Dongdong and said, "Here, have a seat." At the same time he patted the chair next to him. He thought, slightly surprised, "The guild leader of Goryeo Guild, the second largest guild in the East, is a billionaire in the real world. I've only been meeting incredible people since coming through time and space." He looked at Bao Bao and said, "Bao Bao, I know your father in the real world. Our families have been friends for generations." She turned her head and replied, "We have nothing to do with him anymore. We have nothing to do with him anymore. Dongdong, if there's nothing else, let's go." He also let out a bitter laugh and said, My master is calling, so I should be going. Fania looked at them with tears in his eyes and commented, "It seems you hold great animosity towards me. Just wait a little longer until Rage finishes his work." Bao Bao turned her head and asked curiously, "What work is he doing here?" He replied, "It's an experiment. You are in the minority. According to the logic, the minority and the majority can convert to each other." He smiled and stated his plan. "So if we just kill off everyone in the majority, this game will end right away without having to wait for the next round." Dong Dong began to argue in his head. "It'll be hard for anyone else to survive." A voice continued to echo. "This is what the world of A is like with so many amazing technologies." At this time a notification appeared on the system. Current remaining players, 424. Finia witnessed a powerful explosion in the distance and commented, "They love to design games that feel like child's play, as if a god created a fictional dream world for children. The trolley dilemma is a problem that discusses the equal value of life. The premise is to respect the value of life, and it is people who create a person's value. But human nature in reality is selfish." He stood before the smoke rising from behind him, smiled slyly and said, "Almost no one cares about whether others live or die. If the conditions allow, they will even proactively take another's life. Because I don't care." At this time the notification appeared again. Current remaining players, 11, the voice echoed again. "Time's up." Finia was standing there when Rage suddenly appeared with a man covered in bandages and said, "Guild leader, my guild members and I have taken care of everyone. After dealing with all the players, we left only one minority member, Bao Bao, and the 11 majority members are all from our guild." Finia immediately whispered in Dong Dong's ear, "The game is still being broadcast live. It will end shortly. Contact me. The 5 missing people, where did you come from? All the answers will be revealed in this main mission." These words truly made Dong Dong curious. "Missing people, are there others like me?" At this time Rage looked at Bao Bao and spoke, "Excuse me." Immediately after he shot a massive bolt of lightning at her, and the scene shifted to the front of the amusement park gate. Bao Bao and Dong Dong were both transported there. Dong Dong looked back, saw his companions and thought, they were all chased down and eliminated. Since there's only one admission ticket anyway, he must have wanted to ensure his guild got this ticket. Immediately after, countless beautiful fireworks decorated the night sky. Rage appeared with words of congratulations. "Congratulations, congratulations." The clown approached and handed something to him. "This is the reward for this mission. Please confirm and accept it." Then the clown immediately smiled again and said, "The amusement park is opening again. Please continue to have a good time." Dong Dong looked at the notification board. "Main clue. Let's get to the main clue quickly. What on earth is the world of A?" CC also looked at the paper and reminded everyone, let's go in quickly. The faster we get in, the faster we can get information." Upon entering, a lock with a bead appeared and a fairy-like person appeared and guided them. "Hello, please insert the admission ticket for the corresponding mission." Bao Bao approached and handed her the ticket. The guide girl said, "Hello?" She sensed 2 pets on her body. "You can add characters to this scenario as well. Shall I set up character settings for them?" Bao Bao received it and replied, "Confirm addition." Immediately after, a glowing door opened. The guide girl pointed. "Then there are a few things to confirm before you enter. To seal this dungeon, the entire process will not be broadcast live and personal conversations will not be allowed. Leaving the game midway will be considered a forfeiture of your rights. The estimated game time is 2 days. In real-world time, that's about 6 hours. If there are no further questions, you may enter the script planet and begin the prelude to this main mission clue." She immediately turned and invited Dong Dong. "Let's go in together." The two proceeded together. Every time a scenario story begins, you are assigned a different identity. This world's setting is the future, in a mansion on a technological colony planet. A person with 2 eyes had their eyes shut tight. Identity cards are related to admission tickets. According to the perfect hotel admission ticket, the identity is assigned as the most beloved human female servant. This female servant's hairstyle was very similar to Dong Dong's. She was beautiful and sparkling. A few days ago, the master of the mansion, the old man Shiden, was found dead in his room. Find the culprit and investigate the truth behind the old man's death. Solving the mystery will complete the mission." Dong Dong truly shouted, "What, a female servant?" He was a little dejected and couldn't accept it. "If I had entered with the Electronics Planet ticket, could I have been a man?" The notification appeared again. "According to your admission ticket, your character is the dead old man." At this time an image appeared of a sword piercing Hyoba's brain, with blood splattering. He shouted in surprise, "What?" Guling stood up first and stated his opinion. "Everyone, the world we are in is a world where science and extraordinary biology are combined. I have the old man's will in my hand, but it can only be opened once you uncover the cause of the old man's death. In theory, a person of the same rank as the old man does not die. So there must be a problem with his death." Guling held up a water cup and said, "Then let's start with the autopsy, shall we? We need to know the cause of death first to solve the problem." As he analyzed it in detail, he turned to Wei Dong Dong and teased him. "Why are you so unobservant? Your young master's tea is empty, maid. Hurry and pour some." He got angry and picked up the teapot, but the spout was aimed not at the cup but at the other's wrist. However, Guling had already anticipated it and dodged, so he couldn't get him wet, which made him angry. Phineas stepped in to mediate. All right, then let's do the autopsy first. It would be best for us to act together for this mission. The culprit is hiding among us. Bao Bao led them to the morgue. Wei Dongdong was tasked with opening the door, and after entering he bowed politely to the medical examiner. Guling held up a paper and showed it to everyone. Here is the preliminary examination report from the Forensic Research Institute. The old man's cause of death is unknown. It's possibly a sudden death. However, the old man did not allow others to dissect him. Wei Dongdong lifted the sheet. Isn't there a sword stuck in his head? The cause of death is so obvious. Bao Bao cheerfully pulled it out of the old man's head. This prop looked interesting, so I stuck it in, Guling said. Then shouldn't the old man's 3 daughters decide whether to dissect him? The 3 extremely filial daughters answered in unison without hesitation or thought. Let's do the autopsy, immediately. The dead old man got angry and held up a sign. These unfilial children. Suddenly he realized something was strange. I was forcibly moved here just now and now I can't even move. The little fairy from before appeared and solved the mystery. Hello, I am the script planet's assistant, little scenario. You have now entered the forced scenario stage, so you cannot do anything. In a moment you may be at risk of being dissected. Pain synchronization is set to 0. If you are not satisfied, you can readjust the pain synchronization ratio. The old man's eyes widened and he said to himself, adjusting the pain to 100 at this time is insane, the fairy said cheerfully. Little scenario understood. Adjusting pain synchronization to 100. I'm sure you understood. Seeing the scalpel getting closer and closer, the old man grew restless. Hey wait, you moronic AI, don't adjust it to 100, I said 0, the fairy pretended to misunderstand. Little scenario understood. Do not adjust to 0, the old man closed his eyes in fear. Damn it, I'm going to die, I'm going to die, I'm going to die. But after waiting a moment it didn't hurt. I don't feel anything, the fairy said excitedly. Little scenario was just kidding. The old man's ghost appeared, clasped its hands and thanked the heavens. Thank you, heavens. After the examination, the medical staff said, there is no damage to the internal organs. Next we will examine the damage to the skull. The whirring sound of a saw echoed. A staff member approached with a giant saw. The picture might get a little bloody. The old man took a deep breath. A few people were all excited to watch this bloody scene. Only Bao Bao hid in Wei Dongdong's arms. A few minutes later the results were out. Autopsy results show no wounds that could have led to death. He said with dissatisfaction, I don't think we'll be able to see any wounds this way. The medical staff held a document and said, modern technology can restore the old man's body to its original state, but there is one strange thing. 300 years ago, after biotechnology was gradually perfected, humanity became able to restore itself infinitely. So there are basically no scars or wounds on the body. For example, like Miss Xi's group, the old man is a person from before the new century. His whole body is very clean and there are no scars or fatal wounds. Miss Maid, you were the first to discover the old man was dead, right? Wei Dongdong replied. I found the old man lying in his room. When I found him, he was already not breathing. The place where I found the old man is the study. A few places that were originally marked with red prohibition signs had now turned green, indicating they were open. Bao Bao held up a tablet and said, a few places in the room have now been unlocked, so you are free to look for clues. Wei Dongdong immediately took her hand and they ran off at once. The cause of death is unknown and there are no scars. We have to find clues at the scene of the incident as soon as possible. Every second counts. Behind the door was a luxurious room and everything was neatly arranged. Wei Dongdong and Bao Bao looked around. The old man's room is this clean, he began to reminisce. Little scenario began to synchronize the memory fragments. This scenario restores memories through key scenes, he suddenly spoke. I remember now, that day the old man was sitting right in that chair like that. At that time the female servant came to wake him, but for a long time there was no movement. Old master, that day I tried to wake him, he shouted in a panic. I found that he was already not breathing. Phineas approached the old man's desk and lightly pressed a button to turn on the machine. A small screen appeared. Please enter the password, Phineas said. This is the old man's computer. It's a pattern password, so it basically can't be hacked, Guling asked curiously. How did you know the old man's computer was here? Phineas smiled and explained. Everyone has different abilities. I'm a machine expert, so I can tell the mechanical structure of the room at a glance. CC also introduced her ability. I'm proficient in biotechnology. I can use all of the old man's biotechnology. Bao Bao also said, I know 90 of the mechanisms in the old man's house. As soon as she finished speaking, she intended to put it into practice. She went to a nearby bookshelf and took a book from the shelf. There's something else very precious in the old man's study. Immediately, a small switch appeared, but it required the old man's iris authentication. Everyone stared in unison. The old man had appeared behind them at some point. He held up a sign instead of speaking. I think the clue is in this safe. Everyone was surprised to see him. You've recovered. The old man held up a sign. I can move freely for a short time. Wei Dongdong cheerfully suggested that he try to open the safe with his iris. He approached and put his eye to the scanner, but the result was a failure. 2 chances remaining, he shrugged helplessly. CC began to guess. When a person dies, the pupils dilate and the eyes change. But it seems I have his data on this side, so I'll test if I can clone an eye. He frowned in displeasure. You've never once called me Dad and now you're stealing my eye. Guling held a magnifying glass and examined the area. There are no traces of a solo beast in the room. If it was a suicide, there would have been traces of sleeping pills or other things. Then he looked at Baozat. You seem to be quite an expert in murder. Can you kill someone without leaving any fatal wounds? Baozat blushed and got angry. After making such an suggestive remark, he cheerfully patted the other's shoulder. All right, if you can't think of it, don't force it. Baozat hunched over and began to mutter. Cause of death? No. Did his breathing suddenly stop? That's not it either. Wei Dongdong was helpless at this situation. He's become more autistic. CC approached with a small box and told everyone, I've brought the old man's data from my company's warehouse. I originally didn't have the authority, but after he died I have the highest inheritance rights to the company. This is his eyeball. We should be able to open the safe with this. Inside the box was a single green eyeball. They put it to the scanner. It can't fail this time. A valid green light turned on, and the door opened. Inside were a few books. What's the most important thing? After placing these three on the desk, everyone began to discuss. One photo album, one diary, one document. What should we look at first? The three daughters immediately said cheerfully in unison. The diary, the diary. Wei Dongdong picked up the diary. This old man even wrote a diary. Do all the real ones write diaries? The content inside was Old Era 4396. I have finally solved the proposition related to human aging, but I have lost her forever. Only my two daughters and I are left to continue living in this world. I will raise the two children to adulthood, and then I will go find her. Below was a family photo attached. Wei Dongdong and Guling clutched their stomachs and laughed loudly. Hey, I was wondering where the Chip Chip character went. It was the old man's wife. Haha, they really suit each other. The old man sighed helplessly. It's a good thing this isn't being broadcast live. In the lab where Hyoba's wife and the slime were working, Hyoba was worried about his wife's health. She was getting weaker and her cough was getting worse. Hyoba said to his wife in a calm voice, Honey, you're not well, so I'll research this project. Hurry and go rest. Her cheeks were flushed, her body trembled, and she made a chip-chip sound. Suddenly, Hyoba's face darkened, his eyes turned white, and he revealed two sharp fangs, shouting loudly, Stop, big brother, little scenario. Well, just then, the pretty little scenario fairy flew over, pointed, and said with a grin, This is currently a story scene. You and Miss Slime must complete the performance. Hearing little scenario's words, Hyoba frowned, glared, pointed at the chip-chipping slime, and retorted bluntly, Damn it, you call this a lady? Have you ever seen a lady over 2 meters tall? Her chest is probably bigger than my head. Hyoba got more and more angry, took off his shirt, threw it on the ground, and shouted loudly. Besides, she just goes chip-chip all day, and doesn't even have any lines in the script. How am I supposed to act? I strongly demand a replacement actor. Seeing the situation grow increasingly tense, the pretty little scenario fairy stood to the side, smiled beautifully, and replied, Little Scenario, understood. Little Scenario will take care of Miss Slime's voice for you. We will have you participate in the performance according to the forced scenario progression, after which you will be unable to take any other actions. After speaking, the little scenario fairy snapped her fingers, and the slime's voice suddenly became more feminine and gentle. Honey, she said, I'll go rest first then, and I'll do some research on that project we were working on before. With no other choice, Hyoba continued with his lines. All right, go on. I'll take care of things here. He was truly putting on a different face. Hyoba's thoughts were different. I can't back down, I have to endure it for the main mission. I'll just have to go all out. As soon as the play began, Hyoba's lines followed. My wife and I are a genius couple admired by all. I research all kinds of creatures, and she is a genius in the field of AI computer brains. Hyoba posed a question. Why do living things age and why do they die? The existence of a species is fundamentally for procreation and the continuation of DNA. For example, an individual creature is part of a species. Can this individual guarantee the eternal existence of its DNA? But as I was tirelessly researching the immortality of living beings, she fell gravely ill. Seeing my wife lying in her sickbed, I had no choice but to race against time. If the experiment proves my hypothesis correct, the final clinical trial, the resurrection cell, will soon be a success. With a dazed heart, Hyoba clenched one fist and placed his other hand on the door, saying in a voice full of conviction, I can save her. Hyoba pushed the door open, his sweat-drenched face filled with hopeful eyes. He called out in a loud voice, Honey. Suddenly, Hyoba's pupils widened in terror. Outside the door, the last leaf fell from a withered branch. The leaf slowly drifted down, flying lightly. At that exact moment, his wife took her last breath. A death certificate appeared. Amidst a tangle of emotions, Hyoba uttered a single extremely painful sentence. I saved the world, but I lost her. A single tear rolled down his cheek. Nothing was more painful than the departure of the one you love most. Rain poured down from the sky, but under a faintly visible umbrella a lonely figure stood before his loved one's tombstone. A trembling voice emerged. For me now it is only an eternal hell. Thinking of his two young daughters who called him Dad every day, his heart softened slightly. I am a father, but I cannot leave. I have to raise my daughters. Besides, I've made a discovery about my wife's research. As the story continued, the next page was torn. While reading, Dongdong noticed the torn page and said, This part is ripped. Dongdong glanced at Guling standing right behind him and said they should just continue to the last page. When they turned to the last page of the book, an ancient phrase written in Chinese characters appeared. Bao Bao rested her chin on her hand, thought for a moment, and said, 21 years. Isn't today year 486 of the new era? If it was a suicide, the timing doesn't add up either. Dubbing, who had a long scar over his eye, heard this and replied from the side. The rest of the diary is missing. Then the remaining pages must have contained some very important information. Could someone have done that on purpose so we couldn't investigate? Dubbing continued. The only person who knows about this mechanism is, before he could finish, Bao Bao cut him off. What are you talking about? If I wanted to hide the diary, I just wouldn't have shown you these 3 items. Seeing the two arguing, Guling stepped in to mediate. Logically speaking, it would have been very easy for Bao Bao to hide the rest of the diary if she wanted to. Let's continue searching for other evidence. Fania and Dong Dong took the photo album to look for clues about the missing items. Dong Dong spoke up. This is the master's photo album. Inside the album were childhood photos of the 2 young ladies, she and Ni. A graduation photo taken next to their beloved father. Photos from a ski trip with their father. Fania said, they're all family photos. But Dong Dong, sensing something was a little off, replied, no, there are no pictures of big brother Guling. Weren't you also the master's adopted son? Hearing this, Guling smiled lightly and said nothing. Baozat had been squatting in a corner the whole time, his face red and steam rising from his head, muttering to himself. An electronic pulse suddenly stops the heart, drops it to absolute 0 and then thaws it rapidly. At that moment the 2 young ladies, Ni and Shi, Dubbing, and the long-haired young man were pondering the case. Fania, Dong Dong, Bao Bao, Hyoba and Baozat, all 5 of them, also frowned and stared at Guling. Guling raised both hands and said with a smile, don't stare at me like that, I'm just the adopted son. It's not strange that I'm not in the photos. The young man with long golden hair that reached his back pointed to a blue folder on the tea table and spoke up. All right, there's one piece of missing information here. Let's look at the contents of the 3rd document. The long-haired young man looked at Dong Dong, who was standing nearby, and continued, maid if you please. Dong Dong replied without hesitation. Yes sir. Hyoba, with a sly look on his face, came and stood behind Dong Dong, holding up a sign with writing on it. He's getting more and more into character. Dong Dong raised the corner of his mouth and shot him an annoyed sideways glance. Dong Dong glanced over the papers in the blue folder and said, these are a few invention patents for nano and microbiotechnology and 2 adoption certificates. Dong Dong frowned and read them over again carefully. Seemingly having found something strange, he continued, 1 copy is a fake and 1 copy is Ling's adoption certificate. Fania stood to the side with his arms crossed, looking at the folder in Dong Dong's hand, and continued with interest. So, you're saying the master forged Guling's adoption certificate? Fania rested his chin on his hand, frowned and voiced his thoughts. He's a powerful man, so why would he forge it? Unless Guling's identity is something that cannot be accepted in modern society. Guling's face remained composed, a smile playing on his lips. Damn, now I'll be suspected no matter what I say, Dong Dong said seriously. These are all the clues. The only suspicious point at the moment is Guling's identity information. And we still haven't found the master's cause of death, the beautiful fairy little scenario continued. You may now begin searching inside this house. Good luck to you all. Everyone opened a door and entered a room. Guling held a magnifying glass and searched the surroundings thoroughly, while Bao Bao rummaged under the desk and chairs for clues. Using his tall stature, Dubbing checked the doors around the room. Dong Dong placed a teacup on the table and said to Fania, aren't you in a hurry at all? Fania crossed his arms, looked at Dong Dong and continued seriously, I've already had Bao Bao search for clues in the room. How did you all know I was a time traveler? Fania picked up the teacup, stared blankly into the distance and answered in a powerful voice, I'm about to die in the real world. To be honest, after seeing this scenario, I have a few guesses now. In the future world, the A-game industry was launched overnight. The VR brainwaves use an immersive method similar to sleeping. When a person wears that gaming device, all senses, including taste, are synchronized. Even the feeling of using magic. The people there say they created another world. But if that's the case, why can that world have attributes like revival, recovery, and stamina? This doesn't align with our understanding of the world. If you say this isn't an existing world, then these realistic sensations are very difficult to explain. In the future, the inventors of a blocked information after their success, but for people like us with high-level social resources it wasn't hard to find out. And a married couple declared the beginning of the A-world, a scientific genius and a biology genius. Fania recounted the story of the future world, and continued with his thoughts. If I'm guessing correctly, this scenario story is the story they are alluding to. As for time travelers like you, the selection criteria probably didn't stop there. Fania added, for decades you've been immersed in the A-game for long periods, your social relationships are simple. Your parents are dead or often not around, and you haven't started a family yet. In short, you're the kind of person who wouldn't be missed by society. Fania's words pierced Dong Dong's heart like 1,000 arrows. Fania stood up, walked over to Dong Dong, frowned and said seriously, I'm not interested in this mission. But the story is about to begin. This main clue, the truth of the A-world, will surely be revealed gradually. Suddenly, Fania placed his hand on Dong Dong's cheek, startling her, and he continued to threaten her. All of your physical bodies have disappeared, a sharp gaze and a slightly low voice. But if the spirit can exist forever or in another form, I wouldn't hesitate to spend my entire fortune to obtain eternal life. I really envy you all. After speaking, Fania caressed Dong Dong's face, causing it to turn red. Just then, Bao Bao, Ni and Shi entered the room, witnessed the slightly suspicious scene between the two and shouted loudly, Caught you. That's enough. Seeing this, Bao Bao ran over and squeezed between the two, her angry face looking very cute as she said, Move. Fania waved his hand and said with a laugh, As the master of the house, it's not incomprehensible for me to tease a female servant, is it? Dong Dong immediately cleared his throat trying to explain. Nothing happened between us, we were just exchanging clues. Bao Bao, with a sneer on her face, said in a slightly jealous tone, it's fine, you two were just exchanging clues. I don't mind. Bao Bao returned to a serious expression, clapped her hands lightly, and said in a powerful voice, all right, everyone gather around and share the clues you found. Bao Bao glanced at Finia and said, you start. As she did, she made a scary face and her voice became lower. Hand over all the clues you two exchanged. The people around all smiled knowingly. She clearly did mind. Meanwhile, Hyoba was holding up a sign with 3 lines of text written repeatedly. Fight, fight, fight. The surrounding space fell silent. Everyone sat down to consolidate the clues each had found. Bao Bao crossed her arms and asked Finia seriously, have you collected any clues? Finia smiled and replied, my clue is very important, so I'll tell everyone at the end. Don't be so hostile towards me, I won't take your pet. Perhaps I can even play matchmaker for you two. Hearing Finia's teasing words, Bao Bao's face turned red and she stammered in reply, what nonsense are you talking about? He's just a pet. Everyone else, hurry up and present your clues. Just then, Hyoba took out 3 torn old pieces of paper and placed them on the desk. The long-haired young man quickly asked Hyoba, you found a clue too? Hyoba, looking exhausted, held up a sign with writing on it. The case is already solved. To think I have to investigate my own cause of death. Dong Dong approached, picked up the 3 pieces of paper to look at them closely, then thought for a moment and said, these are a few torn pages from the diary. They're related to ghouling. On the paper was a drawing of the master Hyoba's family of 4 standing and talking with a note written on it. Today is the first day I brought little ghouling home. The children Ni and Shi love him. I'm really something. In another scene, Hyoba stood in a laboratory holding a syringe and spoke about the level of this scientific technology. If this succeeds, we will be able to infinitely restore the human body at the microbiological level. I won't have to worry anymore. In front of him was ghouling, his face terrified, his hands and feet trembling. He muttered, Dad, what do you want? Don't come here. Hyoba's face turned very cunning and scary and his tone of voice became even more chilling. Don't be scared, it'll be over soon. Ghouling was so frightened his face turned pale and tears streamed down as he begged, save me, someone please save me. The desperate screams grew louder and louder. Help me. Ghouling recalled the old memories, closed his eyes, crossed his arms and became lost in thought. The people around finally understood and started asking questions. So the master adopted Ghouling to use him as a test subject, and that's why Ghouling held a grudge and killed the master. Baozat, who was sitting to the side, suddenly said, that's right, if you use nanotechnology you can kill someone without anyone being able to find the cause of death. Ghouling sighed wearily and said, are you suspecting me based on this one piece of evidence? A few pages from a diary aren't direct evidence. Besides, I was in poor health when I was young. Ni and CC can attest to that. Ni, who had been quiet until now, spoke up. My background memory data definitely has that part in it. After that, the master constantly researched biology to cure Ghuling's illness and invented another technology that could restore the human body. Dong Dong handed the torn papers to the long-haired young man to have a look, after which the young man said, I have to say, there are some suspicious points. First, what exactly was Ghuling's illness? Second, Ghuling's childhood was negatively affected by the master. This alone is enough reason for Ghouling to seek revenge. After that, the long-haired young man looked at Ghouling and added, in any case, an adult's life is about finding or compensating for the wounds received in childhood. Dong Dong, seeing the situation becoming a bit deadlocked, smiled awkwardly and said, let's look at the other clues. The long-haired young man held the folder, flipped through it, and continued. I have a clue. Miss Ni has gambling debts outside, and on top of that, the master cut off Miss Ni's living expenses a year ago. He pushed 2 photos onto the desk and said, after the master gave up on biomedical technology, several major problems occurred during the clinical trial process, so the company's current financial report is very risky, and Mr. Dubbing, who has a business partnership with the master, seems to be with his daughter. DC listened and replied with a weary sigh, the scenario must have set it up that way. Besides, this character is so stupid to let information unfavorable to the company spread. If it were me, I could definitely handle it very cleanly. Dubbing, sitting to the side, couldn't help but take a deep drag of his cigarette, then frowned and said, come on, let's talk with evidence. I expected that everyone would have some unfavorable clues. Dubbing continued by showing a photo of Baozat sitting in front of his daughter's sickbed and added, Baozat's daughter is seriously ill, but the starting price for the eternal life technology is 10 billion in new era currency. Baozat pleaded with the master many times to treat his daughter, but it was all in vain. The cigarette grew shorter and shorter, and Dubbing looked at Finia and continued, and as for President Fei, he was also bullied many times by the master with machine modifications. Dong Dong, who had been listening to the back and forth, couldn't help but rest his chin on his hand and reply, you're all a bunch of bad guys here. It seems the system made sure everyone had a motive from their respective positions. Bao Bao narrowed her eyes and said in a cold voice, President Fei, where's your evidence? Everyone else is slowly putting theirs out. Just then, Finia abruptly stood up, pushed back his chair and said, here, here. Finia held up the knife in his hand to show everyone and continued his knife. Baozat grimaced and asked a question. There's no way a murder weapon wouldn't leave any evidence, is there? You mean at the atomic level? Hearing this, Finia laughed out loud and said, everyone next, it's time for someone else to witness a miracle. Fainia quickly rushed towards Guling and swung the knife down with all his might from above. The knife plunged straight into Guling's chest and Guling had no time to react. Guling was startled by Fainia's sudden attack and so were the people around him. Everyone shouted. Fainia, Dong Dong and Bao Bao were shocked and ran towards Guling. Dong Dong held Guling in his arms. The knife was embedded so deeply that Guling's face turned pale and sweat poured down. Suddenly, Dong Dong noticed something and shouted loudly. Strange, Guling's chest wound isn't bleeding and it's healing on its own. Afraid of being discovered, Guling hurriedly covered the wound with his hand and said, I'm fine. Fainia tilted his head and said in a powerful voice, This is my evidence. First, young Master Guling is not human. Second, I've also figured out the Master's cause of death, Baozet shouted loudly. He's figured it out. Guling's chest wound recovered at an increasingly rapid pace. Guling frowned, placed a hand on his chest and asked with an uncomprehending look, What's going on? Guling dazedly tried to stand up, sweat poured down, and he gritted his teeth, turning his gaze towards Fainia. His face was filled with anger. Guling clenched his fist and shouted loudly, You bastard. The force of his punch wasn't strong enough and was immediately blocked by Fainia's ironclad hand. Fainia glanced scornfully at the trembling Guling and said slowly, Don't get so worked up. All abilities are reset to 0 here. You can't beat me. My whole body is a mechanical monster, Fainia smiled and continued. We all came to activate the main mission clue, right? I know what missions everyone has on this script planet, but is that important for us to complete our goal? Suddenly, a blue screen appeared on Fainia's palm, easy for everyone to see. Fainia added an explanation. We're not fools, we're all aces and core managers of major guilds. This current script is about the story that happened in A. Let's be honest and reveal the hidden clues and move on to the main clue quickly. Bao Bao and Hyoba stood to the side, feeling very insignificant in this story. Bao Bao said, I seem to have the most ordinary identity here. Hyoba continued to hold up a sign that read, I'm not much different. Fainia lowered his head and said slowly, I don't have much time left. At this moment, Fainia felt that his abilities were being properly utilized. He continued, With my hidden ability, I was able to hack the old man's computer, and this is the information I got after hacking it. A video appeared. It showed the old man sitting at a desk in his laboratory, staring intently at the computer screen in front of him. Behind him, Guling lay in bed with his eyes closed. The old man said, This is the 360th scientific experiment, simulating all the neural cell models in the brain using algorithms. My wife wanted to invent an AI with self-awareness in the past, but she always failed. The basic algorithm involves binary code. No matter how advanced it gets, an image of a human brain appeared on the computer screen. The old man continued, It's all just a comprehensive method. I couldn't prove human inspiration and non-autonomous choices. So I used a few symbols to replace the computer program. This experiment is to put all the equipment into your body and input it in sequence. Synchronization rate 100. Suddenly, Guling woke up with soulless eyes. The old man approached the bed where Guling was lying and said in a slightly disbelieving voice, It worked. It's perfectly arranged according to the neuron model of my brain. Guling immediately sat up, rubbed his head and said in a weak voice, Where am I? At this moment, the old man Hyoba, as if he couldn't believe his own eyes, let out a single word. Ah. The sight of the old man and his son looking at each other in this situation was truly bizarre. If the neural nerves are completely replicated, will the memories be synchronized as well? When the truth was revealed, Guling's face darkened as if he had been struck by lightning and he said, I am the perfect artificial intelligence that you, sir, have replicated. However, I have no memories related to you, sir. Fainia, who was standing beside him, immediately replied, That's because he closed and deleted most of your memories. An artificial intelligence began to grow from nothing, not even knowing whether it was human or machine. Fainia glanced at Hyoba and added in a playful tone, And here we have someone who's dead but doesn't quite know it. Hyoba held up a sign with a flustered expression. Me? A file folder appeared in Fainia's hand, and he continued. This is the proof of the transaction between Miss CC and a hacker which I investigated using science and technology. The content of the transaction was a supervirus. Fainia held up the document for everyone to see and added an explanation. That's why we couldn't find out the old man's cause of death, because he wasn't an ordinary person. Our old man used electronic symbols to simulate a personality, just like Guling, and at the same time created a physical body with nanotechnology. Fainia raised his hand, pointed at CC standing in front of him, and continued. And after CC discovered this secret, she used an electronic virus to invade so she could inherit the property to pay off her debts. The old man is really, as he wrote in his diary. The old man had already passed away in the year 221 of the new era. He invented this technology to create a person identical to himself to stay by his daughter's side. The old man thought that was the best way, and he could finally go find his beloved wife who had passed away and escape the pain of this world. Suddenly a reflective screen appeared, with flowers and fireworks exploding around it, and the words "Congratulations, script successfully solved" appeared on the screen. As expected of Mr. Fainia, who controls a business empire with an IQ of over 220, Fainia looked at the screen and said, "You've finally appeared, or should I call you the old man of the A world?" Fainia raised his head and continued. "There were too many hints in this mission. You didn't want us to pass, you wanted us to understand your story. You control the A world, and I have superhuman intelligence, so a person like you will need an assistant. Let me go to the A world. Finia clutched his clothes tightly and said slowly, I won't last much longer. A smiling eye appeared clearly on the screen and replied immediately, I planned this script with all my heart, but it's only half of my story. There are still more stories to come, so the next main mission clue will surely surprise you all much more. The reflective screen looked at Dong, who was standing blankly to the side, and said, You're quite something. Out of the 6, you're the only one who has successfully reached the main mission clue here. Many other people couldn't even convert the money. Your selling of weasel fur and causing a stir at the Divine Spirit Academy were all within my sight. Young man, very good. She, who had been watching all along, asked Dong, looking confused. What did the reflective screen say to Dong? We couldn't hear it all. Guling approached She's side and answered her question. The system blocked the sound. This Dong is not simple after all. The reflective screen continued to change expressions and speak. Then the main mission will officially begin after you all leave. And thank you for replaying this murder script with me. Please keep this a secret after you leave. As soon as the words were finished, the screen disappeared with a whoosh. Finia raised his hand in regret and frowned. Don't go, save me. Why don't you ever look at me? I can help you a lot. Finia sat down on the ground in disappointment and coughed. Bao looked at Finia and said, In reality he's a genius and a powerful figure who built a business empire, but in the face of death he has no choice but to beg for salvation from a reflective screen that may or may not be real. SC continued, If that day comes for us, we won't be any better than him. Death is the final proposition for everyone. Dong thought for a moment and then spoke. 6 people, a total of Zigs. Finia said 5, so are there 4 more. Are all the people who came here wild monsters? As soon as he finished speaking, the word script will end soon appeared on the screen, along with a countdown of 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Suddenly, Bao and Dong in their skeleton forms appeared in front of a large gate. The two turned their heads and saw Zhonghong and the others gathered around something. Dong saw it, went over, placed a hand on Zhonghong's shoulder and said, The main clue has been announced. What's the main clue mission this time? Zhonghong pointed up and replied, Here. Words appeared on a bulletin board. Dear players, the A 10th anniversary main mission is officially announced. In the future, a brand new planet will approach the A world after 2 years of game time. However, the 6 designated people can explore this planet 1 year earlier. What will be on this planet? What interesting things will happen? Let's explore and find out together. Dong raised his head, read each word and said, This is about the planet's appearance. And that's an image of Earth. In the darkness, Xiaoduzi wore large glasses that covered almost half of her face, as if she had realized she had traveled through time and space. Xiaoduzi recalled the past and said, That day they said it was a big reward for the 10th anniversary, so I just opened a treasure chest. Suddenly a light shot out and Xiaoduzi covered her eyes and screamed, But I never thought I would become a little monster. Xiaoduzi angrily went to another place and said with curiosity, This place is. A fragrant flower garden appeared before her eyes, surprising Xiaoduzi. This is the Shanghua Valley next to the Divine Beast Village. Why am I here? Xiaoduzi noticed something, looked down at her feet and then looked to the side and exclaimed in surprise, Ha ha, as if struck by lightning she realized where she was standing. I've time-traveled to the A world. Xiaoduzi, in the form of a small monster, cried loudly, struggled and whimpered, I just opened a treasure chest. I want to go home. At first I wanted to help the players, but Xiaoduzi realized that in this monster form she couldn't communicate with humans. She could only write, so she wrote a few lines on the ground, Help, I've turned into this. But it was useless no matter how many times she wrote it. In the end, whenever she mentioned information about time travel, it all turned into Roman letters. Xiaoduzi cried helplessly. Xiaoduzi came up with an idea and went deep into the forest, thinking, Can I attack monsters? I should level up and go to the main city or the outside world. It was easier said than done. A swarm of bats appeared and attacked Xiaoduzi, and she fled in surprise like smoke. She shouted, Help me, as she ran, badly beaten. Xiaoduzi lay on the ground, tears streaming down like a river as she thought, When I was in a before, I raised pets, built and repaired houses to level up. I couldn't fight monsters at all. I can't even beat a level 1 monster. Suddenly, Xiaoduzi seemed to have thought of something, sat up abruptly, her eyes sparkling as she said, Should I go a little farther? Simu seems to be the weakest low-level monster here. Let's go fight a Ceylon. Xiaoduzi ran and called out, Ceylon. After fighting Ceylon, Duzi can level up. Then suddenly, Duzi saw something and was so shocked her eyes went dark. What's this? Xiaoduzi watched in surprise from a distance, and it was a group of high-level Ceylon gathered together. Duzi was flustered. Ceylon level 10. Duzi bit her hand and thought worriedly, Why is even Ceylon level 10? Duzi hid behind a rock and looked to the side to see a group of players in ambush, with a group of slimes holding a beast. Duzi noticed that they had a very special skeleton. Following his skeleton subordinate, he provoked and chased the new players. Xiaoduzi sighed in discouragement, but Duzi couldn't even kill a wild monster, and the combat options were all on auto. Suddenly a method popped into Duzi's head. A sword pierced the middle of a bat's stomach. A red bag fell to the ground. 2 players were fighting, and the brown-haired man sighed to the red-haired man next to him. We finally almost finished the Divine Beast mission. Sappo didn't know why a high-level skeleton had appeared. It's so annoying, it's normal to be born in Washong Valley. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps was heard from somewhere, and Xiaoduzi flashed past, causing the brown-haired player to exclaim in surprise, What's with that deer? Xiaoduzi, with a cunning expression, held a red item bag in her mouth and thought, Duzi collected the information that flowed out from the players and then, taking advantage of their carelessness, stole the rewards dropped by the wild monster. The two players stood there dumbfounded and said, "Weren't we just ignored by that deer? It seems to have stolen our stuff too." Duzi obtained the loot and ran away with a whoosh, thinking, "Their condition is not good, they won't be able to catch Dudu." The sun set and the moon rose high, illuminating the sky. A monkey was hanging in the air with painful thorns stuck in its stomach. The monkey was gradually disappearing, and Duzi stood to the side, jumped up, and exclaimed happily, "Success, Dudu can level up." At this time many people were gathered outside the city gate, and a small monster was also hiding among the people trying to enter the city. A knight suddenly stretched out his hand and shouted, "Stop!" Duzi became extremely scared, her face turned pale as she thought, I'm screwed, I won't be discovered, right? I don't know if wild monsters can enter the main city." That knight raised his sword and threatened the skeleton. "Any unidentified creature that trespasses into the city will be killed." Finally, Duzi could breathe a sigh of relief. This road seemed difficult. Inside the Blood Clan's camp, Duzi was very tired, leaning her head against a rock and lying down. She seemed very discouraged at this time. If she couldn't enter the main city, she couldn't change classes, and only by changing classes could she change her form and become human. The current beast claws were inconvenient. Dudu wants to build a house, a big trap. And Duzi couldn't help but sigh. "The little monster identity won't work. Can I be a pet?" Then she kept shaking her head. No, there's no guarantee that a pet can find a reliable owner. Why am I thinking of being someone else's pet? Dudu has to rely on herself." After thinking, she immediately took action. Duzi held a branch in her mouth and drew a rough map on the ground. She had no hands, but Dudu remembered the structure of those traps before. This way it would definitely work. On the other side, two young men were standing together in the middle of a grassy field. The blue-haired young man said to the person next to him, "This is far enough from the skeleton camp, right? It should be fine." He continued to talk about the strange things that had happened recently. Recently, people on the forums have been saying that strange wild monsters have appeared in several places. In the east, a flying snake appeared and frantically drilled into female players' skirts. It even shouted, "I've finally come to the 2D world." The man next to him continued, "That's right, they say there's an uncatchable scorpion in the west too. And recently, I've also encountered a strange skeleton, but there are thousands of spawn points in the A world, so these few won't have a big impact. Maybe some mission is about to be announced." The brown-haired young man looked around and said a little nervously, "But isn't it strange that it's so quiet? Why isn't there a single monster here?" He was very worried. "We're not that unlucky, are we? We haven't encountered something strange again, have we?" Just then his foot stepped on something, and the place he had just stepped on was a trap. After that, the young man fell straight down, leaving only a very tragic scream of "Monster!" He opened his eyes wide and his mouth agape, his face pale with fear. Seeing the small monster impaled on the sharp stake made him even more scared when he was almost there. The brown-haired young man quickly grabbed the wooden stake below with his hand, and one foot stepped on another stake behind him. The young man was in a very strange position, trembling slightly with fear. Thank goodness, I almost lost my little brother. Brother Mingyue, are you okay?" Seeing the body pierced by the wooden stake, he opened his eyes wide, very scared, and shouted, "Brother Mingyue." The young man cried very painfully. "Who made this trap to kill a level 20 firehorse with such a big trap? Why did I meet such a madman? Brother Mingyue, I will investigate and definitely avenge you." Suddenly a voice came from the hole above. "I haven't gotten the experience points yet." Dudu threw a few more stones. Dudu should stay a little farther away. Dudu can't watch such a bloody scene. Immediately after, many large stones were thrown from the cave entrance. The young man's face turned pale as he shouted, "Wait, there are still people down here." And next, a very tragic scream echoed throughout the space. "You beast!" Dudu, who was throwing stones into the trap from above, suddenly stopped. I seem to hear something. Should I go take a look? No, it might be a mess of blood and flesh." Dudu's level suddenly rose to 13. Her face was very surprised. Why did I go straight to level 13? I should have been a little short on experience. Do I have to kill 2 more wild monsters?" Then Dudu turned and left. When the system cleans up the bodies, Dudu will go and continue to make traps. Outside the city wall, a beam of light suddenly appeared. The brown-haired young man was exhausted, his hands on his knees, complaining, "Why are there strange monsters everywhere? It's not easy to level up, and now I have to start all over again." Brother Mingyue waved his hand and comforted him. All right, let's go look around the main city. Let's rest a bit first." The young man had no choice but to compromise. "I guess so. I'll gather some people, level up, and then I'm definitely going to find that player named Dudu." Not long after, he bumped into a girl carrying a basket of oranges. The girl was knocked to the ground and the oranges in her basket spilled everywhere. The brown-haired young man clutched his head and shouted in frustration, "Damn it, another NPC. What's with this game?" Meanwhile, it had already been 4 months since Dudu entered the game. At this time, Dong Dong had also finished his exam at the Divine Spirit Academy, established the monster camp, and was preparing to enroll in the academy. Dudu held a bundle in her mouth. As new monsters above level 40 spawned outside the camp, she became rank 1. Dudu's traps could no longer harm them, and hunting low-level monsters yielded very little experience. But despite that, Dudu had spent 4 months here, setting new traps every single day, relentlessly attacking low-level monsters and repeating it endlessly. Finally today, Dudu's joyous cry echoed, "Max level, the first ever rank 0 max level monster in the history of A is born." The scene then shifted to a very grand castle. Fufuru was reporting on the kingdom's recent situation. "Lately, many strange things have happened around our duchy. There is a monster camp that has gathered over 200 elite monsters, and for the past 1 to 2 months a great number of inexplicable traps have appeared in the level 35 wolf camp. The Grand Duke of the Heath family assigned the two a mission. Our duchy was initially an NPC established by players. The monster camp has encroached on some important mission resources, so you are to go and investigate." Sampangyabu was very worried about what mission would be announced soon. "Currently, all the major duchies are sending people to the A amusement park to find main mission clues, so we can't have any disturbances in our rear," Fufuru told them. "Announce a mission within the duchy. The main mission clue is near. Our Divine Spirit Island is originally between the West Hia continent and the East Chang continent, but our duchy doesn't even have a rank 5 expert," she continued to explain her plan. "Our strength is too weak. If not for our special location and the fact that the Divine Spirit Academy exists on our island, we would have been swallowed up long ago. Every time there's a main mission clue, a large amount of resources, equipment, and new mind methods are released. This time we must obtain a good mind method or weapon. Even if difficulties pile up, we must nurture someone who can pass the rank 5 personal mission." Heath was certain of one thing. Although the Divine Spirit Academy is strong, they are ultimately not of one mind with us. They only serve their own guilds. Fufuru and Sanpangyabu placed their hands on their chests and shouted reverently, "All for the guild." Meanwhile, a large wolf with a scar on its face asked the few people next to him, "This is a mission commissioned by the duchy. Will it really be okay?" The large wolf got a little angry and reprimanded his companion. "Rama, why did you have to mess with Miss Shi in the first place? She's from the 3rd largest guild in the West. Killing you is as simple as crushing a bug. All the items and equipment on your original account are gone." He was now rank 1 after 2 months. Rama was just as angry and cursed. "Damn it, I don't know how those skeleton bastards charmed Shi. Those rotten bastards ruined one of my accounts. The mind methods and proficient skills I've collected will take at least half a year to slowly recover." Rama's brow furrowed tightly. "Just you wait. When I join an Eastern guild, since the two sides don't have a good relationship anyway, I'll slowly add fuel to the fire then," a small monster with a rat-like face explained to them. "Fortunately, rank 3 is all solo support missions or repeatable missions. To get rank 4 materials, you need skilled control and B-grade mind methods or B-grade equipment to complete the mission alone." He persuaded everyone. "But rank 5 requires at least an A-grade mind method or an A-grade equipment combination, plus super expert level skill proficiency to complete the mission. We should be thankful to the heavens if we can even complete a rank 4 mission," the red-haired girl reminded them, pointing to the path. "They say another trap-loving monster has appeared around here, so be careful not to fall into one." Rama was so angry his fist trembled. "Another monster? Come on, this old man will kill one if I see one, and kill a pair if I see a pair." As soon as he finished speaking, Rama kicked a rope lying on the ground. A large beehive fell from a tree above. Rama's eyes widened and his mouth hung open as he stared blankly at the beehive about to fall on his head. As the beehive fell, Rama's group was terrified. A giant swarm of bees poured out, chasing and attacking them. Frightened screams echoed continuously. "Why are rank 1 level 40 confusion bees appearing here? Damn it, your unlucky mouth brought too many of them. Quick, use a cultivation spell. It takes time to cast. I can't enter a casting state." Dudu poked her head out from a tree trunk. She thought to herself, "This group is all max level rank 3, so Dudu can't beat them. That rank 1 squirrel, Dudu can definitely bully him." At this time, the faces of Rama's group were all swollen from bee stings. The giant wolf remarked with admiration, "So annoying. These bugs aren't fatal, but the post-sting swelling will last for 2 days." Rama comforted them. "It's fine, I turned off pain synchronization. Let's just live like this for 2 days, the red-haired girl cried sadly. "My face is ruined. It's worse than taking my life, you blind man. Be a little more careful, don't get caught in a trap again." Purple smoke suddenly appeared. The small rat monster narrowed his eyes. He said groggily, "Why do my movements seem slower?" Seeing their reaction, Dudu took out a gas mask and put it on her face. He was very excited. "It's working." After injuring them with the confusion bees, the players turn off pain synchronization. At this time, I spread the powder extracted from confusion mushrooms in the air. Their current neurological state and mobility are at their weakest. Just then, Rama once again stepped on another rope under the ground. Rama muttered groggily, "I think I've been poisoned." A wooden stick full of thorns struck him squarely, and the large wolf immediately became alert, seeing the stick falling towards him. After that, he immediately raised his fist and smashed the stick into several pieces. The large wolf shouted in anger, "This is so annoying, I can't take it anymore." "These traps are the work of a vicious bastard," the red-haired girl volunteered. "I'll go draw a magic circle and burn this whole place down. There's no way we can't catch this monster." Dudu seriously observed their fight. "The skill gap is too big. Killing one rank 1 player is my limit." She took off her mask, turned around, and left. "Dudu has to move. I can't take all the many traps and materials Dudu painstakingly designed." As Dudu was about to leave, she suddenly heard a strange voice and stopped. "While patrolling the recent situation, I happened to find you." A very small skeleton appeared in front of the big wolf pack. "Banbun, rank 3 level 120 mutant skeleton monster." The monster laughed coldly. "Enemies meet on a narrow bridge. Dawa whispered to her companion. That skeleton is rank 3, Niku said, unable to understand. What's the situation? Niku, with his swollen face, angrily threatened them. We let you go last time, but now that we've caught you again, I'll show you how big the difference is between rank 3s. The rat-faced little monster looked around and confirmed that the black skeleton was not here. After that, he began to assign tasks to each person. Dawa, you attack with magic. I'll use a formation when I see an opportunity. Niku, you attack from the front. This time, I'll charge with all my strength and won't let my guard down anymore. Niku, with a cold face, immediately became serious. He raised his hand and a stream of power began to surge. B-grade equipment, moonlight armor. C-grade mind method, crushing strike. Niku rushed towards Banban. He leaped up, swung his claws to attack, and all the bone fragments on Banban's body fell off. This made Niku's eyes widen in surprise. He said in disbelief. It split apart. He gritted his teeth and reached for Banban's head. Niku thought to himself, attack the head. But before he could even touch Banban's head, a hand reached out from under the ground and grabbed Niku's leg tightly. Niku angrily looked down. There's another one. Just then, the small monster Zoo appeared behind Banban. He shouted, trying to run. The one-eyed monster stretched out his hand and a small formation appeared in his palm. C-grade formation, mind method, immortal binding art. All of Banban's body parts were surrounded by the Ratface's formation. Ratface hurriedly ordered Niku, I've trapped him. Niku, quickly attack his head and inflict a fatal wound. Dawa put her hands together and shouted, here I go. C-grade dissociating fire spell. Dawa spread her arms, raised her face to the sky and shouted loudly. A very powerful flame enveloped her body. After that, she suddenly fell to the ground and lost consciousness. Xiaolin had appeared behind Dawa at some point. The girl held a weapon in her hand and stared blankly at the person lying on the ground. Xiaolin was very happy and boasted. Brother Banban, my sneak attack was a success. Niku was completely stunned by the sight before him. Have these monsters really gotten this smart? Ambushing the mage's weakest defensive point. This is coordination that many player teams can't achieve. Ratface quickly discussed the next plan with Niku. 3 monsters, although their equipment and mind methods aren't high grade, we can't beat them right now, plus we've already lost 1 mage. Let's return to the duchy first and report the situation. Let's request that they send the duchy army here. Niku closed his eyes and said in despair, dying and losing levels is a pain. It will take at least half a month to get back. After that, he waved his hand and ordered his companion to retreat. Ratface and Niku hurriedly fled for their lives. Xiao Xiao said to Banban, we're not going to kill them, so don't chase them anymore. Xiaolin clenched the weapon in her hand. She was still very disappointed. What a shame we couldn't chase and kill them. At this time, Banban didn't want to hide anymore either. He said to Dudu, who was hiding behind a tree, hey dear, come out, we're all monsters. We have no ill intentions. Dudu was still wary of them and demanded, how can you guys change classes? Swear an oath first. There was a very strange symbol on Dudu's body, and Banban also noticed it. This is the same symbol as on the boss's head. Immediately, Banban raised 2 fingers and began to swear. I, Banban, swear that I will never harm the deer in front of me. If I break this oath, Banban will receive the system's oath punishment. Dudu ordered them. You guys go to the second tree on the left. Don't touch the plants next to it and don't touch the rock on the right. They're all traps I set. Let's go to my house and talk for a bit. Seeing Dudu's reaction, Banban's group was very helpless. This deer is really overly cautious. Goduchi, a flock of small birds flew in the sky. Heath rested his chin on his hand and coldly asked the group in front of him, you guys, what did you go through? Rama, Niku, Dawa and Ratface all sighed in turn. We were chased by monsters. In the chaos, we triggered all the traps on the road and we barely made it back to the city alive by drinking blood and taking medicine on the way. Rama clenched his fist and shouted, Grand Duke, 3 rank 3 monsters have already appeared in this duchy camp. We can't let them develop any further. Before we can develop further, we must wipe them out completely in one go. Sanpangyabu did not agree with Rama's opinion. It would be a big problem if they formed an alliance with the high-level monsters around. Near our guild there is a legendary elite-level monster, the rank 5 red flame dragon, Rama continued seriously. Besides, their boss is the famous Dongdong. At the concert before, he was very close with Dozan. Our god duchy has always been a neutral nation. So if Dozan uses this monster camp to control the duchy, it will be a big problem. Heath seriously considered their words, and a moment later he immediately ordered Fufuru. Fufuru, contact Heaven, the strongest guild in the West. If Dozan is really involved, only Heaven Guild's rank 6 Apollo can suppress him. Request their help to wipe out this monster camp. In exchange, let them use the guild's exclusive points for free and at the same time allow them to borrow Ga Guild's troops. Heath continued seriously. Then let's officially put this monster camp annihilation plan on the schedule. Rama was very excited. HMPH monster camp, how you all killed this old man in the beginning. This old man will repay you all 1,000 times over. Meanwhile, Banban's group was heading to her house with Dudu. Banban carried a large pack on his back and turned his head to grumble at Dudu. Let me be brief. The camp has a lot of materials, so you don't need to carry things like this. Dudu closed her eyes and smiled. She very proudly boasted to them. These are the materials Dudu has used continuously up to rank 2, and Dudu has obtained many items. Dudu wants to change class to a deer spirit, so I can have human hands. When that time comes, Dudu can build a lot of buildings. Leave your camp's houses to Dudu. Meanwhile, Banban was convinced in his heart. She has the same symbol on her head as the boss. She must be related to the boss. Dudu was also quietly observing Banban's group. They've developed to this stage. Are these monsters all from beyond time and space, or did A's monsters awaken on their own? Dudu turned her head and decided not to care anymore. Dudu needs to change class. First I have to use their camp's class change location. Dudu will have hands soon. Dudu can build more traps and buildings. At this time they had already arrived at the gate of the monster camp. As soon as the skeleton guarding the gate saw Banban's group, he immediately informed the others. Brother Banban is back. The camp gate opened immediately. The gatekeeper skeleton from earlier very enthusiastically said to Banban, "Here, we'll carry the luggage for you." But before they could even touch it, Dudu's voice rang out. "No, no," she waved her hand and refused their help. "You guys don't touch Dudu's things carelessly, it's easy to have an accident." Banban introduced Dudu to the others. "This is a kid we met during our investigation. Her name is Dudu." Banban turned his head and briefly told Dudu the next schedule. "Let's go to our city hall first for a bit, then I'll personally take you to change class." Meanwhile, a large hammer was fiercely striking something. Many small monsters were using hammers together to destroy a wall. The skeletons worked together to push large rocks. Dudu was very surprised to see this scene. "You're demolishing the buildings in the city, aren't you guys living here anymore?" Banban began to explain the situation in the city to Dudu. "Yes, we have to disband. Our forces have grown larger and larger. At first it was just fairies, but later we took the initiative to find monsters with high IQ that we could communicate with. Now there are already 233 monsters in the city." Banban spoke of the difficulties they were facing. "But OBNA is still stuck at the rank B threshold. Rank B requires personal skill proficiency to reach the legendary level, which we can achieve by training during this time. But it requires B-grade equipment or mind methods, and that's the challenge. B-grade equipment and mind methods are untradeable. They can only be obtained through self-made quests or inheritance, but monsters can't receive quests. This is our difficult situation." Banban continued to talk about the monster camp's next plan. "A monster group without a rank 4 will definitely attract the attention of those around, so we plan to disband the entire camp and go up into the mountains after this period is over." Dudu was very surprised to hear Banban's analysis. "Who taught you guys these things? Your boss Dong Dong?" Banban was very proud to mention his boss. "That's right, the boss said our advantage is our numbers. If we're really discovered, we shouldn't be tied down to the fortress. If we meet an opponent we can't beat, we must run away and plan for the future. As long as the mountain remains, we won't have to worry about firewood." Dudu's face darkened. For some reason, even though she hadn't officially met this person named Dong Dong, she felt a despicable aura wash over her. Outside the wooden building, Banban held a bundle in his hand, turned his head and informed Dudu that the main mission clue had been announced. He said the boss would be back in a few days and that he would introduce her to the boss then. Dudu was very excited. "Okay, let's go to the class change place right away." Banban didn't take Dudu directly to the class change location. Instead, he brought her a cup of milk tea and said, "Rest a bit. This is the milk tea that Sister Bao Bao likes the most." Dudu was a little puzzled. "Sister Bao Bao," Banban noticed her confusion and immediately explained, "She's our boss Dong Dong's master." Dudu's eyes widened in surprise. "What? There's really a wild monster who became someone else's pet?" She took the milk tea from Banban's hand and Dudu looked at it with a very disgusted expression. "This wild monster is truly shameless. Dudu has to be careful." And then Dudu took a sip of the milk tea, and as soon as she tasted it, her eyes immediately sparkled. "I haven't had this taste in a long time. It's the same as the milk tea I used to love in the real world. This Bao Bao must be a good person. People who like milk tea can't be bad." A moment later, Banban took Dudu to the front of the class change location. "This is the class change place." Dudu was overjoyed and went forward to greet the gatekeeper. "Hello, Dudu is here to change class." The young man explained to Dudu that upon changing class she could choose a race evolution path once and add attribute points. Hearing this, Dudu's eyes immediately lit up. She shouted very excitedly, "Humanoid, humanoid. Please add the points to the architecture type key." The young man smiled and guided Dudu. "Yes, please come this way with me." Banban looked at the ecstatic Dudu as she left, as if he couldn't understand. She and the boss really have an obsession with the human form. Suddenly, a beam of light appeared. At this moment, a red ribbon appeared on Dudu's neck and the hem of a red dress also appeared at the same time. Dudu happily winked at them. Dudu had successfully changed her class. At this time, the vermilion bird panted, looking very tired. "Pant, pant." Dong Dong wiped the sweat from his forehead with his hand. He let out a sigh of relief as if he had finally finished organizing everything. The entrance to Zhengzhong Island suddenly closed and it took a 3-day boat ride to arrive. Bao Bao was overjoyed and laughed loudly. "We can finally go back. I'm sure the milk tea shop I mentioned before has been built." Dong Dong sighed helplessly. "The main mission clue has just been announced and all the guilds that were with us before have disbanded. Everyone is fighting over resources. So what negotiations are needed for that planet anymore? The resource war has already begun." CC's internal guild work was piling up, so she had to return to the guild first to handle things. Guling and I discussed the rank 6 mission. Guling told him, "Dozan told me to tell you a bit about the rank 6 mission. Just like rank 5, the first requirement is job proficiency. To reach A-grade skill proficiency, you basically just need guts. Players with ordinary qualities can make up for it by relying on game time or muscle memory. Simply put, each job has a corresponding map to clear, and the faster you clear it and the more pass cards you get, The higher your skill proficiency becomes, the second mission is very harsh. The player must personally craft an S-grade or higher mind method or weapon. According to Dozan, you can only do it by feeling the flow of energy in the A world from the beginning and understanding the laws of the elements. Dong stroked his chin, lost in thought. If this main mission clue is related to us, what information from the murder script's hints is true? Finally, he made a decision. Let's find the remaining time-space travelers first. There's strength in numbers, so I'll think about other things after I reach rank 4. Dong recalled the arrogant words he had said before and began to regret them greatly. We have to chase them for months here to get them to the rank 6 max level. But now his face darkened, thinking with disappointment that all his greatness had turned into a bluff. I haven't even found the S-grade equipment for rank 5. Suddenly, the vermilion bird shouted loudly, "Mom, wait!" Dong immediately became alert and asked seriously, "What is it?" Bao looked ahead and said to him, "The wild monster camp is right ahead." The vermilion bird narrowed its eyes. It began to speak of very scary information about the surroundings. "It's all traps, Chi-Chi, there are too many." Dong wasn't scared by this at all and shouted, "Oh, this is simple." He tightly gripped the nether demon's tail in his hand and threw it forward forcefully. "I choose you, nether demon." The nether demon was suddenly thrown and barely managed to shout, "You ah." At that moment, the nether demon triggered a rope and numerous formations. Bombs, sharp wooden stakes and blades appeared and surrounded the nether demon, making it break out in a cold sweat. Dong was very surprised to see the nether demon being attacked by traps someone had made. A 3-layered formation with various mechanical bombs. If a rank 4 carelessly entered, they'd be skinned alive. Banban's group has developed so noticeably. The nether demon widened its eyes in anger and shouted, "Are you even human? Why didn't you use Moikeo to detect the traps?" Dong smiled, looking very pleased. "This Moikeo can only get past barriers. Physical damage is still effective and you basically don't get hurt, do you? Magic damage is also limited, so no one can do this big mission but you." The nether demon continued to roll on the ground, throwing a tantrum at him. "I don't care, my body is hurt. I can only get up if Sister Bao hugs me." Then it puffed its cheeks, pouted, glanced at Dong and demanded, "Or if you cross-dress, it's not like I can't accept it." But before it could even finish speaking, Dong and Bao turned their backs and left. The nether demon hurriedly shouted, "Hey, wait up, let me tell you, you're not done using me as a guide." In front of them at this time was a collapsed wall. Everything was destroyed with nothing left intact. Bao covered her mouth with her hand and said helplessly, "This ending again." Dong was also very surprised and asked himself, "Did they move?" Then he started to call out loudly, Shao, I'm back. Come out and get beaten up." But no matter how much he called, no one appeared. Dong looked around worriedly. "Where is Shao?" Just then he noticed that someone was secretly watching their group. Dong shouted warily, "There's someone there, who is it?" He immediately got into a ready-to-attack stance. Dong threatened the person in hiding. "You in the back, come out right now or I won't go easy on you." At this moment Dudu saw Dong's vermilion bird. She recognized Jagong, Mingsha and the vermilion bird and her eyes widened. After confirming it was safe, Dudu immediately came out, happily waving and greeting Dong's group. "I'm on your side. Banban told me to wait here. In a moment Dudu will tell you what happened." Dong noticed the symbol on Dudu's body and was very surprised. "This is the symbol of the main mission clue." Since Dong didn't speak, Dudu introduced herself first. "You're Bao and Dong, right? My name is Dudu. I'm a monster too. It's a pleasure to meet you." The nether demon saw Dudu and its eyes widened and its mouth dropped open. He created a rose and held it in his mouth. Acting cool, he flew in front of Dudu. "This beautiful dear lady, this humble one happened to pick a flower on the road. Would you accept it?" At this moment 2 small children secretly entered the forest to play. Behind the shadow of a large tree, the orange-haired child said to the blue-haired child, frightened, "I told you, let's not come here anymore. Can't we change the spawn point?" The blue-haired child happily reassured him and replied, "We just came to look around. I heard the wild monsters here have mutated and are all high-level monsters. We're level 1 anyway. It's normal to die and change our numbers and spawn points." He glanced at the green lawn ahead and saw no sign of anyone, and the blue-haired child discovered, "There isn't a single wild monster here." Speaking of the A forums, they are divided into 6 distinct forums. First, an old monk monster master. Silpo and the Blood Clan have recently returned to normal and that disgusting deer that was nearby is gone. Next is Fufuricorn, right? That deer is so disgusting. Last time my squad went to Washong Valley to catch poisonous bugs and got caught in layers of traps. Now every time I go to the bathroom I feel like I'm about to be ambushed. To understand more deeply, it finally returned to normal with the start of youth mode. The system has finally cleaned up these wild monsters. I changed my spawn point 3 times. It was normal to have to leave Zhengzhong Island after being killed by a wild monster every time, coming back with the unbearable you. The God Duchy recently issued a request to annihilate the wild monsters. Do we still have to go? What's more, the president of the Wild Monster Victims Association must go. I didn't know the spawn point at first and was killed by these skeletons over 20 times. After changing my spawn point, I want revenge. I trained to rank 1 level 40 or higher and came back. Those wild monsters had all become rank 2 and killed me again. And finally Dog and Horse A, everyone unite. These wild monsters are just hiding. We must get revenge." Hearing this, Dudu asked Dong with a puzzled look, "So you're that very bad Dong?" He denied the rumor she was thinking of. He replied, "Nonsense, it's all slander. Everything I do is fair and square, so what's so bad about it?" Suddenly, he raised his hand, pointed to the symbol above her head and asked why she had it. Before she could answer, a notification suddenly appeared before them. Hidden mission activated. Congratulations on successfully finding a time-space traveler of the same affiliation. The reward is a one-time free entry to the main city. Mission progress 1-5. At that moment he realized something about the symbol on her head. So this symbol represented that. Dudu replied, "We are all time-space travelers." Dong Dong slumped down, covered his face with his hands and lamented, "Wait, I found the first of my kind, and I can enter the main city right away. In other words, we time-space travelers just have to find each other to enter the main city once and change our classes," Dudu added. The system probably didn't expect someone to immediately become another person's pet and choose an innocent new user, but thanks to you, Dudu was able to change class too. After speaking, she turned to Bao Bao and praised the girl. "You're Bao Bao, right? I heard about you from Banban. Dudu will guide you all to the new camp first." She turned her face toward Dong Dong and said, "Let's talk in a bit. There are a lot of people here right now." Going deep into the forest, Dudu shared some information with the two of them. Recently, many people have come to test the waters, but they were blocked by Dudu's traps and went back. After discussing it with Banban, we thought it was too dangerous to build in the original camp. So we chose a new location, recovered useful materials, and went to that green lawn. She pointed in that direction and invited everyone to her home. "This is our new house." Bao Bao was puzzled, seeing only grass and no sign of a house. She asked, "What's so special about this place? It's just an ordinary mountain." Seeing this, Dudu stood on a nearby grassy platform and shouted loudly as if calling for someone, "Xiao Xiao, come out." Sappo heard her voice, opened a door directly from the mountain, and replied, "The boss is back." Behind the cliff, surprisingly small skeletons and small fairies had built a base together. The doors looked truly amazing. They all greeted Dudu and the guests who had come to visit. "The boss is back, the boss is back, the boss is back." They surrounded Dong Dong and Bao Bao and rejoiced. "The boss is back, brother Banban." Seeing everyone welcome him like this, Dong Dong said triumphantly, "So you were all hiding here." Going deeper, he could see what activities they usually did here. The little fairies were divided into digging and carving rocks, while the skeletons moved large rocks outside. As they walked, Dong Dong asked, "Are you guys going to dig out almost this entire mountain?" Dudu answered his question. "It's still a long way from being completely dug out, but thanks to the mountain, we've accomplished a lot, including building traps and dealing with enemies who enter the mountain." She recounted in detail what had happened before. "You guys have already been directly exposed to the outside. You've completely lost the biggest advantage of a wild monster, camouflage." This is what she said. "I told these skeletons to hide their rank data. Then, based on the basic appearance of a wild monster, the players who come here will think they're ordinary wild monsters and let their guard down. If their attention is drawn, I will be attacked. When they suddenly notice us, we will attack unexpectedly. And our advantage will be greater than if we were to attack the players head-on." And facing the tunnels, she would find out that Banban's group had made tunnels before, and she would know that this was the right direction. Dudu crossed her arms and calmly concluded, "You can surely bring out many useful helpers. Using them, we can build many houses and traps. Don't fight head-on." Dong Dong heard her and immediately agreed. After speaking, he turned around and thought to himself, "This sinister and cunning person seems to be wiser than me." After a brief look around, everyone went into the living room to talk. Dong Dong was puzzled to see everyone digging deep into the mountain to do something. He asked, "Have players been coming to lay siege lately? You're doing so much construction." Sappo stood up and answered vehemently, "Boss, doesn't Sister Bao Bao go on the forums? The Ga Guild has issued a monster siege mission. A few players have already come to scout, and besides them, there are the players who were massacred before. Some of them have formed a coalition and are preparing to participate in this siege." Hearing this, Dong Dong was troubled and muttered to himself, "It seems I'll have to deal with the local NPCs. I didn't think it would happen this quickly. The main mission just ended, and I don't know if I can rely on the guilds that were drawn to the main mission clue." And finally, he had to make a decision about this mission. "Although the difference in power is very large, we must win." The room became very lively after hearing his plan. The warriors all agreed with his opinion and strengthened their resolve together. "Prepare for war." Sappo put his arms around the shoulders of two skeletons and happily brought them over for an introduction. "Boss, these two players are named Chongpeng Miangwal and they want to join our camp. They even specifically changed their class to the undead race. After night fell and they had charged enough energy, everyone worked hard. They all had to rack their brains to create the most careful process. At this time, Dudu held a megaphone and urged everyone on. "Everyone, please speed up the defensive construction according to the blueprints I gave you. Time waits for no one." Dong Dong watched the process from his side and was impressed. "This process is too terrifying. According to her construction blueprints, if we cooperate well, it seems we can defend against an enemy dozens of times our number." He ran up to her, placed a hand on her shoulder and said, "Bao Bao has logged off, let's go talk somewhere." At that moment, Dudu was just preparing to go to the mountaintop to check on something, so she agreed. She replied, "That's perfect. Let's go up to the mountaintop. I'll see if I've missed anything." After arriving at the peak, she watched with him as the stars floated high in the sky, appearing as if in competition with one another. He watched her and asked, she said, "Is the world of a real or is it a fabrication?" She suddenly spread her 5 fingers toward the sky and answered, "I don't know, but what this place means to me is much greater than reality." She then spoke more about her life in the real world. In reality, I'm just a maid. I have no friends, my job is freelance, so I don't need to go to work, and I have no presents. She continued to talk about her childhood in the real world. I made a lot of friends in the game. In the world of A, you can level up just by building things, without needing to fight and kill. Starting with a single flower, a single brick, Dudu built her own house from scratch. After that, she had a small experience in the world of A. Dudu began to look forward to every day in A as if it wasn't to play the game A, but to return to Dudu's home, so she broke the mood with words mixed with her own rational determination. So whatever the truth is about us time traveling here, it's not really important anymore. Dudu is really enjoying her current state of working towards a goal, finally, she said to him in a playful voice. So to speak, not only did you awaken the wisdom of these wild monsters, but you even found a master, and that master happens to be a new player, he replied. I couldn't even pass on my consciousness, so what else could I do? I observed people on the road for a few days and chose the one who seemed the purest. His eyes suddenly narrowed and he sighed as if in sorrow. HMPH, you're right, we have to get through the difficult challenge before us first. I've obtained an A-grade mind method and the academy gave me A-grade equipment. In terms of skill alone, I can already challenge rank 5, but the dungeon map proficiency is very difficult. Before time traveling, I had a combat type account, and I was lucky to barely pass rank 4. A screen appeared in his hand and he looked at it and said, I'll have to go back to the academy for a few days and see if I can pass the rank 4 map. I've already asked CC to find the materials needed for the rank 4 map. As he said that, he threw a pouch to her and said, and this is a pouch of rank 3 materials I exchanged with CC. It should be enough for you to change your class. According to the information Xiao Xiao gave us, the God Duchy is gathering over 3,000 players and NPCs to attack our camp. Dudu stared intently at the pouch and replied to him, Do we have any reinforcements? I heard from Bao Bao that you have a very good relationship with big guilds like Xuan Yuan. Dong Dong answered dejectedly. I've already sent out the request for support. It was nice when we were doing missions together before, but now we're under siege by the Duchy. I'm not sure if they can come or how many will come. She looked into the distance and recalled a memory. A few days ago, Banbun asked me what death is. Dong Dong couldn't understand. He asked her, How did you answer? Looking up at the dark sky, she replied softly, I said that death is silence. Death is like silence. There will be no more senses, no more reactions, and no more leveling up. Her eyes filled with sorrow. All of this will be gone. He also added his own story. An NPC asked me the same question before. He said, I'm also curious. What is it that gave these wild monsters and NPCs wisdom and abilities, but their awakening all started with this question. He told her that for them they must know about death to finally understand the meaning of survival. At this moment he stood up and said, We are now standing with them. Watching the dawn slowly break on the other side of the cliff, he continued, Leading these wild monsters to realize the meaning of survival is very important for us and for them. Over here, the small skeletons were working hard. Saws were moving diligently to complete their mission. When Changpeng and Miangwal were both working, Miangwal suddenly said, Changpeng, the players on the forum say they're coming to attack the wild monsters. It doesn't seem right for us to be helping the wild monsters, he replied. Miangwal, you're too naive, just as he said that he didn't come here simply to plunder the wild monsters, he said. We came here and were plundered by skeleton monsters, and we died by falling into traps that came from who knows where. There were even times when we were mentally tortured by being beaten up by NPCs. He suddenly had a moment of clarity. It's all because we didn't stand on the side of the game's natives. These wild monsters and NPCs are the direction of development. So Changpeng made a plan for himself. He said, So if we follow these wild monsters, there will definitely be a way. Right now we're just small skeleton soldiers, but if we have the chance, like the great senior Sappo, we who can't speak might even become a wild monsters platoon leader. The two finished speaking and laughed happily. They spoke loud enough for everyone around to notice. The two encouraged each other and said, Let's do our best. Ola ola ola, I'm going to be the fastest digging skeleton soldier. Let's do our best. Seeing the two skeletons laughing and talking, they gave a wry smile and added their opinion. The skeleton on the right said, These players are especially bad when they're bad, and the good ones like Xiao Xiao are also special. Let's return to this majestic royal palace. Heath stood before Apollo and expressed his gratitude. Thank you for being able to help with our country's monster extermination plan. He was the rank 6 NPC, level 120 mage Apollo, and he replied to Heath, No need, we happen to be quite interested in this pet as well. Our Western Guild has already spoken, so anyone who dares to interfere is obstructing our heaven. He turned to look at Chewan behind him and asked, You guys have faced this monster before, so state your opinion, Chewan replied. My lord, I suggest that it would be best to talk to that Dong Dong. We have cooperated before, so there is no need to make such a big deal out of it. Apollo's eyes widened in surprise and he asked, Are you questioning my decision? Then a strange magic appeared around Apollo, immediately forcing the two to their knees. Heath and the blonde royal guard knelt and begged for forgiveness. Apollo cursed inwardly, You players have lived too comfortably in reality. His face darkened as he continued. The fictional main game mission on Earth can probably begin in about a year. We have been trying every method to pursue the answer to the question, so the unspeakable mission might appear this time. Heath cried and knelt at his feet. He scolded. Haven't we already reached a consensus? We high-level NPCs are independent individuals with intelligence no less than you players. He hurriedly helped Heath to his shoulder and encouraged him, "If you want to uncover the truth of the A-world together, you have to listen obediently." Heath was speechless, only able to gasp for breath and sweat profusely. He could only stammer out a few words in reply. "Chaewon understands. Chaewon will cooperate obediently with my lord." After coming out of the castle, the blonde royal guard supported Heath and asked caringly, "Young master, are you okay?" He hurriedly shook his head and still replied cheerfully, "I'm fine, although we came to investigate the A-world under the commission of the Holy See. I find myself understanding this world less and less." He later became emotional and surprised. These NPCs were originally independent individuals with self-awareness and autonomous thinking abilities, but as a result a strange wild monster that even the NPCs can't understand has now appeared. As time passed, he made his mood worse and worse. He bit his own hand and said, "Our interactions with Dong Dong are not deep. We've only completed a mission together. For now, let's stand on my lord's side, cooperate with my lord to complete the mission and surround and seal the wild monster camp." In the Wild Monster Mountain Camp, Dong Dong felt as if someone was calling his name and unconsciously sneezed. He sniffled and asked, "Who's talking behind my back? I'm so handsome, there must be quite a few people thinking of me." But as for today's conversation, he still didn't just let it go and continued to discuss. "Tell me, let's check our current member status once more," the Ground Dragon teacher immediately replied after our long search. "There are 240 wild monsters with enough intelligence to communicate and cooperate, and among them, there are only 6 wild monsters with an IQ similar to ours. We call them the Awakened. 3 skeletons, 2 fairies, and 1 slime." Then he pointed to Xiao Xiao sitting in front of him, and introduced him to Dong Dong. "This person is a recent awakened from the Ground Dragon Camp level 40, and has recently joined our camp." Dong Dong also pondered and thought, "The awakening rate is really too low and the wild monster's abilities are too weak, but it's enough to prove that wild monsters of the same race have a higher probability of coming into contact with awakened ones or those who awaken their kin. Besides, high-level wild monsters definitely have a pretty high IQ to begin with." He hurriedly placed his hand on the desk and continued to decide. "Next is the response strategy. We not only have to deal with the impending siege but also ensure that we have enough strength to compete for resources on the mysterious planet a year from now." He hurriedly pointed to the map where the mission was about to be carried out. He pointed and said cautiously, "But our current strength is too far from the major groups. Next, I want everyone to split up and go to the remaining 4 continents of the A-world." Dudu received a mission from him. Since Dudu doesn't like to fight, continue to stay in this mountain camp and help direct the low IQ monsters to build structures. Make the enemy think we are no longer in the camp and leave immediately if danger approaches." She obediently followed his orders and replied, "Yes, sir." Towards the 2 royal guards he commanded, "Xiao Xiao and the Ground Dragon teacher, you go to the Neutral Islands Wild Monster Camp and see if you can find other wise wild monsters to join us." The Ground Dragon teacher replied, "Understood, boss." Dong Dong mobilized more troops to delegate. "Bonbon and Xiaolin, go to the neutral high-level wild monster dungeon. Although it will be quite difficult, I hope you can do your best to brainwash the rank 5 red flame dragon so we can get its help." The Ground Dragon reassured him and said, "Don't worry, boss. We will definitely complete the mission." Sappo received a mission from him. "Xiao Xiao, you take Chongpeng Mianwal to help everyone complete the defensive construction, and at the same time spy on the player side's news. If there is any strange behavior, report to us immediately." Then Sappo immediately followed the order. "Understood. We are players, so we will definitely keep an eye on the players." The small skeleton received the mission from Moikeo and the Nether Demon, who were fast. "The boss has a request for you. The support request I sent to the major guilds before has received no reply at all. The boss hopes you can go find the 3 divine beasts we cooperated with before and the wild monsters in their territory to ask for their support." The small skeleton quickly stood up and replied, "Understood, boss." Dong Dong also let everyone know a little. "The first harsh trial our wild monsters must face requires everyone to work together and cooperate. Let the world know that our wild monsters are no longer wild monsters that players can slaughter at will." The 2 skeletons pointed to themselves and asked, "You mean us wild monsters?" He immediately gave everyone encouragement. "In short, we must unite all the wild monsters that can be awakened and are in the process of awakening. Let them know that we can change classes and have resources. Only in this way can we create an existence that can compete with the top guild organizations within a year." At this moment Dong Dong was full of energy, stood up and said in a tone full of will, "First disband and then let the whole world know. Your wild monster father is here." After finishing the discussion of the mission plan, he and Dudu turned their gazes to the table of the remaining people. Dong Dong turned his face towards her and said, "I have to go out. One is to complete the rank 4 mission, and the other is to find that awakened NPC from Xuanyuan to get their support." Dudu agreed at this time. "That's right, when you go to Dongsung, please pay attention to see if there is a flying snake." Dudu had Xiao Xiao investigate the movements of the strange wild monsters mentioned on the forums. "Didn't you say before that the A system has a total of 6 time-space traveling wild monsters?" Dudu suspects that that flying snake is also a time-space traveler. Dong Dong also fell into deep thought and said, "That possibility is very high, but we can't rule out the possibility that it's a wild monster with a very strange nature." Then the 2 noticed the scene of the Nether Demon playing with the small skeleton and his little fairy, and the 2 became embarrassed. Dudu said helplessly. Really, I'm speechless. This time at the gate of the peaceful royal palace, Vice Principal Lei threw open the door and shouted loudly, "This Bao Bao is also a student of our Divine Spirit Academy, isn't she? I don't care if the god Duji wants to exterminate wild monsters. I will not tolerate the bullying of my student." Noye had swollen eyes, and above his head, Mint was diligently looking after him. Noye trembled and said, calm down, don't be so anxious with the Heaven Guild over one student. You have to persuade people with reason." The vice principal saw Noja's injuries and was surprised, asking him, "Principal, are you okay?" Wale, with a gloomy face, looked at Noja's face and replied, "After knowing that Heaven had intervened, the principal went to Ga to reason with them." Vice Principal Lei replied. "The result, what exactly is the strength of a rank 6, Wallace stammered and replied. "The result is written all over his face, isn't it?" Noye relied on the T-grade mind method he obtained from the last main mission to barely be able to come back. If not, perhaps. At this time Noye endured his injuries and trembled as he said, "The ability operation of a rank 6 is on a different level from ours, but from what I've found out, the rank 6 mind method he created is not a combat type. If it were that monkey, he has both a T-grade magic treasure and a T-grade mind method." On that cliff there was a monkey looking at the distant sky, and Noye continued to say, "Plus he has a lot of talent points from birth, so it's unknown if Ga would be his opponent." Vice Principal Lei immediately stood up and said resolutely, "Then are you telling us to just watch as Heaven exterminates them? Dongdong's group has already blackened our name." Noye looked at him and reassured him. "Dongdong contacted me through Bao Bao. I already know their plan. Currently the Ga Guild is blockading all teleportation points and investigating strictly. So Dongdong can only cross the Star Sea with Bao Bao to go to Dongsung. Our school has provided them with a boat." Noye added about the journey. "Between the continents, the endless Star Sea is dense with wild monster dungeons. To go directly to Dongsung without using a teleportation point, it would take at least a month even by boat, so we can only leave it to their fate." Mint also said that this time she would grow with one cut. "If I write another cut, I'll be scolded for padding the manuscript fee." Suddenly, a woman's voice was heard. It was the blue-haired girl who threw open the door and shouted loudly, "Those damn Heaven guys bullying my student. Noye, are you going to do something about it or not? If you don't, I'll go fight Ga. What's so great about a rank 6? Her powerful voice probably drew everyone's attention. She saw that Noye was injured and was surprised, asking about his well-being. "Noye, what's wrong with your face?" The vice principal rubbed his 2 temples and replied tiredly, "I have to explain it again. How many teachers in the academy haven't asked yet at this very moment?" On a cool beach when the day was bright, a boat that looked old and worn out as if it hadn't been used for years was floating on the shore. Dongdong and Bao Bao felt speechless. He said with a dark face, "This is what the principal called the academy's best sacred ship." He was so angry he threw the boat into the sky, and the nether demon immediately appeared and explained, "After teleportation points became available, almost no one needs to cross the Star Sea. At most they just collect materials in the nearby sea. The last time this boat was used was during the main mission, and it wasn't repaired after the battle." Dongdong angrily shouted at the nether demon, "Then fix it." The nether demon pointed its tentacles towards the boat and replied, "The divine tool has repaired it. It won't sink. It didn't exist before, but this is a rank 5 magic treasure, you know." He was worried about the boat and asked again, and the nether demon was terrified. "I think it would be best to tear you apart and repair it." The nether demon trembled and replied, "Well, I've already sent you this far. I still have things to do at the academy, so if we have time in the next life, let's keep in touch." After speaking, it flew away with a whoosh. Dongdong looked back at the nether demon and the small skeleton. He commanded, "You are fast and can ignore the restrictions, so go north and contact the Black Tortoise's side of the wild monsters first." Moikeo glared at that nether demon. Moikeo replied, "Don't worry, boss. Moikeo is all grown up now." The small skeleton also obeyed the command and said, "I will definitely complete the mission on my own." Dongdong approached Bao Bao and said cautiously, "Bao Bao, we must be careful. Until we arrive in Dongsung and reset our revival point, if we die once, we'll immediately reappear in Zhengzhong Island. All our efforts will be for nothing in an instant." She was excited and answered him with a bright smile, "Let's do our best. Let's go, let's start a new adventure." With that, the ship's wings spread wide before the sea and the hull gradually began to move away. And immediately, the ship set sail to carry out its mission. Passing through the long and distant path of the vast blue sea to complete the mission, Bao Bao looked down intently at the dreamlike seawater and exclaimed, "It's so beautiful here. It's like riding a boat in space." Dongdong also replied, "We'll be seeing this kind of scenery for a month, plus we might enter a legendary dungeon or a wild monster's territory on the way." The atmosphere on the ship was truly joyful, and Bao Bao talked non-stop. She smiled brightly and said, "It's okay, we've overcome so many difficulties as long as we're together. The path ahead is just a new and fun adventure. Let's set sail." But on the contrary, the atmosphere in this royal palace was strangely heavy. The 2 royal guards grumbled and complained to Heath, "We attacked the wild monster camp for half a day, but it was full of traps and the wild monsters had all run away." Fufuru, with disheveled hair, also sobbed and said, "The whereabouts of Dongdong's group are unknown." As night fell, the ship was still heading to the place where it would carry out its mission. Looking up from the ground, the ship at this time was so magnificent and splendid that one couldn't believe their own eyes. On that ship, Dongdong, Bao Bao, and the Vermilion Bird were playing cards together. She had left early and had been on the move for 3 whole days, so she was exhausted and had no energy left. She said, "At first I thought the scenery was beautiful, but after 3 days I'm tired of it. Dong Dong, also tired, said, "We still have more than 20 days left. No one has ever taken a boat this far in the Star Sea." She suddenly slammed her cards down hard. "We've been playing cards for 3 days straight," she shouted weakly. "Bao Bao, how can you do this? You should be using this time to increase your skill proficiency." The next day, the 4th day, Bao Bao was still tired, looking listless and bored. Suddenly, she turned to Dong Dong and suggested, "Let's learn how to swim." He was surprised by her suggestion and slowly replied, "The Star Sea is not an ocean." Looking at the distant sky, he stood up and continued, "You can think of it as space. That's why we need special equipment on the ship." Lightly touching the air, he added, "The spaceship will form a barrier. If we come into direct contact with the Star Sea, our health will continuously decrease." The vermilion bird also offered its opinion. "Actually, we can go outside. This ship is old, but its functions are still intact." After speaking, the vermilion bird created a large circle to explain in more detail. It can create a small 5mm barrier. Around Bao Bao, a large circular barrier suddenly shone more brilliantly than ever before. The vermilion bird announced, "Mom, it's ready. The buoyancy of the Star Sea is greater than the oceans. Mom and Sister Bao Bao, you can take a walk around the spaceship." After speaking, Dong Dong immediately tested it out. He lightly extended his hand and to his surprise he really floated into the air, saying with wonder, "Not bad, quite fun. Come on Bao Bao, I'll take you." Bao Bao hesitated, then trusted him and extended her hand. She leaned on him and felt the sensation of flying above the beautiful Star Sea. He held her hand and Dong Dong taught her how to move, asking, "Before we practice swimming, you need to not be afraid of the water first. I'll throw you. You want to try swimming here?" Bao Bao thought excitedly. "This feeling is so realistic. The warmth from Dong Dong's palm, he's teaching me how to swim." Suddenly her face turned red with embarrassment. "What am I thinking?" she blushed and stammered, replying softly, "I'll try." The vermilion bird at this moment seemed to be admiring the sweet couple. "Ah, the youth of young people," the slime joked to Mingsha. "Mingsha, when this big sister was young, I had countless people chasing after me," Mingsha replied. "Lord Vermilion Bird, since you've been reincarnated, shouldn't you count your age from the beginning again?" The vermilion bird said with satisfaction, "Ah, that's just a memory. Sometimes I just reminisce about life." While practicing for a moment, something caught his and her attention. Dong Dong said, "This is a plastic bottle. Trash." Bao Bao knew what it was and replied, "Trash." As the ship moved forward, the amount of trash increased day by day, surprising everyone. As a lot of trash surrounded the ship, Bao Bao looked up and asked, "Whose trash is this?" she said in surprise. "There's trash in the A-world too." Mingsha saw it and answered her question. "Of course there is, since there's a milk tea shop in the A-world. Of course there are all sorts of daily necessities. I heard that in the depths of the Star Sea there's a garbage island formed from the trash of the 4 continents. I never thought I'd see it in person today," Bao Bao thought with concern. "What a realistic detail. We have this in our real world too. There are garbage islands in the ocean as well. It's just that the impact is a bit bigger." Dong Dong wondered, "Is there an ocean current in the Star Sea? Why is the trash gathered in one place? It's a bit strange." Suddenly, a strange wail cry was heard from high in the sky. Seeing that, the vermilion bird immediately knew who it was. "It's the cry of a Stargon. Be careful." And the Stargon's body slowly passed by Dong Dong's ship. The waves rippled gently and something appeared from under the water. Dong Dong felt something strange and said to Bao Bao, "The legendary innate rank 5 monster, the Stargon, said to be 10,000 zhong long, is now completely entangled in trash." The vermilion bird also had its own thoughts and said cautiously, "Let's be careful. Stargons have a gentle nature and don't usually get angry. If we don't make a sound, it won't notice us. Otherwise, this old ship will break with even a slight bump and we'll have to return to the revival point." Suddenly, the Stargon's eye popped up above the ship and the eye grew bigger and bigger, which was really scary. The vermilion bird, terrified, said to Dong Dong, "Mom, I think it found us." He was expected to be scared, but he wasn't. He confidently approached and reassured everyone, "It's okay, you said it has a gentle nature, right? Hello, if you have time, would you like to have some afternoon tea?" The Stargon said nothing and hurriedly swam back into the sea. Dong Dong was puzzled and asked the vermilion bird, "You said it has a gentle nature?" The vermilion bird replied helplessly, "I don't know its language either. Maybe it misunderstood what you just said as an insult." The Stargon, covered in seaweed, rose above the sea. Bao Bao and Dong Dong hugged each other in fear. Dong Dong shouted in terror, "Why did you provoke it? If we die here, we have to go back to the revival point." Suddenly, a system notification appeared in front of Bao Bao. Hidden mission activated, clean the trash off the Stargon's body. Mission difficulty, A. Mission reward, 1 set of A-grade mind method. Bao Bao turned to Dong Dong and said, "Dong Dong, I got a mission. If I just clean the trash off the Stargon's body, I can get a set of A-grade mind method." Dong Dong was satisfied to hear that and said, "No, this time I have a hope of reaching rank 4. I just have to finish cleaning." Dong Dong's gaze was far away towards the giant fish. "There's so much, who's going to clean all this?" He turned to Bao Bao in disgust. "Bao Bao, listen to me. Let's pretend to accept the mission for now, and when the Stargon calms down, we'll sneak away." Mingsha interjected in Dong Dong's words. "The Stargon understands human speech and I understand the Stargon's speech, and it's a little angry right now." Dong Dong said nothing. The Stargon silently glanced at their ship. Dong Dong ordered, "Vermilion bird, drive the boat quickly. Full speed ahead, don't mind the Stargon." At this time the Stargon began to open its mouth wide as if to swallow their ship. Dong Dong shouted, "Mingsha, what nonsense is it talking?" Mingsha replied, "It's all nonsense, not even worth translating. You should use your head a little." He wondered again, "How does the Stargon understand human speech?" The creature closed its mouth upon hearing that. After a moment the Stargon, holding a mouthful of water, said, "I should have just written it from the start." Dong Dong was lying on the boat dazed. Why haven't I revived yet? The vermilion bird approached and called Dong Dong. Mom, wake up, you're not dead yet. Dong Dong sat up abruptly upon hearing that. He stared at the sky for a long time. Dong Dong sat up abruptly, bewildered. This is inside the Stargon's stomach, Mingxia said. According to legend, the inside of a Stargon's stomach is another chaotic universe. I never thought I'd get to see it myself this time. Wei Dong Dong wondered, are those the Stargon's teeth? Should we sneak out when it opens its mouth? Mingxia shook her head. If we escape through the mouth at our speed, we'll definitely be caught by the Stargon. Let's go out through another exit. Everyone was carefully observing their surroundings. The vermilion bird said, Mom, coming out of this universe doesn't drain your health continuously like the Star Sea, so it seems we can live freely inside the Stargon's stomach. Dong Dong waved his hand in resignation. The worst outcome is death, right? We'll become Pinocchio floating in the Star Sea. In the distance, a large ship unfurled its sails and was getting closer. Mingxia said, that's the Stargon's tongue, it's starting to swallow. Dong Dong shouted angrily, why do we have to row even after getting in? After getting out of the mouth, Dong Dong and the slime panted for breath. We're finally out of the mouth. I almost died. Suddenly, Dong Dong saw something moving. What's that sound? There was a burning ball of fire in the sky and it was the sun burning itself. Mingxia guessed, this must be the Stargon's heart. Its heartbeat seems labored. Dong Dong wondered, you can even understand the sound of a heartbeat? He looked towards the Stargon's heart. There are 2 exits from the heart. I hope it's the way forward, not back, Bao Bao said excitedly. It's like Pinocchio. Dong Dong, are we going to meet the old man who chops wood inside the Stargon's stomach? A blue flame lit up the sky and a beam of light enveloped the entire ship. Bao Bao wondered, are there really more people in here? A rope was untied and thrown straight at the 2's boat. Before they could figure out what was happening, a shadow jumped straight behind the 2. It was Nameless. A rank 2 level 120 warrior with white hair. Carrying a sword twice his size, he pointed at Bao Bao and Dong Dong and said, you are now mine. Dong Dong was still bewildered and wondered, if you were going to jump, why did you throw the rope? Bao Bao was excited, her eyes sparkling like car headlights as she jumped. The baby is so cute. The little boy named Little Swordsman struggled in the tied rope and shouted angrily, untie me quickly, untie me quickly. Dong Dong picked him up and said arrogantly, kid, you're only rank 2 and you dare to cause trouble, have you ever been spanked? The little swordsman heard that and shouted angrily, how dare you hit me, little monster, come out! With a bang, black shadows appeared from outside. The little monster and 5 others popped out together, glaring at Dong Dong and grinding their teeth as if to eat him alive. Dong Dong looked at them in bewilderment. They're rank 1 kids, are there this many strange things in this stomach? While he was thinking, the little monster had already rushed over and spit out a green liquid. With a sizzle, it quickly dissolved the rope tying the little swordsman. At this point he realized that this child's attack was corrosive. Chip Chip laughed with satisfaction and stopped joking. Dong Dong ordered with a stern face, Chip Chip, protect Bao Bao. Then a light enveloped him. Before he could react, the little monster continued to spit corrosive liquid at him. Dong Dong quickly used Mingxia's ability, water manipulation, to shoot out a strong stream of water. Jegang's ability, he used fascinating heaven and earth to catch the rank 1 little monsters in his palm. Dong Dong puffed up his cheeks and used Namian Liwa to get rid of them. An old man appeared from somewhere and stopped Dong Dong. Hero, stop, children are just being immature. Dong Dong heard that and hurriedly swallowed the flame back. The breath he exhaled still had black smoke mixed in it. You should have said something sooner. The old man was frightened and bowed his head in front of the little monsters. The old man apologized on behalf of the children. I'm so sorry to have troubled you two. Bao Bao suddenly asked the old man, why are you all inside the Stargon's stomach? She poked the little swordsman's cheek with her finger and said, they're all just kids. The little swordsman angrily insisted, I'm not a kid, I'm max level. If I just pick up a little more trash, I'll be rank 3 soon, he explained to the old man. It's a long story. This old man will slowly tell you why we are in the Stargon's stomach. The story begins when the Star Sea gradually revealed itself. The fish in the sea became fewer and fewer, and the climate became more and more unstable. We thought the Stargon was angry, so we decided to offer a sacrifice to appease it. The whole village lit a big fire, held hands together, and hoped the ritual would be performed perfectly. A child was brought, and that day we performed the ritual to summon the Stargon. Lord Stargon, please answer our call and calm your anger. At that time, I was ignorant and powerless. I could only watch as the children were offered to the Star Sea one by one, but the sea showed no change at all. Dejected eyes turned to the boy, and the flames still burned fiercely. We wondered if we were short on sacrifices. In the past, everyone offered 2 newborn babies as sacrifices. Should we offer a boy? One of them said, should we offer a boy? A boy is not an option. I need a son to carry on the family line. Hearing that, a few women got angry and shouted at the crowd, you're all dying to get rid of your daughters when you have them. According to the rules passed down from our ancestors, offering a daughter as a sacrifice is useless. It must be a boy. If that doesn't work, we'll draw lots, and if we can't get anything from the sea, we'll all die together. Village Chief Zhang, what are you doing? I'll go see why the Star Sea has revealed itself. Why is everyone just waiting for their own people to die? Don't meddle in this matter. The old can see far, especially clearly. That day I saw it clearly. What was revealed there was a body covered in trash and wounds. It was filled with fatigue and anxiety. I received information from the Stargon. The suffering of the Star Sea, the suffering of living creatures, that helplessness was felt layer by layer. It continued to spread throughout my body, the old man continued. This old man thought the story ended here, but this was the beginning. When he opened his eyes, he coughed a few times. He trembled and said, "I'm fine, I'm not dead. Where am I?" Suddenly he heard a crying sound. Seeing where the crying was coming from, he thought to himself, "I hear crying." He quickly went to where the crying was coming from. He thought, "The child who was sacrificed a few days ago is still alive." I realized that this was the inside of the Stargon's stomach. The old man was flustered. The children were all in here. Fundamentally, there will be no change. The children who were sacrificed were then swallowed up here. He covered his face and waited for death in fear. His tears flowed like rain. Everything is meaningless. Suddenly, the cry of a nearby newborn baby caught the old man's attention. The child held his hand. "Originally, I had no goal to live for anymore." The old man hugged the child. "But at that very moment, I found a goal. From that day on, I started living in the Stargon's stomach." The child he raised also grew day by day. Fortunately, the Stargon swallowed countless fish and all kinds of trash. We discovered that we could obtain different energy from within the Stargon's stomach. We discovered yesterday that we can gain proficiency and level up by picking up trash. So I started building a house and teaching the children how to read and write. But the children didn't seem very interested. When a little girl hit the house, it just collapsed. No one had the heart to scold her when they saw her innocent eyes. I taught them one character at a time. This is read as grandfather. The girl, with her clumsy pronunciation, tried her best to answer. Kuan. In our village, the death of an old man means nothing and changes nothing. The sacrificial ritual would not have stopped, but things are different now. The children now have the ability to survive. This old man cannot die in the world of A's NPCs. Normally, if you don't train, you die and are reincarnated. A child asked cheerfully, "Grandfather, what is this?" The grandfather looked where the child was pointing and said happily, "There's a broken boat. Now we won't have to sleep on wooden planks." He began to repair the boat with nails he had collected. The child helped eagerly. The repairs were finished quickly, and the girl's eyes sparkled with interest. The grandfather used it as a hammock and slept there. At that time, newborn babies were still being swallowed up, and not only from our village, but children of other races were also offered as sacrifices. 6 years passed, and a few things happened during that time. A group of children grew up, spending their days happily together. Then one day a girl ran over, terrified. "Grandfather, something's wrong with Xiaopingzi. According to legend, if you could level up, you wouldn't die. But our children, living in an environment full of trash, still died." The old man sighed helplessly. Another one gone. His expression was as if such a sad event had happened many times. He had gotten used to it. He laid the child on a wooden plank and sent her off into the deep dark sea. The little swordsman happily raised his sword in delight. "Grandfather, look what I found." The grandfather realized that they, like in the legends, didn't need a fixed class change. "I finally gathered all the materials." His face flushed with joy. The old man thought, "These children can change their class as soon as they meet the material and level requirements. We too have seen a glimmer of hope. But we weren't the only ones in the Stargon's stomach. We always had to be capable enough to escape its clutches and survive." The little swordsman was busy in the chaos. Little Daisy beside him reminded him fearfully, "Little swordsman, hurry." The grandfather had told them not to go to the Stargon's tail section to pick things up. The little swordsman looked back and said bluntly, "Little Daisy, don't be so scared. I'm rank 2 now. It's not certain these monsters can even catch us." A few rats heard the sound, turned their heads and listened in. The little swordsman continued to rummage around the chaos for what he needed. A swarm of rats scurried away. A moment later he found a water jug. The little swordsman said, "This is it," he said excitedly. "This waste isn't digested and all gets pushed to the tail section. With this, Xiaoyudian can be saved." Suddenly, from where he had picked up the item, a monster appeared. It was a rank 3, level 120 dark element mutant monster. When it appeared before the little swordsman, little Daisy's face turned blue with fear and she said, trembling, "A dark monster appeared. Little swordsman, let's go quickly." The little swordsman put the item he had just found in his pocket before preparing to leave. The monster moved very quickly towards the little swordsman. At this moment, little Daisy had already jumped onto the boat. She shouted loudly, "Little swordsman, come quickly. They can't come to the tail area. If we take the boat and go out, we'll be safe." The little swordsman ran quickly to avoid the monster's pursuit, but the huge monster was 10 times faster, and in an instant it was right behind the little swordsman, reaching out to grab him. Its ferocious face and the terrifying appearance of the dark souls would make anyone standing before it shudder. In a flash, the monster surrounded the child. The child now realized that this creature was getting smarter and smarter. He drew his sword and threw it at the monster's body, but it wasn't foolish enough to stand still and let itself be pierced. The sword stuck into the boat where little Daisy was sitting. He bravely grabbed a rope and climbed onto the boat. Little Daisy was still rowing with all her might. When the little swordsman landed safely, little Daisy, still pale-faced, rowed relentlessly with worry. Finally, the two siblings escaped the monster's encirclement and got safely onto the boat. Or so they thought, but in the distance the monster was still roaring in anger at the two of them. The little swordsman even cheerfully raised his hand to provoke it. "Die, you monsters!" Then he opened the pouch of items he had just found and gloated with satisfaction. "I finally got it." He turned to little Daisy and said, "I'm going to rest for a bit. You row for a while, little Daisy." The little swordsman was now exhausted, panting for breath, his whole body drenched in sweat. He leaned his back against the bow of the boat, but he didn't know there was a very deep wound on his back. It seemed he had been hit by one of those monsters' hidden weapons. Over here, the old man was scolding the two siblings. I told you not to go. The dark monster's range of activity is getting wider and wider these days. If something happens to you again, what am I, this old man, supposed to do? The little swordsman happily showed off his recent findings to the old man. Grandfather, I'm fine, aren't I? I have the medicine to save Xiaoyudian. The grandfather held the medicine bottle and said, You child, let me see if this is the right medicine first, and we'll talk again when we're outside. The old man began his story. These days the children live in the trash and are constantly getting sick, but their resistance to toxins for survival is strangely high. However, the corpse attacks are corrosive. But as we dug deeper into the trash, we discovered another creature living in the Stargon's stomach. The dark monsters. Not only are they not afraid of corrosive attacks, but they can also eat trash and continue to grow. Nature is fair. Since we can't get rid of or clean the trash, a monster that can coexist in this environment has appeared. Moreover, its territory is expanding day by day. The old man clasped his hands and bowed his head. They're blocking the two most important exits of the Stargon, so we can't possibly get out with our strength. There are only 9 children left now. If the children were rude, this old man apologizes on their behalf. Dong Dong waved his hand. It's all right. The dark monsters are only rank 3. Now that we're here, it's fine, the vermilion bird said. Mom, if it's an A- grade mission, the opponent is definitely rank 5 or higher, for example, like the person who appeared in the Yunhan mission. Dong Dong rested his chin on his hand and thought. Then whether it's a big boat or a small boat, we'll have to stick close. Bao Bao stood next to Dong Dong and reached her hand towards the old man's face. Let's go, please take us to see those dark monsters. The old man sighed. I'm sorry to trouble you. He pointed to the 2 children and said, The little monster and the little swordsman are the strongest here, so I'll have them take you to the dark monster's territory. Bao Bao was puzzled. They're mostly girls, the vermilion bird explained. The tradition of sacrificial rituals still focuses on female students. The vermilion bird looked at the little swordsman and said to Mingsha, That child is a bit strange. When he gets angry, his body changes. Mingsha replied, I can handle that. He's in the middle of a mutation. It's a good thing he met me. Black energy was spewing from the little swordsman's back. Mingsha approached the little swordsman, opened her mouth wide and wrapped herself tightly around him. The little swordsman shouted in fear, What are you guys doing? Let me go. Mingsha said nothing and used her mouth to suck all the black energy from the little swordsman's body, and that black smoke floated in the air. The vermilion bird spewed blazing flames from its mouth towards him. Dong Dong also noticed. It's a mix of dark and mind-type energy. When attacked by a dark monster, it seems you get eroded by this power and assimilated. The little swordsman was puzzled. This big snake, can you control and eliminate this energy? A group of us transformed like this before. I'm rank 2, so I fought this power for 3 months, but there was no change, Mingsha said. Let's get going first. We'll have to see the attributes and abilities of these monsters to know what will happen specifically. The little swordsman blushed, turned away, and said, Thank you anyway. The white snake stared at him blankly. The boat was still quiet. The little swordsman turned to everyone and asked, Did you all come from outside? What's the outside world like? Bao Bao replied. The outside world is very clean, with cities to explore and wild monsters. There's sunlight, the scent of flowers, and endless milk tea to drink. The little monster was puzzled. What's milk tea? I picked up a cup with milk tea written on it in this pile of trash, but I don't know if I can drink it, the little swordsman said excitedly. If we can defeat these monsters, we can go outside, right? Once the restrictions are gone, we can pick up more trash until we level up to rank 5. Then I'll use cloth to make a big bed for grandfather. There's especially little cloth here, so grandfather has nowhere to sleep, Bao Bao said. Don't worry, once you're outside you can have any kind of bed. When that time comes, I'll take you all to a milk tea shop to drink milk tea. The little monster asked excitedly. Really? The vermilion bird said. Don't worry, you can trust what our Bao Bao says, unlike someone else. Then it glanced at Dong Dong, who immediately knew it was alluding to him. On the dark boat, Dong Dong said excitedly, I had Mingsha's group enter my body. You guys stay on the boat, I'll go scout these monsters. Then he put his hands together in front of his chest and performed fascinating heaven and earth, and thick smoke rose from around Dong Dong's body. The monsters began to appear, 7 in total. He glanced at them and sneered. You're finally out. They're just rank 3 after all. After the special training with the Yinhan mind method and divine beast possession, I can kill as many of these monsters as they send. He spread his hands wide and grabbed and killed the monsters one by one. He killed them one at a time, but as soon as one disappeared, it returned to its original form the next moment. Suddenly he was puzzled. Strange, why is there no chase notification? The dark souls attacked and bit each other. As they fell one by one, they began to bite and devour each other. Dong Dong's eyes widened. This is cannibalism. They're not even rank 4 yet. Can these things infinitely devour their kin to become stronger? The monster at this time was much larger than before. Just looking at its eyes gave Dong Dong a slight chill. Dong Dong looked at the monster with a cold face. He thought to himself, with the vermilion bird's Namyang Liwa, I could have burned them all before. He puffed up his cheeks, raised 2 fingers and glared. In that case, I'll use this. He shot a flame straight at the monster's body, and it couldn't resist and struggled. It thrashed about very terribly. Little swordsman and the little monster laughed with joy. It's working. The monsters were struggling against the technique Dong Dong had just unleashed, and thick smoke enveloped their bodies. Dong Dong continued to spew fire from his mouth towards the monsters. The dark soul was in great pain from being hit by the Namyang fire, but a moment later it adapted again. Dong Dong was angry. In such a short time it's already starting to adapt to fire. He turned his back and glanced at them. It constantly devours its kin to evolve, and it can even evolve from its dead kin. Of course it's not infinite evolution, Dong Dong gritted his teeth, his face darkening, but judging by the current mission difficulty, if it evolves to rank 5 and becomes a Grim Reaper, we'll fail too. The little swordsman was disappointed. It seems you don't have a solution either. In the end, Dong Dong answered coolly. Fine, next let's start the experiment, the little swordsman thought to himself. What is he planning to do? Dong Dong immediately took action. The little swordsman said, they don't even come near the water. Are they afraid of the water in the Stargon's body? Dong Dong then immediately threw the dark soul into the sea, and it struggled on the water's surface. It seemed to be very afraid of the water, suffering even more than before. Dong Dong was satisfied. No doubt, this liquid is corrosive to the dark monsters. Next I just have to throw them into the sea one by one. He picked up the plank in front of him, and 2 stars appeared in his eyes. But it would be troublesome if it adapts like it did with fire and gradually gains resistance. Seeing the group floating on the water, Dong Dong lifted the shrunken dark monster and said, still I have to stop them from devouring their kin. He threw it right onto the plank, and the dark soul was also surprised. A great success. By isolating them in the water they can't evolve, and they can't adapt, achieving a perfect ending. Next, I just have to put them on the wooden planks one by one. Since they can't devour each other, they won't be able to evolve. The other dark souls soared into the sky, continuing to grow stronger. The little swordsman said, they're scared. This is the first time I've seen a dark soul so aggrieved. Dong Dong held the 2 dark souls in his hands, his face dark. In the little swordsman's short life he had never seen a dark monster retreat and be afraid. This way of solving the problem was completely different from usual, and it left a huge shock on the little swordsman's young mind. He reached out and stroked the dark soul. Dong Dong held the angry dark soul in his hand and smiled slyly. Be good, I'm just letting you guys play on the wooden plank. If you make a fuss I'll kill you. The dark soul was scared and didn't dare to resist, so it could only sit obediently on the wooden plank. Dong Dong signaled with his hand. He turned around and signaled. Successfully resolved. Now we can go in and search. The little swordsman jumped into Bao Bao's arms. Sister Bao Bao, do people outside solve problems like this? Bao Bao laughed awkwardly. More or less I guess, not entirely. The group entered the cave. The little swordsman said, Brother Dong Dong, is it okay for us to go straight in? He saw some of the dark monsters fleeing towards the tail section. Dong Dong held a torch and said with a smile, it's fine, let's go inside and find clues first. As long as we prevent them from evolving, the strength of a single individual isn't strong. Bao Bao and I can protect you. Besides, there's one more crucial trump card. The girl asked in surprise. A crucial trump card? Dong Dong said with a smile. If we can't beat them, we run. The 3 of them heard that and could only look at him and laugh awkwardly. The 4 of them held flames to light the way, going deeper and deeper. And after a little while Bao Bao said, the trash is getting less and less. Could this tail section be a favorable place for the dark soul monsters? Dong Dong observed carefully. That's possible. This creature is very similar to a scavenger that eats corpses. The fact that it only eats trash and is afraid of the Stargon's body makes it seem like it appeared specifically to protect the Stargon, Bao Bao said worriedly. Then is what we're doing right or wrong, destroying and harming these dark soul monsters? Dong Dong, there are very few things in the world that can be clearly defined as right or wrong. We need to get out, and we need to survive. The Stargon needs its trash cleaned. Let's take it one step at a time and think as we go. The little swordsman said excitedly, then we can just pick up the trash instead of the dark monsters. We need trash to increase our skill proficiency too, that way we can do it. Bao Bao stroked the little swordsman's head. Yes, it's as if we've received the Stargon's mission. That is, if she doesn't go out and provoke Dong Dong anymore. The Stargon, transformed into human form, sat majestically on a coral throne. In a dark corner she had been there all along. Rank 5, level 120 Demon Warrior Bu Qianzi. Rank 5, level 120 Water-type Orthodox Demon Mage Seonta. Rank 5, level 120 Demon Formation Master Unjang and Rank 5, level 120 Demon Assassin Seong Hapio appeared together. The dark soul in front of them was constantly crying. The demon Bu Qianzi said, I can't understand what this little poisonous bug is crying about out of fear. The demon Unjang said, I told you to learn some foreign languages. What it's saying is, I was originally outside today, happily eating trash and singing boo-hoo-hoo. Then suddenly a giant came from nowhere and beat us up. After that we desperately fled here, so please elders, uphold justice for us. That's what it means. The dark soul had been crying continuously because of that. The little leopard heard it and said, from now on just translate. Don't do those actions. She cut him off and stared at it intently. The demon Unjang heard it and replied with a laugh. I have too many legs, I can't. She smiled slyly. On the contrary, you little leopard. A lot of people from the A Geography magazine have been looking for you recently. A water monkey. A water monkey has appeared in A. The demon Seonta cleared his throat and said, all right, stop drinking. The reason we, representing each sea region, have appeared this time is to discuss the prevention of ocean pollution. At this time the Stargon, transformed into human form, said, are you still only sending representatives from the 4 seas of the east, west, south and north? She sighed. Those old folks at the bottom of the sea still have no intention of coming out, acting like it has nothing to do with them. The dark spirit monster explained, the creatures I've bred in my body have the ability to swallow trash and evolve infinitely. However, they can only reach a maximum of rank 4. Because I'm rank 5, I determine the evolutionary grade where a simple compound creature becomes a complex compound. Therefore I need to reach rank 6 so I can create a rank 5 dark spirit monster army to negotiate terms with these humans. I originally planned to issue a commissioned quest to attract some people to help me advance my class. The image of Dong Dong appeared in her mind as she continued. But this pet doesn't seem like a very reliable person at all. 131 Bao Bao and Unjang were secretly peeking from a distance. Suddenly Bao Bao asked with curiosity, "There are only a few paths, so why send us to scout them?" Unjang looked at them and said with a sinister smile, "That guy is quite evil, let's go mess with him a bit." Bao Bao lay on the ground showing her unwillingness. "I don't want to." Bao Bao doesn't want to work. Unjang turned back with a disappointed look. Unjang waved his octopus legs, came back and glanced at her. "I was only sent by the North Sea Kingdom to negotiate a common problem," Bao Bao replied. "You're all deep-sea monsters, but I'm just an ordinary seal. I was just taking a walk when the terrain got steep and they were catching a boss." A giant crab was fighting with a group of people. They surrounded it. Then all the players, the boss and Bao Bao fell off the cliff. In the chaos, Bao Bao attacked with a water gun, landing the final blow on the boss. She inadvertently gained a massive amount of experience from the boss and the fallen players, instantly reaching the max level. Before Bao Bao could even register what had happened, a green-haired girl approached with an excited expression. She continued, "No player had ever encountered a seal race that was max level from birth like me." She pointed a green staff at Bao Bao and made me her pet. After that, he used all the guild's resources to make Bao Bao the weakest rank 5 monster. He thought that Bao Bao, having become rank 5, would later be able to activate a special function. At this time, a giant dinosaur stood before Bao Bao. The green-haired girl cheered loudly from the outside. "Bao Bao, move. Now is the time to prove to everyone that you're different." Bao Bao heard her and followed the command. "Understood," the green-haired girl thought to herself. "Are you finally showing your true skills? The amount of money I've poured into you, everyone said it was useless, but I don't believe that a naturally occurring max-level seal monster is useless. Go and prove yourself to everyone." Bao Bao looked at the dinosaur with a serious expression for a moment, then lay down on the ground and rolled around, confusing the dinosaur. "Mr. Dinosaur, please be gentle. I want to die quickly so I can go back to the pet space and sleep." The people outside were dumbfounded, their mouths agame at this seal. After that, he seemed to have lost faith in the game. He released me into the Great Sea and became a game-addicted otaku, never to return. Unjang looked at the useless seal and continued, "After that, maybe the Sea Dragon King thought I wasn't lonely, saying he had never seen a rank 5 seal, so he let me eat and drink for free at his place." Bao Bao said, "If I didn't feel bad about eating and drinking for free, I wouldn't have come to help the Dragon King negotiate." Unjang was speechless, and only after a moment did he say, "Then you're really amazing, but we're inside the Stargon's body. Shouldn't we be completing the Stargon's mission? We have to stop them," Bao Bao said. "Don't worry, I didn't learn much while training with my master, but I've watched countless movies." Bao Bao didn't know how to do anything, but her belly was very soft, so she could use it as a pillow. In this kind of situation where the boss sends minions to harass the enemy, it's just feeding them experience points. Then we'll be defeated one by one, and in the end we'll gather again to be dealt with by the enemy, Unjang then asked. "So in the movies you've watched, was there a way to solve this?" Bao Bao said firmly. "As long as we fall before they do, they won't be able to defeat us to gain experience, and there will be absolutely no danger." Unjang's body froze, and for a long time she didn't know what to say. She turned around, waved her hand and said, "Forget it, this seal is hopeless, you just wait to die." Bao Bao also waved her hand. "Okay, goodbye, see you again." Unjang was so angry she gnashed her teeth. "Next I'll have to rely on my own strength." Suddenly she felt something was off. Wait, where did the people go? The people they were tracking had vanished without a trace. Over here they were standing near Bao Bao. Bao Bao asked Dong Dong with curiosity. "A seal has appeared here." All eyes turned to Bao Bao, and he broke out in a cold sweat all over, letting out a huh in fear. "If I say I'm just a harmless and kind rank 5 little monster, you guys will believe me, right?" He flopped onto the ground and said with emphasis, one word at a time, "I don't want to work, this body is useless." 132 A group of people surrounded Bao Bao. He trembled in fear and thought to himself, I'm screwed. The reason I chose to be an assassin in the first place was to escape faster, but my proficiency is too low inside the Stargon's body. What should Bao Bao do?" Dong Dong was puzzled. "There's a rank 5 seal here. The monsters that appear inside the Stargon's body are usually not weak. The little swordsman and the dark spirit monster were rank 2 and 3. Then he said, "This seal looks ordinary and harmless. There must be something strange." He turned around and said loudly, "Stand back, this is a rank 5 seal monster. I will fight with all my strength." Bao Bao trembled with fear. "Please, can't we just talk slowly? Fighting and killing as soon as you arrive. If I die, my level will be halved. To live and eat for free at the Dragon King's place." Bao Bao doesn't want to level up. "Quick, think of the movies I watched with my master. Use your head. Bao Bao, solve the problem with your wisdom." After a moment of thought, an idea popped into Bao Bao's head. He said with a bright face, "Okay, let's give it a try." Bao Bao turned around and began to ask the group, "Wait, are you all here to find the Stargon too?" Dong Dong was puzzled. "You too, you're a rank 5 creature. Why were you also swallowed into the Stargon's body?" Bao Bao replied. "I came in voluntarily." Bao Bao was puzzled. "Voluntarily? What happened between you two?" Bao Bao replied. "Back then she was 18 and I was 18 too. As the rank 5 hegemons of the sea, we naturally fell in love. We were originally a pair of free spirits in the sea." One day she kept coughing and he asked worriedly, "Darling, are you okay?" Due to the interference of the trash, her health deteriorated day by day. She waved her hand and shooed Bao Bao away. "Go, I don't want to be a burden to you. How can a broken me harm another broken you?" Bao Bao said, crying. No darling, don't go, Bao Bao continued. Losing the Stargon was like losing my soul, so I decided I must save her, whether in poverty or sickness, whatever difficulties come, I will not leave her, our love will not change even in death. Seeing that they were silent, Bao Bao thought, what's wrong? Are they scared? How many romance movies did I mix together to create such a ridiculous and terrible story? Will they believe it? Bao Bao was crying. Dong Dong, they are so pitiful, we must help him meet Sister Stargon. Dong Dong thought to himself, why do I feel like I'm tricking Bao Bao? But all rank 5s have life-saving skills and different powerful abilities. If he doesn't harm us for now, we have to follow his words. Besides, whether it's love or hate between him and the Stargon, if 2 rank 5s fight, I can escape in the chaos, so there's nothing to lose. He began to get lost in self-admiration. I'm truly a genius. Dong Dong turned around and said to Bao Bao, don't worry, when we get out we will definitely help you talk to the Stargon. And we'll also help clean up the trash in the Stargon's body. Bao Bao shook his head and said, there's no need to go out. Inside the Stargon's body is a folded space where her human form is, we just need to keep going. Seeing as you all know so little, it seems you need someone to guide you, the little swordsman said. I see, Lord Bao Bao is indeed very familiar with the Stargon. With him here, we don't have to be afraid of the dark spirit monsters anymore. Bao Bao, having successfully scared them, brightened up and said to them, let's go, with me here, the dark spirit monsters won't dare to scare you. Their speed is very fast in the water, but their movements are inconvenient on land, so I would be grateful if you could carry me. Bao Bao picked him up and said, alright, let's keep going. With another rank 5 joining us, the problem will be much easier to solve. Unjang had already caught up at this time, following behind and saying, I've caught up. Then she stood behind and watched Bao Bao walking with the group, puzzled. Strange, why is this Bao Bao with them? Never mind. Next I have to complete the Stargon's commission and see what skills this pet has. It's been a long time since I've played a prank on humans. If I can't stop you, I'll have to send you home. Don't even dream of meeting the Stargon. In the folded space, the demon Bu Qianza heard everything Bao Bao had said. Our love will not change even in death, huh? She couldn't help but twitch her lips slightly. The Stargon was re-watching the story Bao Bao had told them. The seahorse said, old man, do you think that little Bao Bao really has something going on with the Stargon? It really looks like it, the old man said. Nonsense, the Stargon's face has turned completely black. The demon Seongta said again, could it be that love has turned to hate? The Stargon was embarrassed and shouted, if you guys talk anymore, I'll kill you all. This seal, I won't let it go. The turtle grandfather leaned on his staff and said, why are you bothering her? In the folded space of her body there is an absolute suppressive force. The seahorse covered his face and said, I was just joking. Dungeon restart. Unjang seemed to be sitting alone quietly, questioning in her mind. Why? What on earth is it? This time, Unjang's memory was not reset and she remained in this dungeon. This is the awakening of an NPC and the influence of thought. Suddenly, a voice was heard. Are you Master Unjang? Can you help me exchange my voice for human legs? A beautiful girl with orange hair appeared. So Unjang began to explore this world. She didn't know too much. Why does this world reset? Memories are reset. What are they made of? Unjang thought for a long time but couldn't find an answer. The only thing she could be sure of was that the personalities of these characters changed every time. So Unjang decided to interact with the players and learn their stories. She seemed to be shouting in anger. Forget it, I'll ask those people. The orange-haired girl once again made a pleading expression. Are you Master Unjang? Can you help me exchange my voice for human legs? Unjang replied, you have to exchange it with your story, understand, with the story of your life. The girl was puzzled. A story? Okay. So Unjang constantly learned about the world outside the dungeon through the players, about the game A and about Earth. Unjang discovered that every time it reset when a player left the dungeon, a vibration occurred in the space. Unjang decided to seize this moment and prepare to be reset. 3, 2, 1. The orange-haired girl's face darkened. Her 2 pupils turned pitch black. At that very moment, crows flew swiftly through the sky and she leapt up and rushed into that black hole over here. The people were still at a loss. The rabbit-eared girl sighed. Why is this dungeon so bizarre? It's finally over. Suddenly, a blue light appeared, and the people there were so dazzled they had to block their eyes with their hands. When the people were bewildered, Unjang appeared and the rabbit-eared girl was surprised. Oh, you're out. Unjang looked around and sneered. So this is a long-bearded man approached from somewhere and said, you deliberately left a seed of time and awakening in that NPC's body. Another NPC has completed its awakening on its own. He flashed his 2 eyes in the darkness and said, a little at a time. The NPCs in the A world can awaken their own consciousness with just a little guidance. Our plan will soon be possible. The long-bearded man said, next time, can we not have meetings in such a dark place? No one answered. The atmosphere has to be right, you know. A group of blue seaweed appeared and the orange-haired one's face darkened. Where's my octopus mage mission? Where's my giant NPC? Gone. The human form Stargon was a beautiful blue-haired girl sitting on a coral chair. She spoke. This time, sending Unjang and Bao Bao was originally to have them cooperate and complete the test. Her voice changed. The main purpose was to test the attitude of these people towards trash and monsters. A shark with one side of its face being a red bone approached and whispered to the old turtle beside him, instead of beating around the bush like this, isn't it better to just ask directly? She heard what the shark said, and her eyes suddenly sharpened as she glanced at the 2 kneeling people. Seeing that, the shark was extremely frightened, trembled all over, and looked at the Stargon. The old turtle beside him couldn't help but sigh. You're really asking for it. She saw the shark's foolish appearance and didn't bother to argue with him. She continued to speak. Unjang has an A-grade mind method, Fairy Tale Village. Through a formation, she can create a small space and turn players into characters within it. while at the same time greatly enhancing her own combat abilities. She extended her hand and continued to explain. Through the folded space in my body I have given her the highest authority, so the power of this formation will be infinitely expanded. We can see their actions in this fairy tale village. Behind a distant rock a boy with long tentacles was hiding. Suddenly the corner of the boy's mouth lifted slightly into a smile, revealing small fangs. The boy's entire face was filled with an evil aura, and he said in a malicious voice, "Since I've obtained the authority given by the Stargon." His whole body was filled with malice, and he slightly raised the corner of his mouth and looked at the group of Wei Dongdong and Bao Bao walking below, saying, "Then let the game begin." The little monster held a burning torch in his hand to light the way ahead and said to the others, "We should be arriving at the tail section in just a little while." When no answer was heard, he turned around and called for Bao Bao. Still no answer, so he called once more, "Bao Bao." After turning around, he looked around and shone the torch, but no one was there. He asked with surprise, "Where did the people go?" Suddenly, a black rectangle appeared under his feet. Without a moment to prepare, Wei Dongdong immediately fell down. His scream echoed, and during the fall he thought, "What's the situation? Is it another nightmare beast?" The situation suddenly changed. My abilities haven't disappeared and the feeling of weightlessness is real too. He put his two hands together, formed a seal and chanted a spell. Ability, Vermilion Bird's Descent. After chanting the spell, he felt his shoulders move and a pair of small, powerless red wings appeared on his back. Seeing that, he started to curse. "Damn it, the wings are too small." No matter how hard he tried, he shouted, "I can't fly." After speaking, he fell freely to the ground and dust and sand flew everywhere. A pair of wolf ears appeared on Wei Dongdong's head. He put his hand to his face and lamented, "Ouch, the vermilion bird evolved, but why didn't my appearance change? These wings are too small." Extending his hand forward, he suddenly realized he had transformed. The hand before him was a wolf's paw with sharp iron claws. He had the appearance of a gray wolf, and his whole body was covered in gray fur. He wondered, a gray wolf? In the water a fishtail swept past and numerous water droplets appeared. The previously unseen Bao Bao now appeared as a mermaid with a beautiful blue tail. She was very surprised by this situation. Why did I suddenly turn into this?" She flailed her two hands in the water. "I can't breathe," she thought. "I still haven't learned how to swim." Bao Bao approached and shouted loudly, "I found it. Unjang seems to have activated a formation. Fortunately there's water." A light emanated from her whole body. Bao Bao's S-grade mind method, water manipulation art. As long as she is in water, she can move freely. Even in two different bodies of water at the same time, Bao Bao can control water. And as her mind method proficiency increases, her ability to control water also increases. At the highest grade S, she can control all water, including blood. She was surprised, her mouth agape, as she listened to his continued explanation. But its control over fire-type magic is extremely low, so it's a relatively weak S-grade mind method. After listening to Bao Bao's explanation, she turned, flicked her tail, and swam away. Seeing this, he thought to himself, "Good. Bao Bao is probably going to keep an eye on them to prevent them from mindlessly trying to break down the door. I'll wait a bit and go find a place to sleep. I'll show up if anything happens." Bao Bao made her decision happily and, cheering inwardly, began to swim. As Bao Bao swam, she thought, "Where's Dongdong? Did we run into a nightmare beast again? I didn't lose my memory this time." Her eyes sparkled. "Right, the nightmare beast." A nightmare beast orb appeared in her hand, and she began to speculate. "The storage space isn't banned either. I still haven't used the nightmare beast creation pellets the academy gave me." In the distance, a light emanated from behind a coral reef. She thought, "There's someone ahead. I should go check it out." The half-man, half-octopus boy from before appeared and greeted her. "Hello, little mermaid. We finally meet." Hearing this, she was surprised. "The Little Mermaid, a fairy tale story?" He circled around her and announced, "You who have taken on the role of the Little Mermaid must go ashore, find the dwarves in the deep forest and the long-haired princess in the castle, go to the immortal world in the mirror and find and defeat the evil grey wolf of this world." Hearing the plot, she felt she had no reason to live anymore, and the corner of her mouth twitched. What kind of bizarre development is this? But do we really need to use these fairy tales? Can our platform's legal team win against that mouse company? She scratched her chin and asked, "What happens if I don't accept the commission and the mission?" He grinned, baring his teeth. "Then you'll just have to die and go back." Hearing this, she closed her eyes, rested her chin on her hand, and fell into thought. After a moment, she raised a hand, clenched her fist, and said with determination, "All right, I accept. Come on, bring it on. Miss Bao Bao will definitely defeat the evil wolf." He crossed his arms, looked at her, and said with a smile, "Then, Little Mermaid, your first choice has arrived. To go ashore and complete the mission, you must exchange your singing voice for legs, and every step you take will be like dancing on burning blades." He approached her, getting very close, and asked, "You must endure the pain to complete the mission? So what is your choice?" She looked up at him and said in an earnest voice, "I choose." She held out her hand and exclaimed with a happy face, "Chip Chip." Hearing that, his face darkened, filled with questions. She smiled brightly, hugged the slime, rubbed her face against it, and explained, "I just tested it. My abilities aren't affected, but for some reason I can't sense Dongdong." She held the slime with a comfortable expression. "It's better for Chip Chip to do it for me." Hearing that, he gritted his teeth, his face full of anger. "I made a mistake. If I fix it and supplement it now, it won't be too late, right? In the end, he crossed his arms, closed his eyes, and said lightly, "Fine, fine, if you have your own way, I'll consider this stage past." He couldn't help but complain. "This master looks quite simple, but why does she think just like that pet?" Under the blue sky and white clouds, Bao and the slime came ashore. Patches of oil slick floated on the sea. Her hair was soaked, and she turned to look at the sea, saying, "After half a day of searching, I finally found a place to come ashore. The situation here corresponds to the outside." The sea was dead calm. "What is this mission trying to tell us?" The slime made a chip sound. In a tavern, the shelves were filled with all kinds of liquor bottles, and many people were drinking and talking happily inside. Suddenly, the golden bell outside the door rang, and a blue-haired girl entered. She said, "Hello, I'm here to ask about the long-haired princess and the dwarves." A slightly drunk man turned and asked, "Miss, a young lady coming here?" The man's eyes widened in disbelief. A beautiful girl with a delicate face but a muscular body, rank 3 symbiotic trait Bao. After merging with the slime, she could move around conveniently in the slime's form. The men saw it and their eyes bulged, shouting in shock, "What a monster!" She sat down on a chair, smiled at everyone, and greeted them. "Hello everyone, now can you talk?" She was clearly smiling, but the man next to her was sweating profusely. Someone slammed a beer mug on the table. A man with an eye patch said, "Normally we don't easily tell others about this kind of mission, but if it's you..." The man looked at her with eyes full of admiration. "This perfectly muscular body, it must have taken a long time to train to get it." The man crossed his arms and spoke calmly. "To the south of the village, there is a legendary dwarf. Our world has been destroyed by industrial pollution. Moreover, our bodies have undergone some mutations due to the influence of various substances. The village was shrouded in smoke. In the end, our king was punished. His daughter was born as an abnormal freak. So in the end, they abandoned the child, but she was not the first child to be abandoned. According to legend, this group eventually adapted to the environment and survived in the deep forest, but their appearance is said to be bizarre, bloodthirsty, and unable to communicate normally." He rested his chin on his hand and continued. "They lost quite a few skilled people, but if it's you, you might be able to solve this crisis," he continued with a serious expression. "The long-haired fairy to the north is even more terrifying. I heard she was born with a deadly poison, and as she grew, the poison became stronger and stronger and her hair grew very long. So her parents built a high tower to imprison her so she couldn't harm others. That tower was so high it pierced the sky." After finishing his story, he turned around and said, "If you can deal with the dwarves, you can try approaching the long-haired princess after that. However, this poison is too strange. We have no way to solve it." In addition, it said that there are man-eating mermaids in the evil sea to the east and a werewolf tribe to the west. She muttered to herself, "Didn't I just come from the west? Don't tell me I'm the only man-eating mermaid." She beat her chest with her hand and promised, "Understood, leave it to me. I will definitely complete these missions." She turned around, proudly flexing her bicep, and said, "In the name of this muscular body." Everyone in the tavern stared at her intently. The man who had just spoken blushed and praised her. "This night is really cool," but she looked at the sign in front of her and was unsure. "Eyes that way." South, in the dark forest, a crow sat on a branch that looked as if it had been scorched black, cawing ominously. The sound echoing all around, Bao approached and the dry leaves crunched under her feet. She held a map and looked around. "I should be close to where the dwarves live soon. I should go back and find the map the innkeeper gave me." She continued to walk forward. The forest was pitch black and looked very scary. The surrounding trees were bare of leaves like gaunt withered monsters, but I haven't met anyone on the road. If what they said is true, the dwarves should have a murderous nature, Bao muttered to herself as she walked. Suddenly her foot stepped on a strange rope, pulling it taut, and immediately sharp wooden stakes flew towards her. Bao couldn't help but be a little surprised. She scowled, raised her hand to block the wooden stakes, and frowned, very displeased. The wooden fragments fell like scattered autumn leaves. That wasn't just an ordinary trap. She scratched her cheek, her eyes bewildered and slightly uncomprehending as she said, "A monster with a murderous nature knows how to set traps?" Deep in the forest, several black shadows appeared from behind a dry tree. She pointed at one shadow, but many black shadows were peeking at her, seemingly trying to intimidate her with their numbers. Bao noticed it and, on guard, looked up and shouted loudly. "Who's there?" No one answered. She saw shadows quickly flitting past behind the dry tree trunk. The beautiful girl's muscular body quickly rushed forward. To have such a trap in this remote place where no one has set foot. She was running in a panic and didn't pay attention, once again stepping on a preset trap. She missed her step and fell backward, letting out a few surprised screams. Bao gritted her teeth, grabbed a nearby branch, and pulled herself back up with force. At this time, the guys who were hiding all showed themselves. Each had a menacing face, holding weapons in their hands, and surrounded her. She frowned. "Who are you? Aren't there dwarves here?" she shouted as if she realized she had been tricked. A guy with his hair half tied up and a neatly trimmed beard gave a vile smile. "I can't believe you really fell for it. Of course there are dwarves." Another monkey-like guy with slightly orange hair and who seemed very familiar with the terrain threw a child. "This is a dwarf, have fun with it." Seeing the child with white hair, a mask on his head, and sharp hands tied firmly to the ground, Bao recognized him immediately. She exclaimed in a loud voice mixed with surprise and worry, "Showdown, you were here." Showdown raised her head and hurriedly warned, "Sister Bao, go quickly, these guys are not good people." The guy with the half-tied hair laughed triumphantly. His eyes narrowed as if he had won a great victory. "Brave ones, you are truly naive." The information spread by these guys was mainly to prevent the villagers from coming close to this place. As he spoke, his face gradually darkened, his eyes became sharp and malicious, and his mouth stretched wide as if it would tear to his ears. He continued, Later we discovered that brave ones come with treasures, so we made up a story about abandoned newborn babies. After that he pointed a hand at the pit behind Bao Bao, and she turned her eyes accordingly. After killing people and taking their belongings, we throw them into the deep pit. A horrifying number of skulls were piled up there. They were all the unfortunate people who had been harmed by them and their bodies thrown there. She was so surprised her eyes widened and she asked in a panic, "So the fairy tales were fake?" They heard her question and held their stomachs laughing. They didn't expect her to be so naive. "You fool, how could there be so many fairy tales? How could there be so many legends?" Then the leader took out his old sword, pointed it at her and laughed maliciously. "You're going to be the next one to die anyway," he said contemptuously in a loud voice. "You're only rank 3. Among us there are 2 rank 4s and the rest are basically all rank 3. You have no chance of winning," he continued to mock her, saying, "What a shame. A woman's face but such a muscular body." If not for that he trailed off, but his intention was clear enough. Truly stupid villains with well-developed limbs and empty heads. Their brains are just for decoration and they only think with their lower bodies, so they can only have such vulgar thoughts. It turns out fairy tales aren't scary. Bao Bao closed her eyes and sighed. "What's scary is the human heart. It's said that you can know the depths of 10 fathoms of water, but you can't know the heart of a single person." Then the slime form was released and she returned to her mermaid form. Long beautiful hair and elegant and enchanting figure was revealed. She smiled at them and it was impossible to know what was hidden within. "But I have to make one thing clear. Maybe not all legends are fake." She sat on the slime looking incomparably noble and beautiful. Seeing Bao Bao's true form, their eyes sparkled like stars. They all laughed loudly and vulgarly. "It's a mermaid," they exclaimed excitedly. "Boss, if we capture that woman alive we can make a lot of money." They didn't even care about her words. "What rude bandits." Her thin lips slightly curved up, revealing small fangs. "Mermaids eat people." She slowly said one word at a time. "That might be true." As she finished her last word, a murderous glint flashed in Bao Bao's eyes, and in her hand was a purple orb from which a strange smoke was rising. The bandits saw the orb in her hand and stared at each other blankly. Fearing the object in her hand might be dangerous, no one dared to rush forward. "What's that in her hand?" they asked each other. Bao Bao waved her hand and threw the orb hard and it hit the ground, creating a strange purple smoke. This was a temporary formation invented by a rank 5 demon. The orb was round and had cloud-like patterns on it, making it very eye-catching. "This power is too strong." From here, the demon Unjang was watching the whole situation through her orb. She opened her mouth in disbelief. It would take at least a top-tier A-grade mind method to be possible. The orb emitted a blue light reflecting the image of a powerful formation. The formation finally overwhelmed them, but I lost the ability to control the NPCs inside. Her face darkened and she gritted her teeth. "I might not be able to control the development of this mission." Bao Bao was worried. She tried to see through the smoke but couldn't see anything. "What's happening?" At first, the nightmare beast only said these bombs would help us escape at a critical moment. She explained. The purple smoke enveloped the group and it could have a greater effect on players with weak mental strength. She stared at those shadows. Perhaps she was also a little worried that the formation wouldn't work on those bandits. As the smoke slowly cleared, a few dazed figures were revealed. Their eyes were unfocused and they all had their mouths open, looking as if they were dozing off with their heads down. The slime chirped and signaled to her, protecting Xiaodaozi beside it. Bao Bao looked to the side, relieved, and smiled slightly. "I found Xiaodaozi. Chip, let's move to the side and see their reaction. If it doesn't work, we have to be ready to run." After being enveloped by the formation, their bodies were slowly changing and their hands were twitching slightly, which was scary. They simultaneously rushed towards her, Xiaodaozi and the slime, and their whole bodies emitted a faint purple light. Bao Bao was worried and sweating. Chip, quickly get into a defensive stance and run." The bandits reached her, stopped and stood at attention. The one with his hair half tied up closed his eyes and shouted loudly. 001 reporting to Miss Bao Bao. Miss Bao Bao's command is an oath we must protect with our lives. His words surprised her, and even she couldn't believe the power of that formation. It's this amazing. These nightmare bombs directly controlled them. Even Xiaodaozi beside her couldn't help but be surprised, but still a little scared. He said hesitantly, "They won't wake up, right? If these guys wake up," hearing the child's words, she also fell into thought for a moment. Her eyes sank and she bit her lip. Then she smiled brightly. It seemed an idea had come to her. "All right, 001, assemble everyone." Seeing her like this, Xiaodaozi became even more worried. "Sister Bao Bao, these guys are like time bombs." He slowly trailed off. "If the person who came for the mission is a ranker, we can't win." "Your method," she whispered. "Send them to the mission location first." She began to let her imagination run wild. She held a command flag and they followed, listening to her words. "After that, for example, if the NPCs at the next mission location are also bad guys, we can make them fight each other, whether they know each other or not, if the other party attacks us for no reason. Explaining is also a waste of time." She smiled, seeming very satisfied with her plan. "A chaotic situation is also advantageous for us to escape." Xiaodaozi looked at her with a suspicious gaze. "Sister Bao Bao, did you think of all this?" She narrowed her eyes, smiled and scratched her head in embarrassment, replying cheerfully, "I thought about it a little. What would Dong Dong do in this situation?" She turned her head and commanded in a soft voice, "Come on, 001, come here and do some work." Xiaodaozi looked at her in disbelief. Did this pet corrupt the master, or was this master originally this cunning? Bao Bao sat on a palanquin carried by the bandits, looking ahead arrogantly. The few guys carrying the palanquin shouted loudly from below. "Heave ho!" They advanced with all their might towards the long-haired princess. Unjang watched the childish scene unfolding through the crystal ball and frowned. Her voice was tinged with mockery. Birds of a feather flock together indeed. I'll see how these missions develop on their own. The scene changed to a castle. There was a small, cute demon with black shiny hair, but its small body had mottled marks and it looked very sad. This demon is only in the high castle and there's no movement. She decided to check another place where the gray wolf was. The monster that had transformed into Wei Dongdong sat on a chair, pointing and sneering, commanding as if giving orders. I told you guys have to work hard. The previous efficiency was too low. As soon as she saw it, she jumped up in surprise and exclaimed loudly, "What happened here?" While I looked away for a moment, she was almost hysterical, grabbing the crystal ball and shouting at the top of her lungs, "You bastards who used to use the wolf legends to trap and rob brave adventurers." Dongdong grinned slyly, putting his hand on the shoulder of a huge bald man. His eyebrows looked very dashing. "Not bad efficiency, right?" he asked. "This land is now beyond the reach of rule management, so you've become the ones who set the rules." He raised his beer mug high in a declaration, then pointed a finger at the bald man's face. "You trap one or two brave adventurers. What's the point of just guarding this gold mine?" they all said in unison. "Then what do you say we should become? Here, you can create regulations to collect taxes and establish a kingdom of rules." He pointed to the map with his finger and said, "You are the kings of this place." His eyes sparkled, and his smile immediately revealed that he was lying. He spread his arms wide and declared once more with delight. Standing on the table with one hand pointing to the sky and the other on his hip, he grandly proclaimed, "What do adventurers need? Fame, of course. You can open up opportunities for players to complete adventure missions. All brave adventurers who come here can complete wolf hunting missions, if we give them a few furs as proof. Adventurers will flock here like clouds." A scene of mountains of gold appeared before their eyes. With more people, industry can develop and you can exchange all kinds of adventure missions without taxes. Then gold coins will flow into you like a river. The dashing bald man, though fierce in appearance, seemed quite naive. He asked, "But we don't know how." "It's all right, I'll teach you," Dongdong said confidently, slumping into a chair. "We need to let the players experience beautiful days." His confident voice made them all obey. "Long live Grey Wolf Dongdong," towards money flowing like a river. Beer mugs were raised high and clinked together joyfully. Chapter 138. The tall tower stood on barren land with not a single leaf on the surrounding trees. The beautiful petite long-haired Shaoguanzi, covered in mud, rested her chin on her hand and gazed boredly at the sky. "I can't even get down. How am I supposed to find Dongdong's group?" In the distance, she suddenly saw a thick cloud of dust and heard shouts. "Protect Miss Baobao with your lives. You must complete Baobao's mission," Shaoguanzi exclaimed in surprise. "What's going on?" Baobao was carried in a humble palanquin, and she shouted, "Shaoguanzi, my prediction was right. The 4 legendary monsters are the 4 of us who were scattered." From Baobao's perspective, the only window was covered by clouds, so she couldn't see Shaoguanzi. "Don't move, I'll come get you soon," Shaoguanzi said worriedly. "Sister Baobao, you mustn't move carelessly. They've scattered poison all around this tower. If you try to come up, you'll fall into a trap." Baobao, not expecting this problem, widened her eyes in surprise. She quietly thought of a solution. Shaoguanzi saw Baobao sitting on a blue cloud and asked loudly, "Are they still around here?" She leaned out and replied, "No, they usually come at night to see if there are any corpses of brave adventurers to pick up." Baobao understood, smiled brightly, and said to the people behind her, "Everyone listen to me. The base of this tall tower is poisoned, so avoid it as much as possible. Then let's put all our effort into collapsing the tower and rescuing Shaoguanzi." A few men carrying the palanquin were moved to tears, taking out handkerchiefs to wipe them away. "To think the young lady is worried we might touch the poison." Then, with still red eyes, they encouraged the others. "Everyone, let's push ourselves. Let's rescue Miss Shaoguanzi before sunset." Everyone seemed to gain strength, shouting one after another, "Let's fight for Baobao." She scratched her nose shyly, thinking to herself, "I was just worried they might lose their labor due to the poison, that's all." Crude handmade shovels. Those using them dug vigorously into the dry earth. 1, 2, 3. A few strong men worked strenuously. "Let's go." Elsewhere, Wei Dongdong in his gray wolf form was directing people. "Hurry, this is our reception center, our face. Everyone must work hard and do well." He said kindly to the others, "Repeat after me. Welcome. How may I help you?" They all repeated after him in unison, "Welcome." Wei Dongdong patiently guided them again, pointing one finger to the sky. "Wrong, welcome should be a bit faster. Raise your voice a bit more. In service, attitude is important. All right, let's repeat it together again." Wei Dongdong led everyone, and they all worked hard. All of this was being seen through something like a mirror. Shinken couldn't smile, and the veins on her cheekbones were clearly visible. Unjang also remained silent. A shark with one side of its face swollen whispered to the turtle grandfather next to him, "What was our initial purpose in setting up this mission?" Unjang, hearing this, closed her eyes wearily and said, "We wanted to see how they would react when treated unkindly as monsters, and also their perspective on environmental pollution. Shinken, please manage them. If they band together like this, I don't know how much my fairy tale will be ruined." The shark's lips curled into a smile. "I told you this kid, she doesn't think about stopping the environment, just stirring up trouble. She's a rare one." Shinken glared, her lips drooping in anger. The shark lifted its head. "What are you looking at?" Then it quickly covered its mouth with its hand, regretting it as it turned away. "Damn it, I just blurted it out." Only a thwack sound was heard, and as Shinken wiped her hand, the shark was hit so hard it had 4 bumps on its head. "All right, Unjang. I generally understand this pet's personality, so don't let her cause any more trouble. Remove the barrier." Unjang, following this, cast a spell on the round orb. The orb emitted a strong light. Shaoguanzi Bao Bao, Wei Dongdong the spotted seal and another small boy appeared within that light. Bao Bao smiled brightly and hugged Wei Dongdong. He asked Bao Bao, "Are you alright?" "I'm fine, I was thinking of taking this group to another dungeon to complete a mission." She quickly let go of him and excitedly recounted, "You know, I passed 3 checkpoints all by myself this time." Wei Dongdong narrowed his eyes and laughed. "Our Bao Bao is the best." The seal woke up dazedly at this moment. "Oh, is dinner ready?" Shinken cleared her throat. She looked at them and said, "Let's talk about the mission." Wei Dongdong stepped forward and shielded Bao Bao with his hand. She calmly introduced herself. "I am Shinken. You are currently inside my body. Since you previously accepted my mission, please clean up the trash in my body. The recent investigation," although she didn't want to admit it, Shinken reluctantly said this. As Bao Bao and Wei Dongdong looked bewildered, she turned her head. "For now, I'll consider you provisionally up to standard." She made a dangerous-looking red snake appear. "These are like janitors created by my body. Cleaning the trash in my body is just the beginning." Shinken continued with a cold expression. "Our ultimate goal is to negotiate or wage war with humanity." A system window appeared before Bao Bao. "I need someone to deliver a message to humanity and at the same time help me upgrade to rank 6. This is an epic level mission. Will you accept it?" The system window displayed the text, "Shinken, the Stargon Demon's understanding of pollution." The client was Shinken. This was an epic level mission. Upon completion, an S-grade mind method and tool could be obtained, and it could be completed by multiple guild members without needing to enter human fortress cities. The answer was either accept or decline. Chapter 139, If War with Humanity Were to Break Out. The scene showed Bao Bao's back as she stood before an electronic screen. She quickly countered, "Then can we meet our friends again? But if we don't accept this mission, will we die right away?" She was in a dilemma, forced to choose a single, terrible, unavoidable path. Shinken, with an emotionless face, calmly asked in return, "How will you decide?" Wei Dongdong immediately stepped forward, blocking Bao Bao, and critically said, "Of course we'll accept it, but not completely." The sharkhead, who had been hit by Shinken, frowned from behind. "Alright, this kid is trying to wriggle out of it again." Shinken covered her face with her hand, seemingly amused. "Then tell me, how do you not accept it completely?" Wei Dongdong asked in return, "Your demand is for humanity to stop polluting the sea. But do you know how many people are in the A world? According to the clue map, the current number of players is about 2 billion, he shouted. There are far more NPCs and monsters. To make humanity stop pollution, there's no way other than killing all of humanity, he added. Therefore our only choice is war. Directly confronting the players and slaughtering them all to completely remove them from the A world. No doubt, Shinken continued. From what we know, humanity is selfish, divided, and greedy, so they aren't actually prepared for negotiations. There are far more sea creatures than land creatures, so if we truly fight, it's still unknown who will die by whose hand, but I fear the chance of failure is at most a few thousandths. Wei Dongdong shook his head. You two are gambling with the lives of billions of sea creatures, so I have a new solution, he smiled, his eyes resolute. We will fight and negotiate simultaneously and at the same time solve the trash problem ourselves. What do you mean? Unjang exclaimed. She was genuinely a little curious. Could we fight and then retreat to negotiations? Our demand is to solve the sea creatures' pollution problem, Wei Dongdong explained. So everyone can have a more beautiful living environment. In fact, some monsters that can smell trash have already appeared. These dark spirit monsters are already struggling enough just solving the trash in my body. Shinken shook her head. Indeed, there's no way to replace war. The entire sea is even more impossible than if the entire sea unites to find solutions for sea trash and bands together as one. What would there be to worry about? For a very small group to try and have a substantial impact on the entire vast space is fundamentally impossible. Everyone has the ability to think, so humanity must also understand that they are part of this world. Shinken disagreed with his idea. They develop and compete, so they will pollute the environment. We can't stop them, so we must reduce trash ourselves and simultaneously block them. In other words, they must remove elements they cannot handle themselves. Some fully developed nations have begun to voluntarily reduce pollution due to a bit of morality and righteousness. We will cooperate with these nations. 1 or 2 underdeveloped nations will starve. We must help them change their development model. Following this, Wei Dongdong clearly stated, we need a very powerful nation to hold leverage, so that the whole world can respect us. He pondered for a moment. There's a nation where I come from that commits all sorts of evil deeds, oppresses monsters, and is located at the center of the 4 continents, making transportation convenient. At the same time, I have no small amount of influence on the island. With such a geographically advantageous position, why waste it by letting a declining nation continue to occupy it? Sister Shinken, I propose we use this nation as our base to attack and then from there develop negotiations with other nations to gradually solve our current mission. Shinken was gradually swayed. She hesitated for a moment, thinking, attacking is good, but I need to upgrade to rank 6. Seeing a shift in the situation, Wei Dongdong immediately seized the opportunity. I'll take responsibility for the upgrade. Monsters can enter, but they are on Zhengzhong Island. Shinken glanced at the shark head standing in the corner. What are your opinions? No problem. The shark head also seemed convinced by Wei Dongdong's plan. Weren't we supposed to fight and negotiate from the start? Let's chew them up. Unjang sighed. We'll see when we get there, alright. Let's resolve it that way for now. Shinken accepted Wei Dongdong's proposal. First, help me clean up the trash in my body so I can see your abilities. But we need to go to Dongsung now. Bao Bao said, we need to contact Xuanyuan Guild in Dongsung to get their combat support. I can take you to Dongsung, Shinken said. It will take about 10 days. I will give you a month. After you've made contact, I'll wait with you on the coast for the counterattack on Zhengzhong Island. Totally okay, Wei Dongdong immediately agreed cheerfully. Then what are we waiting for? Let's go, let's work. Dongdong finally reached a provisional consensus with Shinken. They began to exert all their effort to help clean up the trash in Shinken's body. But in a place unseen by Wei Dongdong's group, the underwater demons looked up with worried eyes. Our love will never regret even death. Shinken hung Bao Bao upside down and whipped her vigorously. Amidst the sound of whips, cries for help mixed in. Bao Bao was wrong. Bao Bao cried out in pain, her body scratched all over, her face covered in tears and snot. Bao Bao won't do it again. Wei Dongdong's group was busily wiping Shinken's surface. Everyone diligently worked hard, wishing only to clean it as thoroughly as possible. The sun began to set and the work was finished. Wei Dongdong wiped the sweat from his face and Shinken's entire body sparkled, some parts even appearing as glossy as if coated with glue. It was clean, fragrant and gleaming. Shinken smiled contentedly, gazing at the splendid sunset in the distance. Finally the work is done. But even with people like you and the dark spirit monsters, it took over 10 days. Bao Bao and Wei Dongdong were so exhausted they could barely breathe, lying haphazardly on the sand, unable to move their limbs at all. To keep their promise to Shinken, they had dedicated a very long time to cleaning her entire colossal body. He made Shinken use her to throw the wounded Bao Bao towards Wei Dongdong, and along with her a blue sea-colored scroll. I will never send you back to the North Sea again. Dongsung is far, so go yourselves. She turned her head. The sunset dyed her brilliant yet soft hair. My children within my body, take them with you and depart. This was when Wei Dongdong unrolled the scroll. He couldn't help but be surprised. A grade mind method, dragon forging. It allowed one to melt waste, trash, or other materials to create one's own dark spirit monsters. No pet limit, infinite quantity. Dark spirit monsters would be one rank lower than oneself. As soon as he finished reading, he gave the scroll to Bao Bao. I already have the Yinhan mind method, so you learn it, Bao Bao. Many people boarded the boat and together headed towards the sunset sky. Bao Bao held Bao Bao, and with Wei Dongdong and Unjang, everyone's eyes were filled with hope. Towards a future full of brilliance, yet also thorns and challenges. Arrived at Dongsung Continent, Chapter 140. The story begins with a blonde young man with a clear heart-shaped smile. He waves to the readers. Hello, I'm Achang, the fishing king of the A-world. Many players don't like combat professions, but fishing like this can be a pretty good choice. However, fishing in the A-world requires far more attention than in the real world. He shook his head. You can't just fish whenever you want. Asura is always like that. What should we do? Of course, we seek out Achang to learn this young man's superhuman fishing skills. Today, we're heading to the sea entrance of Luzhou in Dongsung. Achang extended his hand towards the vast ocean. Legend has it that there are large fish weighing 1,000 jin here. They even say that the wild monster Shinken might appear. I'm going to take on the challenge. Today I've chosen a fishing line with a strength of 100. He diligently adjusted his fishing rod, his face full of excitement. Any fish below rank 4 won't break the line even if pulled. The bait is bread mixed with immortal spirit fruit, and it will slowly dissolve and spread once it touches the water. The bait was cast into the water, and droplets lightly splashed into the air. The fish here are quite cunning, so please all be patient and wait a bit. He frowned. Suddenly, something massive slowly emerged from beneath the ocean. The water's quiet surface rippled, moving closer and closer to the angler patiently waiting for a bite. The fish surged upward, creating a violent shockwave that contrasted with the clear blue sky. Achang was startled, realizing he had hooked Shinken. He was shocked. It was really Shinken, and she was terrifying. Suddenly, a small boat popped out of Shinken's mouth. But even that massive boat didn't fill a corner of the fish's mouth. Wei Dongdong couldn't hide his excitement and smiled brightly. They had finally arrived in Dongsung. Bao Bao's seal had also recovered from all its previous injuries. Shinken didn't forget to glance at Achang, startling him once more before shaking her tail and leaving. As soon as Bao Bao's small feet touched the ground, she began her work. She opened her electronic panel and reported the current situation with surprise. Dongdong, Xuanyuan's location isn't on the map. The message I sent to Guling also resulted in an error. Wei Dongdong didn't panic at all. He quickly found a way to ask a passerby. Xuanyuan was so famous that everyone surely knew of it. However, the young man still seemed to be lost in his own thoughts, not yet recovered from the shock. My net isn't this big, how am I going to carry it? No one on the forum will believe me. He really had caught Shinken. He wanted to brag to the whole world, but he had no proof. Who would believe him? A hand gently rested on his shoulder. Only then did Achang snap out of it. Hello, do you know where Xuanyuan is? Wei Dongdong asked. Hai Chang was surprised. Xuanyuan was destroyed half a month ago. Destroyed? What on earth happened? Wei Dongdong was shocked. Bao Bao was equally surprised to hear that. Wasn't Xuanyuan the biggest guild? How could that be? There's something you don't know. Chang continued to relay information to these naive people who had just crawled out of the water. Don't you check the forums? Finia, the guild leader of Gurio, for some reason went crazy and allied with the 6 major guilds of the east to besiege Xuanyuan. Noajil, the first player to reach rank 6 in humanity, fought with Dozan for 3 days and 3 nights, but neither could gain the upper hand. However, Dozan subsequently disappeared. Guling's remaining 3-player elders were all killed, their ranks halved, and they also disappeared. 2 NPC grandees Kong No Wall were imprisoned. Xuanyuan Guild's divine artifact, the Xuanyuan sword, vanished and was acquired by Gurio. Some of Xuanyuan's elders betrayed them, and in the end Xuanyuan was divided by the alliance of the 6 major guilds. In reality, the stock price of groups supporting Xuanyuan also reportedly plummeted. It will probably be acquired by that Finia. I didn't see the forums before, Bao Bao said, shocked. Wei Dongdong was still processing the extremely shocking developments he had just learned. It's all my fault for not looking up the internet properly. Chang sighed. Shinken is gone, so you should leave quickly too. Don't interfere with my fishing. Bao Bao immediately logged onto the forum to search for information. Numerous posts appeared on the electronic panel. Xuanyuan's demise, guild leader missing. Finia monopolizes eastern resources. Xuanyuan supporting families in crisis. Xuanyuan's young master Guling rumored to be intoxicated all day, signaling the tragic decline of a great empire. Bao Bao's heart ached. She hadn't expected such a major event to happen in a few months. It's all my fault for not liking to read forum news before. Since the Xuanyuan sword is gone, no one in Dongsung can help us. Wei Dongdong looked at the text on the electronic panel and began to plan his next move. He pointed to a spot on the map. Let's go there and see. I promised Shinken we'd meet again in a month, so let's go. Bao Bao asked suspiciously. What are you going to Chenzhou for? It's quite far from Kunlun Mountain too. Who told me in the first place? Wei Dongdong replied. There's a flying snake monster in Dongsung that has never appeared here. My intuition tells me it will definitely be useful. The Xuanyuan organization has been operating in the east for 10 years. Even though they were divided and besieged, they must have many people we can rally. Besides, I don't believe Dozan lost that easily. He must have fallen into a trap. Let's keep going. Once our goal is clear, the group regained their spirits and headed to Chenzhou. Outside reality, luxurious and magnificent skyscrapers filled the space. In a small room, empty beer cans lay scattered on the floor, spilled alcohol staining the ground. The ashtray was full of cigarette butts, looking as if it hadn't been cleaned in a long time. A man with shaggy white hair and a few strands of beard didn't look unkempt, but it clearly showed his laziness and how long he hadn't taken care of himself properly. Shielding the light from his eyes with his arm, a faint word escaped his throat. It's over. Nothing left. On the floor, an electronic panel was still lit. The screen was filled with bad news. Genshin Company recently suffered a malicious financial attack. Chairman Ji Yuqian hospitalized in ICU. Successor Ji Yuling rumored to be drunk all day, portending the tragic decline of a vast empire. Chapter 141. The dark spirit monster, shaped like a gecko with blue eyes shining brightly like headlights, lay docilely in Bao Bao's palm. This method seems to create an infinite number of dark spirit monsters, but their strength and skill proficiency depend on the materials. Bao Bao unwrapped a candy and gave it to the newly created dark spirit monster. It was delighted to see the candy. She sighed in frustration. All the dark spirit monsters I've made so far are rank 1. I've only managed to create the first one in a month. Wei Dongdong saw her dejected and quickly comforted her. It's all right. This skill itself is for the later stages. It gets stronger as you progress. He walked to a place with a few houses and said with a bright smile, This is a small village in the middle of the road. Let's go in with Bao Bao in a moment and reset our original revival point. Currently your identities are monster forms, so you can't enter the city. Unjang, with purple bobbed hair and octopus-like tentacles for a lower body, stood beside another dark spirit monster shaped like a seal. She listened with her arms crossed. However, since you two are both rank 5, I have a request. In Dongsung, besides Xuanyuan, I am also acquainted with the divine beast Azure Dragon. I would like to ask you two to go and contact him. Unjang made an okay gesture and happily accepted. I'm fine. Anyway, I'm from the sea and our Dragon King seems to have a connection with the Azure Dragon. However, I don't want to take this seal with me. The seal gently wagged its tail and rested its 2 hands on its belly. The seal doesn't want to be active either. Or would you like to release the seal into the river outside the city? There. As long as there's water, the seal can support you all as it pleases. Bao Bao felt that this dark spirit monster was too lazy. Not wanting to force it, she decided to let it play alone. Wei Dongdong spoke to the other dark spirit monsters. They were all small ghost-like figures with pale ghostly skin and dragon-like features. Next, since your identities are NPC factions, you will enter the city with us to receive supplies. Wei Dongdong and Bao Bao led the way, followed by the other dark spirit monsters. Together, they passed through the city gate and entered the supply city. Bao Bao enthusiastically pointed to a milk tea shop. She and the dark spirit monsters enjoyed sweet drinks. Wei Dongdong's wallet grew wings and flew away. He smiled wryly, unable to do anything about it. The scene shifted to a moss-covered old wall with iron bars like a prison. Hong No Wall was idly bound to a cross-shaped pillar. She was too tired to open her eyes, but her appearance was still beautiful. A green snake nearby, as if just waking up, lazily spread its wings, and it too was chained by iron chains around its neck. My goodness, this is how it suddenly became one day. Hong Numberwall looked at it and said, "You time-space travelers are truly miserable. You're not even rank 1 when you come in and get caught by Finia." Green Snake burst into tears when its sore spot was hit. "Damn it, what's wrong with me being intimately involved with female players? Why are other time-space travelers luckier, always coming with system or evolution attributes, while I have nothing?" Hong Numberwall calmly said. "I know a skeleton. Although you time-space travelers don't have abilities that exceed regulations, he developed solely by relying on his own abilities." The Green Snake had heard this story so many times that he could recite it by heart. He turned his head. "All right, you've said it many times. Aren't you trapped here like me right now?" She proudly replied, "I can leave anytime. They just want Nuwa Stone, the divine artifact of our sect's main mission. Besides, I'm a guest of Xuanyuan, and the place I belong to is Zinling Mountain, which is no weaker than Xuanyuan. They can't touch me. As for you," the padlock on the iron door opened. Hong Numberwall, as if she had expected this, calmly said, "Time's up." A few people in white-blue gowns entered. The Green Snake's face turned pale at the sight, and he instinctively recoiled. "Damn it, why are they here again? Sister, help me." On the table was a tray containing clean and shiny surgical tools. Another person with hands in pockets spoke softly. Immortal Zhang Baiyu had long black hair with blunt bangs and was wearing a medical mask. "If you don't make an oath, don't oppose us, and just hand over the Nuwa Stone, you can leave the prison today." Hong Numberwall was not at all afraid, closing her eyes as if unconcerned. "Do your work." Baiyu turned her back to the person behind her and said, "Achong recorded in the experiment log." The person named Achong held paper and pen, nodding in agreement. The girl continued, "We filtered out some unknown substances from this time-space traveler's body. We will repeat this procedure again today." The Green Snake, hearing this, frowned in dejection. "After collecting enough substances, we will test it to help the Elder transcend time and space." He suddenly raged and shouted loudly, his mouth open as if spitting fire. "You stupid bastard, when this great lord escapes hell, I will definitely tie you up and dissect you every day." As the saw was lifted, the Green Snake was startled, its mouth rigid, unable to say anything. "Damn it!" Spiderwebs hung densely from the ceiling. The Green Dragon's scream echoed terribly. "Did I dig up your ancestors' graves, you wealthy bastard?" In a room filled with classical murals, a giant globe model was very eye-catching. The person sitting in the chair was a young man with light brown long hair, his bangs covering his eyes. Below him were two other people. It was Lei Kai Zanfa. The person next to him was small and wrapped in white bandages like a mummy. The young man in the chair asked, "Are the war preparations ready?" Lei Kai Zanfa had a rather frightening face due to two fangs growing upwards from his lower jaw. He replied, "We and the 6 major guilds have set a common direction. Everything is for preparing for Earth's arrival in a year. Boss, how is your rank 6 progress?" The man in the chair replied, "Although you told me about your experience, creating a cultivation method or forging a weapon is too difficult. I am fully committed to observing the scientific research on that flying snake." The small person wrapped in bandages had platinum blonde hair. He covered half his face with bandages, and his skin was purplish. He had been out of contact with that skeleton for quite some time. The man rested his chin on his hand and calmly said, "No need to rush, no need to rush. We've already secured one time-space traveler. This skeleton is very interesting, and if I can use him later it will be quite good." His eyes were brown like his hair, and he seemed to be planning something as he looked at the globe in front of him. "Lord of Tianqing, I will gradually uncover the truth of your world." Chapter 142. Bao Bao licked her ice cream deliciously. As she ate, she checked the system panel again, and in the distance dark spirit monsters were gathered together. Wei Dongdong came over from somewhere at this moment, looking a little worried. "What happened? The forum has information about where the flying snake landed," Bao Bao slowly explained, holding her ice cream. "There's quite a lot of information, but basically it says it got caught by the Guerrero Guild because it was too arrogant. When it was captured it kept shouting, 'I'm the protagonist. If I activate cheats I'll kill all of you.'" Wei Dongdong's face darkened when he heard that, and he sighed. "It's really as extreme as doo-doo. One is crudely extreme and the other is overtly extreme." He scratched his head in dejection. "It's Guerrero again. All the clues point to Guerrero, but my first impression of this Finia is just too bad." Bao Bao tilted her head and asked, "Then are we still going to Chenzhou?" Wei Dongdong firmly said, "We have to go for now." A small spear suddenly pierced his head from behind. He immediately turned around and shouted loudly, "Who?" The two hurried in the direction the spear had come from. In a dead-end alley, a purple-haired girl stood with her back to them as if she had already known, waiting for Bao Bao and Wei Dongdong. He shouted loudly, "Why did you attack me?" When she turned around, it was an unfamiliar face, one Wei Dongdong had never seen. She was Chanbian, Xuanyuan's young elder. A rank 4 quirky half-shaved head girl with healthy brown skin wearing a tank top and shorts. She also wore a fur coat. She can conceal her presence and transform into any form, even replicating attributes and AI, but she cannot fight. She frowned and said, "Transform into a skeleton. Do you think your appearance isn't famous enough yet? I'm a member of Xuanyuan, follow me." Wei Dongdong looked at her hesitantly, then immediately transformed into a skeleton form, emitting a faint blue light all over his body. "How do you prove it? This large city is now completely controlled by Guerrero." Chanbian curled the corner of her mouth into a smile, and smoke immediately billowed from her body, instantly transforming her into Dozan. A second later she transformed into a slit-eyed man with a mullet hairstyle. She continued in the form of the slit-eyed man. "My mind method ability is to transform into various forms. This is my trump card. If I contacted you in Dozan's form to deceive you, would you notice the flaw?" Wei Dongdong said, "I'll go with you." Then he turned to Bao Bao and said, I'll go contact the young Taoist group, wait for me at the river outside the city after you finish shopping. Chanbian returned to her original form. Still don't trust me, huh? It's alright. Guling also said that this Bao Bao is trustworthy. After speaking, she took out a talisman and instructed, hold this teleportation talisman tightly with me. Chanbian coldly said, it's not far. After we finish talking, I'll return your little lover pet. Bao Bao's face turned red when she heard that, steam rising from her head as she stammered, L lover. She handed another talisman to Wei Dongdong. He took it without hesitation. The two then instantly teleported. Bao Bao, her cheeks still red, waved goodbye. Be careful. Chanbian and Wei Dongdong teleported in front of a rock cave. She knocked on a large rock and said, Guling, I'm back. The rock gradually moved sideways, and as the two entered, a boy was pushing it from behind. Wei Dongdong recognized him as the fool from the Yinhan dungeon. He scratched his head with a smile. We meet again. A girl with two buns like steamed bread on her head embraced Chanbian, delighted. That's great, Chanbian is back safely. She wrapped her arms around Boxong's waist and replied with a smile, Boxong, don't worry, if something were to happen to me too, Xuanyuan would truly be finished. Chanbian let go of Boxong and said to Wei Dongdong, there was a traitor within Xuanyuan and we were attacked from both inside and out, suffering severe member losses. I disbanded most of the players from the guild to avoid being targeted and hunted by Gurio. Next I'll take you to meet the three great saints. Wei Dongdong asked curiously, is Dozan here? How is he doing? Chanbian replied. After Saint Dozan and Noegel's fierce battle, Noegel was pursued by Dozan, and Gurio quickly blocked information and mobilized all the guild's power to help Noegel recover. However, rank 6 abilities and rank 5 operations are completely different, so they couldn't remove what Noegel left in Dozan's body. Saint Dozan is trying to figure out a way to remove the remaining lightning energy elsewhere and is striving to reach rank 6 as soon as possible. Not stopping there, she continued. Gurio has blocked all experience fruits and monster leveling areas. The three great saints currently cannot recover their ranks. Their attributes gradually weaken, making them no match for Gurio. The seven-colored saint emerged from the cave stroking his chin. Another great saint, still an infant with a pacifier, said, this body can't risk its life fighting them. The last great saint was a man with white hair and a braided beard who said, what's coming will come. 10 years of effort shattered overnight, are you content with that? He turned to the skeleton Dongdong and said, we finally meet. The three great saints stood before Dongdong. A child, a teenager, and an old man they had finally met. Skeleton Dongdong awkwardly scratched his head. He squinted, smiling, and asked in confusion, why do the three of you seek me out? Xuanyuan is in this state, what can I do to help? The most mature-looking great saint then pointed at him. It would be better if we followed you out of Dongsung and started over elsewhere. Dongdong looked at them with a hint of wariness. Seeing his reluctance, the great saint continued, we are all intelligent people, so let's stop with the pleasantries. What we cannot give up is to infiltrate Gurio with Chanbian to rescue Kong Naol and the others imprisoned there. The scene of the place appeared. Below a towering mountain stood a long-haired girl. Behind Kong Naol was the game's original sect, Xinling Mountain. Xinling Mountain is one of the three major powers. Our Xuanyuan was originally the largest guild founded by players, and its status in Dongsung was on par with Xinling Mountain and Hachoban Land. A chaotic scene appeared. The ground was stained red with blood, axes and swords lay scattered everywhere, and smoke hung heavy in the air. Unfortunately, due to the low loyalty of players, Xuanyuan fell because of internal traitors and external enemies. Most players sided with the winning side, like monkeys scattering when a tree falls. But if we can gain the support of Xinling Mountain, which is mainly composed of NPCs, we will have the capital to retake Kunlun Mountain. Dongdong stroked his chin, lost in thought. Hachoban, this name sounds very familiar. Where have I heard it before? The seven-colored saint, unable to contain himself, frowned. What are you doing standing there blankly? Are you agreeing or not? Dongdong asked, puzzled. I have two questions. First, I am only a rank 3 skeleton. Why are you entrusting this mission to me? Second, if it's such a difficult task, what is the reward? The youngest great saint sat cross-legged and spoke. Because Finia is interested in you. If you enter Gurio, you will have a chance to come out alive. Among you time-space travelers, you are quite intelligent, and at the same time we want to use this opportunity as the beginning of our cooperation. The oldest great saint glanced at Dongdong and asked, what reward do you want? He was silent for a moment. Then he beat his chest and said, tell me all the information you know about time-space travelers and the A-world. They all looked at Dongdong in silence. He was startled and thought to himself, damn, was that too much? Suddenly, the seven-colored saint waved her hand and Dongdong looked up. A black ray of light swirled in the air. He knelt, startled and afraid, thinking, they're not trying to kill me to silence me, are they? In the seven-colored saint's hand was a small white orb. I created a sealed space. From now on what we say might shatter your perception, she said seriously. We are players but also high-ranking executives of subsidiary companies. All are dedicated Xuanyuan employees specializing in finding brains with a synchronization rate of 93 or higher, according to our deductions. First, the A-world is another world, but not an ordinary one. The seven-colored saint created a formation like a high mountain. Someone forcibly changed the basic parameters of this world, and after that this world became like a game. It even has resurrection values and attributes, but we don't know what kind of power can modify a world. They were like puppets controlled by someone else. We enter this world through a kind of projection. Our brainwave synchronization matches the level of this world. People like us using projection methods can never reach 100. She suddenly remembered Bao Bao. But you time-space travelers can fully synchronize and enter this world. Our guess is that you have already fully entered this world. Also, there is something that needs to be viewed from a macroscopic worldview. On the grasslands, gray wolves or monsters have been roaming in packs in recent years. Low-level monsters and NPCs in the A world are gradually decreasing, but intelligent awakened monsters are appearing more and more. It's as if a computer is abandoning basic computing capabilities and continuously creating more advanced life forms. Regarding why Rank 6 must create cultivation methods, etc. At this point, she thought of Apollo Gel. It's a process of integrating into this world and understanding its operating mechanisms. At the same time, Rank 6 is also about fully digitizing the body. There were a few more materials related to time-space travelers, but the seven-colored saint broke free from her train of thought and proposed cooperation to Dong Dong once more. If you successfully rescue Kong Nowell, I can give you these materials. What do you say? Dong Dong hesitated slightly. If we've come to this world, is there any hope for us to return? The oldest man spoke. We don't know, but from our perspective, the A world has more to offer than Earth. Dong Dong, slightly angry, cried out in an agitated voice. Then what about me, my friends, and even my body being in someone else's world? The seven-colored saint cut him off, crossing her arms. We don't know much either. However, based on clues, the one who modified A is not a true god, and he must follow basic rules. So the power you gain, the forces you can acquire, Dong Dong listened quietly, will all become capital to contend with the master of A in the future, and you won't even have to be played like a bug by him. He remained silent. The youngest great saint thought enough had been said. He pulled on the seven-colored saint's sleeve. That's too much information. He won't be able to absorb it all. Dong Dong then finally raised his hand and spoke. All right, first help me and Bao Bao reach rank 4. After gaining Zinling Mountain's support, I'll borrow your troops and return to Zhengzheng with you to deal with the rank 6 Heaven Guild. A hint of joy flashed across the oldest great saint's face. Deal. Dong Dong, who had been listening to the conversation with strange behavior, glared at them. His hands trembled and clenched tightly. The master of A, his face darkened, his eyes grew dangerous, and he shouted in anger, I am not a bug. A blue ball of flame whizzed past and landed on the ground. It was Dong Dong with the afterimage of another person beside him. He raised his hand and greeted her. I'm back. Bao Bao turned her face. With a bright smile, she ran towards him and asked, Are you all right? Behind her, two small monsters also followed her. He answered her, I'm fine. From now on things will be busy, so let's talk somewhere else. As he spoke, he took her hand and the two chatted happily. The scene changed to show the children staring blankly at the unique purple-haired girl. She frowned, her lips slightly twisted, and crossing her arms over her chest, she spoke. With this number of people, she looked at Dong Dong's face, her eyes indifferent yet mixed with curiosity and playfulness. You have 3 pets inside your body, right? Are these children yours? Dong Dong looked back at her with a flustered expression. Dong Dong's face turned red. Although he had no face, he still blushed, and amidst Bao Bao's shyness he shouted, They're children I picked up on the road. Let's get to the point. The purple-haired girl covered her ears at the shout. She looked back at the small monsters behind her and said, They're too weak to be of any help. Using transformation skills also consumes energy. While we're active, we'll arrange things well, so don't interfere. One of the children said with a sad expression, It's true that we're weak, but you don't have to be so blunt about it, do you? The two children spoke with sad and disappointed expressions. Before the monsters could wallow in disappointment, she extended her hand, and the shape of a mountain appeared. She looked at it and said, Now we must go to the occupied Kunlun Mountain. That is a sacred mountain we occupied with great difficulty in the past. It has a great mountain protection formation, and its resource production rate is much better than ordinary areas. Our goal is to rescue the 2 imprisoned NPC grandees of Zinling Mountain. One is Kong Nowell, whom Dong Dong contacted before. As she spoke, the image of a peerlessly beautiful woman appeared. The purple-haired girl continued. The other is Qiansu, the incarnation of Zinling Mountain. She has an S-grade fire-type mind method and can control and refine all flames. Dong Dong was startled and looked back at Bao Bao, asking curiously, Fire manipulation, water manipulation. Are you two from the same family? The purple-haired girl continued. The 5-element manipulation technique is indeed the top-tier S-grade mind method from a previous instance. She looked at Bao Bao, who was holding her pet. Bao Bao, I didn't expect to meet someone with water manipulation here. Our hope of rescuing the faction has grown bigger. Dong Dong shrugged, looking resigned. It's probably not a good idea to put too much hope in Bao Bao. The purple-haired girl pointed to a cave near the foot of the mountain and said, The only place where Qiansu could be imprisoned in Kunlun Mountain is the water prison deep inside. Can we ask Grandee Bao Bao to rescue her from there? Bao Bao continued. I can, but even though I can pass through any body of water, it must be a place where I've appeared at least once, so you'll have to take me to the water prison. Bao Bao Seal sighed. I guess I have to move, the purple-haired girl continued. However, besides the water prison, there are 3 other prisons where Kong Nowell could be held. We need to find and rescue her quickly, then make a swift escape. Dong Dong stroked his chin, lost in thought, and then said, Then we should split into 3 groups and act quickly. Yes, the people we need to be careful of are, he said, recalling the person's appearance. The 2 Thunderbolt battle mages, Thunderbolt and Dark Moon Cave, not to mention Thunderbolt. We can fight his 3 subordinates. The others are rarely controlled for more than a second. Also, be careful of Dong. He's a heavenly talent trainer grandee, but what he controls aren't monsters. The figure of a mummy appeared. He continued. His pet is the bandages wrapped around his body. His favorite thing to do is parasitize other players through his bandages and then use these players to hunt down allied players. The purple-haired girl continued. These people are likely to be in the Celestial Palace at the top of Kunlun Mountain. You must avoid them so that Bao Bao and Bao Bao Seal can go to the water prison and rescue Qiansu," she added. "Qiansu has a very fiery temper, so after rescuing her, absolutely do not linger and quickly leave according to the coordinates I gave you." Bao Bao put her hand to her forehead in a salute and said brightly, "Understood." The purple-haired girl turned to Dong Dong and assigned him his mission. "Dong Dong, you investigate the celestial prison halfway up the mountain. With the Yin Han mind method, you're now a bit stronger than an ordinary rank 4, that place is relatively safe. I'll go to the celestial prison at the summit since I have transformation skills. I won't be easily detected." Dong Dong pointed to a corner of the model and said, "What about here? We're short on personnel." "Little swordsman is absolutely out," the purple-haired girl cut him off. "Who said no? Xuanyuan may have fallen, but we still have this many people. We have a backup plan. Someone will be joining us shortly. He's down there." As she spoke, she clapped her hands. As soon as the applause ended, a red shadow appeared. "Mom!" A red-haired boy with a fang necklace around his neck shouted loudly. The red-haired boy rushed at Dong Dong, hugging him and knocking him over. He said, "I almost forgot. This child is also one of yours." Dong Dong stroked the red-haired boy's head and looked at the little swordsman. "Little swordsman, you and the others must wait here obediently." He raised a finger and pointed at the children. "Wait until we complete the mission and return." Bao Bao entering Kunlun this time is quite dangerous. The group had all packed their bags and were ready to depart. Dong Dong said as he ran, "You and Bao Bao Seal, though usually useless, are rank 5s after all and the strongest among us. If you get a chance later, please keep an eye out for the legendary flying snake imprisoned in Kunlun." With determined eyes, he continued. "He's also a time-space traveler. If it seems feasible to rescue him, let's do it along the way. I've given you all the coordinates and topographical maps of Kunlun." The purple-haired girl, with resolute eyes amidst everyone's determination, declared. "Only the high-ranking officials of Kunlun know these coordinates. I am sure very few people know these coordinates. We must use these coordinates to act swiftly," she declared brightly regarding this rescue plan. "Begin." The well entrance shimmered with rainbow colors, piquing everyone's curiosity. All four looked at it with curious eyes. At this moment, the small monster looked at the purple-haired girl. "Is this the secret passage you mentioned?" She immediately explained to everyone. "Xuanyuan has an underground river and an underground palace. This is one of the secret exits of that underground river. It can basically connect to all locations in Kunlun. Entering from the front would be blocked by the Great Mountain Protection Formation. So this is the only entrance we can choose now." The small monster raised his hand to stop her. "Wait," he looked at her and quickly asked, "Where are your Kunlun's connected restrooms?" She replied, dumbfounded. "In the A-world, only native NPCs and some high-level monsters need to excrete and the amount is very small. It's fine, just take these talismans." She quickly threw 3 talismans into the small monster's hand. He was angry at her reply and shouted, "Don't change the subject about the restroom, this is very important." Bao Bao looked at the 3 talismans in her hand and asked curiously, "These are?" The purple-haired girl pinched a talisman with 2 fingers and a number 65 appeared above her head. And she continued, "Boksung is a very special formation master of the Xuanyuan sword. She has an A-grade mind method, Wheel of Fortune, dropped from a special instance. Her talismans can show the current character's luck value. Ordinary people usually have around 60, and very lucky people can go up to 75. Bao Bao gasped softly and quickly held a talisman to her chest and the number 72 appeared above her head. She said happily, "Then I'm very lucky now." Guangdu and the small monster also quickly held talismans to their chests. Numbers began to appear. Guangdu was 50 and the small monster was 62. Guangdu was sad that his number was too low. He silently frowned and scratched his chin, lost in thought. The small monster quickly asked instead, "What happens if your luck is too low?" "Your luck increases by 10 points within 30 minutes, or randomly by 1 point for a day. This talisman can be used again at a critical moment. There are 2 choices." She gripped the talisman in her hand, her eyes half closed, and continued. "Boksung adjusted the random result so there's a very high chance it will drop to the lowest possible random value. If that happens, you must withdraw from the mission." Her sharp gaze looked into the distance. She continued. "Boksung's ability is very dangerous, so we usually used this talisman to divine fortunes. When Xuanyuan was under siege, young Master Guling's luck was measured at 30, and when it was randomly rolled, it came out as 21. It's very mysterious, but you must use it carefully," she said, then pressed a talisman onto Bao Bao Seal, who was docilely in Bao Bao's hand. Suddenly, the number 99 appeared above Bao Bao Seal's head, proving its extremely high luck. Seeing the result, she was so surprised her mouth hung open, unable to believe her own eyes. Bao Bao Seal blushed, lost in self-admiration. "Oh dear, it seems a bit high." The small monster was equally surprised, pointing at Bao Bao Seal and shouting, "Bao Bao, hold Bao Bao Seal tight. Don't let go even if you die." No wonder this guy became rank 5 even while lying down. "Cute Bao Bao." He puffed his cheeks and frowned, replying to him. "Bao Bao Seal can't even stand up. It was originally only capable of lying down all the time." On this side, the purple-haired girl turned her back and prepared to descend into the well. She turned her head and said to everyone, "In short, using Boksung's talisman at a crucial moment has miraculous effects. I'll go first." Everyone followed the map as she spoke. She leapt down and disappeared. Guangdu also took a stance, carrying his pack and prepared to jump. Guangdu goes. The well water splashed everywhere, sparkling with brilliant colors. Bao Bao also hugged Bao Bao's seal and jumped down, not forgetting to wave to the small monster. Dong Dong, let's go. As she spoke, she disappeared into the water, leaving only splashes behind. The small monster looked down into the lake and sighed softly. He sighed, thinking, doesn't anyone care where this leads? Never mind, saving people is urgent. He looked down at the still well water, determined to jump. Vermilion Bird, Mingsha, you two have suffered a lot during this time. Transform into patterns. Let's go, let's fight. The lake water splashed everywhere, and the little monster quickly leapt down. This well entrance of Xuanyuan is truly rich in magic. Cultivating here will definitely speed up recovery. As expected of a large guild, after swimming for a while, he also surfaced. This is one of the boundaries of the underground river. I should go this way. Around the little monster was a vast lake in a dark cave, and the path here was slightly different from the map. Chanbian gave me a backup plan. I have to go around the back of Kunlun Mountain, then follow a small path up. The little monster climbed ashore and proceeded along the cave path. Upon reaching his destination, he once again plunged into the blue water. He swam, thinking, they said this was the well entrance behind the palace before, so it should be fine. Not long after, he reached some iron bars, but he didn't know where they led. He stretched out his hand and showcased his skill. Vermilion Bird's Namyan Liwa, he quickly pushed with great force, and the iron bars began to burn and then exploded underwater. A moment later, many bubbles floated to the surface, and the little monster quickly resurfaced. The first thing he felt when he surfaced was the temperature. Wait, something's wrong. The water's a bit hot. His eyes were hazy with steam, and a quick glance revealed that this was a bathhouse. A voice echoed from somewhere. Skill training finished. It's really relaxing. I've learned a new B-grade skill, another person said. Let's soak in the hot spring and relax. The other person replied, let's go. He gaped and cried inwardly. A thought flashed through his mind, and it's a men's bathhouse. Meanwhile, a boy appeared, comfortably seated inside a giant bubble on the water's surface. Bao Bao also surfaced, and she said hesitantly, I came straight here without any obstacles. The hot spring was steaming. A brown-haired man looked at his companion and said loudly, what's wrong? Why do you keep staring over there? The other person had a handsome face with a large scar on his right eye, and he pointed forward with his finger, replying, it's been bothering me ever since we came in. There's a new skeleton-shaped hangar in the bathhouse. In the A-world, one could voluntarily hide their level and experience when not in combat. At this time, Dong Dong was just a fake skeleton in the eyes of the players. And the two prepared to enter the bath, passing by Dong Dong. The Architects Guild probably designed it recently since we just moved to Kunlun. Let's go quickly. This mineral water in Kunlun quickly restores health. It's very comfortable over here. The little monster was trembling and sweating cold. At this moment, Dong Dong was frozen, his face turning completely black. I've seen enough today. The two calmly soaked in the hot spring and relaxed. It's really comfortable. This game is so well made. We're just rank 3 novice guild members, but we can already enjoy something like this. The little monster stood still and watched the two chat. You should also strive for progress. We just got a rare rank 3 mind method. Most ordinary players are rank 3. This time we just need to raise our proficiency to B grade and find suitable materials. We can also become rank 4, and even become a squad leader in the guild. As he finished speaking, the man with the scar on his left eye quickly replied, that's right, it's a rare opportunity. Every time there's a main mission, a large number of dungeons and mission branches open up. When that time comes, following CEO Finia will definitely lead to a promising future. This main mission is Earth. I think the shape is very similar. What are you thinking? Of course it's a new map. How could it be Earth behind them? Dong Dong was gradually moving closer to the main entrance. His trembling hand slowly reached for the door, and he was calming himself inwardly. Just a little more and I can go outside. We're fully recovered. Let's go back to training. As the two left the bath, the little monster had already moved to one side, surprising both of them. The brown-haired man scratched his head and said strangely, I thought the skeleton hangar was just here. Found it. Why is it over there? The man with the scar on his right eye approached Dong Dong, stroked his chin, and asked curiously, this skeleton is a bit strange. At this moment, Dong Dong's face was ashen, and he was sweating profusely. Have I been discovered? I need to deal with this quickly. Although there are only 2 rank 3s, it'll be big trouble if they gather more people. Then suddenly he picked Dong Dong up. He moved him back to his original spot and said, it's better to put it here. That spot earlier was in the way. Dong Dong was disappointed and annoyed, thinking to himself, I moved all that way with great difficulty. I can't take it anymore. Before he could finish his thought, a strange group suddenly approached from somewhere. Patrol team, you've rotated, haven't you? There's a new skeleton hangar here. It's pretty good. Why don't you try it out? Dong Dong's face turned pale and he was sweating. A towel flew through the air and landed on his body. They soaked in the steaming hot spring water, feeling comfortable. The little monster thought to himself, today is really unlucky. Meanwhile, the boy sitting in the bubble opened his eyes and looked at Bao Bao, frowning and asking, are you Bao Bao? Bao Bao pointed to herself and asked back, do you know me? He closed his eyes, frowned and said tiredly, it would be strange if I didn't know about you and Dong Dong. He then asked, did Xuanyuan send you to rescue me? She smiled, looked at him and said clearly, that's right, after I rescue you we'll go back the way we came. He widened his eyes in horror and shouted at her, don't come over here, this whole area is full of hidden formations. If you come over you'll explode. Unless you're a rank 4 or higher orthodox formation master, coming here is basically suicide. He frowned and continued, to send someone like you who knows nothing. Is there no one left in Xuanyuan? You should go rescue Kong No Wall first. She's an orthodox formation master. She looked at him and said quietly, if it's all formations, how do the Goryeo people get in? He looked at her and continued, There's a hidden path in here. Every time they come, that path disappears, so there's no way, she pleaded with a sad face to Bao Bao. Bao Bao, can you detect that path? Bao Bao pouted sadly. I can't, but I can remove the water currents around Qiansu Nim to make him a bit more comfortable. As expected, an orthodox formation master needs to come. I wish Anjang was here. Meanwhile, a blonde boy was walking along the dark corridor illuminated by a few faint torches. The prison is right ahead. I need to use Fanya's face to check if Kong No Wall is in this prison. He looked up and saw a mysterious black shadow appear from behind the wall. That black shadow was Fania. When Fania turned his head, his eyes met the fake imposter. Damn it! He turned pale and couldn't say anything. I'm screwed. In the dark tunnel where only a few faintly flickering candles on the wall lit the way, two identical men suddenly entered, but strangely one of them was surrounded by purple light and kept backing away in fear at that moment. The person surrounded by purple light looked very scared. He was so terrified that he was sweating profusely. He stretched out his hand as if to block something. The other person stood with his arms crossed, smiling quietly and saying, "Interesting. You're Chanbian, right?" The person surrounded by purple light managed to create a small knife at this moment, thinking to himself, I can't fall into Fanya's hands. Then he put the small knife to his neck and tried to commit suicide. I'll just die and revive. Just as the small knife was about to touch his neck, the person who was Fanya earlier said sternly, no. Then Fanya smiled slyly, raised his hand high and lifted the man in purple light, and the small knife fell to the ground. Suddenly the man in purple light exploded, shattering his outer appearance, revealing the girl's body. Seeing the sight before him, Fanya burst out laughing and said, Little Chanbian, I'm not a devil either. Then Fania snapped his fingers and tried to pull little Chanbian closer. Whoosh! As he successfully subdued her and pulled her close, Fania once again smiled sinisterly and said, Let's talk. Little Chanbian heard that and frowned in anger, grinding her teeth. Immediately she suddenly transformed into a stone statue with a very terrifying expression. Fania looked at it, stroked his chin in satisfaction, admiring his work, and gently forced a combat log out. When she wakes up, she'll die immediately. Randomly, half of her equipment and level will be gone. Her resolve is very strong. She's afraid of being captured by me and revealing information. Fania stared intently at the statue's face and continued, That means roughly a few more companions have entered. Fania, he turned around, leaving the statue behind, and raised his voice. 3 ground prisons, 1 water prison. It's best if 4 people enter, so there should be at least 3 more rats. I hope they're interesting. Then he opened the electronic screen with his hand. Fania operated the screen, smiling pleasantly as he said, Full announcement, rats have entered Kunlun, strengthen defenses everywhere. Change the water prison patrol to once every 5 minutes, keep the rest as usual. You rats need some breathing room. The 7-colored saint saw Chanbian captured by Fania and turned into a stone statue, and was extremely worried, thinking of a solution. Chanbian has been captured. I need to send a message to Bao Bao to be careful. The probability of this mission failing has increased in the dark tunnel. Only a few small candles on the wall lit the way. When Bao Bao arrived at Chanbian's location, she was very surprised, worried and scared, shouting, This is bad, Chanbian. What if I'm discovered by Fania? I don't even know formations. Only Bao Bao is left. The Bao Bao in Bao Bao's arms took out a yellow triangular talisman and raised its voice. It's alright, as long as there's a well. Bao Bao can take you through the waterways freely. I wanted to test it ever since you sent me to Bao Bao. Then Bao Bao placed the yellow talisman in front of its chest. Bao Bao looked at it and shouted in a panic, Wait, Bao Bao. But it was too late. Bao Bao had successfully activated the talisman. Luck increased by 10.5 points. Bao Bao then scolded Bao Bao. Didn't you say it could only be used at critical moments? Bao Bao saw her displeasure and quickly replied, It is precisely now. Come on, test the effect. Suddenly at this moment a group of people passed by and Bao Bao said in surprise, It's the patrol, quickly retreat. The patrol was laughing and chatting as they walked by. It's change of shift, let's go enjoy the guild's benefits and the hot springs. The patrol was engrossed in their conversation, not noticing that there were people there, and passed by. Bao Bao hid behind the stone-transformed Chanbian, fortunately avoiding the patrol's attention. After that, she and Bao Bao moved together to observe the situation, and at a fork in the road Bao Bao hid behind a corner of the wall as there was someone ahead. Upon discovering someone, she peeked out to see who it was. There are guards inside too. There are no waterways. Bao Bao spoke at this moment. Let's go through the main entrance. The guard was probably up to some sinister trick, constantly looking around for anyone. I've got a normal guild guard mission, so no one will notice if I split the screen to watch some videos, right? After speaking, he revealed a perverted face and drooled, saying, Your passion is 105 degrees, hee. Anyway, young master shot you a few rockets. Bao Bao saw the guard engrossed in his screen and quickly seized the opportunity, holding Bao Bao and sneaking inside. After successfully entering, she let out a sigh of relief. That was really close. Then Bao Bao went inside to investigate, walking and saying, Could this cell be where Kong No Wall is imprisoned? After looking around for a while, Bao Bao had a sad and disappointed expression. No one, it must not be here. Bao Bao seemed to detect something at this moment, frowning and concentrating, saying to Bao Bao, Wait, Bao Bao detected a water current behind here. After speaking, Bao Bao quickly found a hidden switch in this room and hastily said to Bao Bao, Bao Bao, push this down. Hearing Bao Bao's words, she had no choice but to push the hidden switch as instructed. As she pulled down the lever with one hand, the previously intact wall split in two, revealing a staircase leading downwards. Seeing this sight, Bao Bao was so surprised she didn't know what to do, just staring blankly. Under the dark night sky, clouds slowly drifted with the wind, and a full moon brightly illuminated the entire sky. At this moment Banban sat with his legs apart on the ground looking at the moon and muttering to himself, "Finally everyone has disbanded. If I kept this up I'd be trapped and die in the bathhouse." Banban pulled out a yellow triangular object from somewhere, thinking to himself, "I need to use the talisman first," hoping for a smooth journey to the prison. Immediately Banban confidently stood up, clutching the talisman tightly in his hand. The next moment our Banban was dejected again, sighing and thinking, even with a 10-point increase it's not as good as Bao Bao's usual luck, and that damn Bao Bao is out of the question. At this moment Wei Dongdong came out of a room somewhere, looking very suspiciously around. Then Wei Dongdong looked up at the sky and strengthened his resolve. Fortunately nothing happened on this path. The Demon Mountain prison is right ahead. Let's have hope. Wei Dongdong tried very hard to reach the prison, but just as he arrived the prison was nowhere to be seen, and he shouted in great surprise, "What? Where did the prison go?" Suddenly a few soldiers passed by, ordered to inspect the palace. Wei Dongdong quickly hid behind a wall and observed, "Hurry, a group has infiltrated the mountain. Go search a few prisons, especially Miss Xiaoyi's residence." Seeing the people approaching, Wei Dongdong turned and fled into the palace. After successfully sneaking into the palace he quietly closed the door to avoid making any noise. After closing the door Wei Dongdong retreated step by step. After a few steps back Wei Dongdong felt something bump behind him. With an ominous feeling he quickly turned around in alarm, on guard. Upon turning around he saw the small and cute Miss Xiaoyi waiting for him with a bright smile. "Uncle Skeleton." As Miss Xiaoyi made a sound Wei Dongdong quickly covered her mouth. Wei Dongdong raised his hand to cast a spell intending to deal with Miss Xiaoyi. Just as Wei Dongdong's finger was about to touch her she opened her mouth. "I won't tell." When a sound came from Miss Xiaoyi's room the patrolling soldiers rushed over, banging on the door and shouting inside, "Miss Xiaoyi, has a stranger entered your room?" Miss Xiaoyi heard that and quickly broke free from Wei Dongdong's hand, shouting outside, "No, hurry up and go, don't disturb me." At this moment Wei Dongdong must have been quite surprised to see the soldiers actually leave at her words. He looked at it, curious about the identity of the girl before him, and asked, "Who are you? Your status seems quite high." Miss Xiaoyi didn't pay much attention to Wei Dongdong's question. Instead she innocently pointed and asked back, "Your brother Dongdong, right? My dad told me about you. You're the target my dad is looking for." Hearing that he was being chased by the girl before him he asked back, "Your dad?" The little girl before him replied innocently, "My dad is Finia. His game ID is Finia." Hearing the names of Miss Xiaoyi and her father Wei Dongdong was quite surprised. "I've met a big shot, but why are you in the game?" Before Wei Dongdong could finish speaking he was pulled by Miss Xiaoyi. "Follow me." Then Miss Xiaoyi led him into a room filled with toys, a distinctly feminine room. Afterwards Miss said, "Dad wants me to spend more time with him. Time in the A world flows a little slower than in the real world. There's no need to be nervous. Dad said you'll definitely come to rescue someone." Hearing that Wei Dongdong was very happy and smiled faintly. Then Miss Xiaoyi found a seat and politely motioned for him to sit with her, saying, "Whether you save someone or not is important to Dad. Dad said that the most important thing for Xiaoyi is to form a new relationship with you. It's fine if Xiaoyi becomes close friends with you after meeting you." Upon hearing the words close friends, Wei Dongdong was dumbfounded and asked, "Close friends? How old are you? And where is your mother?" The girl smiled innocently and brightly, raising her hand as she said, "I'm 9 years old. Mom will pass away soon and Dad's health isn't good either. Dad said the A world is his only hope." Miss Xiaoyi then continued with a sad expression mixed with a hint of hope. "Dad said he wants to grow up with Xiaoyi, to see Xiaoyi go to school, graduate and find someone trustworthy to depend on, but Dad said only you can help them. Brother Dongdong, you can help Xiaoyi, right?" Hearing the girl's words Wei Dongdong seemed to understand the problem and thought to himself, "So that's how it is." Chapter 149. Inside the laboratory were numerous chemical bottles, and one blue chemical bottle in particular was bubbling. Bai said with a serious expression, "According to the 30th dissection log, the purpose of this substance is still unknown. After using it on ordinary NPCs and wild monsters there was no significant difference. But this substance cannot be found in the bodies of ordinary NPCs and wild monsters." At this time on the table was a tray containing a blue object in the shape of a bagua 8 trigrams, and he continued, "Remember, it's like the existence of a formation, although it can be detached piece by piece in a short time." As Bai spoke, that blue object suddenly vibrated and continuously emitted light, but soon returned to its original host body. Before Bai could even finish speaking, that blue object flew up again and went in another direction, but the people there just watched from the side without any movement. He continued, "If we can't definitively figure out what effect this object has, the next step will be to start experimenting on players." The scene shifted to a dark room, and a shadow gradually approached and looked inside. At this time the person inside the prison was bound by chains. She seemed to sense someone was there and casually said, "Someone's here." Hearing that, the green snake next to her immediately struggled and cried out in fear, "Don't tell me they're here again?" Suddenly this flying snake shut its mouth to clearly hear the footsteps. Upon confirming someone was coming, the flying snake, terrified, shook its head vigorously and pleaded, "You're here again, go quickly. If you're not here I won't be dissected." The person outside approached the prison door and seeing the flying snake shouting like that gestured, "Shish shish." The flying snake, keeping its eyes tightly shut, cried out in fear, "Damn it, don't come, don't come." The person who had just approached was none other than Bao Bao. She shouted from outside the prison, "Sister Kong, we've come to rescue you. How do we open this lock?" Hong No Wall looked up and seeing Bao Bao risk her life to save her was very surprised and continued to ask, Bao Bao, how did you get in? Aren't there many guards on this path? Did you break in? Why was there no movement on the path? Is it Dozan? Did he reach rank 6? Bao Bao, overwhelmed by too many questions to answer, just gave an awkward smile, picked up Bao Bao's seal and said, what can I say? Bao Bao's seal's luck was especially good. On our way here, the guards were either playing games or offline. Hung No Wall, with her hands tied to the pillar, heard Bao Bao's answer but not understanding it, remained silent. Then she sighed and said wearily, enough, but Noajil set up a formation here. The door lock requires the biometric device of their top researcher. You have no hope at all. Hearing that, Bao Bao, seemingly already having a plan, turned her head and asked Bao Bao's seal, how much time is left? That luck talisman. Bao Bao's seal immediately understood her meaning and replied, about 30 minutes left. Let's sneak into their laboratory and look for it. Bao Bao thought that was very reasonable, and her eyes sparkled like car headlights. Let's give it a try. After speaking, Bao Bao spun around and cheerfully said to Hong No Wall, Sister Kong, we'll go to the laboratory first to see if there's another way. After Bao Bao turned away, the flying snake, curious, approached Hong No Wall and asked, who is she? Hong No Wall still looked toward Bao Bao and began to speak. She's the master of another time-space traveler. That time-space traveler successfully changed classes after finding an innocent new user as a master and even has a group of monsters working for him. I heard he even moved his class change room later. The green snake, hearing this, turned pale and said, why didn't I think of that? I must have been too happy to come to another world. I thought I was the protagonist. But I was too relaxed, and it seems I'm not after all. Then can they save us this time? Hong No Wall said with a sharp gaze. I don't know. Although Dong Dong is quite clever, Fania is one of the most cunning people I've met. It feels as if everything is part of his plan. Such a person is very troublesome if they have no weaknesses. Under the laboratory lights, a cart was pushed rapidly, and a voice was heard, come on, bring the flying snake here. Bai Yu and his companions were heading to the prison. Split up again. This time shut its mouth. That mouth curses too much. Bao Bao successfully infiltrated the laboratory and then, seeing no one there, said in surprise, have they all left? The absence of people in the laboratory was a great advantage for her. Bao Bao pushed the door and entered, saying, good, there's no one in the laboratory and the door isn't locked. After going deeper inside, she gestured in surprise at the things before her. Seeing a familiar symbol, she was very surprised, put her hand to her mouth and said with a startled expression, it's also above Dong Dong and Dudu's heads. What does it mean? Bao Bao's seal, who had been quiet until now, also spoke. From experience after watching countless movies, Bao Bao's seal says this symbol means nothing. Let's just see what treasures are in our laboratory. This is Gurio's scientific research team after all. Bao Bao's seal opened the cabinet and her mouth dropped open, her eyes sparkling. Inside it was full of experience fruits. It's all experience fruits here. If we give these to the Xuanyuan people, they can quickly recover their ranks. Bao Bao's seal easily opened another cabinet, and inside were all glittering stones. It said, these are all good materials, the rank 4 and rank 5 materials you need. Bao Bao greedily swept everything into her bag at once. Let's take it, let's take it. My bag space is insufficient. I can only take some. Unfortunately, there are no weapons or mind methods. Bao Bao's seal comfortably lay in the aquarium, waving its arms and saying, it's okay, give them to me. I'll transport them all through the waterways with my cultivation technique. We can't leave them for Gurio. We just need to leave behind what's not needed. Bao Bao, curious about the items in the laboratory, reached out and picked up the blue medicine bottle from earlier and also took it. Outside the room, loud arguments continued to be heard. I told you, who dares to touch me again? Flying snake, why don't you maintain some dignity? Speak politely. When have you ever seen us curse? Upon hearing the sound, Bao Bao and Bao Bao's seal jumped into the aquarium. Someone's here, let's go. After that, the two disappeared without a trace inside the aquarium. When everyone returned to the door, Bai Yu sensed something strange and said, wait a minute. Inside was an empty battlefield everywhere. Everything was destroyed. Seeing the sight before him, Bai Yu was very surprised, his eyes wide open. Then he angrily shouted loudly, damn it, who did this? At this time, Xiao Yi's room was closed and the atmosphere was slightly quiet. The little monster Wei Dong Dong stroked his chin, glancing at the girl. Planning a grand scheme, he slyly asked himself, Xiao Yi, what do you think of Fania's actions? The girl was too young to predict the little monster's scheme. She innocently asked back, what actions? He began to inject into her pure mind. This place was originally Xuanyuan's land. Seeing the girl listening intently, he continued to babble. Your father, for some reason, took over someone else's territory. He attacked other guilds. What does Xiao Yi think of this kind of action? The girl, as if she had done something wrong, clenched her fist to her chest, slightly bowed her head and said sadly, I heard a little about that. Dad also personally regrets it a little. Dad once said that to get what you want in the world you have to sacrifice some to gain some. The girl lowered her hands, her face looking very pitiful. If what Dad did hurt you and your friends, Xiao Yi will apologize on Dad's behalf. At this moment, Wei Dong Dong suddenly thought this child was much more mature than her peers. I really have no experience dealing with children. He negotiated with the girl. Let's do this, Xiao Yi. My understanding of the A world is not as good as your father's, but if Fania no longer bothers Xuanyuan later, Brother Dong Dong promises to definitely help your father with all his might, even for Xiao Yi's sake. Hearing this, unlike her previous gloomy expression, the girl cheerfully smiled brightly, her eyes sparkling with hope. Really? Brother Dong Dong, you're really kind. Seeing that she took the bait, he began to scheme, "But now I have to rescue the Xuanyuan people imprisoned by Finia." He placed his hands on the girl's shoulders and probed further. "Xiaoyi, are you with your father?" Xiaoyi, not at all cautious, immediately nodded vigorously. When the time was ripe, he made this plan. "Let's make a promise beforehand. Xiaoyi, go offline and help brother Dongdong tie up Finia. So he can't log online, for example. If Finia can release the people himself, that would be even better." The girl thought for a few seconds in silence, then sincerely took his hand and agreed. "Yes, Xiaoyi understands. Brother Dongdong, take this. This is our guild's divine artifact. With this, they won't bother you." He glanced at the rare divine artifact in his hand and said, trembling, "Understood." Xiaoyi suddenly became a soulless stone statue sitting obediently before him. The speed was too fast, he couldn't react, and just scratched his head in admiration. "She's already offline." Transcending space-time, Xiaoyi sat on a bed with a warm blanket and a soft mattress. Toys were scattered on the floor of the room. The girl looked around and carefully put her feet on the ground, preparing to get out of bed. Suddenly she saw a book on the bedside table. Holding the book, she quickly went to the door and left the room. The girl, without even wearing slippers, lightly walked across the soft carpeted floor, passing through a corridor covered with white curtains and glass. The sunlight was shining golden. As her small hand carefully turned the doorknob and entered the room, she immediately encountered a maid. The maid smiled brightly and greeted her. "Ah, Miss Xiaoyi." The girl put a finger to her lips, signaling the maid to be quiet. "Shish." The girl quietly approached her father's bedside. At this time her father was wearing headphones and glasses and was online, with machines and wires tangled messily on one side. She affectionately hugged her father's belly and called out in a sweet voice, "Dad, Dad." Finia stopped working and looked at his daughter with affection. "Our Xiaoyi, what's wrong? Dad's busy." The girl, with a loving expression, acted cute. "Xiaoyi just wants Dad to be with her for a little while, just for a very short time." "Okay, let's go for a walk in the backyard garden." He happily granted his daughter's wish. After speaking, he carefully pulled out the IV needle from the back of his hand, got out of bed and went for a walk with his daughter. The father and daughter went to a garden full of green grass and fresh, colorful flowers. The fragrance filled the space, making people feel comfortable. Stopping under the shade of a tall tree, Xiaoyi sat next to her father's wheelchair and said energetically, "I'll read a poem to Dad." Finia quietly closed his eyes, raised his hand to slightly shield the sunlight from his face, and asked, "Xiaoyi, did you meet Dongdong?" She opened her eyes wide and replied, "Yes, I did. He's a very good person." After hearing that, he stroked his daughter's head and admonished her. "Later, Xiaoyi, if anything happens, tell Dad directly. For example, even if the experiment doesn't succeed, our Xiaoyi is very smart, so Dad can teach Xiaoyi one by one." At these words, the girl rejoiced, narrowing her eyes and smiling. Seeing his daughter was innocent, optimistic, and thoughtful, he suddenly thought of his deceased wife Nung, holding a necklace with his wife's photo. He always wore it around his neck. Looking at the photo, he thought, "Kim Ha, it's already been 9 years since you left. Our Xiaoyi has grown so much. What will the child look like when she grows up? Surely she'll be as beautiful as you." Xiaoyi, unaware of her father's thoughts, continued to chatter in his ear. "I'll read the poem I recently learned to Dad." He looked at his daughter with affection. He said with a smile, "Okay," but inwardly he wished time please flow a little slower. The girl's clear voice resonated. "Whether you love me or not, love is there, neither more nor less." He gradually closed his eyes, leaned back in his wheelchair and listened attentively. His daughter's voice still echoed in his ears. "Whether you are with me or not, your hand is still in mine, neither letting go nor abandoning. Come into my arms or let me enter your heart." Thus the father and daughter read poems together, listened to poems, and welcomed the blazing red sunset. The beautiful garden became even more brilliant and mysterious, moving people's hearts. Guangdu gradually fell into thought. It had been quite some time since Dongdong's group entered Kunlun. Compared to Baobao's group's smooth progress, Guangdu's situation was not good. At this time, Guangdu was looking around inside a closet. He looked at the iron bars and wondered inwardly, "Why are there iron railings here?" Too curious, he touched the iron bars to scout, thinking to himself, "Has the drain been repaired?" At this moment, a purple light energy with mysterious patterns emanated from the iron bars. Sensing something strange, he muttered, "There's a formation. I need to retreat." At this time, the surrounding space was enveloped in blue-purple energy and mist. He was slightly flustered, took a defensive stance, and asked himself again, "The current has grown stronger. I can't let this current bother me." He decided to use the treasure to test if the luck talisman was effective. "My value was too low before. Guangdu needs to improvise. Having gone through Boksong's training, getting over 60 luck points should be a piece of cake." He threw out a value of 41 to suppress this current. He clenched his lips tightly and endured with all his might, but his mind was still quite uneasy. Damn it, it got even lower. This is a single value. I need to be careful. Struggling to endure, he was already exhausted and began to sweat. Suddenly a stone flew towards him with the current, followed by many larger and smaller stones. They rushed forward fiercely, making threatening sounds as if to intimidate their opponent. The first stone attacked him. As fast as lightning, he threw himself backward and fell, luckily escaping the danger. At this moment, the value of 41 he had used suddenly created a flow of power, and he felt his power changing. His face was resolute, and he prepared to counterattack. Clenching his right hand tightly down to every knuckle, he boldly threw a punch above his head, and the stones and current clashed with his fist, vibrating violently with a dazzling golden light like sparks. The stones shattered into pieces, scattering everywhere. Having overcome the crisis, he let out a sigh of relief, placed his hand on his chest and calmed himself. Thank goodness, thank goodness. As soon as he finished speaking, other small stones fell down in a shower. He looked at them, helplessly surmising the situation. Don't tell me. That's right. The large stones that had vibrated from his punch fell, blocking the path he had thought was an escape route. They piled up, firmly blocking his hope, and he could only stammer, "No, I can't get out," he blamed himself. Why is Guangdu so unlucky? The scene shifted to the laboratory. Yichu, after discovering that the base had been infiltrated, shouted as if taking out his frustration, "Quickly, see what's left." He slammed the desk, dissecting the situation. Damn it, who did this? Even though the security system reported the base was infiltrated, you didn't know. He suddenly paused, staring intently ahead. It was a message left by the intruder, written in red letters. "I do not change my name when I act, nor my surname when I sit. Hunter Amon, if you have the ability, come find me." Trembling with rage, he gnashed his teeth and cursed. This arrogant bastard, even leaving behind a nickname. He immediately gave an order, inform the research team. "No matter what method you use, whether assassins or hunting organizations, I don't want to see this guy again. Even if he resets his level, keep tracking him down and kill him." Yichu commanded coldly. The flying snake lay tied to the bed, watching him panic, and burst into laughter. "This is hilarious. Who told you to mess with me? Your base was raided. Do you know what this is called? It's karma." Seeing his triumphant look, Yichu's face twisted in fury and he roared menacingly, "Take this guy to the operating room. I'll dissect him myself in a moment." Hearing that, he was so enraged his eyes nearly popped out, and he provoked him with a hoarse voice. "Go ahead, try it. That's all your tricks amount to. Do you think I'd be scared just because you're shouting?" Yichu ignored his harsh words and calmly organized the laboratory items. He approached a cabinet with many drawers and placed his hand on the touchscreen on one side of the cabinet. The system immediately displayed successful palm recognition, and a ding sound rang out. A secret compartment opened, revealing precious prepared vials still intact. Yichu breathed a sigh of relief and said while washing his hands, "Fortunately, these are still here." Seeing that the nearby faucet was left running, he easily turned it off, muttering, "Leaving without even turning off the faucet, truly lacking in manners." The laboratory fell silent, with only the faint gurgle of the last water draining from the sink. In a dead silent dark space, they had been secretly observing Yichu's movements until just now. After confirming his departure, Bao Bao, holding the slime, anxiously asked Bao Bao Seal, "How is it? Did you get Yichu's palm data?" He replied, "Yes, he definitely wasn't careful when washing his hands. I wrapped a stream of water around his hand. I gave the data to Chip Chip. It turned out Chip Chip had secretly infiltrated Yichu's body." Bao Bao was thrilled. "Okay, next we just wait for the flying snake to be dissected and return. Then Chip Chip can use the data mimicking Yichu to directly open the prison and rescue Sister Kong." Guangdu's prison scene. He pessimistically pulled his legs together, leaning against the wall, thinking sadly, Guangdu wants to go home. Guangdu is too unlucky. The flying snake, who had been curled up in a corner, finally moved and woke up, his neck still chained by heavy iron chains. He trembled as he raised his heavy body, panting painfully with a pale face. Damn it, why don't wild monsters have a pain synchronization lock option? "I'm dying from the pain," he groaned in agony. At the sound, Hong No Wall turned her attention, quickly leaning towards him, but her body was bound by shackles, so she frowned and asked worriedly, "How is he doing?" The flying snake stuck out his tongue and leaned his head towards her. The corner of his mouth slightly lifted, and his voice was mixed with interest and satisfaction. "Not bad. I managed to steal their stuff. That's hilarious. I really want to meet that Dong Dong guy." Just then, the figure of a person in long robes appeared backlit at the prison door, opened the heavy door and walked forward. Hong No Wall nervously looked at the entrance, muttering worriedly, "Why?" The figure came into view, its features and physique gradually becoming clear. Then it suddenly made a sound. "Chip Chip." It turned out to be the familiar human form Chip Chip with blue spotted skin. Hong No Wall exclaimed in surprise, "You succeeded." Bao Bao, holding Bao Bao's seal in her arms, rushed in from behind Chip Chip. She kept muttering, urging, "Quickly, quickly." She hurried to Hong No Wall, who was chained to the cross-shaped pillar, grabbed the chains wrapped around Hong No Wall's body and asked, "How do I open your chains like that?" Hong No Wall pointed to a glowing device with a screen not far away and replied. Bao Bao stepped back and turned her head to look in that direction. Hong No Wall continued, "Tell Chip Chip to mimic Yichu's hand and operate that screen." Chip Chip quickly complied, touched the display on the screen, and it was successfully recognized with a ding-ding sound. Just then, the heavy handcuffs also opened, freeing Hong No Wall's red and swollen wrists. Next, the poor flying snake's neck shackles were also released, returning his freedom to him. Bao Bao Seal finally urged, "Quickly, find a place that can connect to the drainage pipe." His eyebrows slightly furrowed and small wrinkles appeared on his chubby face. "Quickly, there's not much time left. Bao Bao Seal's luck value is 99, so let's go directly to Qiansu," he urged again. Bao Bao and the flying snake couldn't help but pout and mutter inwardly, "Why does this sound so annoying? S-grade mind method, heaven and earth reversal." Hong No Wall, with a serious expression, waved her hand, and as purple light emanated from it, she explained, "I can change and control the parameters and values of non-living objects around me, including gravity, humidity, and mass." Following her words, the flying snake and Bao Bao, holding Bao Bao's seal, all began to float into the air, and a faint blue light enveloped them. Hong No Wall continued, "I've changed the gravity of the items on your bodies and your garments, so you'll be able to go quickly by flying." Hong No Wall finished speaking and began to fly forward. Suddenly, a red-haired man appeared, pointing at a transparent blue screen in front of him with a happy face and saying, "Time for overtime, I should take a walk." Just as the red-haired man looked up, he saw Hong No-Wall's group escaping the prison by flying. The red-haired man was flustered and surprised, looking at the prison and then at the escaping group, hastily shouting, "Who's there?" Seeing they were discovered, Hong No-Wall immediately uttered a few cold words. 10x gravity. Her index finger pointed downwards as if holding an invisible weight. As soon as she finished speaking, the red-haired man was crushed to the floor, the pressure so strong that the floor cracked and shattered, sending debris flying, and the unfortunate man was embedded deep into the ground. It hurts so much. Why did my clothes suddenly become so heavy?" While the red-haired man writhed and gritted his teeth enduring the pain, Hong No-Wall's group had already flown away and disappeared behind a corner. Meanwhile, Bai frowned in his room, looking at the remaining liquid vials after the laboratory was raided. He muttered quietly, "Only this much is left, but it can still be put to use." As soon as he finished speaking, Bao Bao, holding Bao Bao's seal, rushed in, hastily exclaiming, "Excuse me, I'm borrowing this?" The faucet in the room, untouched by anyone, suddenly gushed water at full force. Before Bai Yu could say anything, water droplets floated into the air and, to his unspeakable surprise, enveloped them. With a small explosion, steam dispersed and Bai Yu discovered that the remaining vial had disappeared from his hand. His eyes nearly popped out and he cried out in helpless fury, "Even this little bit is gone, damn it, I'll catch these bastards and tear them to shreds." The scene changed and their group arrived at their destination. Bao Bao excitedly cut through the water and flew towards a spherical object. "Qiansu, we're here." But what returned to them was an eerie voice from above. "Everyone." The figure of a blue-skinned man floating above the sphere gradually appeared. His two eyes shone brightly in the darkness, and his sharp teeth and two fangs protruding upwards from his mouth added to his ferocity. He crossed his arms, the corner of his mouth lifting, looking down at them. "I've been waiting." As soon as she saw him, Bao Bao immediately recognized him and cried out in fear. "Noajul, you've reached rank 6, she cautiously muttered. "What should we do?" Seeing the situation was dire, Bao Bao's seal immediately frowned and cast his spell. The water beneath their feet surged up, enveloping them. Suddenly, thunder and lightning struck, destroying the spell and preventing them from leaving. And Bao Bao's seal could only cautiously announce, "Noajul has sealed this area with electricity. Bao Bao's seal can't escape." The blue-skinned man smiled, revealing his sharp teeth, looking satisfied. Hong No-Wall immediately became more serious, raising her head and meeting his gaze with fearless eyes. "Come on, we have no choice but to fight." Noajul Jonbep's hand pierced through the earth and stone, reaching out and lifting Bao Bao's seal. Bao Bao's seal said, "Go on, kill me." Noajul Jonbep evaluated, "Not bad indeed. You're a man of courage. But unfortunately, the situation has changed, so I can't let you die so easily." Bao Bao's seal thought to himself, "I'm going to suffer a lot next." The skeleton's voice rang out, "Wait, stop." The skeleton took out a divine token and said, "Here's Finya's divine token. I hope you'll let us leave safely. I'll have to go ask my boss if it's real or fake." After speaking, Noajul Jonbep threw Bao Bao's seal forcefully at the skeleton. While Noajul Jonbep was confirming, the skeleton broke out in a cold sweat, thinking, "This is the end. This villain is smart too." The skeleton hugged Bao Bao's seal and thought to himself, "We're going to die together." Noajul Jonbep placed his hand down and began, "I've confirmed with the boss. He said he would let you go alone, and he has a message for the Xuanyuan people." The skeleton asked blankly, "What?" Noajul Jonbep added, "CEO Finia wants to temporarily stop the war with Xuanyuan. Kunlun Mountain is already occupied, so it cannot be returned to Xuanyuan. Many other guilds were involved." Then he waved his hand, drew his sword and continued, "However, he will cease attacks on Xuanyuan's external companies. You will have to find your own new base of operations. If you agree, we can return the main mission divine artifact, the Xuanyuan sword, to its original owner, and share Noajul's rank 6 class change experience with you. From now on we shall form an alliance. The war of the Great Path is transient, so let's move past what we can. Please convey this message to everyone." The skeleton wondered, why are they suddenly calling for a truce? Noajul Jonbep crossed his arms and said, "The CEO surely has his reasons. I'm merely a subordinate. However, I also watched Xiao Yi grow up. She asked me to send her regards." Noajul Jonbep waved his hand, signaling for them to depart. "Leave here," Bao Bao said worriedly. "How's Bao Bao's seal?" "He's not well. Let's wait until we're all gathered and go rescue Bao Bao's seal." Suddenly, a beam of light shot past and Bao Bao's seal and the skeleton appeared. Bao Bao spoke, "Are you two okay?" The skeleton pushed Bao Bao's seal forward and said, "Don't worry, he's very healthy." The skeleton raised his hand and conveyed Noajul Jonbep's message to everyone. Hong No-Wall placed her hand on her chin and asked, "So that's what happened. What do you plan to do next?" The skeleton added, "First, we need to relay the message to Xuanyuan. They can decide for themselves how to respond." Hong No-Wall crossed her arms and said, "Next we'll return to Xinling Mountain. If anything happens, contact us again." The flying snake was excited. "We finally meet." The flying snake ran and hugged Bao Bao's seal and the skeleton, saying, "Big brother, from now on your word is law. If you point east, your little brother will never go west. My respect for you, big brother, flows endlessly like the Yellow River." The skeleton quickly pushed him away. He pouted and said, "Aren't you being a bit too familiar?" The flying snake stuck out his tongue and said, No, big brother, don't you know when you time-space travel to another world there's always a protagonist? From what we've confirmed through trial and error, the protagonist of this time-space travel is you, big brother. If I just cling tightly to your leg, this Noho won't have to worry about making a living in this 2D world and can play to his heart's content." The skeleton chuckled softly and said, "Hearing that, he sounds more like the protagonist than me. But fortunately, the mission is accomplished." The skeleton added, "Next, let's go back and rest and prepare for the 4th class change." and we need to find a way to transport all the materials we borrowed back home. Seeing that, the flying snake immediately replied, "One mustn't say we stole from scholars." The skeleton looked up and said, "I think we forgot something." Finally, Guangdu dug his way out of the ground. "Next, it's our turn to wait for Guangdu to complete his mission." In the meeting room with everyone, the skeleton extended his hand and said, "This is the information sent from Gurio. The decision on how to respond specifically rests with all of you." Seven-colored saint put her hand to her lips and said quietly, "Understood, we'll discuss it internally and give you an answer shortly." The skeleton then turned his body and moved towards his group. The skeleton thought, "I've traveled so much and made so many friends." Bao Bao's seal clung to the leg of the red-skirted girl, begging cutely, "Give Bao Bao's seal a few more luck talismans. They're very useful for Bao Bao's seal." The red-skirted girl argued, "I gave you all of this year's worth of 400+ talismans already. Still not enough, go, I'm completely out." Not a single one left. The skeleton asked Bao Bao if she had made contact with Banban's group. Bao Bao spoke. Xiao Xiao said the situation over there is very bad. According to Dudu's experience, they are resisting strenuously. But quite a few of our people have been captured and sealed by them with no chance of reincarnation. Other monsters are quite well protected by divine blessing, but we need to return to Zhengzhong quickly. The skeleton replied, "Understood, once things are settled here, let's return with Sungan," the skeleton added. However, seeing Noagel's rank 6 strength this time, the difference is too great. Heaven's rank 6 won't be easy to deal with. The seven-colored saint came out and said, "I want to discuss two things with you. First, we agree to a truce and will abandon Kunlun Mountain. Second, we want to return to Zhengzhong with you. We will help you in your conquest of Zhengzhong. Let's make it our new joint base." Hearing that, the skeleton exclaimed happily, "That's great, then dealing with their rank 6 won't be an issue anymore, right?" The man standing next to the seven-colored saint spoke, "You'll probably still have to rely on yourself for now. I'd like to rephrase what you said. Heaven currently has 3 rank 6s. Heaven is named after Western ancient gods, and Fade Guy has already completed his rank 6 class change over there. This is also the reason we agreed to the truce. Dozon's and Noagel's rank 6 experiences are all important to us," the man added. Dozon is training at a secret base. Rank 6 refers to the manipulation of rules, and the Heavenly Clear World rejects Dozon much more than ordinary rank 6s. His path to rank 6 training is far more difficult than for ordinary people. In other words, if he succeeds in his training, he will undoubtedly become the foremost rank 6. He will become the foremost rank 6, the skeleton added. "While we're returning, can more rank 6s appear in heaven?" "If so, let's wait for Dozon," Hongha interjected. "What are you talking about? 3 rank 6s are heaven's limit. If we hadn't given all the materials to Dozon, we would have more rank 6s. After the truce, we'll have time to organize and acquire materials. Then let's set this goal. Return to Zhengzhong within a month and we'll have at least 2 rank 6s, the skeleton replied. "Okay, let me know if you need any materials." "Now we're on the same front," the octopus girl said. "So much commotion, huh? I've contacted the Azure Dragon. He said it's no problem, you just need to set the time. He'll head straight for Zhengzhong Island after he finishes watering his garden. He'll also summon the 3 sacred beasts," the skeleton said excitedly. "Then let's roll up our sleeves, let's depart from the coast in 3 days. A discussion was taking place at another base. A voice came from a person with a covered face. Xuanyuan allied with the star sea creatures because of one beast. To dare declare war on heaven. Our assassin alliance must also get a piece of the action, Dushin said. Xuanyuan has suffered heavy losses. They have so many players but no rank 6 class changes. I think heaven will win this battle. If truly necessary, we can even help heaven." Ya opened his mouth. "Uncle, I have a strange feeling that Dongdong's side will win." The masked man struck the table with his hand and commanded, "It doesn't matter. Then we will stand on both sides. Our assassin alliance has existed for so long not because we favored one side. Ya, take Poxiel and secretly observe Xuanyuan. Be ready to help them if needed." Ya replied sullenly, "I'm only responsible for killing. Give me the target," the masked man said. "The biggest battle before the main front. The 9th main front mission. It feels like the East-West war is repeating itself." Shocking news erupted from the player forum's real-life conference hall. Xuanyuan and Gurio have reconciled and the East-West war will be reenacted, with Zhengzhong Island as the center. Who will emerge victorious? Hearing the news, Xiaopai said, "To think such a big event would happen to my brother." "Honey, then we should go help," his wife replied. "Yes, let's go then." At this time, Bao Bao was still lying in a pile of luck talismans saying, "I'm really lucky." The young man with a hat sighed while fishing. "I said I caught Songan but no one believes me. So I specially borrowed a Chenkin net. It's an A- grade magic treasure. As long as Songan appears, there's no way I can't catch him this time." The fishing rod shook slightly. Songan bit the hook and leaped out of the water. He appeared, his eyes wide. He excitedly said, "Quickly, cast the net." Someone tapped his shoulder. "Excuse me, sir, I need to pass." He turned his head in annoyance. "Who is it? If you disturb me from catching Songan again." The Xuanyuan 3 saints appeared before him, and the skeleton asked, "Have all the others entered your fairy tale village?" The octopus girl confidently crossed her arms and said, "Yes, they're inside my clone now, so they're safe." The skeleton raised his hand and said, "The appointed time has come, let's get ready to depart." They went to Songan. Songan, with a mouthful of water, looked up at the sky and then dove back into the water. The young man with a hat was flustered. "Oh, he ran away again?" Songan sat majestically and said, "I have heard your news. It will take me a month to return across the Star Sea this time. During this month our rank 5 group will consult and discuss together and train to ascend to rank 6. Bao Bao lay lazily, procrastinating. Bao Bao doesn't want to participate. You guys can play by yourselves. Can Bao Bao sleep on the side? Songun gnashed his teeth in anger. Ferocious eyes, he said. Then you can go outside and sleep, the old man with a braided white beard said. Noajul said he can see the aura of the great Tao in that fellow's body, just leave him here. The rank 6 ritual requires a lot of time and high-grade materials, and these materials can only be attempted 4 times. Noajul also succeeded on his 3rd try, so we must never attempt it recklessly before we know for sure. Songun replied impatiently and went to sleep on the other side, and Bao Bao excitedly agreed, okay. Above the blue sky, flocks of seagulls flew and Songun floated on the sea. The skeleton looked at the flying snake and said, can we go back? The dragon joyfully and proudly said, why go back? Isn't the heavenly clear world good, let me tell you. In the real world, after my parents divorced, both sides treated me as a burden, and no one wanted me. I grew up alone, hated socializing, and had no friends. In my father's old room, only comic books and the heavenly clear game world were my companions every day. That day, I won a time-space transcendence experience ticket, and I pressed yes without hesitation. A reward screen appeared in the dragon's mind. Congratulations, you have won the 10th anniversary special prize, time-space transcension experience ticket. You can transcend time and space to the heavenly clear world. Would you like to experience it? Yes, no, even if I were to be dissected 10,000 more times, I know Ho would never regret it. Do you want to go back because there's someone you care about there, or because you want to meet Miss Bao Bao in the real world? The skeleton's cheeks reddened. Bao Bao is really cute, but in the end I'm just a small monster, and what if I really can't go back? The current situation is fine, so why bring up that topic? Hurry up and raise your skill proficiency. The battle is in a month. I'm going to train. I should be able to reach rank 4 by the time we arrive at the coast. The skeleton left, but his mind was filled with thoughts of Bao Bao. The flying snake thought to himself, the young generation is really amazing. This is also why I love the heavenly clear world and the 2D world. Here everyone takes off their masks, forgets many things, cultivates new passions, makes more friends, or is moved to tears by the game's plot. Life here is so colorful. This place is so wonderful. So which is the real world? In the cloned fairy tale village, the skeleton cheerfully said, another vibrant day. The little swordsman's group was practicing combat skills, and the vermilion bird chose all the materials needed for rank 4 class change through Xuanyuan. As a rank 5 epic monster, she would soon be able to reach rank 4 and even rank 5, Guling said softly. Thank you, Dong Dong. I was too stressed by family matters before, and I heard about this from 7-colored quote. Our father is also temporarily out of danger. The Queen's business has also temporarily ceased trading activities. The skeleton waved his hand and said, why are you being so formal? We're on the same front now, but I have one question. I told the players before that all information related to my real-world identity would be deleted. How do you feel when you talk to me now? Guling said. It's the same. All the information you gave us before was messed up anyway, except that important keywords are muted when we talk like this now. The rest we can all imagine on our own, the skeleton sighed. I wanted to give information to 7-Colored's group before so they could investigate my family's situation for me, but any information mentioning real addresses or identities was immediately deleted. Guling looked at Bao Bao and said, but your actions were always very suspicious. You might be a high-intelligence NPC, and in our eyes, high-intelligence NPCs have the same life as humans. The only one who didn't doubt your identity was probably Bao Bao. The skeleton scratched his head and said, I acted well. Didn't Yichu also act very well as an NPC? Don't you guys contact each other? Guling touched his chin, lost in thought. Yichu! Suddenly, lightning struck before them. The skeleton and Guling were startled and said, lightning strikes here too. Bao Bao was struck by lightning, emitting smoke, lying there twitching, covered in wounds, looking very miserable. The skeleton asked worriedly, why did this happen? Bao Bao raised her hand to stop them. Don't come near Bao Bao, your luck will get bad. Guling asked in confusion. Didn't they say she was born with very good luck? Why is she like this now? Bao Bao said blankly. It started yesterday. Talismans can't be stacked and you can only use a maximum of 2 luck talismans a day. Bao Bao grabbed Bao Bao's arm. There are too many restrictions. Aren't there any better talismans? She pushed Bao Bao away. No, wait, there is one way, but it might work on you. Bao Bao's eyes lit up. What, really? Bao Bao will go ask. Bao Bao said, there's a method in the mind technique called luck storage. That way you can store a maximum of 25 luck points. Bao Bao excitedly said, 25 points. What are the exchange conditions? Bao Bao continued. It requires Qingdao's feathers and a few rare ores, which I have. But storing this luck requires paying 3 times the interest, and at the same time the bad luck needs at least 3 days to completely disappear for luck to return to normal. For example, if you want to store 25 luck points to use later, you have to take 75 luck points from your body now. The conditions are so strict that even the luckiest person I've met before only had 85 points. That's already the standard for opening treasure chests, you know. Usually a normal person's luck ranges from 60 to 70 points, and most can't last 3 days if 3 times their luck is taken away. She lifted Bao Bao and said joyfully, but for Bao Bao, let's give it a try. Bao Bao calculated. Once luck storage is successful, Bao Bao's luck can reach a maximum of 124 points, right? Bao Bao lay on her back, ready. Alright, let's do it. My old master said that being smart is also a kind of art. He was also a smart Bao Bao. Bao Bao said, that's why your old master left the game. Now we need to recheck your luck value. A person's luck is always fluctuating. There's no one who's continuously lucky. She took out a luck storage talisman and used it on Bao Bao, and the number 98 appeared. Unbelievable. No wonder he reached rank 5 just by lying there. He touched his luck. When it opened, a purple aura emanated from Bao Bao, and the luck storage talisman was absorbing it. Done. She looked at the luck storage talisman. Next, Bao Bao has to endure with this luck value for 3 days, understand? After that, this stored value will officially take effect. But if Bao Bao dies in the meantime, the ritual will be considered interrupted. This storage will fail, but the bad luck will still follow you for 3 days before disappearing. Bao Bao lay stretched out and sighed. Luck 23 points. If it's in a clone world, bad luck isn't that scary, right? The octopus girl said in confusion. Why do I have such an ominous feeling? Bao Bao lay flat on the ground, her whole body burnt black. Wei Dongdong rested his chin on his hand looking at it and calmly said, it's alright, it's just one lightning strike. How much worse can the bad luck get? He recalled Guangdu, whose luck value was 41 points before. Guangdu with 41 luck points was trapped under an iceberg for a day, and as soon as he was dug out he immediately encountered guards. He fell while escaping, and then when the guards chased and tried to kill him, no matter how they struck, they couldn't land a fatal blow. It took over an hour of fighting for him to die. Guling walked over, looked at Bao Bao and asked, what is your current luck value specifically? It lay quietly, sighing softly. 23 points. As soon as the words fell, Dongdong and Guling's faces stiffened. It slowly continued, I've never had such low luck in my life. The two silently and slowly distanced themselves from Bao Bao. Wei Dongdong hastily said, no, what if our luck is also affected by you? For example, what if we check and it's still a normal value? Bao Bao pointed to a nearby tree with her small hand. In a powerless voice, try this. Go over there and hit that tree hard. Guling raised his hand and a glowing sword appeared in the air. He swung his hand and the sword followed his movement, flying towards the poor tree. Suddenly, the wind blew fiercely. The branches crashed against each other with a loud sound and the sword pierced through a few green leaves, shaking slightly. It struck hard against a rock next to the tree and then returned towards its master. Bao Bao, lying struggling on the ground, seemed to be the target. A blue light appeared around Bao Bao and water streams appeared, enveloping the sword. Bao Bao languidly explained, your luck value is still normal but your actions will be affected. Bao Bao's body trembled and whimpered a few times, then suddenly her face turned pale and foam came out of her mouth. Is there poison on your sword? She fainted. Guling was terrified and retreated, sweat beading on his forehead. I did put poison on the sword, but the chance of damage is only 2. It usually doesn't trigger easily. Bao Bao lay on her back looking at the sky, her small hands shaking and flailing everywhere, still foaming at the mouth. Now you've seen it clearly, right? This is the result. Bao Bao wants to go back to the sea, it's all water there, and the survival conditions are met. Wei Dongdong blocked her. Wait, Bao Bao. Do you think luck determines everything? Bao Bao's eyes turned black and she nodded slightly. Yes. Wei Dongdong clenched his bony hands tightly, making a firm decision. If we're all not unlucky and we have abilities, Boxung also said that as long as we exhaust the bad luck, this suffering will end quickly. Let's do this, we'll help you. I don't believe that even if we help you. You won't be able to overcome this calamity. As Wei Dongdong stood in the center, everyone gathered around Bao Bao. It was a very touching sight. Wei Dongdong raised his fist to the sky and loudly said, let's do this. From now on our mission for the next 3 days is to protect Bao Bao or find a way to help Bao Bao exhaust her bad luck. Come on everyone, let's accomplish this mission together. The group also unanimously raised their arms and shouted, all right. Bao Bao's face was very pale and pitiful. Her 2 eyes sparkled as she looked at the scene before her. As soon as the words fell, thunder and lightning struck from the sky, and that mischievous lightning fell directly on poor Bao Bao's head. But fortunately, the vermilion bird spewed fire in time, creating a roof to protect Bao Bao. Dongdong was excited. Sure enough, I knew it would work. Thunder struck the rock again at an angle and Bao Bao lay there dazed and motionless. The group saw a large heavy rock sliding down the slope and shouted, such a big rock, it's too ridiculous. Everyone, let's work together to stop this rock. At this time, Bao Bao lay still, struck by the light. Guangdu immediately raised his light-enshrouded fist. He said this was his A-grade mind method, which allowed him to share blood and continuously restore his body. Although it couldn't compare to the power of the Nuwa stone, it was still quite good. That was also why Guangdu died only after being slashed for over an hour. Hearing that, Bao Bao exclaimed in surprise, don't boast about such a track record. At this moment, everyone counterattacked together, and a huge white smoke rose, but the rock remained unharmed. Wei Dongdong was tense at this moment, thinking, this rock is a 1000 Jin stone. It's a rare type, impossible to break. As soon as he finished speaking, the heavy rock rolled down and sent everyone flying into the sky. Bao Bao and the heavy rock were now only a few centimeters apart, and she was worried and afraid. And then, as expected, she was also hit by the rock and bounced into the sky. At this moment, Bao Bao seemed to be in poor condition. She said painfully, poisoned, struck by lightning, hit in the head by a rock, still recovering, just let me die. At this moment, a boy appeared sitting on a lotus and a god resembling him appeared behind him. Suddenly, cracks appeared on the face of the giant god. The boy suddenly said with annoyance, it's really difficult, I can't infer anymore. The old man saw it and said, before we directly obtained and used mind methods and equipment, but now being asked to create cultivation methods ourselves is no different from asking us to understand how the energy of the heavenly clear world operates, grasp its fundamental logic and then construct a new mind method. Hearing that, the boy replied worriedly, I tried to create 3 heads and 6 arms myself to figure it out, but there were still some parts one just couldn't understand. All my experience is just repetitive training. It's about training meridians, and that guy is truly amazing. He repeatedly trained this simple lightning strike technique to create a new S-grade cultivation method. He continued, sure enough, wild monsters are better. Their progress is much faster than ours then. Sungin appeared, meditating quietly. He continued, she will definitely be the first among us to achieve a rank 6 class change. At this moment Sungin was meditating with a blue orb in front of her, but she couldn't concentrate and was lost in thought. Why do we exist? Why do we have these cultivation methods, for example, to transform monsters, to swallow creatures like that? At this moment Sungin was with a stream of water enveloping the orb, and a fish tail also appeared and burrowed into it. As the orb cracked open significantly, a small water monster suddenly appeared. At this moment she kept thinking, I can execute it, but why is it that the more times I transport, the less I can see the value of my body? After a few seconds of silence she continued to think, is it normal to be worthless? At this moment the boy said worriedly again, all right, I won't infer directly anymore. I'll train from the first arm from the beginning. As soon as he finished speaking he meditated with a worried expression, chanting prayers, and a huge yellow hand was appearing behind him. Suddenly Sungin's eyes lit up as if something had dawned on her, and she said happily, I feel it, I should try for a rank 6 class change now. But just as she was about to leave a voice came from behind her. Wait, it turned out to be Bao Bao. She approached Sungin, her whole body covered in wounds. Seeing her pitiful state, Sungin raised her voice and asked, why are you like this? You look even worse than when I hit you. Hearing that, the white seal sighed and said, I endured for 9 days. Bao Bao collected 3 25-point luck talismans. As she finished speaking it raised a star and gave one. You'll have a bit more luck when crossing the threshold. Hearing that, Sungin raised the star and asked, 9 days? Wasn't it 3 days to collect one? Aren't you afraid of death? Why did you risk your life to collect them? Bao Bao said no. After the first streak of bad luck, Bao Bao was struck by lightning several times and was able to see a few things. It's a string connected to each person's back which could be called fate. On a clear cool morning as leaves flew side by side in the sky, a voice suddenly came. Bao Bao seems to be able to see how the movement of this object affects the movement of the next object. A drop of water on a leaf suddenly fell, and another voice came. But in the last few days Bao Bao's luck value was only 20 points. A conversation between the seal and a giant snake appeared. The giant green snake asked, why did you call me here? Bao Bao heard that and said, I'm going to experiment. Stand over there. As soon as she finished speaking, the giant snake turned its head sideways and said with an annoyed expression, anyway, lightning will strike you, so it doesn't matter if you get struck a few more times. But before she could finish speaking, a dazzling lightning bolt suddenly appeared in the sky. Bao Bao's thought came to mind. I can see each person's karma. When the time comes, I'll go find that person. Suddenly, a lightning bolt struck the giant snake and it screamed, oh my god! At this moment, the giant snake exhaled a small black smoke from its mouth. It lamented, please lift this spell. Hearing that, Bao Bao said, success. Now is Bao Bao's chance to achieve a rank 6 class change. After explaining everything, she returned to reality. Bao Bao grabbed Sungin's skirt and said, so sister, after you, Bao Bao wants to try for a rank 6 class change. Is that okay? Bao Bao doesn't want to waste 21's class change materials and formations. Sungin said, alright, follow me. When your luck recovers, act as my protector. At this moment, Bao Bao replied happily, not yet, but it will be soon. It's fine now. Bad luck no longer comes for Bao Bao. Bao Bao had found that as long as she found someone else to bear the calamity for her, she would be fine. But as soon as she finished speaking, she was kicked by Sungin and sent flying. Then after you've overcome all calamities, come find me. At this moment, the boy was still sitting quietly, chanting prayers, surrounded by beams of light. Suddenly, this door began to shine brightly. The 7-colored saint sensed something strange at this moment and asked, who achieved a rank 6 class change? Sungin saw the door shine once again and continued, there's one more. Who is it, Unjang? At this moment, Sungin appeared holding Bao Bao in her hand, and the 7-colored saint said in surprise, Bao Bao. Meanwhile, Wei Dongdong along with the lightning-struck flying snake lay painfully on the spot and said, oh my god, why did all the bad luck fall on us during the last 3 days? At this moment they were sitting together at a table for a meeting, and the old man said, even though they're native creatures, you're the fastest to achieve rank 6. I can't believe Bao Bao was able to achieve a rank 6 class change. Sungdan saw it and said, the new mind method I researched allows dark spirit monsters to acquire the characteristics of a creature after swallowing it. At the same time, when combined with previous characteristics, dark spirit monsters can reach up to a rank 5 class change. At this moment, everyone was curious. Where are your mind methods and equipment? At this moment, Bao Bao said, Bao Bao calls it karma, but I can't see the grade of this mind method. Now Bao Bao can see everyone's luck value and know what your actions will affect. Wei Dongdong rested his chin on his hand and asked curiously, what's the specific effect? Bao Bao immediately replied, for example, Bao Bao can see this table is cracked here. Then she reached out her hand and lightly pressed the table. Just a light press like this. Immediately the table shattered and fragments flew everywhere. At this moment, Wei Dongdong thought, if I use this ability well, I can deal with powerful opponents on the battlefield. Bao Bao said excitedly, then Bao Bao can find the safest place on the battlefield and sleep peacefully. Everyone at this moment looked at Bao Bao, completely helpless. Just like Bao Bao, the 7-colored saint reached out her hand to look at the fragments, then used her internal energy to put them back together. There's only 1 day left until Zhengzhong. Our next task is to conquer Zhengzhong. This is another new national war. Then she reached out her hand and simulated a village. To conquer territory in the heavenly clear world, you need to meet one of 3 conditions: military strength, financial power, or reputation. Each city has different requirements. For example, commercial cities have high demands for commercial application. Military strength also works, but then it's easy to get useless cities. So it's best to attack cities with corresponding methods. Once successfully attacked, you become the lord of that territory. She imagined a lord in a long cloak. The lord has the right to collect taxes in that city, appoint or dismiss others, and also receives buffs, so conquering a city is a very difficult task. She continued to simulate a diagram of closely related cities. If you conquer more than 5 cities, you can apply to form a nation. Although Zhengzhong is a small nation, we need to attack more than 7 cities. Wei Dongdong stroked his chin, lost in deep thought. Currently it's a bit difficult for our troops to fight a nation supported by heaven. Even the top tier rank 6 only guarantees that they won't suffer losses in battle. Then he slammed the table with his hand. But in the heavenly clear world, having a top tier strategy doesn't necessarily change the situation. If we fight head on, even one rank 6 cannot withstand the encirclement of more than 1,000 troops. This is also why almost everyone must participate in this national war. Then he began to imagine. At this time, ordinary players of Heavenly Clear will also be provided with siege weapons and combat equipment for this battle. Scholars will support the war in various fields such as politics, economy, and culture. This is the true Heavenly Clear world. The bun-haired girl looked at the model and said, "This is Zhengzhong's key commercial city, and what's important is that it's a neutral city. If we conquer this city, we can make it our base and apply to the system to establish a teleportation point," Wei Dongdong said uneasily. "I think attacking the city directly is too dangerous. We need to think of another way." Seven-colored Saint was confused. "Another way? What way?" Wei Dongdong pointed to the map. "This is Zhengzhong's rank 5 dragon monster's territory. We attack him, then occupy his territory, and then gradually expand to occupy the surrounding small monster territories and then besiege the city. It's a very perfect move." But at this moment the old man said, "Currently we have at least 2 rank 6 monsters, 3 rank 5 players, and 3 rank 5 monsters. No one will think we would attack a single monster territory with such powerful troops." Poor fellow, Wei Dongdong didn't hear and continued to point to the map. "After that we need to recruit soldiers and buy horses. Ordinary players and neutral NPCs are considerable forces to recruit, although their loyalty is not very high." Then he concluded in one sentence, "Let's do it this way for now. After we arrive at the island, we'll first attack the monster territory to use as our base." Then he thought to himself, "I wonder how Dodo's group is doing now." At the same time on the island a foot was running fast. It turned out to be Banban, and he was running as fast as an arrow. Right behind him was Lamia. Lamia chased, laughing loudly. "Little skeleton, keep running." Lamia flew forward, blocked Banban's path, and passed right through his body, shattering him into pieces. Banban's skull rolled on the ground, and he looked up to see Peach Blossom and Lamia standing before him. Lamia said triumphantly, "This time I won't let you escape again." Banban shouted, "You two bastards, heaven only gave you a B-grade mind method so you could achieve a rank 4 class change." Lamia crossed her arms and said triumphantly, "So what? We've captured quite a few of your brothers. That Earth Dragon and Earth Life are now dragged to the Whipped Kingdom. They won't be able to revive even in their dreams. Only you and that damn leopard are left. I'm really angry at you monster bastards in this heavenly clear world." Then he moved closer to Banban. "I will definitely grind every bone in your body to powder and take your skull as a decoration." At this moment, a mercenary group entered a forest, and a young man said with his hands in his pockets, "Zhengzhong's Scarlet Flame Dragon has never been successfully attacked by anyone." The girl heard that and looked up at the top of the forest. "There's no mission guidance or reward notification, so no one comes to provoke him." The long-haired man raised his hand, determined. "Our mercenary group must complete this mission. I don't think the game would make a rank 5 monster appear for no reason. There must be a secret reward here," the white-haired girl immediately retorted. "The cost of death in the heavenly clear world is very severe. We only have 4 rank 4 players. Leader, are you really sure we should attack this rank 5 monster?" The leader at this moment was wearing a cloak and walked ahead calmly. "Before, we successfully ambushed a rank 5 monster by using numerical superiority. Anyway, 50 people fighting 1 monster, the advantage is on our side." At this moment they lined up and entered deep into the forest. The leader at the front immediately sensed something strange and said, "Wait, there's movement ahead." Then he immediately called for the scout. The long-armed boy quickly leaped onto a branch like a squirrel, and suddenly he was surprised. "Wait, leader." The leader standing below was very worried. "What's wrong?" He immediately jumped down and reported the situation. "I don't see the Scarlet Flame Dragon. I saw a group of people building houses. An octopus named Smile was commanding them." The leader was confused, thinking someone had occupied the spot first. "Did you see players?" At this moment the boy was flustered and speechless. There were both players and monsters. "It seems they are cooperating." The leader heard that and was dumbfounded. "What? I've seen players and NPCs form nations, but players and monsters?" Meanwhile they were all working hard together. Smile waved a flag and Wei Dongdong was giving orders. The leader approached and saw them building a base. He thought to himself, "This is..." At this moment Bao Bao, lying under the grass, raised her head and looked at them, scolding. "Didn't you say there were few people here? Why are there even players?" The leader was stunned. "This is a sea seal, level 120, rank 6. They saw it and were very flustered, shouting in unison. "A rank 6 sea seal? What kind of ghost is this?" Bao Bao tilted her body to look at them and patted her belly. "If you've seen it, quickly retreat. Don't make me use my hands." At this moment it thought to itself, "Don't fight. I'm dying of inconvenience. I just found a safe and comfortable place to lie down." At this moment Wei Dongdong immediately ran over and shouted loudly, "Wait, don't let them go. Our information can't be leaked." The mercenary group hugged each other in fear. They thought to themselves, surely they're not trying to silence us. No, we're players, so if we die, an announcement will be made. Wei Dongdong ran over, pleading with earnest eyes. I also earnestly hope that you will join us. Then he grabbed the leader's hand and the leader was surprised. Join you? Wei Dongdong immediately seized the momentum and said excitedly. This is a large-scale mission before the main battle. Our monster group will come here to recruit players to build a nation together. We'll also depart from here. Then he lowered his hand and stroked Bao Bao's chin. This rank 6 sea seal you've seen is proof. Weren't the legendary monsters you saw before all strange races? A rank 6 sea seal wouldn't appear for no reason. At this moment the scout boy was puzzled. But why hasn't the mission annotation appeared yet? Wei Dongdong explained. After achieving a rank 6 class change, can you still see the lineage of this sea seal or just the level? Once you reach rank 6, everything becomes invisible, including mission annotations. Then he turned around and laughed loudly. So quickly join us and enjoy more rights and missions. Territory and taxes, even rank 5 and 6 class changes, all depend on your choice today. At this moment the leader spoke. The reason I didn't join the Grand Guild and created a mercenary group was because I wanted to prove myself someday. I didn't expect that day to be today. Sir Skeleton, Sir Sea Seal, our Gaichin mercenary group will gladly accept the mission. The scout boy was worried. I feel like we're being tricked. At this moment Wei Dongdong called out to Chanbian. Miss Chanbian, please come here. Bring the mercenary group with their leader. Wei Dongdong then leaned in close to Chanbian's ear and whispered, this mercenary group will surely have many people. Currently, Xuanyuan's remaining forces will come with 300 members. You must divide this group so that the leader cannot take command after that. Let them taste a little profit. Deceive them into working for free, while making them believe we have a real mission. That way they won't leak any information. Chanbian was startled. Did you used to work in multi-level marketing? How are you so skilled at recruiting people? After that, Chanbian walked forward. Follow me, I will arrange your tasks. At this, the leader was puzzled. Right, what happened to the Scarlet Flame Dragon? Chanbian pointed coldly ahead. He's over there moving rocks. The leader was speechless upon hearing that. One day earlier, the Scarlet Flame Dragon was crying in front of everyone. They shouted loudly, quick, are you surrendering or not? If not, we'll keep beating you. On a windy day in Yeoupshang, Wei Dongdong and Bao Bao thought to themselves, we're finally back. The beginning of everything was also in this Yeoupshang. Bao Bao held a piece of paper. First, let's contact Sister Yichu. She used to be a resident of Yeoupshang, so we should discuss with her how to capture this neutral city. She then thought to herself, Bao Bao can now cultivate dark spirit monsters. Dongdong also obtained the Yinhan mind method from the previous incident. Our materials and mind method grades have all reached the requirements, so we can go to the class change station for our 4th class change. And she closed her eyes, deep in thought. This is Chanbian's ability tool. It can temporarily change faces for 30 minutes, but it cannot completely change attributes and ranks like Chanbian. Dongdong's skeleton state will count as stealth for now. Almost no one has seen Bao Bao anyway. At this moment, Wei Dongdong, dressed in clothes, held Bao Bao. Our wanted posters are all over Zhengzheng, so let's quickly go in, get things done and come right out. At this point, Bao Bao transformed into Solzal. She looked at Wei Dongdong and said, let's go. The two walked towards the city gate together. Suddenly the guards stopped them. Excuse me, these two pets need to be on leashes to enter the city. Bao Bao was surprised. What kind of strange rule is this? Wei Dongdong immediately thought, it's fine, if the inspection outside the city gate is so strict, it's okay if we can move freely inside, let's go. Finally they entered the city. At first everything started here. After that he held the leash and looked at Bao Bao with pleading eyes. A familiar scent. Come master, please tie me up. At this moment, seeing his appearance, the people outside constantly whispered, is this skeleton sick or something? At this moment Wei Dongdong, tied to a leash, walked at the front. We've entered the city again. Bao Bao looked at Wei Dongdong and said, speaking of which, it's already been over half a year since we came to this game. It feels like we've experienced so much, she said excitedly. Starting from here, we found and opened the main mission in the academy exam. Now everyone is starting to build nations. Wei Dongdong pointed to a milk tea shop. Shall we get one? We have money now. Bao Bao and Bao Bao happily drank milk tea. At this moment they went together to a cafe and Yichu was already waiting for them. She immediately recognized them and called out, Sister Yichu. Yichu said sadly at this moment, I've heard a little about your story, but lately I've been researching a few things with the Shinji Academy teachers, so I can't help you. I'm sorry. At this moment Wei Dongdong spoke. We're already very grateful that Shinji Academy accepted a few small monsters. This time I'm bringing Xuanyuan's remaining forces to persuade the Academy to join us in attacking heaven. Yichu was no longer sad. For 40 years the Academy has consistently maintained a neutral stance, only occasionally intervening because of students. But asking to participate in a war, that's probably not possible. Still, if you need me, just call. Wei Dongdong said excitedly, of course, we plan to attack Yeoupshang and make it our first base. Upon hearing that, Yichu immediately became angry. Are you crazy? The Gaku Kingdom has no way to attack Yeoupshang because its lord is a rank 5 warrior, and there's even a great guardian formation. He and his 100 elite guards have almost infinite resurrection opportunities. Wei Dongdong said confidently, we believe in our strength, sister. Please believe in us, right sister? Can you give us a detailed map of Yeoupshang, including secret passages under the waterways? If you can provide the formation layout of Yeoupshang, that would be even better. Yichu had no choice. I'll look into it, but my friends and family are here, so I have to protect their safety. Her eyes grew sadder. Before I learned from Kong Riowall that you weren't real people, I was very anxious. Later, after studying with Master Shin Kija and learning more about Chunchong, I began to have more and more questions. At this moment a few leaves fell outside the window, and Yichu was saddened. Dong Dong, what exactly are we? Dong Dong, seeing his sad sister, couldn't answer. On this side, Bao Bao was very curious. What secret plan are they talking about? Why can't I hear anything? Is it muted? I'm all grown up. Did I accidentally press teenager mode? Wei Dong Dong was flustered. I can't answer that question. At this moment Bao Bao spoke. Why worry so much? Look at this Bao Bao, eating and sleeping, carefree and happy. What's the point of thinking about such things? It's just tiring. At this moment Sister Yichu stood up. Right, you don't have much time. Go to the class change station first. We'll talk again outside the city in a moment. After that, they all went outside together. Yichu didn't recognize Bao Bao as Solzal. Bao Bao said excitedly, I really miss it. A few people accidentally bumped into Sister Yichu back then and got a good scolding from her. Dong Dong also immediately felt nostalgic. It's been so long. If it weren't for the time limit, I'd like to wander around a bit more. And they walked forward. Suddenly they encountered Lamia. He was walking along, tossing Banbun's skull. It's a shame Shinji Academy is protecting those little monsters. That skeleton guy is really tight-lipped. I'll have to go back and report to the city lord in a moment. Wei Dong Dong immediately felt terrified upon hearing that. At this moment they brushed past each other, and Lamia immediately recognized him and turned back. Another intelligent skeleton pet? Dong Dong hesitated. After that he shouted and charged at Lamia. I'll take your life. Dong Dong slammed Lamia's head into the ground so hard that bricks shattered and Lamia screamed in pain, spitting blood. Yichu shouted, Dong Dong, what are you doing? Dong Dong said angrily. This bastard captured my subordinate monsters. Banbun is still in his hands. Yichu turned and looked at the two people walking towards her. If you fight in the city, you'll cause a commotion with the guards. You're still wanted. If you're surrounded now, you won't be able to escape. At this moment Bao Bao subdued the remaining guys. Let's subdue them for now. There's a cultivation formation in this city, so we can only move under the city's waterways. At this moment Lamia, with his head stuck in the ground, shouted in anger. I remember you. You're that old skeleton guy, aren't you? You finally met your real master. Let me tell you, even if you kill me, I can revive. Your subordinate monsters are in my hands. Whatever you do to me, I'll do the same to them. I'll treat them the same and even live stream it for people to see. Dong Dong was furious. Why are there players like you? Why are you so disgusting? Lamia burst out laughing. Games are like this. The heavenly clear world is so realistic that you all feel like real people. Harassing you feels like harassing real souls. How would a monster like you understand this feeling? At this moment a guard rushed over. What's going on? No fighting in the city. Everyone stop. At this moment Yichu stepped forward and explained, Brother Hao, it's me. We're not fighting. Just a little spat. We're leaving right away. The guard immediately recognized Yichu. Oh, it's Yichu. Alright, you guys stop fighting. Don't make it difficult for me. Connections really do help. At this moment Yichu turned to Dong Dong. Let's get out of here first without causing a scene. Lamia was still lying on the ground shouting angrily. Aren't you NPCs? Didn't you see him attack me? Quickly catch him. At this moment the two guards pretended not to see. Look, what a nice day. The moon is so big. Yeah, why is this street so deserted? Nothing's happening. Lamia saw that no one was paying attention to him and shouted loudly, damn it, it's broad daylight now. At this moment in the outskirts Dong Dong sadly held Banbun's skull. You suffered a lot. Banbun's eyes also grew sad. It's okay, Captain. It's enough that you're back. It's just a shame about Shaolin. At this moment Dong Dong angrily looked at those guys. I'll take care of it. Bao Bao, no longer in Solzal form, ran over and kicked those guys. What did you just say? Those monsters? The two guys here were stunned, their eyes wide. Since when did Bao Bao become so ferocious? Lamia was lying flat on the ground, crazy, getting so worked up over a few monsters. Do you know how much that monster next to you sells for? It's just a game. If you sell him, you won't have to worry about food and shelter for the rest of your life. Bao Bao was even more furious. Just a game? Have you never met interesting people or had interesting experiences? Lamia growled. Crazy, treating a game like the real world. Are you dating your pet or something? How exciting. At this moment Dong Dong came over and pushed Bao Bao behind him. I'll handle this. You can't win an argument with him, Lamia said provocatively. What are you going to do to me? At most I'll die once. When I revive, I'll continue to harass your comrades. At this moment Dong Dong approached the other guys. How much do you want to get my comrades back and help me deal with a rat? Currently Xuanyuan has allied with Goryeo and established a nation in Zhengzheng. You just have to choose which side to be on. The remaining three people were immediately startled. Dong Dong continued, besides the benefits heaven gives you, I can also give you benefits and even more. Lamia, lying on the ground, kept growling. This bastard. At this moment Dong Dong turned to Bao Bao. If he's that kind of person, his comrades are probably also the type who can't resist temptation. The more we worry, the more he'll enjoy it. At this moment Dong Dong encouraged the three people. If you bring me information about those monsters, there will be even more rewards. If you kill that rat, you'll get even more bounty. After that a dagger flew over and Li Jiyu immediately blocked it and shouted loudly. Alright, the monsters are currently imprisoned in Rubis, the main city of the Gakuk Kingdom. The three main gods of heaven are stationed there. Lamia was tightly bound and couldn't move. He shouted, why are you listening to a monster? This is just a game. At this moment Li Jiyu rushed over. That's right, it's just a game. Hitting you once. The tools in a high-end heavenly clear game aren't cheap either. The system raised the prices. Hitting you once allows us to live longer. At this moment Dong Dong said, deal with him using his own logic. No one trusts someone who doesn't keep their word. At this moment Li Jiyu finished dealing with Lamia. This bastard went offline. Can we keep hitting him now? At the same time, outside in the real world, in a messy and cluttered room, fast food and tissues were scattered everywhere. A boy was playing a game and in a fit of rage shouted loudly, Why does this monster always go against me wherever he goes? I just killed and harassed a few unintelligent monsters. His eyes were filled with anger and murderous intent. I will definitely kill you, you skeleton monster. At this moment a palace erupted in curses. Ridiculous, truly ridiculous. I disappeared for a few months, and that skeleton guy led Xuanyuan's remaining forces and entered Yeopsung so brazenly. At this moment Heath and Fu Fu were bowing their heads listening to the curses. Now they've suddenly received a system mission and started a war with Yeopsung. That voice belonged to Zeus. It's Xuanyuan again. Didn't Guriyo wipe out Xuanyuan? That damn monkey won't be following them anymore, right? Boy said sadly. Even in the 9th main mission's national war, that monkey alone stopped our 4 main gods in the end. Our western sacred mountain was attacked by players. If he attacks again, it will be tragic. Apollo Gel shouted in anger. What's there to be afraid of? We've already completed our 6th class change. This time 3 rank 6s going together. There's nothing to fear, and he continued. They don't have cities nor bases. Manipulate the reviving people and send many of them here. Send all 3 players on the list here, with 10,000 players attacking together. He won't dare to act recklessly. Inform the other Western guilds. Those who support us will be rewarded with sacred land. At this moment Heath pointed to himself and said, Main god, I am the Lord of Rai. Apollo Gel immediately said, As you know, we can change your lordship at any time. Heath sadly thought, is this inviting a wolf into the house? And Apollo Gel turned to Zeus. How many of them are there? Any rank 6s? Yeopsung will be fine for a short period. You and I will go check the situation together. Very worried, but we must be careful. If they wander around outside and we get surrounded, it will be difficult to deal with. And the 2 stood up and said, let's go. At this moment it was foggy outside and the sky was clear. Dong Dong said to the 7-colored saint, I'm sorry, I leaked information to save my monster friends, so the war had to start early. The 7-colored saint said calmly, it's fine, the first war is to gather information. If we can't attack inside Yeopsung within a few hours and they discover us and counterattack, our opportunities will be limited. At this moment the 2 secretly entered Yeopsung. Before the blockade we had already sent about 200 people into Yeopsung. Gai San and Seong Young also entered. 2 top-tier rank 5s against 1 city lord shouldn't be too difficult. Dong Dong said excitedly, if the death rate of the elite guards and mission players exceeds 70 and the lord is killed, we can consider it a success. It's a shame that if we attack a commercial center by force, Yeopsung's commercial sector will suffer a huge blow. At this moment a lightning bolt flashed right in front of them. It was Apollo Gel and Zeus. We meet again, little skeleton, I didn't expect you to cause us such a headache. But this is the end. The 7-colored saint's eyes sharpened. We've been waiting for you, Dong Dong immediately said. Heaven's rank 6 will definitely intervene if they learn about this, so your appearance is only natural. At this moment as his feet approached, a voice echoed, I already found out. There are 4 more people around here besides you. His gaze pierced through the 2. If there isn't a rank 6 player among you, you have no chance of winning. At this moment he was very happy. Good. That damn monkey isn't here. Xuanyuan, you've come to cause trouble here even in this state. 7-colored. At this moment he raised his hand with sharp claws and shouted loudly, I'll pay back all your debts at once. After that he dashed towards the 2. At this moment the 7-colored saint immediately used her 4-dimensional space magic and they instantly disappeared to another place. This angered Zeus. Your ability is still as disgusting as before. It's a shame you only have 1 support skill. Today I'll show you how big the difference is between you and a rank 6. At this moment Dong Dong pointed his finger and shouted, Great sage, you finally arrived. At this moment a hand was controlled by force and a wing struck Apollo Gel's head, making him very painful. At this moment Zeus looked around in surprise. Where is he, that damn monkey? I'm not afraid of you anymore. At this moment Dong Dong said, Come on, look at the lens, they're taking your picture. They looked at the picture inside the tree and the 7-colored saint said, He's not smiling, and his eyes are even closed in this picture. Dong Dong stroked his chin. Can we use this picture for promotion? At this moment Apollo Gel shouted loudly, You damn skeleton, are you making fun of us? And numerous stones flew towards Dong Dong, who immediately thought quickly. A rank 6 has arrived. Zeus rushed forward in anger. I won't be fooled a second time. Suddenly Songdan flew over and she immediately pushed him away with her power. After that Bao Bao also followed. And Dong Dong was triumphant. This time it's real. We're always countering your best strategy. At this moment Songdan said calmly, Come here, let's face each other, king to king. Stones flew forward rapidly. Songdan summoned monsters with her power. They devoured the flying stones, absorbing them into their bodies and transforming them into spikes on their backs. Apollo Gel saw this and thought, This woman can absorb and use my energy. What a shame. I have awakened the power of the earth's hands. My earth energy will be almost infinite. Zeus rushed at Bao Bao and said, Then why don't you taste this as well? Seeing the punch infused with that power, Bao Bao thought, I thought it was a lightning technique like Noagel's, but his power, while outwardly similar to lightning, hides a massive amount of dark elemental energy behind it. She didn't dodge but reached out to touch it. Energy was a form of destruction. As Bao Bao and Zeus clashed, a highly destructive force spread, and that force fell upon Wei Dongdong. Seeing his health bar drop to rock bottom, he covered his head and exclaimed, No way, just being grazed by a rank 6er attack drained so much blood? Wei Dongdong hastily drank a bottle of potion and thought, It'll be safer to watch from afar. Zeus couldn't help but wonder as he looked at his hands. What is this? Why did the attack split? Bao Bao stroked her head and grinned. You primarily attack weaknesses and rules, but unfortunately Bao Bao's skill proficiency is still insufficient, otherwise I could have attacked your companions too, but because I'm lazy, Bao Bao didn't even want to practice. In the forest, loud explosions continued to be heard, and Zeus wondered, what exactly is this sea beast's skill? How can she dodge all my attacks? Sungun said to Bao Bao. Bao Bao, do you feel fear? Even though you've achieved rank 6 and your perception of elements is much stronger, and it's difficult to easily determine victory or defeat in battle if you lose once. That fear will be just like the feeling Dongdong described. The god of death appeared with the words death. Zeus said to Apollo Gel, Zeus, why do we feel these emotions in the game? It was as if Apollo was thinking about when he first ventured out. A truck quickly sped past him, and he thought in terror. The feeling after a car accident, my heart pounds and I struggle to breathe. My body's survival instinct is activated. Smoke billowed within the city walls, and buildings had collapsed. The old man among the Xuanyuan 3 sages held a giant axe blade and said, My apologies, we truly need this city. From the armor on his back, Neza appeared, revealing 3 heads and 6 arms. The armor said, How did you all get in without a sound? Why was my protective formation useless? The old man replied, Thanks to the strategy designed by Dongdong, we split into dozens of small units and entered from all directions, and we also had help from friends inside the city. The armor replied, Enough, but if you attack the commercial city of Yeoupsung by force, all the commercial players there will leave, and you'll only gain an empty city after so much effort. The old man raised his axe blade and said, What we need is precisely that empty city. We want to establish a nation, and Yeoupsung is just a part of this plan. After you revive, come clean up the city. The Lord's position might still be yours. Then he cut the armored person in half. Fireworks began to explode in the sky. Wei Dongdong looked at them and said, Mission accomplished, we have taken control of Yeoupsung. Zeus and Apollo Gel watched the fireworks explode. Zeus had originally just wanted to catch a small monster to play with, but how had he become embroiled in such a large-scale conflict? Zeus glanced at Wei Dongdong. Since they've already declared war, we'll have to wage another national war. Kid, a surprise attack only works once. A national war is a war of attrition. I hope you continue to succeed. Zeus turned to the 7-colored sage. Tell Dozan that in the last national war, Achilles lost to him by half a second. This time, after he completes his rank 6 class change, he will personally come to reclaim the title of the #1 person in Heavenly Clear. Having said that, Zeus and Apollo Gel flew off and disappeared. Bao Bao said to Sungon, Don't worry, Bao Bao can see through it, but this fight wasn't very smooth at first. Fireworks filled the sky. Wei Dongdong exclaimed, Everyone, we have captured Yeoupsung. Everyone cheered. Amazing. Guling stood on the wooden floor and said, We must quickly repair the city walls, manage entry and exit personnel, and prevent surprise attacks from heaven and Gurio. Our Xuanyuan has been rooted in Heavenly Clear for nearly 10 years. Although we encountered disaster this time, 10 years ago we created something out of nothing. Today I believe we can once again reach the summit together. Guling extended his hand towards Songan and said, And this time we have formed an alliance with the star sea creatures, wild monsters, and Kongong. After everyone discussed it, they decided to continue using the name Xuanyuan for the organization. The people below cheered. Guling continued, But the new Xuanyuan will have more members. In the future, we will definitely be #1 again. The undisputed #1. Wei Dongdong leaned against a rock looking up and thought, This Guling, he truly is a born leader. I'm going to be busy again. Everyone was busy rebuilding the city gate and making repairs, and Chanbian was also directing them. But Bao Bao was just snoring, sleeping on the side in a house. Inside a room, Wei Dongdong said to the Xuanyuan people, Currently everything needs to be restored, but the most important thing is to restore Yeoupsung as a commercial city so that NPC merchants and players can all return. A national war is, frankly, a money war. Combat requires weapons, healing requires potions. Food must be guaranteed and stamina restored. If mechanics can craft machines, sieges will also be easier later. Everything requires money. Wei Dongdong sighed after speaking. Guling leaned against the window and said, The environment here is very good. Many players like to come here to take pictures. Yeoupsung's development was thanks to those tourists. Then Guling pointed to a B-shaped spot on the map. In addition, there are 2 material outposts nearby. This place is where LV-70 honeybee monsters gather. It's one of the few places in the Heavenly Clear world that can produce sugar. With sugar, you can produce delicious food as well as milk tea. This is also an important reason why Yeoupsung's commerce developed. When milk tea was mentioned, Bao Bao's eyes sparkled and she exclaimed, Milk tea? Wei Dongdong looked at the map and said thoughtfully, Unfortunately, the mining difficulty here is too high, and according to current data, honeybee monsters are not intelligent and all attack in swarms. Our current reputation is very low, so all the specialized players and NPCs who used to collect honey have left. We'll have to slowly find them again. The 7-colored sage pointed to a rocky area on the map and said, This is the largest mine in Zhengzheng. It contains various rare ores, but outside of that, there are too many crazy wild monsters inside and all sorts of dangerous traps. Even a rank 5 person couldn't guarantee easy entry and collection in the past, Guling said. Let's do this. I'll take the Xuanyuan people to deal with the mine, and the 7-colored sage and her group will be in charge of Chengxi. Dong Dong, you lead the people to the honeybee monster outpost and see if you can first open up a mining route. The 2 rank 6 individuals must stay and guard Yeoupsung. The Lord's position has already been given to Miss Sungon. This way it's basically impossible for them to conquer Yeoupsung. Bao Bao gave a thumbs up and said, "Don't worry, Bao Bao will definitely stay inside the city, I won't go anywhere." Bao Bao looked at Wei Dongdong with sparkling eyes and said, "Let's go find honey. If we find honey we can drink milk tea." Wei Dongdong looked at her and said awkwardly, "That's possible, but those wild monsters are still in the main city. I want to rescue them. I've already infiltrated some players to do so." Neza sat at the desk and said, "In short, city recovery is simply about money, money and more money." After that, Wei Dongdong and Bao Bao went outside, and before leaving he said to Banban, "Fatty, after we repair the teleportation point in Yeoupsung, you go to Xinji Academy and bring our other companions. In the meantime, I'll also complete my rank 4 class change. After that, we'll all go to the honeybee monster outpost and check the situation." Banban said, "Captain, don't worry, I'll complete the mission." Wei Dongdong walked dispiritedly and said to Bao Bao, "To complete a mission you need to have your own core strength." Suddenly, things had become busy. Bao Bao clenched her fists and said with determination, "Cheer up, we'll get honey soon and drink milk tea. We'll go play in many other places too." Wei Dongdong looked at her in admiration. Bao Bao is really energetic. The 2 stopped at a cracked teleportation point. Wei Dongdong said to her, "Oh right, when you change classes you can evolve your race and change your appearance. The 7-colored sage said you asked for quite a few appearance change materials. What kind of appearance are you planning to change to?" She blushed and said, "Why, you'll see later." Then Bao Bao went inside. Wei Dongdong crossed his arms and thought, "What's there that she can't even say? Now I have to wait here." As the door glowed and slowly opened, Wei Dongdong was startled. Bao Bao walked out wearing a form-fitting armor, a cloak, and holding a staff. On her forehead was the same insignia as Wei Dongdong. She stammered, her face red. "I got the same tattoo as you. I thought it would suit a blood-sucking skeleton better." Xiaoludu closed her eyes, looking dejected. "I'm sorry, Dongdong, I couldn't protect the others. Many of them ended up being captured by heaven." A man heard that and laughed, comforting her. "Arino, we're back now. This matter will be easily resolved." Xiaoludu heard that and looked up in surprise, asking, "This person is?" Wei Dongdong stepped forward, patted his shoulder and explained to Xiaoludu, "He's another time-space traveler. He just successfully completed his class change and used quite a few materials to evolve himself into a flood dragon." This flood dragon bowed his head, saluting everyone and said, "Hello everyone, please take care of me." Xiaoludu heard that and said to him, "I wonder how many people like us are left. By the way, Dongdong, while I was escaping, I discovered something related to us time-space travelers." The flood dragon and Wei Dongdong heard that and were excited. They rubbed their palms together, approached her and excitedly asked, "Could it be that some cheat has been discovered?" Xiaoludu took out a small mushroom clump. It seemed to have sentience as it continued to squirm playfully as soon as it was taken out. Xiaoludu continued, "This is an awakened wild monster I found while staying in a low-level monster outpost. I call it Nengnung." Nengnung heard that and covered its chubby and cute face with its 2 short hands and said, "Hello everyone, I'm Nengnung." Wei Dongdong looked at it, slightly frowned, and said thoughtfully, "What could this mean?" He turned to the flood dragon. "Noho, have you had contact with many wild monsters?" Noho heard that, scratched his head and frowned, saying, "I got captured and dissected by those guys before I could contact many." Xiaoludu turned to Wei Dongdong and said, "Dongdong, you left as soon as those skeletons awakened, but I kept staying in the wild monster outpost while escaping. I found that the wild monsters around us have a much higher chance of awakening their wisdom." A few days ago, Xiaoludu had injured her leg and she clutched her wound, staying temporarily in a cave. Xiaoludu said, "I've almost used up all my traps. I absolutely cannot get caught." Suddenly at this moment Xiaoludu was surprised to find a large cluster of mushrooms in the corner of the cave. Xiaoludu thought to herself, "Why are these mushroom monsters gathered here?" Suddenly a chubby, short-limbed and cute little mushroom walked towards her. Seeing that the little mushroom had no ill intentions, she remained still and allowed the little mushroom to approach. Unexpectedly, the little mushroom approached her leg wound and spat out a sticky green liquid. Xiaoludu looked at it and was surprised, thinking to herself, "This is." She saw her leg wound gradually heal and disappear as if nothing had happened. The little mushroom standing next to her clapped its hands happily. Dongdong heard that and seemed to realize something. He said, "No wonder. When I first trained those wild monsters I found that they were unusually obedient. The surrounding wild monsters have indeed awakened a lot, and even legendary wild monsters like the charred mushroom have appeared." Suddenly, Dongdong exclaimed in terror, "Charred mushroom!" He covered his head and shouted, "Damn it, I forgot about the charred mushroom." Xiaoludu, who was listening nearby, calmly said to Wei Dongdong, "Don't worry, the charred mushroom has already returned to Xinji Academy with the famous ghost. Principal Lei is personally teaching him. He said that the charred mushroom's natural talent is exceptional." Noho heard that and said happily, "I knew it. Heaven wouldn't let us transcend time and space for no reason." Finally, it feels a bit like a time-space travel novel. Having said that, his eyes sparkled, anticipating the interesting things that would happen in the future. Wei Dongdong ignored him, and couldn't help but feel excited himself. If this theory is true, how many wild monsters are there in the heavenly clear world? That's several times the combined number of all players and NPCs. Moreover, most of them are unconscious wild monsters. They control important parts of the heavenly clear world, and if we can awaken them, we will gain infinite possibilities. Let's organize and first go to the honeybee monster outpost to check the situation. Just then, Bao Bao was offline. In a dreamy yellow chrysanthemum field, yellow bees were diligently collecting nectar. Noho, Dongdong and Xiaoludu hid together behind a large tree and looked at the bee-filled flower field before them. Dongdong frowned, stretched his head out and looked into the distance, saying, "Can such pure wild monsters be easily awakened? What should we do?" Noho heard that and confidently said, "Just directly open your heart and communicate with them." Having said that, he confidently walked alone to the front of the flower field. He put his hands on his hips and loudly said, "Hey, we're all family." Wei Dongdong hid behind the tree, his mouth agape in surprise at his lone confidence. Noho continued, "We're all wild monsters. Come here, I'll teach you how to awaken." As soon as he finished speaking, the bees that were slowly collecting nectar suddenly turned towards Noho. Wei Dongdong saw the swarm of bees turn towards Noho and thought worriedly, "They've stopped collecting nectar but aren't attacking. Could it really be effective?" Suddenly, at this moment, a thick yellow rope-like bundle flew out and Noho shouted in terror, "No way, why isn't it following the script? I'm the one who helps you awaken." Noho stammered in fear. Before he could finish speaking, the yellow ropes tightly bound him, leaving only his miserable screams. After a long time, Noho was finally released. At this time, his face was already bruised and swollen, and his whole body was limp and lifeless, sprawled on the ground. Seeing this horrific sight, Wei Dongdong and Xiaoludu could only cover their faces and sigh. Wei Dongdong said to Xiaoludu, "Is this guy really the chosen time-space traveler? Honeybee venom causes pain for 3 more days even after reviving." At the revival point in Yeopshang, Neza saw his face swollen beyond recognition and asked him in surprise, "Noho, what on earth did you go through?" When Dongdong's group discovered the secret of time-space travelers, they didn't know that in the northern continent, another time-space traveler had already grasped this rule, and moreover, this player harbored an intense hatred for humanity. At this moment, on a beach with gentle waves, a talking brown mouse was surprised to see himself. At this time it said in surprise, "I really did transcend time and space. I finally escaped that world." It jumped up and down with joy. From childhood on Earth he was brutally beaten every day by his drunken father. His curses were commonplace. "You are just useless. If it weren't for you, how would Xiaoling have died?" He was scorned and ignored by those around him, called a bringer of disaster, a monster. Just die. Shaking off that ugly memory, Dushu said to himself, "Enough, I've already transcended time and space. What's the point of thinking about such unpleasant things?" It lazily stretched, thinking comfortably to itself, "I didn't expect to transcend time and space and become a digging mouse, and my attributes are too low. But the scariest thing about digging mice is forming swarms." Suddenly, at this moment, a group of mice cautiously approached. Dushu was startled and retreated to a corner. Dushu's face turned pale, and he fearfully waved his hands and stammered, "What are you doing? Do you wild monsters want to bully me too? Get lost right now." The mice listened to Dushu talk for a long time, looking blank and bewildered. Suddenly, it flailed its limbs, continuously squeaking as if trying to say something. Dushu watched it, surprised, and thought to himself, "They're imitating me." Dushu went over to where 2 mice were and asked, "Can you understand me?" The mice signaled that they couldn't, staring blankly at him for a long time. One frowned in thought and the other scrutinized Dushu. Seeing their expressions, Dushu happily thought to himself, "Interesting, interesting." Meanwhile, inside a cave, a group of 3 was diligently mining ore. One girl said, "It should be fine to mine here." A green-haired man heard her and immediately replied, "This is the outer layer. There are only a few low-level digging mice." Another man, smaller than him and exuding a golden aura, looked at it and happily said, "I've leveled up. Unfortunately, it's not as good as hunting wild monsters, but the leveling speed while doing this kind of work isn't bad. I can even do basic smelting now." Suddenly, at that moment, the girl cried out in fear. Her hand trembled as she pointed to a dark corner of the cave and said, "What is that?" In that dark corner, tens of thousands of red glowing eyes were staring intently at them. They continuously made squeaking sounds. The man who had just leveled up saw it and cried out in fear, "A random event has been triggered. But they only appear in spring. There are too many of them. Even a rank 5 class change player will be swallowed by them." As soon as he finished speaking, he quickly turned and fled, but it was already too late. In an instant he was buried in the swarm of mice. The other 2 also could not escape their fate. They were swept away by the enormous swarm of digging mice, and their bodies were savagely gnawed. When the mouse swarm departed, only 3 skeletal remains were left. The wicked Dushu watched everything from a corner. He slyly thought to himself, "Tear them apart, they all deserve to die." A few months later, Dushu stood on a mound of dirt. Below him were hundreds of thousands of mice. Dushu looked at this scene and thought to himself, "After months, I've finally found a way to command the mouse swarm. They can continuously devour and level up, but unfortunately they can't undergo a class change." Dushu looked up at the sky. Not far away was Earth. He thought to himself, "That must be this main mission, Earth." Suddenly, as if realizing something, Dushu laughed and said, So that's how it is, his faint laughter gradually turned into crazed laughter, he continued. Was our transcendence of space-time here an experiment? If so, there must be a way to return. Dushu's eyes filled with anger as he looked at Earth and shouted loudly. Those who despise this world and me, I will slowly make them pay. As soon as he finished speaking, he turned and spoke to another swarm of mice that was surrounding an old turtle. Dushu said, we must continuously grow stronger, continuously devour wild monsters, and continuously merge. At this moment, under his command was not only a swarm of mice but also a gigantic army of blue spirits. At this moment, a beautiful girl's black hair fluttered in the wind. She turned to Dushu and said seriously, my lord, a monster assembly is complete. You said you wanted to leave the class change hall and some players during this siege, is that correct? Dushu glanced at her, then raised his head and said, only by successfully conquering and acquiring the class change hall do we have a future, Miss Fr. Remember, all players are wicked. They slaughtered our wild monsters and stole our resources. Now it's time for our counterattack. Dushu looked at the nearby Earth, spread his arms wide and ambitiously shouted, the seeds of hatred for players must be spread to every corner. In the future we will definitely reach Earth. After saying this, Dushu thought to himself, when that time comes, I'll take you and completely destroy that accursed world. A sinister smile bloomed in Dushu's heart. As soon as Noho's group returned, Wei Dongdong immediately asked, is the investigation truly complete? They said there's a queen bee deep inside. Noho's entire face was swollen from stings, his cheeks puffed up like Songpyeon, and he was in too much pain to speak properly. It seems there's an intelligent creature, a queen bee, deep inside. Xiaoludu frowned in disgust. What is he saying? There's no need to force himself to speak when he's like that. Wei Dongdong smiled, revealing his fangs. He says there's an intelligent creature at the center, the queen bee, who can communicate, so she probably won't sting people. But the problem is how to get to the central area. Bao Bao moved her finger across the map. The map indicated a distance of about 2 kilometers from here to the central area. How long did Noho last earlier? Wei Dongdong recalled, holding up 3 fingers. About 30 seconds. But he lost his ability to move immediately after the first 10 seconds and then slowly died from the poison. Xiaoludu stroked her chin, deep in thought. What if we mobilize a large number of people to wipe out all the honeyflower bees and take their honey, or set traps to make them leave this area? Wei Dongdong looked down, his arms crossed, and shook his head. Killing them is absolutely not an option. This is the honeyflower bees' revival point. He felt stumped about the next plan. Wild monsters like them, who are naturally level 70. Even if they die, they quickly revive at level 70. But if we die multiple times, we revert to level 1. Relying on human wave tactics to capture this place is extraordinarily difficult. Archa, pointing at his skeleton form, said casually, since Noho is already like that anyway, how about we use him as a shield to charge? Noho, who had been silent, suddenly faced disaster. He jumped up in surprise, intending to object. You have no humanity? This meant, do you have any humanity? Wei Dongdong crossed his arms and turned his head, pretending not to hear. Dongdong handed out a few shovels to everyone. Actually, it might be better to go back. Let's go. As he returned to his old profession, the corner of his mouth curved upwards. Let's dig a tunnel. They diligently dug for a long time, and the dirt behind them piled up in thick mounds inside the tunnel. A few lines of magical light illuminated the way, and everyone's clothes were covered in dirt. As Noho drove his shovel into a mound of dirt below, he suddenly felt something. He widened his eyes. I think I broke through something, the remaining 3 people murmured amongst themselves. Wei Dongdong couldn't understand. It's only 500 meters, what did you break through? Noho swept away the dirt, revealing a small tunnel. Noho, without thinking, immediately entered. You guys quick, look. Here, but the sight before him froze him. It was an underground beehive. All the baby bees were as big as a grown man's thumb. Hearing the sound, they all turned simultaneously. Needless to say, the 4 of them were extremely frightened. Why is there an underground beehive here? Without a thought for Noho, who was still inside, the 3 quickly filled the tunnel with the dirt they had dug earlier. They worked with unprecedented diligence. Sorry, Noho, we have no choice but to block the passage. If the honeyflower bees come in, everyone will die. The terror Noho had just experienced with the bees seemed to have become a psychological trauma. Noho panicked and tried to dig away the dirt with his hands. Don't be ungrateful, he shouted. The bees aimed their stingers at Noho. He pressed himself against the dead end, his forehead drenched in sweat. Hey, we're all wild monsters, give me some face. When you all awaken later, I Noho will protect you. The monsters, as if equipped with rockets, flew towards him like arrows. Noho, startled, quickly transformed into a small snake, reducing his size. A light appeared at the revival point, and a snake, swollen like a ball, popped out of it. The people there were confused. What is this ball? This is a revival point. It's not a transfer point. Meanwhile, Wei Dongdong's group had returned to the forest. He crossed his arms, unfazed by losing a member. An underground beehive, the tunnel digging route is out of the question. He looked away as if he had come up with a rather good new idea. Or should we try from the sky? In the distance, a young man appeared in the forest. The opponent flew like an arrow, leaving a thick cloud of dust behind him. As if Noho had teleportation abilities, he rushed from a distance, grabbed Wei Dongdong's shoulder tightly and wailed, "Why did you betray a comrade? That's too much. Dongdong, I'll never forgive you." Wei Dongdong looked Noho up and down, surprised. "You're back to normal. That was an unavoidable measure. I'll help you regain the levels you lost later. Come on, let's discuss how to enter the central beehive together." Noho quickly wiped his tears. He was very wronged. "I went to Chanbian and asked for a talisman. I was able to temporarily recover to normal. Otherwise I wouldn't even be able to move right now. Xiaoludu propped her chin on her hand, letting out a heavy sigh. Or let's go check out another area. This place is too difficult to enter, Wei Dongdong disagreed. Time doesn't wait for us. Heaven's side has already gathered its forces. We need to quickly occupy this wild monster territory. Bao Bao only listened quietly, focusing on eating her cake. In the forest, bees were sucking honey nearby when they suddenly caught a strange scent and flew together in a swarm. They gathered into a cluster and buzzed above Bao Bao's head. At first she didn't realize anything and continued to eat her cake deliciously. As they approached closer, she finally panicked and cried out, running behind Wei Dongdong to hide. Dongdong, I'm scared of bugs. He looked at them. It seemed all their attention was on Bao Bao's leftover cake. Dongdong shouted, they're not aggressive. It seems they like the sweet treats in Bao Bao's hand. In a phantom corridor, Peach Blossom led the way, wearing a black cloak that covered her face. Cold voice was heard. Have you subdued that squirrel? Don't let him leak any information. Li Jiyu approached, reported, and gave a thumbs up. At first he hated me to death, but when I promised to give him half, he immediately became docile. Xuanyuan is truly generous. They directly gave 20,000 in cash to each person just to rescue a few small wild monsters. Du Shu followed, speaking. We all used to work for heaven. You two should readjust your attributes so you don't die by mistake. But why did you two undergo a class change to skeletons? Xiao Xiao and Bonbon bowed their heads. Li Jiyu waved his hand. According to the information we obtained, he should be nearby. Let's search all around us. They passed by a room. Sappo noticed the light coming from the door crack and he approached to open the door. Everyone was blinded by the light coming from inside. Inside they were performing some ritual with the Lord, standing on a high platform in the center and a crowd wearing black cloaks listening intently below. He spoke gently. Are you late followers? Please take your seats. The Lord God will forgive you. Li Jiyu, flustered and at a loss, mumbled, asking his companions for their opinion. What should we do now? What do you guys think? But when he turned, no one was there. Where did they go? When he looked again, they were already politely bowing their heads and putting their hands together in prayer. Li Jiyu was dumbfounded. You guys act fast. Lord Rai continued his earlier speech. He spread his arms and the light entering from outside illuminated his body, and the wings on his back lightly fluttered. The hardest times are over. In the past the number of followers gradually decreased, but when we discovered the heavenly clear world we couldn't explain it scientifically. His fingers brushed over each ray of light. In this world we obtained magic and a great deal of diverse power. The only explanation is that a god created this world. His pure white angel wings spread wide and his entire body seemed to glow. His voice was majestic yet warm, moving people's hearts. The Lord of Light will surely embrace the earth once more, to illuminate this world with the light of hope. Almighty Lord, all the followers below placed their right hands on their chests. They shouted in unison, Almighty Lord. Li Jiyu and Peach Blossom's group also hastily followed suit. Almighty, Almighty. Lord Rai smiled with satisfaction. And the new main mission has also been revealed to us. A new heaven will appear in the future. Those who believe in the Lord God will gain eternal life and blessings, and heretics and blasphemers will surely suffer calamity. Everyone shouted in unison, Strike down the heretics for the Lord God. Sappho's face turned ashen and he crouched in a corner disheartened. So fanatical. Captain Dongdong's place is definitely more normal. Returning to Wei Dongdong's side after a short absence, Wei Dongdong also happily ran back. I'm back. He came back with a pile of honey. He excitedly poured all these sweet things onto Noho's body. If we put honey on ourselves, maybe the bees won't sting us. Noho had already transformed into a small snake and cried out aggrievedly, damn it, they're using me as a guinea pig again. He held the honey jar and explained, you've already lost 2 levels. Even if you lose another now, you'll only drop to level 30. But if we die now, we'll drop from our highest level, which is a complete loss. Noho's 2 wings felt heavy and he was forced to apply the honey, making his whole body sticky and unpleasant to look at. You scoundrel! Noho approached the swarm of bees, leaving a long trail of honey dragging on the ground. Then I'll go give it a try. They turned their heads and looked at him. From his 2 previous experiences, Noho's face turned pale. Damn it, this is bad, I'm doomed this time. As they charged, Noho could only block with his small wings. But after waiting for a long time, nothing happened. Wait, he opened his eyes. Why don't I feel anything? When he looked again, the bees were clinging to his body, docilely sucking the honey. Noho's heart felt much lighter. Success, nothing happened. Wei Dongdong witnessed the whole scene and to confirm it more reliably, thought about trying again. How about we find a few low-level people, then we'll block their pain receptors and experiment again. Xiaoludu nodded in agreement. That should work. The sweet substance was poured again. Wei Dongdong carried the honey pot at his side, applying more whenever needed. The surrounding bees merely followed, doing nothing. He looked at the honey pot, his mind conflicted, his heart aching. This is also such a waste of money. Sugar is already very precious in the heavenly clear world. We used up a whole bottle just to walk one path. It's usually worth several months' income. Noho was very excited, as if he had gained strength. Do you think this queen bee will be in human form like Raijing? Is it finally my turn for an otherworldly beauty? Noho, Xiaoludu, walking beside him, heard his thoughts and was disgusted. What on earth are you thinking about? Focus on the crisis at hand and you can think about wealth and beautiful girls later. Noho crossed his arms, looked down and clicked his tongue a few times. Typical woman. We transcended space-time all this way. Of course something is waiting for us. In other words, I'm a playboy. If I didn't think about beautiful girls after transcending space-time to another world, what else would I think about? she retorted his opinion, gesturing with her finger. If you come to another world, of course you'd want to farm. Isn't it better to gradually build your own world? Bao Bao held the honey in her hand, and had already eaten more than half of it. Seeing them noisily arguing, she was annoyed. I can't understand what they're saying again. Wei Dongdong interrupted their argument. We've arrived. This is the beehive entrance. As they approached the entrance, the number of bees increased. The sky was completely covered in black. He crossed his arms and looked at the dark holes inside. Are there no records about the inside? Xiaoludu shook her head. No, in the past, everyone who collected honey used speed or set traps to get it. No one used methods like pouring sugar water on themselves like us. It's too expensive. Xiaoludu looked around. I don't know what level the queen bee here is. If we can't communicate, our losses this time will be too great. After going inside, everything was dark and unclear. Wei Dongdong narrowed his eyes. After coming in here, the number of honey-flower bees has significantly decreased. Let's go that way. Xiaoludu pointed to the left path with her finger. I got the Heart of Talent during my second class change. What about you all? What class change and level were you before transcending time and space? Lao Hu was the first to raise his hand and speak. I'm an assassin, 4th class change, level 100. Dongdong did the same. I was a guild leader of a small guild, 4th class change, level 100 ice mage. Dudu asked as if recalling something. Captain Dongdong once said that after class change you can use skills even without learning the mind method based on your sense of magic operation, right? Wei Dongdong nodded, creating ice shards with his hand. That's right, during this 4th class change I focused on making my water element points more precise. I reset all my talent points to learn the Yinhan mind method before. But after transcending time and space, we found that we understood this world better. We could even cast skills without learning them just by relying on our method of magic operation. Dudu crossed her arms and smiled with her eyes. Me too. I was originally an architect-type player, and now I can analyze the honeycomb structure where the outer parts are all for storing honey, and the deeper inside you go, the easier it is to find worker bees. They're responsible for construction and defense. As they were talking, a sound came from the inner path, and Dudu was startled, immediately retreating. 2 level 80 3rd-class change honeyflower worker bees. They were as big as or bigger than adult men with balanced human-like bodies, but their heads and tails were bees. Lao Hu was so scared his snake tongue flickered out. This guy is too bizarre. As they flew over, Wei Dongdong frowned. Sugared water won't work here. You're not combat classes, so hide behind me. Then he created hundreds of ice shards. He threw them, tearing off the opponent's wings, and the honeyflower worker bees fell to the ground. Wei Dongdong took a stance and spat fire again to burn those wild monsters to death. Wei Dongdong shouted, "They're calling their comrades. Quickly, let's get to the queen bee and see if we can communicate." The 4 of them then fled at top speed. The queen bee was half lying, half sitting on a large bed, resting her chin on her hand. Another drone died. I need to move to find a new drone, she grumbled irritably. So tired, I don't want to move. Wei Dongdong covered their rear. He shot an ice arrow, shattering a stone wall and blocking the path behind them. Hearing the crumbling sound, Dongdong grew anxious. Dudu, how much further to the queen bee? Dudu turned her head. Still running. Oh no, it's a multi-layered structure here. We've already reached the central area. The queen bee is probably below us. The honeyflower worker bees broke through the wall. Dongdong glanced at it and thought, I have no choice. As soon as he finished speaking, a mysterious blue light emanated from his hand. Heavenly law manifestation. The queen bee on the lower floor, completely unaware of the chaotic battle above, prayed with her hands clasped. Please send me a drone or even a strong male will do. Just as her prayer ended, a loud sky-shattering noise came from the floor above and a group of strange people fell. Wei Dongdong caught Bao Bao. Dudu fell onto the bed and only Lao Hu fell directly into the queen bee's embrace. She blushed and quickly covered her face, convinced her wish had come true. Lao Hu was stunned, looking at the bee-bodied woman before him. All his fantasies of the queen bee being a beautiful girl vanished into thin air. He opened his mouth, but no words came out. Why does the queen bee of another world look like this? Is this time-space transcendence? I want a refund, an alarm blared. Phineas sat in his chair, his body weary. My real-world body is already critical. This is the liquid extracted from the flying snake's body. What are the experiment results? Bai Yu immediately replied, instantly petrifies. But unlike ordinary players going offline, some items remain within the petrified body. However, activating them seems to require authorization. The mark above a time-space traveler's head should recognize its owner, but we've tried before and it was all in vain. Phineas, sweating coldly, looked at the small bottle in his hand and said, I have no other choice. I'll drink this in a moment. Seal my real-world body in liquid nitrogen. Noegel, Undang, Bai Yu, you 3 are brothers who have shared life and death with me. When we first discovered that the heavenly clear world was unusual, thank you for playing this game with me for so many years. Bai Yu closed his eyes tightly and frowned, saying, It's my fault. The heavenly clear world definitely has too many mysteries and there's only so much that can be solved. Even as your chief engineer, I couldn't provide any help, Noegel said. I'm merely a bodyguard. If the chairman hadn't taken me in, I would have died among the refugees that year. Entrust Xiao Yi to me. If anyone harms Xiao Yi, whether in reality or the game, I will risk my life. I have never feared anyone. Undang looked at Phinia and said, If the chairman leaves, the board will probably be uncontrollable. But in the past few years, the heavenly clear world has earned them a considerable amount of money. Phinia began to cough, and he spoke with difficulty. I feel my body weakening. Simply put, I don't care about money or the company. All I care about are you and Xiao Yi. That child is very smart, but it's a pity I don't have time to teach her. Tell her the truth directly. There's no need to be sad or distressed. Maybe one day I'll return here. As soon as he finished speaking, he opened the cap of the bottle in his hand and drank it all at once. Afterwards, Fainia wiped his mouth and said, "Oh right, I once connected Xiaoyi and Dong Dong. And that guy is trustworthy. He usually likes to play dirty tricks, but in crucial moments he will never abandon his comrades. Emotions are more important to him than anything else. Such time-space travelers are truly rare." Fainia's eyes reddened and he looked at his hands, continuing. "So this is what it felt like, so that's how it was." As soon as he finished speaking, he petrified, and Undong said, "Are we waiting for the chairman to return?" Noajil replied, "The chairman saved my life. He just left, so if anyone has any ulterior motives, don't forget that I was a former Special Forces member in the real world. A one-for-one exchange is easy." Undong laughed and said to Noajil, "Why are you so tense? I was just making a hypothesis. Who among us hasn't suffered with the chairman? And who's going to inform Miss Xiaoyi?" Noajil said. "I'll go take care of Miss Xiaoyi," Baiyu said. "I'll go organize the data and report to the board. We need to prepare for the chairman's body to be frozen." As soon as he finished speaking, the two petrified, and Undong placed his hand on Fainia's statue's shoulder and said, "You finally left. You said the company wasn't important, right? The chairman is so smart, but he couldn't calculate what would happen after his death." He walked behind the chair and divided the shares into 4 parts. "But currently all management and operations are assisted by me. One person is responsible for research and development, and one person is responsible for security. They shouldn't take so much, but it's okay. I'll take my share myself," and he continued, looking sinisterly at Fainia. "My era has come, to pin hopes on a mere wild monster. What is that guy doing now?" On Wei Dongdong's side, Lao Hu blushed with embarrassment, holding the Queen Bee's arm, unable to move. Wei Dongdong happily held a sign declaring a perfect solution. "We've gained a honey supply, and Lao Hu has gained the beautiful girl he wanted." Lao Hu shouted angrily, and Dongdong put his arm around Lao Hu's shoulder, comforting him. "Only by getting honey can we develop further. Plus, we've formed a marriage alliance directly with the Queen Bee, so our mining efficiency will be much higher in the future. Controlling sugar in the heavenly clear world is like controlling money." Lao Hu mumbled. The Queen Bee blushed and said, "I prayed to the heavens today for a drone, and I didn't expect you to appear. This is truly destiny." Lao Hu stammered anxiously. "It's just that our races are different," the Queen Bee explained. "Our honeyflower bees can synthesize genes with any race. Our offspring will inherit the strengths of both races." Lao Hu, sweating coldly, glanced at the other two. "How about that skeleton guy over there?" Wei Dongdong shook his head from behind, and Bao Bao stared at Lao Hu expressionlessly. The Queen Bee shyly said, No, we can only form relationships with the first male we see. Besides, that vampire clearly has an owner. We are very loyal to our emotions." 2 muscular drones suddenly appeared behind the Queen Bee. "Darling, you won't regret it, will you? Our rule is either marriage or a funeral." Lao Hu quickly held up 3 fingers and said, No, my feelings for her are sincere. Heaven and earth can attest." The Queen Bee then re-embraced Lao Hu's arm. Seeing this scene, Wei Dongdong smiled and thought, simply sacrificing Lao Hu's purity was a success. So simple. Sappo walked, sighing tiredly. "I'm so exhausted from being forced to pray for 30 minutes. Suddenly he turned aside and asked, "Do you even know where those wild monsters are imprisoned?" Li Jiyu heard the question, scratched his head and laughed, saying to Sappo, "They're probably on this floor. We're not core members either, so we can only search slowly, but they don't seem to value those wild monsters much, so the surveillance shouldn't be too strict." Sappo looked distressed, frowned, and asked suspiciously, "Perhaps?" Li Jiyu walked ahead. As he walked, he said to Sappo, Quick, there aren't many rooms left. Let's search quickly and get this over with." Sappo silently followed Li Jiyu. They opened door after door but found nothing. When they opened the last door, there was a large iron cage in the center of the room, and inside were wild people who had been imprisoned for who knows how long. Sappo saw it and shouted loudly, "Xiaolin over here, Xiaolin, just wait a moment, I'll rescue you right away." Among them was a wild monster with green-dyed blonde hair. She whispered to Sappo, "Run away quickly." Suddenly, a woman in white robes appeared holding a staff. Fappu quietly blocked the doorway. Sappo and Xiao Xiao were startled and turned their heads to look at her. Fappu, worried, signaled them to be quiet. She said, "Don't make noise." "You're from Xuanyuan, aren't you?" Sappo quickly drew his sword. He guarded against her, pointing his sword at her, and shouted loudly, "We're players, you can't do anything to us." At this moment Heath suddenly appeared from somewhere and said to them, "It's a misunderstanding. I can help you and these wild monsters escape, but I want to speak with the Xuanyuan High Command." Sappo heard that and said cautiously, "Weren't you from the Gakuk Kingdom? Why are you trying to capture us and then release us again?" Heath closed his eyes and sadly said to him, "It's all my fault for inviting a wolf into the house. Now heaven basically controls the kingdom completely and I'm just a puppet. If things continue like this, no matter who wins in the end, we won't be able to protect the Gakuk Kingdom." Fappu also heard that and continued, "But heaven is starting to proselytize within the country, erasing our existence. This is something we cannot tolerate even more. Now we're going to take a gamble. If you can defeat heaven, at least your management will be traditional. We founded the Li Duchy and we don't want it to be transformed by heaven. So we want to speak with the Xuanyuan High Command." Sappo listened to her words and remained silent for a long time. Meanwhile, in another place, Dongdong and Dudu were walking down the street together. Dongdong said to Dudu, "Although I temporarily sacrificed Lao Hu, I promised to find him some class change materials and appearance change materials. But the Queen Bee is a 4th class change wild monster, so the materials and mind methods needed for a 5th class change are too advanced to find in the short term. Dudu heard that and excitedly said to him, "Didn't he want an otherworldly beauty? Just let him enjoy wealth and comfort. It'll be my turn later." Suddenly, Dong Dong looked into the distance and said, "It seems heaven has started to make a move. Forcing a siege is basically impossible, so they're probably planning to attack commercially. After a siege, we have a 1-month protection period. After 1 month, guilds can then choose other siege methods. Unlike military sieges, commercial sieges are much more complex. Any guild that meets the conditions can go to the mission center and by simultaneously satisfying several conditions, can be considered to have successfully completed the siege. First, more than 65 of the city's legal residents must be maintained. Second, 60 of commercial institutions must be occupied through commercial means. At this time, a large number of players must participate in life skills to improve the city's environment and increase entertainment facilities and occupations for NPCs. Dudu heard that, covered her face and excitedly asked, "So it's time to start farming and city management?" Dong Dong heard that and gave a thumbs up saying, "That's right, so I'll trouble you and the Xuanyuan people. I'll also help you during this period and raise my own strength. At the same time, I'll go to other wild monster outposts to see if I can awaken more wild monsters." Dudu heard that, stretched and happily said, "Let's get to work first. We need to rebuild the city. Although the number of NPCs has decreased due to the war, the number of construction worker NPCs is still quite high. After increasing the city's reputation, NPCs will return to open shops and create new industries, which will lead to production workers and the creation of value in society." At this moment, Dudu handed Bao Bao a drink and said, "Try the milk tea we made." Bao Bao happily accepted it. Desserts are basically restored now. Bao Bao took a sip of milk tea and couldn't help but say, "It's so delicious." Dudu winked at Bao Bao and said, "Of course, chefs, architects, painters, I had all those certifications when I was a player. After transcending time and space, I didn't need to relearn them. I could just use those skills directly. Farming is like this, seeing the city you built gradually develop and grow, little by little. The feeling of building a city with a group of people is truly wonderful." 3 people were waiting in the room. The administrator reported, "The return rate of life skill players and NPCs has reached approximately 65, and basic industries have recovered. Sugar production has recovered to 70. At the current pace, it's expected to reach previous levels in about half a month." A stream of water slowly flowed from a large container into a teacup. Xiaodudu continued, "Iron ore production recovery is relatively slow. The previous city lord destroyed a large number of basic facilities and equipment when he left, but it has currently reached 40 of its previous level. We are actively building a port and have also launched a city consumption coupon industry. The industrial ownership of previous players having worked so hard for so long will definitely be reluctant to leave. That way we can attract some players back. At the same time, public facilities and schools have all been maintained. After all, education is the most important thing." Xiaodudu reasserted. The people murmured, asking angrily, "Why didn't you destroy the schools when you were fighting?" Guling asked Xiaodudu, "What is our current production value?" Xiaodudu replied, "The current estimated value is 5 million heavenly clear coins, but right now there are too many places to invest, requiring over 1 million a month. Once production recovers, it's expected to reach 15 million, the 7-colored saint continued. "It's still a bit slow. We need to capture more cities to restore production value. We also need to stockpile resources for the main mission. A single national war costs both sides nearly 1 billion, so we need to take over the entire Zhengzheng to make a profit." The 7-colored saint pointed to the map and said, "This is the center of the 4 continents, so all resources must pass through here. If we control all of Zhengzheng, we basically won't have to worry about money." A girl pushed open the door and said decisively, "Not good. Heaven has received a city lord mission. The commercial war will officially begin." "Commercial war?" She covered her mouth and asked. Wei Dongdong explained to Bao Bao, "In a commercial siege battle, if we gain 60 of the commercial value, we'll have the chance to directly elect a new city lord through a popular vote. Fortunately, however, we are in power, so we have many benefits that are only valid for us." Guling sighed. "Did heaven send that guy, Jerry Zoze, the world's 2nd richest man, owner of Heavenly Clear's largest social and video platform, a former programmer but unfortunately a devout follower of heaven? He caused us a lot of trouble last time too." Bao Bao playfully asked, "Then who's the richest?" "I'm not really interested in the news." The white-haired old man said, "Of course it's Chairman Wang, the king of Heavenly Clear. Heavenly Clear has fundamentally changed people's lifestyles and work methods, but he rarely appears." The old man continued, "In the last national war, Hua was our ally, but unfortunately I just received news. Hua passed away a few days ago, and now a fierce struggle is taking place within Gurio. But his daughter is truly remarkable. At a young age, with the support of Noajil and Baiyu, she stabilized some parts. Now Gurio is contested by 3 forces." Wei Dongdong nodded and asked, "Don't we have any commercial talent to rival Jerry?" The young girl sighed and replied, "There is one, but he's too distracted, so I don't know where he's on vacation." A boat lightly skimmed across the sea. A scarf printed with gold coins was tied around a young man's neck. In terms of work ethic, only the 13 prodigies can compete with Jerry. Wei Dongdong sighed with exhaustion. "We're doing things like live commerce on this side, besides advertising products and encouraging young people." The young girl checked the system and found that it had started. "Jerry is buying up all the shops in the market, releasing the same type of products to drive down prices. His goal is to burn money and cut us off at the root." Chanbyun, you go and keep a close watch on Jerry. Guling, send your disciples here. Stockpile resources. Recruit players. We will not lose this battle, Guling resolutely assured those around him. Jerry and his subordinate began to act. How many have arrived? 500 people. Your Excellency, are you really going to interfere here? The subordinate reported. Jerry said in a calm but calculating voice, this is a sugar production route. Why can workers directly enter and collect honey? Commercial price pressure and acquisition methods are common. I want to cut off the source. Block the supply and this place must be occupied. No player should be allowed to collect honey. We can also hunt honey flower bees to level up. Bo put on his clothes and lamented, who can endure this? I just took a vacation, but I'll go back to the main city to see if anything's happening and coincidentally find some materials to help Zhaofeng advance to rank 5 quickly. A subordinate drew his sword and shouted loudly with a stern expression, I'll deal with you first. The others, leave this place quickly, or you'll end up like this wild monster. The sword swept past Noho's neck, instantly cutting him in two. He cried out in despair, damn it, I just leveled up. A yellow body rose up, and its enraged owner shouted, how dare you kill my man here? You all must die. In the sky there were countless small wasp-like monsters, so many that they covered the sky. The people were almost unconscious from being hit by these monsters. Deployment. The person who came with Jerry Zoze extended his hand forward and chanted a spell, and after a moment, a very strong defensive barrier appeared around them. He looked towards the swarm of bees and one bee saw it and rushed forward, swinging its claws. As the bee's claws got closer and closer, they suddenly clashed with a sword. He used his sword very quickly to block the bee's attack. This queen bee is very strong. I clearly only obtained half the power of a rank 5 class change. His whole body trembled, and his sword also trembled because of it. How dare you touch my man? You all die here. The bee saw him blocking and flew into a rage, trying to kill everyone. Does it not matter if they are players or NPCs here? He smiled very mysteriously and extended his hand to the bee, saying, just like you all. The bee listened to what he said and was slightly indifferent. Those bastards all deserve to die here. After that, the bee's entire body glowed, seemingly releasing a large amount of spiritual power, and countless stingers appeared and flew towards the people. The people saw it and were very scared, scattering in all directions to flee, but they were still stung. He still maintained the defensive barrier posture at this time. This alone is enough. He smiled and said to the bee, let's go. As soon as he finished speaking, he retracted the defensive barrier and turned around to leave with him. Stop! The bee was slightly surprised to see the two so nonchalant. The bee wanted to chase, but something affected her, and she seemed unable to leave this area. Why am I being restricted? She clutched her head, unable to understand, but her whole body couldn't move. What is this feeling? It hurts so much. Shawa, are you alright? Behind him was her man Noho, followed by Bao Bao and Wei Dongdong. I'm really uncomfortable. Those guys hit you, and when I tried to chase them, something stopped me. She saw that he was worried and shed tears, pretending to be weak. I can't go out. It's okay, I just died once. He hugged her and comforted her. I'm used to dying. If I can't go out, then don't. We'll have to send someone to garrison this place anyway. But to just leave like that. Wei Dongdong was puzzled. That guy named Jerry, he only uses ordinary tactics. He and she walked down the street with other players. What are those people talking about? At this time the people around were whispering, hurry. Hurry up and pay up. Explain yourselves. Numerous players stood in front of a mansion. There was a purple-haired girl in elegant purple and gold clothes being constantly cursed by the players. Xuanyuan, are you tormenting us players and NPCs like this? Wei Dongdong was slightly surprised to see that. Everyone, please don't be angry, it's all a misunderstanding. The seven-colored saint raised her hand to calm the crowd and added, our funds will arrive soon, so please wait a little longer. But they didn't listen to her explanation and even threw stones. There's not a single good person on your side. The players were constantly enraged. Pay up, compensate us. Let's go in first. Seeing that the situation was not good, a brown-haired man in yellow clothes came out and blocked her. What on earth happened? Wei Dongdong was very flustered to see that. You see for yourself. The girl with her hair tied up like Neza opened the system window. Xuanyuan heartlessly couldn't even pay salaries and now commanded the queen bee to massacre life skill players. The video of the battle just now appeared on the screen. Xuanyuan had financial problems early on, but I didn't expect them to make the queen bee kill us now. A masked player talked about the battle just now, claiming to be an eyewitness. Our cash was already tight due to the siege. Now this incident has happened again. She put her hand on her forehead, looking very tired. The people who came are former life skill players and our workers, and the amount of cash is too large for us to pay all at once. Remembering the news, she squeezed her hand slightly. If we don't pay, we can't stabilize public sentiment, and more players will believe the news is true. That guy Jerry is truly malicious. Wei Dongdong heard that and blamed him, pretending to attack the queen bee, then making the queen bee kill players, and then framing us for everything. Once we lose public support, attacking our territory will also be the most difficult. This is his real plan. Can't we just ask the queen bee to come out and explain herself? She heard Wei Dongdong's words and slightly furrowed her brows, looking a little surprised, but also very puzzled. What's the truth now? Wei Dongdong continued, very angry. It's already irrelevant. Jerry Zoze was leisurely drinking tea and enjoying the scenery at this time. Your Excellency, how do you think they will handle it? His follower approached and asked. This is wool. Borrow money to fill the gap or face financial collapse. Choose. He opened the system window and looked at the news, saying, but I didn't deliver a fatal blow, so let's see how they handle it. Hua, how could he just leave like that? There are only a few noteworthy players in the entire East. He picked up his teacup, took a sip, and looked into the window. That guy used to just play small tricks. I don't know how he'll react this time. Wei Dongdong's image was in the information window. Sorry, we definitely have financial problems. On this side, Wei Dongdong bowed his head and apologized to everyone, saying that he had caused a lot of trouble. What are you doing standing there? Hurry up and bow your head. Wei Dongdong turned to Guling next to him and said he was very sorry. Guling saw Wei Dongdong say that and reluctantly bowed his head in apology. We don't care. All we want is for you to compensate the players who were injured by the honeyflower bees. A still angry player cursed and said, and give us our overdue salaries. Everyone please rest assured. Wei Dongdong raised his hand to calm the agitated players. We will pay back all the players' losses even if we have to borrow money. But everything has a sequence, and it will take time for us to recover our funds. Wei Dongdong waved his hand and said, the conclusion is that you're not going to pay, right? Another acquiring player heard that and slandered them, saying they didn't want to compensate. We started compensating players and NPCs this morning. As Wei Dongdong spoke, a video appeared showing her starting to compensate players. In fact, just at this moment. We also started paying salaries. You should have said that earlier. Hurry up and get your money. Another player turned his back and shouted at Wei Dongdong. However, everyone on the current list is lining up, Wei Dongdong continued. It might be delayed a bit. We have to line up too. Another female player was enraged upon hearing that they had to line up. This means you don't want to give us money. No, any request takes time to process, but I assure you I will not make you wait in vain during this period. Wei Dongdong calmly explained to them. I will compensate you with interest at twice the bank's interest rate. We are only 1 month behind on salaries, right? The players injured by the honeyflower bees earlier have all been compensated by us. As Wei Dongdong spoke, honeyflower bees and Noho were distributing honey jars behind them. For the next 3 days, any player with honey collecting skills who continues to work at the factory can have half of whatever honey they collect. Half? That's insane. Before it was at most 30. The group of players was thunderstruck upon hearing that. Moreover, the chance of dying while collecting honey has significantly decreased, so we can earn a lot this way. Hurry up and collect honey or we'll miss out. Wei Dongdong smiled as he watched the players rush away. Everyone, don't listen to that guy's nonsense. One of the players refused to acknowledge and hoped that people would turn against Xuanyuan. You haven't even paid us yet and you want to go collect honey for that guy instead? Get lost. If I'm late by even a minute, I'll suffer a huge loss. That guy didn't even get to say much, and he was knocked down by a fatal remark from the group of players, who were still rushing to the compensation point. In the end, hooligans are dealt with by hooligans. Guling said that upon seeing it, and Wei Dongdong just smiled and answered himself. How did he solve our problem so easily? On the other side, one guy angrily slammed the table. Didn't you say this problem was very difficult to solve? A brown-haired man with orange and blue headbands angrily pointed at him. Explain quickly. Not bad. The first problem is solved. He just raised his hand and scratched his face seeing the situation. He fundamentally didn't get bogged down in the honeyflower bee incident where players were injured. He smiled and added an explanation about Wei Dongdong's compensation method and handling. He's just using profit to buy time. Although this solution is very ordinary, players fundamentally don't care how many honeyflower bees were injured, they only care about profit. He extended his hand and grabbed a few humanoid chess pieces, and those chess pieces were scattered all over the chessboard. With profit, any words are easy. Why say such things? What I'm asking is when can we conquer Yichu? He glared at Jerry, angry, so you have no choice but to be a combat player for other players through high-efficiency synchronization. His expression was completely unperturbed. He just calmly put his hand down and continued, and I am heaven partner. The most important thing in toying with prey is still the process. He turned around, still unable to hide his cunning. This time it's not the Four Kingdoms, so I hope he can continue to block the next attack. He left with his aide. All right, he was very angry to see that. Suddenly an arm rested on his shoulder. Jerry is just that kind of person, but everyone who falls into his hands meets a tragic end. A blonde old man looking like an angel said to him, just follow the plan he laid out, he continued. This person is their weakness. At this time their group was still walking. Sappo suddenly turned around and smiled. Zhaolin, just wait a moment, we'll be home soon. Zhaolin, who had finally escaped with the help of the people, smiled and replied, it's okay as long as we can go back. As they walked, he suddenly saw the city gate crowded with people. Sappo was startled and unconsciously stepped back a little in fear. What's going on? Why is everyone gathered at the city gate? Sappo asked someone nearby. Brother, what happened? Why is everyone gathered here? He shook Sappho's hand away and asked irritably, where are you from? Xuanyuan and Heaven have started a commercial war, and they're giving out many benefits to players and NPCs. Don't stop me. I have to go get my benefits too. At this time, someone on the other side spoke loudly into a loudspeaker. Everyone, don't rush. This time, with Yichu reopening, we have prepared many benefits for you. The people below heard that and cheered continuously. The loudspeaker continued to blare. In addition to the honey collection profit distribution earlier, citizens returning to Yichu this time will enjoy housing tax exemption. Shops in the city will be exempt from taxes for 3 months. At the same time, we have prepared a list of 500 people every day. Complete 10 iron ore mining tasks and you can receive a reward of 3 million heavenly clear coins daily. Noho heard that and was shocked, hastily stopping Wei Dongdong. No Dongdong, you can't do that. Giving too much will be a loss for us. But Wei Dongdong still pretended to be righteous. What are you talking about? Yichu citizens are my family. What's wrong with giving benefits to family? At this time the girl next to him whispered in his ear. Wei Dongdong was surprised to hear that. What? He immediately shouted loudly, add 200 more people. The people below heard that and cheered continuously, shouting the two words Xuanyuan. On this side, Sappo unconsciously smiled proudly. As expected, it's Captain's familiar method. After that they returned to their room and Wei Dongdong continued, quick, how is the mail construction progress? Dudu, you go get the player-related data. We're short on household registration personnel, and we need to strengthen security personnel. The press conference tomorrow, is it ready? After that, Wei Dongdong and Sappo met again, and he hugged Sappo and happily said, Zul, you've worked hard. Sappo did not forget the contributions of the other two and said, these two also worked hard. What were your names? The two were startled when their names were called. After that, the two skeletons immediately said in unison, reporting to Captain, our names are Changpeng and Miangwal. Wei Dongdong was speechless upon hearing that. You don't need to call me as long as Nozul. You can just call me Dongdong or Captain. The two saw that Wei Dongdong was friendly and immediately blushed, shouting, yes, Mr. Dongdong. Although their titles were a bit strange, Wei Dongdong reluctantly went along and got to the point. Finally, they entered the first stage of competition. It's just burning money. But one city is just the beginning. The duchy has a total of 7 cities, 3 economic centers, 1 prestige city, 1 tourist city, and the remaining 3 are agricultural tourist cities and military fortresses. Currently, the easiest to capture is Lavis, a military fortress. Xuanyuan, having gone through the previous incident, may not compare to the top guilds in terms of total personnel, but will still be superior strategically, he continued. I'll leave all the management and negotiations for Yichu to Dudu. Then he turned around. This guy is nominally the city lord, but he just sleeps and eats all day. He doesn't do anything, so you've suffered a lot. You've suffered a lot because you don't do anything, Bao Bao. Hearing that, woke up groggily and said, where's there something to eat? Guling spoke. It seems it will be difficult to use a surprise attack this time, so let's all plan for the siege of Lavis. He heard that and fell silent in thought. Guling continued. Chanbian, please give me the data on the city. She heard that, and still expressionless said, this is a fortress located between Zhengzhang and the central mountain range, easy to defend and difficult to attack. There are no more than 2,000 resident players, of which over 1,500 are combat players. Moreover, there are large quantities of defensive machinery and magic cannon emplacements in the city. The firepower is so strong that a rank 5 class changer who attacked the city before was immediately killed by the cannons. The Lord of Lavis is only a rank 4 class changer. But thanks to the geographical advantage and magic formations, this place is extremely difficult to capture. Wei Dongdong heard that and spoke. Even a rank 5 class changer failed the siege, Chanbian replied. Or should we have a rank 6 class changer try it anyway? This guy has particularly good luck, so maybe he won't get hit by the cannons. Bao Bao heard that and was startled. She was just sitting there and trouble found her. Bao Bao said, displeased and uncomprehending. If you want to go, you go. If Bao Bao dies, there's no city lord. Bao Bao isn't going. Guling heard that and was also displeased. Should we recruit 1,500 players first? He sighed and continued, direct engagement could result in thousands of deaths. At this moment the 7-colored saint suddenly rushed in happily and said, everyone, I have good news about Dozan. He heard that and was unexpectedly pleased. So he's reached rank 6. There are 2 guys over there who don't look too good. Let's provide welfare to their families and have him challenge this guy. We also want to meet him. At this moment a man among the soldiers shouted, enemy attack, enemy attack. Then the man approached the city lord and said worriedly, it's a disaster, my lord. Someone has come to attack the city. At this moment the city lord was clad in golden armor. He turned around and said, calm down. Why are you so flustered? How many enemies are there? His subordinate replied, only 1. The city lord heard that and said, uncomprehending, 1 person dares to attack us, he's asking for death. Immediately after, the city lord ordered the formation to be opened. Even if he's a rank 6 class changer, I'll blast him to pieces. Afterwards, a group of people crossed the bridge. Kunlun scratched his ear, looking at the approaching group. How many people have come? At this moment the leader pointed at Kunlun. There are 500 of us. Even if you're a rank 6 class changer, fighting 500 players at once is too overconfident. Kunlun heard that and blew on his finger. He smiled and said, then let's start with you. The man heard that and immediately shouted at the soldiers behind him to form a battle array. Immediately the soldiers raised their shields. But at this moment Kunlun had already leapt and charged towards the group. Immediately a strong wind roared, and all the shield-wielding soldiers had to struggle to hold their ground. They all dug their feet into the ground and created a powerful defensive shield. The people behind the shield saw that the barrier was still solid and immediately cheered, shouting, even if you are Dozan, it's impossible to fight 500 people in a formation. But at this moment Kunlun suddenly leapt high above the defensive barrier. Is that so? Now the real fun begins, he smiled. Immediately after, Kunlun threw his staff directly towards the shields. A loud bang echoed, and the soldiers below who were holding their ground immediately shouted to each other to hold on. But at this moment, before they could react, Kunlun leaped down. His foot landed on the staff and immediately, as if his strength had doubled, he slammed down directly onto the shields. Immediately, the shields began to crack. And even though the soldiers were holding on, the shields they trusted immediately shattered into pieces. All the soldiers behind immediately fell. Immediately after, only ruins remained on the ground. Everyone lay sprawled on the ground. At this moment Kunlun grabbed one of them by the collar and said, are there no more of them? The soldiers heard that and immediately terrified, dropped their weapons and fled quickly inside. The formation is broken, quickly escape. The city lord who was watching from here immediately shouted, shoot him dead with the magic array. Immediately after, countless cannonballs hidden in the city walls were fired. Kunlun looked at them and smiled. Rank 6 natural mind method. Immediately after, golden light seemed to burst from Kunlun's body. He held something in his hand and headed towards the city. Taste this technique of mine. Immediately the cannonballs exploded, attacking the city lord's group. The city lord was terrified, seeing the light rushing towards him. Impossible. Immediately after, the energy flew straight towards the group within the city. The atmosphere gradually became quiet. Rank 6 Dozan, one person slaughtered a city. After time passed and Dozan returned, numerous players began to join Xuanyuan. At this moment, a group of people were pushing and shoving each other, and someone shouted, move, I was here first. Another person retorted, why, I clearly arrived first. The seven-colored saint saw this scene and tried to mediate. Everyone, calm down. The number of players currently wishing to join is too high, and we also need to conduct quality assessments, so the process is a bit slow. We are opening a dedicated assessment channel, so please be patient for a moment. At this moment, a blonde man angrily shouted, you guys are looking down on players like us. Is Dozan so great? We're also elites among elites. Suddenly, a hand was placed on the blonde man's shoulder and a voice was heard. Shall we go up and see some players? The blonde man turned around angrily, but then immediately froze. In front of him was Kunlun, who had just returned from battle. Kunlun pointed behind him and said, line up properly. If you can't get out. Immediately the man who was causing a ruckus shut up and the others also fell silent. No one dared to utter a single word. Everyone immediately lined up in an orderly fashion, watching Kunlun's back as he entered the city. Afterwards whispers began to be heard. Dozan has a good personality, doesn't he? He was just cursing so loudly, and now he's quiet. Another person sneered. Who cares? Don't go, just curse at me a few more times. At this moment, Wei Dongdong's group was discussing how to welcome Kunlun here. Wei Dongdong happily said, congratulations, you finally reached rank 6, Kunlun replied. It's really interesting. But the fruits on this guy's body are more numerous than on the others. He looked at Bao Bao. Bao Bao, still dazed and sleepy, said, fruits? There are fruits? The seven-colored saint asked, did Noagel's experience help you? Why does it seem like rank 6 class change is getting harder and harder for us? Kunlun replied, Noagel's experience didn't help me much. Rank 6 class change requires forging one's own path. My guess is that the rank 6 class change in the heavenly clear world has certain limitations. Rank 6 is about understanding and operating the rules of this world. An understanding of cause and effect and energy combination. My myriad transformations can directly replicate rule abilities from them, and my own experience will make me superior to other rule operators. At this moment another girl appeared and said, in other words, the number of rank 6 class changers is decreasing, and there's a fixed quota. Kunlun explained, at least in the heavenly clear continent, but the earth above seems to have different rules than what we understand. The day when rank 6 class changers can enter Earth seems not far off. Afterwards the others left to allow Kunlun and Dongdong to speak privately. As soon as the door closed, Wei Dongdong happily asked, Captain, what do you want to tell me? Kunlun said, while I can replicate, the special energy in the bodies of you time-space travelers is something I cannot fully control. It's like a mysterious seed I cannot cultivate, but you must make good use of it. Xuanyuan will have to rely on you in the future. Wei Dongdong heard that and was surprised. Why rely on me? Dozan, where are you going? Kunlun replied. There's one thing I didn't tell you just now. After reaching rank 6, I feel this world rejecting me more and more. Before long, I will have to embark on the path to Earth above. Wei Dongdong was surprised. The people currently here are the core of Xuanyuan. Kunlun turned around, tears welling up in his eyes. So before I leave, I have to fight a few more battles to clear a bright path for you. Wei Dongdong asked, instead of Dozan, I have a question. You are a very powerful NPC, so why are you helping a guild made up of players like Xuanyuan so sincerely? Kunlun heard that and said, that's a good question. He looked into the distance. It was as if he was recalling a woman sitting on a swing. She kept swinging, smiling brightly, and leaves kept flying alongside her. Kunlun smiled. I'll tell you my old story when I get the chance. First, we need to deal with other matters. At this moment, a knock suddenly came from outside, and the seven-colored saint said, Heaven has a message for you. They want to challenge you. The day for Earth exploration is drawing nearer, and if we keep fighting, other forces will take advantage. Achilles has also successfully completed his rank 6 class change. They hope you will fight him one-on-one. If they lose, they will leave Zhengzheng, and if we lose, we must return to Dongsung. Kunlun heard that and replied, and let's fight. We won't lose. Chewan happily rushed to a stall. Hurry, the seats are almost full, people were murmuring next to the counter. Dozan is going to duel Achilles. The betting closes in 3 hours. Chunpeng Yao was lost in thought. Which side should I bet on? The leopard next to him also chimed in. Of course, Dozan. Achilles lost in the 9th National War. As a reward for the previous 9 main missions, there were a total of 9 divine artifacts or mind methods, and Dozan alone got 2. He has the S-grade Ruyi Jingu Bang and the S-grade mind method, mind control. The person the leopard was talking about was the arrogant Kunlun. By all appearances, Dozan had a higher chance of winning. While they were talking, a frog-faced person interrupted. No, Achilles is also a legendary NPC. Moreover, he can be given 2 Western divine artifacts. the S-grade world-destroying hammer, and he himself has the S-grade mind method, Sky Shatterer. As far as I know, he lost by half a move last time. The important thing is that the odds for Achilles are higher. The frog-faced person pulled up the system window and quickly pressed, preparing to close the bet. A gambling-addicted expression. It startled the two of them. This gambling addict, he should die. Everyone took this match seriously. Bet all on Dozan. He pressed the confirm button. In a tall tower, the receptionist was talking to Kunlun. Hello. Would you like to open a dueling arena? Private room, infinite space. Password 9527. No live streaming, no inviting spectators. Kunlun said in an arrogant voice. The receptionist happily replied, I have prepared the dueling arena for you. Private dueling arenas are not included in the rankings, so please enjoy this match. The receptionist prepared the room for her. Kunlun turned to everyone and said, This time I will invite you all to watch the battle, hoping it will help you gain experience. Kunlun arrived at a steep rock mountain, and the others watched from above inside a protective barrier. You are currently in spectator mode. Now whatever happens will not affect you, and at the same time you cannot intervene in any way. Above, people happily talked to Bao Bao. You can order drinks and snacks freely while watching. Just scan the code and pay and they'll be delivered immediately. Bao Bao's eyes lit up at the mention of drinks and snacks. Below the mountain, Kunlun and his opponent had already taken their positions and were ready. That's the dueling arena, right? It's about to start. The opponent arrogantly ignored Kunlun. We meet again, monkey. Kunlun didn't back down. Let's start quickly. You've been waiting for this fight for a long time too, haven't you? Alright everyone. This match, 3, 2, 1, start. As the start signal sounded, the two unleashed their skills and clashed, and dirt and stones flew everywhere. The people above worried, I can't see anything. Little fairy, please adjust the time speed and slow down the battle speed outside by half. The fairy heard that and prepared to execute it. Understood. As the speed was reduced by half, everyone could finally see. The opponent fighting Kunlun was knocked to the ground by Kunlun, but he couldn't suppress his anger and kept getting up, fiercely attacking Kunlun. The people above evaluated that this match was much more powerful than the previous match with Noagel. After taking this blow, will Dozan be alright? Bao Bao was also very surprised by the combat ability. So, rank 6 class changers are this strong. Why is Bao Bao so useless? Then Bao Bao lay down again. Alright, I was useless Bao Bao anyway, so it's fine. Due to the fierce battle, part of the mountain had lost its original shape. The people above were very worried. Where did Dozan go? Kunlun below was still fighting with all his might. Clone after cloning, Kunlun approached his opponent more easily. The opponent also noticed Kunlun secretly attacking him. He blocked and said, Still the same, fighting by relying on various changes. After losing to you, I always wondered how I could win. Since your rule is myriad transformations, what I can pursue is ultimate power. With one attack, Kunlun was sent flying, smashing through a wall. The people above were very surprised by that attack just now. This is the path he realized. It's truly amazing. Kunlun's opponent stood arrogantly. It's not over yet. Since your changes are myriad, I can break all laws with force. Before he could finish speaking, Kunlun flew up from somewhere. Kunlun swept his hair back and said contemptuously, That was close. Your power isn't bad. He was quite surprised to see Kunlun fly up after taking a strong attack. Come on. At this moment, sparks flew from his body, and he furiously charged towards Kunlun. Dozan, this is the best battle Dong Dong has ever seen. If this battle video is released, countless people will be ecstatic. Whatever technique he used, Kunlun dodged them all. Although the time speed was now reduced to 1-3, he was very angry that Kunlun kept dodging his techniques, but in a single breath the two still exchanged several techniques, and an even more intense, earth-shattering battle ensued. Kunlun was accidentally hit by his technique and sent flying far away, and he arrogantly said, You lost. The only truth in this world is power. Kunlun seemed quite indignant. You're quite good. You've surprised me quite a bit. In that case, I'll give you a surprise too. After saying that, Kunlun stood up and faced him. I told you, your power cannot compare to mine. Kunlun clenched his two fists together and his body continuously transformed. The evolved Kunlun, several times stronger, attacked him, and people shouted, Impossible. How can he lose in terms of power? My overall power is inferior to yours, but I can stop myriad transformations and concentrate all my power in one place. He was stunned and fell to the ground, but still very arrogant. This is truly a real battle. Come on, we've only just begun. The battle continued to rage fiercely. He delivered a punch, I delivered a punch, neither gave way. Kunlun, seemingly unable to hold on any longer, free fell. Everyone was quite worried. Dangerous. Seeing this, he thought of attacking from behind. Besides extreme power, I also have techniques. He threw a punch with all his might, sending Kunlun flying far away. I don't believe your transformations can keep up with this speed. Kunlun struck, slowly fell without any resistance. Everyone was helpless. Dozan was continuously pushed back. Bao Bao, drinking water, comforted everyone. Don't worry, Dozan won't lose. One person turned and admonished Bao Bao. You can see. Didn't you say you couldn't clearly see the karma of a 6th rank individual? Hearing that, Bao Bao was startled. I can't see those two very well, but I can clearly see the karma on your bodies. Your luck is much better than those guys over there, otherwise I would have run away already. Bao Bao finished speaking, looked around, and ordered another bowl of sour and spicy noodles. Below, Kunlun's opponent stood before him and said, Let's end this now. Dozan, you're still strictly adhering to your old techniques. Your path can only go this far. He was unsatisfied and aimed another punch. Everything is over, Kunlun said in a low voice. Let's officially begin. At this moment a stream of power enveloped him. He was quite surprised. You have this kind of fighting style too? Get lost. What is absolute power most afraid of? Its water currents. Kunlun arrogantly looked at his fearful expression. I was waiting for you to relax. Now I will transform into a water current and enter your body. The water current slowly seeped into his ear. Get lost, a voice echoed in his mind. As a warrior, you should fight fairly. The water current wrapped around him, immobilizing him. Let's die together. After speaking, he tried to end his own life. He was too hard, breaking space and dragging Dozan into a joint self-destruction. At this moment an explosion sounded, and the announcement of this battle was also delivered by messenger. Battle over. Achilles gradually recovering after death. Dozan wins. He immediately collapsed under the water current. At this moment someone shouted, "Why weren't both of them dead?" Kunlun confidently walked out and said, "Fortunately I left a clone outside, but I almost died. Kid, you're quite good. I won by luck." He was exasperated. The stinking monkey still cunning as ever. I lost this round too. When I've trained more I'll definitely beat you. Next time definitely. Next time definitely. At this moment a small weasel with teary eyes said, "King Dozan won." King Rai heard that and was delighted. "That's wonderful." Chunpeng Yao was happy at this moment and said, "Hurry. The Rai Duchy must immediately go for repairs." The weasel heard that and was displeased. "Aren't we changing sides too quickly these days?" The king replied happily. "Not too quickly, not too quickly. Change everything related to heaven in the city. Hurry with the design. Change everything to Xuanyuan's flag." King held up an index finger and said, "That squirrel seemed to hold a grudge against Dong Dong before, so let's tie him up and hand him over to Xuanyuan." Fupuru gave a thumbs up happily. He also seemed to be targeted by Gurio. Gurio killed him 100 times and then gave up, but he still kept changing his name to avoid being caught. "And I even know his new name. I'll contact someone now and have him arrested." The king's entire body was filled with flowers and light at this moment. "Hurry, hurry." His expression was slightly disgusted. "Finally, I don't have to preach the faith for those guys every day." On this side, the weasel walked through the palace corridor muttering, "Hurry, Dozan won. So I have to change the title again." In another room on this side, the atmosphere was slightly subdued. An animal wearing a necklace said, "It's only been a little over a month and you've changed the title so many times. For you, it's just changing the title, but for us, we have to change all the popular hashtags and everything. It's exhausting." The weasel sighed and said, "All right, Uncle Jang, you've worked hard." Immediately after, Uncle Jang began typing. Numerous news articles and titles were published and then posted. At this time, the protagonist group was still discussing. Heaven has already left the duchy one after another, so next it's our turn to take over that place. As they had just left, they saw magnificent and splendid city gates in the distance. At this time, a group of soldiers stood there. Xuanyuan's flag flew high, and the king and the surrounding people came out to greet them happily. "Welcome to the royal capital." The protagonist was surprised by this sight. Wasn't the duchy a Western-style kingdom? "Why did they change all the styles?" the king replied. "Because it matches the dignity of our Xuanyuan." This old man was foolish and mistakenly trusted treacherous officials, causing the two nations to fight and the common people to suffer. Now this old man has completely awakened and knows that your excellency has come to help the people by heaven's will. He began to flatter. Proudly and majestically he said, "This old man's faith in your excellency flows endlessly like a mighty river and also like the overflowing Yellow River." As he continued to elaborate, Guling raised his hand to stop him. "That's enough, there's no need for so much flattery. Rest assured we are not heaven. We merely hope that life here will gradually improve. Let's hold a meeting shortly to discuss the takeover procedures." Hearing that, the king immediately clasped his hands and said, "Since my lord has commanded, this old man will repay the nation's kindness." Wei Dongdong scratched his head upon hearing that. "Amazing, he must have read Romance of the Three Kingdoms and Water Margin too." Fupuru suddenly spoke at this moment, holding the squirrel in his hand. "This fellow's real name is Qianchenyapmain. He has changed his name several times, so your excellency please deal with him." The squirrel continued to cry and beg at this moment. "Don't do this, I was wrong." He looked at the squirrel and was speechless, covering his face. "Please stop talking like an ancient person. Even Eastern people nowadays don't talk like that. I remember Gurio already punished this guy, just throw him away." Fupuru heard that, covered her mouth and elegantly tossed the squirrel far away. He looked at the sight before him and thought to himself, "Everything seems to be progressing well." At this moment in heaven an old blonde angel sat in a chair muttering. "The Beijing trial is approaching." Apollo, sitting opposite him, spoke. "This time I used the pretext of a bet, but in reality I was looking for a reason to withdraw from the war. The main mission is getting closer, so we can't waste a large amount of manpower and resources here anymore. The Beijing trial is approaching, and crossing the strait leads directly to Zhengzheng." At this moment another person spoke. "I had no intention of losing. That's an insult to a warrior. If I hadn't self-destructed, Dozan's transformation would have torn me apart from within." He also respected warriors. At this moment a hawk-faced person spoke. "That's enough, this time we managed to escape safely, so we can fully prepare for the main mission. And soon they will be bogged down in a quagmire, consuming a large amount of manpower, materials, and resources. So what will they use to compete with us for the main mission then?" The winged blonde man said darkly. Xuanyuan, the future is still long. The scene shifted to the weasel. Change to a new king, change to a new logo, and then redesign 10 promotional posters, forum and newspaper pages. The king over there also needs to change to an Eastern classical style. The person opposite him was so angry he almost vomited blood. Kill me. At this moment, in the new kingdom of Zhengzhang Xuanyuan, the capital had moved to Yeoupsung, and everything was being prepared urgently, as if everything had returned to normal. However, at this time, a creature was hiding in a dark corner. The scene shifted to another location where a platinum-haired girl was drinking water. Are you sure? This is Bao Bao. Heaven has put a very high bounty on her head. Anyone who catches her, even if they kill her, will receive 500,000 heavenly clear coins as a reward. At this time, another animal was typing on a computer in the corner. According to the data, the probability of us few killing her is not very high. The cat girl next to him spoke. Not very high. Exactly what percentage? It adjusted its glasses and said, around 5. Immediately, the three fell silent and froze. At this moment the panda said sadly, so let's just give up. I don't want my account to disappear after only half a year of playing Heavenly Clear. We have no other choice. The cat girl heard that and quickly said, then approximately how much is our account worth? The animal that looked like a doctor said, from my calculations, our 3 accounts combined won't exceed 1,000 Heavenly Clear coins. The cat girl heard that and was immediately happy. So each of us is worth about 300 coins, and if we kill her we can get 500,000 Heavenly Clear coins, and even if we fail we only lose 3 coins. It's a no-lose, dozens of times profit. The spectacled one adjusted his glasses again and thought that was reasonable too. But I meant that's for all 3 accounts combined to be 1,000 coins. The cat girl still said very optimistically, then isn't it even more profitable? Tell me the plan. The spectacled animal said, I observed her online time except for 3 o'clock. The rest of the time she's basically online, even when eating. Because Heavenly Clear's brainwave synchronization has the effect of replacing sleep, and at the same time life can be sustained with nutrient solution injections, so there's not much time for eating. My guess is she's probably rich and uses top-tier equipment. For the past 10 days her activity time has always been fixed. During the day she first walks around Yeoupsung, and at noon she leaves the city to interact with the queen bee and eat some honey. She loves sweets very much. In the afternoon she returns to the training ground and her pet urges her to practice her skills to increase her proficiency. But in my opinion, those two seem to be flirting. In the evening she returns to her room in Yeoupsung and recently started learning life skills, making some food every day and inviting friends to eat. The panda heard that and envied such a life. She has a group of friends around her and a pet like a boyfriend. She has a home. I want to live like that too. The cat girl heard that and said optimistically, as long as we kill her and get 500,000 Heavenly Clear coins we can also reach the pinnacle of life. Immediately after, the 3 clasped their hands together. Bring it on. The Bao Bao assassination plan officially began. Immediately after, the 3 hid in the bushes and began to monitor. This is the path she takes every day when she goes to see the queen bee. Her pet won't follow her this time, so let's act right here. At this moment, a nearby statue suddenly made a crack sound, and immediately after Bao Bao appeared. She happily stretched. Solzal said she's coming today, so I should show her around the new city. Immediately after, she opened a teleportation gate. A pink-haired girl appeared very lovely. The two happily hugged each other. Solzal, you're finally here. The other person also heard that and was happy. We agreed to meet in the game a long time ago. It's a shame I was born in the northern Guluju, so it took me a long time to get here. Immediately after, she pointed to the city wall and asked, is this your guild? Bao Bao replied very proudly. How is it? Amazing, right? I'll take you to the sugar factory first. You know, in reality I can't eat sweets, but here we can eat as much as we want. The two walked and cheered happily. Let's go. The 3 on the other side couldn't help but sigh. What, this time there are 2 people? How many class changes has the one next to her undergone? Can you tell? Panda said. She's a 3rd-rank class changer. It's 3 of us against 2, so we have the advantage. Immediately after, the panda's face was filled with determination. Bring it on. Operation Mountain Hunt starts. Bao Bao and Solzal were walking down the road. Suddenly a black shadow blocked the middle of the road. Excuse me, ladies. A giant panda stood firmly before them. I opened this road and this tree is mine. Before he could finish speaking, Solzal shouted, Bao Bao, it's a panda. Solzal leaped and hugged the panda, who was embarrassed. Heavenly Clear pandas are also very rare, miss, please. Solzal loved his fur very much. Bao Bao, hurry and come feel this panda fur. At this moment a cat tried to ambush the two. Good opportunity. She separated from her group. The cat rushed and clawed but found it just sliced through thin air. Solzal and Bao Bao were stroking the panda's soft fur. It's different from what I imagined. I can feel the fur. The panda's face flushed with embarrassment. I'm here to rob you, miss. Could you please get off me? Can we start the procedure again? Solzal couldn't take her eyes off the panda. But Mr. Panda must be a good person, because Mr. Panda is so gentle. Even when I hugged him, he didn't push me away forcefully. How could such a person commit a crime? Hearing that, the panda was simply silent. At this moment, Noho and the queen bee appeared from the bushes. You guys weren't coming, so I guess you were here. The cat who had just tried to attack saw the queen bee and quickly retreated. Not good, we can't beat the queen bee. It disappeared into the bushes. Retreat. The queen bee pointed to the panda. This is our new friend. Solzal blocked the panda. This is Mr. Panda, whom Solzal met on the road. Mr. Panda, let's go eat sugar together. You won't refuse, will you? Solzal pleaded with the panda with an irresistible gaze. The two took the panda away. The cat in the bushes was very angry. Damn it, the panda's been captured. Now we have no choice but to proceed with the next plan. We'll soon poison Bao Bao's cooking ingredients. The five went to a dining table and drank tea together. Cheers. The panda was completely drunk at this moment. You're the first person to tell me I'm gentle. Solzal and Bao Bao laughed and said happily, can we invite Mr. Panda to the party tonight? Of course. If Panda attends, it will definitely be wonderful. At this moment, the cat, disguised as a merchant, sold various vegetables, deceiving them. Bao Bao saw it and her eyes sparkled. Solzal, these foods are so cheap, and they're all the ingredients I need. The cat saw that its goal had been achieved and was happy inwardly. I took out all my savings to buy these cooking ingredients and sold them at one end price. No one could resist. I carefully poured poison into it, so the plan is half successful. By then I might even be able to kill a few high-ranking Xuanyuan officials. Bao Bao held the green onions and seemed displeased, but these are all very cheap, aren't they expired goods? He was startled when he heard that. Could she have noticed something? Solzal quickly replied, no, this is in the city, and besides I think these cooking ingredients are still very fresh. They returned to Xiaopai's house. These two also recently came to Yeoupsheng. I'm really sorry, Bao Bao. When we two arrived you had already finished fighting the Western Heaven. Today I'll cook some delicious food for everyone. Xiaopai said, looking at Bao Bao. It's all right. Many friends will come today. Bao Bao happily introduced Solzal. This is my close friend, Solzal. Then Bao Bao turned to the panda. This is someone Solzal picked up on the road. Mr. Panda. At this moment, Dongfeng Miu appeared. The food has been bought, so I'll go organize it. I brought a lot of good things from the garden, so there was no need to buy more anyway. The panda's face turned pale when he saw Dongfeng Miu appear. Dongfeng Miu of the divine beast descending dragon lineage. Why is he here? If he touches the food, won't we be exposed immediately? The panda trembled, looking at the basket of vegetables in his hand. Finally, he made a daring decision. He poured all the fruit basket into his stomach. I was too hungry. Bao Bao was very angry when she saw that. Mr. Panda, this is for dinner. How could you do that? Dongfeng Miu saw it and felt quite sympathetic towards the panda. It's okay, I brought enough food. We don't need that. I brought all sorts of ginseng and rare herbs as side ingredients, so the taste is guaranteed. You said Bao Bao would cook, right? I'll go wash the vegetables. Bao Bao sighed. That's enough, Mr. Panda. You can't do that again. Solzal, look at him. The panda, having swallowed the poison basket, felt extremely unwell and shivered. At this moment his companions were secretly watching him from outside. Damn it, Panda ate all the poison food himself. We put the poison in and Bao Bao doesn't even know he's with us, so why is he taking the food? Koala next to them made a decision. We have no choice but to execute the final plan, the cat asked excitedly. There's a third plan, the koala said seriously. Tomorrow we'll wait until Bao Bao is alone, then continuously ambush her on the road, the cat next to him agreed. As expected of Yuan, even a quick thought leads to such a meticulous plan. We'll guard here first, and as soon as Bao Bao appears tomorrow we'll kill her immediately. Solzal worried about the panda's condition. Mr. Panda, are you okay? Sweat continued to pour from the panda's body. He's poisoned, it's okay. Nangnung can detoxify him. Nangnung was very large. Numerous mushroom cells were treating the panda. After it was resolved, the mushrooms lay down inside. It's done, let's wait for Nangnung to digest it. Solzal worried about the panda's body. Did Mr. Panda perhaps realize there was poison in those foods and quickly ate them all? Thinking this, she hugged the panda, unaware it was the panda's scheme. Mr. Panda is truly a good person. At this moment, the famous ghost and the little skeleton burst through the door. Haha, charred mushrooms, 4th class change. The old-timers at Shinji Academy finally let someone go. Master Famous Ghost has finally emerged. The protagonist of this gathering is me. Suddenly the famous ghost's eyes widened and he looked at Solzal. Wait, this new young lady is? The famous ghost immediately turned into someone infatuated with women. This beautiful lady. I coincidentally picked a flower, would you perhaps? Before the famous ghost could finish speaking, he rushed in. Bao Bao, I bought meat and seafood. See if anything's missing. When Guling and the Xuanyuan people come later, I'll ask them to bring it. The famous ghost was knocked into the door and flattened against the wall. I'm dying. Bao Bao looked out from the kitchen where she was cooking. That's enough, Dong Dong. Come here and get some meat. Understood. Dong Dong turned to the vermilion bird and said, Vermilion bird, you go talk to the white tiger and the black tortoise. They're probably at the arcade. Then he greeted Solzal. You're Bao Bao's best friend, right? Let's talk again tonight. The panda next to them was very hungry. Inside the white tiger's room, the white tiger was engrossed in a game. White tiger, what are you doing there? Hurry up and wipe the table. Xiaopai and everyone laughed and chatted at the banquet. The panda was envious. This atmosphere is really nice. Everyone treats each other so well. Solzal saw the panda's dazed expression and approached to ask, Mr. Panda, you're finally awake. It's New Year's in reality. Let's all go take a group photo together. Little fairy, we're going to take an automatic photo. Make sure the whole background is included. The little fairy raised her hand to signal understood. 3, 2, 1, a click sounded, and although the background was messy, everyone's numerous laughs erupted with it. Noho and Dong Dong went down to the underground dungeon. Noho asked him, Amethyst is said to be 11 floors below the mine. Dong Dong, are you really sure you can collect them? Hearing words of doubt, he felt displeased. You don't have any faith in me. I also have a grade mind methods and 30 divine beasts, and my skill proficiency is similar, so an ordinary 4th class changer would surely die if they met me. Even if I met a 5th class changer, I'm confident I could escape, Noho sighed. I only got a day off from my wife, so let's finish quickly, Dudu said. I led the awakening of wild monsters in this very cave before, so the three of us should come here and look around. We can also find some class change materials while we're at it. The surrounding wild monsters have also begun to mutate, as if a great tsunami has occurred in the north. They say an old rat is commanding them, and he's very close to us. What do you all think? Dong Dong said with interest. He's probably a time-space traveler like us. When I was watching the script to pass the time before, the young master said that there are a total of 6 time-space travelers, and this guy has caused quite a stir. Noho heard that and blamed Dong Dong. You have no shame mentioning that. Noho got to the point. So what are we going to do now? Go directly and communicate. Say we're all time-space travelers, he pointed his finger. He has already gained a decent wild monster force. We need to beat guys like him into submission first. They walked in the dark and found a giant venomous spider below. Noho shouted, Dong Dong, it's a third-class change venomous spider. The spider saw the three of them and quickly sprayed venom towards them. The venom was quite corrosive. Dong Dong pulled Noho back and Noho was touched. Oh my god, he didn't sell me out this time. Your conscience is still useful. Let's try communicating with her. Noho, it's up to you. Noho heard that and was so angry he couldn't speak. Why me again? If that guy is like the queen bee, even 30 bottles of tonic won't be enough for me. At this moment he called the famous ghost and the famous ghost surrounded her, trapping her. The famous ghost tightly wrapped around the venomous spider's body, and it kept spraying venom and using water manipulation. After a while the spider fainted and the three of them breathed a sigh of relief. Next, if that time-space traveler can awaken wild monsters, we can too. I awakened the fat ones after all. After dying a few times I suddenly found that some skeletons understood what I was saying. Moreover, the higher their rank, the higher their intelligence. I also, only after being severely injured. The two of them finished speaking and looked at Noho. Noho saw the looks in their eyes and trembled with fear. What are you two trying to do? I think dying or being severely injured might need more discussion. Dong Dong held a hammer and threatened Noho. Should we do it, or will you do it yourself? Noho vigorously resisted. Why aren't you the test subjects? It's simple, because you can't beat us. Your rank and class change are both lower. That's truly too logical. Noho had no choice but to accept. Give me the hammer, I'll do it myself. Then a thump-thump sound echoed, and Noho's head instantly swelled with bumps. There, I'm already like this, so I can influence the venomous spider, right? The spider saw Noho's condition and no longer sprayed venom. Dong Dong said quite happily, it's working. The spider has stopped struggling. As soon as he finished speaking, the spider sprayed venom on Noho's face again. Screams echoed and Noho continuously writhed on the ground. At this moment Wei Dong Dong happily gasped and exclaimed excitedly, it's okay, I got a pile of medicinal herbs from the Azure Dragon. Saving you 10 or 8 times is no problem at all. I will never let you die again. Immediately after, he directly stuffed the medicinal herbs into Noho's mouth. At this moment Noho, unprepared, stiffened and couldn't swallow the pile of medicinal herbs in his mouth. Recovery energy began to emanate around him. After digesting all those medicinal herbs, Noho covered his face and cried, Dong Dong, I think it would be better to send me back to Gurio to be dissected. That might be more comfortable. Wei Dong Dong heard that and spoke as if he were a man of integrity. What are you talking about? I consider you a brother. Look, Dudu and I have both obtained awakened wild monsters. Isn't this giving you a chance? Noho heard that and shouted angrily, being brothers with you is bad luck for 8 generations of my family. The protagonist smiled innocently at this moment. It's not that bad, is it? At this moment the rabbit spoke. Could it be because of different races? Or perhaps humanoid creatures are easier to awaken? The mushroom monster and the skeleton monster are both humanoid. Noho nodded at this moment and said, I rarely hear a valuable suggestion. Let's go test the snake monster and humanoid monster now. He also agreed and snapped his fingers. Okay, then let's continue deeper. At this moment, his spirit beast was also gradually absorbing that monster. Immediately after, it returned and entered Wei Dong Dong's body. Afterward, they went deeper into the cave. After walking for a while, they encountered a level 40 second-class change elite skeleton soldier. The skeletons were startled when they saw the 3 of them and quickly turned around. He smiled and said, I'll test these guys. Then the group of skeletons rushed towards Wei Dong Dong. He immediately raised his hand as if surprised, trying to stop them. Wait, they were startled and stopped. Immediately after, the protagonist surprisingly transformed himself into a skeleton. He crossed his arms and said, We are of the same race. The group of skeletons stared blankly at him as if unable to understand. Wei Dong Dong saw that it was effective. Immediately after, he continued, From now on I am your leader. At this moment, the rabbit girl behind him approached and said, The insignia above his head glowed. At this moment an 8-trigram circle appeared and immediately after, it disappeared above the heads of the 2 skeletons. Wei Dong Dong continued to act. This time it's different. It's like I'm leading their territory. Moreover, they also gave me some feedback. My strength seems to have increased a little. At this moment another group of skeletons suddenly rushed over. Immediately, Wei Dong Dong stared at them with wide eyes and the 8-trigram insignia appeared above his head. The group immediately stopped and retreated when they saw him. He saw that and sighed, but this time he looked quite tired. It was as if he was on the verge of opening a territory. Wei Dong Dong knelt on one knee on the ground. On this side the two continued to discuss. You just awakened 6 elite skeletons, so it's probably your limit for one day. He heard that and looked up worriedly. I have one concern. If we can awaken wild monsters to increase our own strength, then that time-space traveler might be much stronger than we imagine, but there are still many rules we haven't explored yet. Unfortunately, there's a limit to how many wild monsters can be awakened each day, so we have no choice but to slowly explore for Noho. Then he was surprised and asked in confusion, "Where's Noho?" Over there. At this moment Noho had transformed into a giant snake. He shouted, "Dong Dong, save me. Why is there a limit to territorial awakening? I awakened 3 small snakes and I'm so tired I can't even walk," he shouted in pain. "I awakened a few of the prettiest female snakes and now the entire snake swarm is chasing me." He saw this scene and broke out in a cold sweat, sighing. "No-ho, I'm powerless too," Wei Dongdong said seriously. "According to the leaked information when I first joined the game, there are a total of 6 time-space travelers. According to current data, Dudu and I are in Zhengzhang. There's an old rat in the north, Noho in the east, there's a small scorpion in the west, and the remaining one is probably in the south. It's strange, why is there no movement?" Wei Dongdong pointed to the map, curious. At the same time in the western continent, a small scorpion also complained angrily, "Why is there no cheat when I transcended time and space? I was too complacent at first, and after being caught and killed by players a few times I can't level up now. No, if I could transcend time and space, I would definitely be the protagonist. I'm at the entrance of a cave now, and deeper inside there should be more advanced wild monsters. It's too difficult to level up by myself with my current strength. As far as I know, advanced wild monsters all have some intelligence." The small scorpion slowly crawled into the cave, thinking, "To get rich quickly in this world I have no choice but to cling to someone." Just then, a venomous snake suddenly appeared from behind a rock. The small scorpion was startled. The wild monsters inside all automatically attack people. Why? The small scorpion quickly entered a small hole in the ground to prevent the snake from catching it. It looked up at the hole and quickly remembered, "It's okay, right? I can also dig tunnels." Awesome. Using this, the small scorpion hid underground and slowly moved, but as soon as it avoided the snake it encountered another one. Escaping one snake another appeared. The small scorpion trembled and moved cautiously. Quickly, quickly. What kind of monster is on the last floor? Suddenly a giant hand forcefully struck the mound of dirt where the small scorpion was hiding. A commanding voice echoed, "What, little guy? What are you trying to do to me?" It turned out that this voice and hand belonged to the level 105th class Change Fire Essence Queen. Fire Essence is a boss-level wild monster born from underground lava. The small scorpion's eyes lit up when it saw her, and it said sweetly, "Sister, beautiful sister, I've come to be your dog." The Fire Essence Queen frowned when she heard that. "How can a scorpion be a dog?" The small scorpion flipped its body, pretending to be cute and harmless. "Sister, do you perhaps need someone to talk to? Look, I'm just a small wild monster, so I'm no threat to you at all," the Fire Essence Queen said without hesitation. "No need, it's boring." Then she shot a fireball towards the small scorpion, making it disappear in one shot. He returned to the starting point. The small scorpion was not discouraged at all and resolved, "No, I must cling to this master." After entering again, it continued to exert all its strength to perform tricks. "Look, I can dance too. I'm an apple that loves to dance," the Fire Essence Queen said indifferently. Still not interesting. After that, everything repeated again, but the small scorpion was still extremely persistent, entering the cave repeatedly, its body covered in wounds. Unbeknownst to them, a month had passed, and everything continued as before. The small scorpion sighed, exhausted. "I've been tormented for a whole month. I need to rest. This life of clinging to someone is really not easy." Inside the cave, the Fire Essence Queen frowned, thinking, as the small scorpion had not returned, "Why isn't it here yet?"